Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for FaZe to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Ventures Pro versus W7M!
No greater tale can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
The grand final of the 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. FaZe Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! Round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you. We cannot. We know we cannot. Into red time. He can't finish it. His own brother. Infinite overtime. It's upon us. And we get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Check 1, 2. In Boston, the show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet?
Good morning from Boston, Massachusetts for the second day of the 6th Invitational 2025. My name is Anne and I'm joined by Fresh and Alfama on the analyst desk. We had a relatively short day yesterday. Are we ready for a potential longer day today?
Yeah, you know, I have high expectations. It's an SI. You want to have overtimes. You want to have matches that go all the way to a third map. You know, I'm expecting this kind of stuff, but you know, yesterday we were kind of disappointed in that.
Was we? I loved yesterday. I mean, maybe not from a point of view that it was a big 45 round every single game. There was obviously some quite decisive results, but I thought the quality of Siege yesterday in particular was very, very good.
It was definitely. I mean, there's a lot to fight for in this SI. We all know about the hammer, but the prize pool is a big part of this as well. 3 million USD in total. By showing up, of course, you already get something, but the higher you end, the more money you get. Super important for our teams. We have 20 teams battling for that prize, divided in 4 different groups. That's what we're going to be looking at as well. This is what we have our teams separated in these 4 groups, and we'll highlight Group C because a lot of interesting things happened in this group yesterday. I think in particular, Raza Company Academy surprised us a lot.
Yeah, absolutely they did. I think the way that pre-tournament expectations were lining up for this group was that it would be BDS maybe probably winning it, but Dark Zero challenging them. And then the remaining 3 teams, Falcons, Raza H Company, and also PSG Talon, kind of competing to get out of the group. Now, Raza put a big spanner in the works yesterday. They went, do you know what, Dark Zero? We're going to go and beat you. And actually, they won 2-1. That's why they've got 3 points and Falcons have 4. However, they actually could have won that 2-0. The first map that they lost was an 8-7 overtime against Dark Zero. So if we look at then focus on Dark Zero, a team that we were expecting to compete with BDS, to be, you know, at least the second best team in this group, starting out with a loss and the nature of how they lost that game, big disappointment. And this group was really, I think maybe after, we haven't seen BDS yet, but after BDS, it really is anybody's.
Initially, we could have labeled that group another group of opportunities. When you looked at the names there, some of these teams would be super happy to be in phase 2 instead of phase 3, you know? And you only have one team that gets eliminated, so it would already be a given for one of these teams to make it to the phase 2. And if you look at it now, Falcons, Raza are at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously, BDS getting a bye, but still very surprising after day 1.
Well, luckily, we get to stay with that group, as that is the group we're following today on the A stream here for the first part of the day. But we'll look at yesterday with 3 different categories as well. Starting off with someone who really impressed us yesterday, the monster, or maybe the big bear.
The Cyborg, right? The Cyborg. It's someone that we don't speak about enough. It's always on VP, has been always consistent. It's part of his name, right? And one of the things that surprised me the most about this player is that he's not a flashless player on Virtus Pro. You will hear people talk about Dan, who had an amazing 180, by the way, with the MPX yesterday. I don't know if you saw that one. That was an amazing clip. But look at that EPS score. Crazy. 144, 81% KOST, and 35 kills for 17 deaths. That's the highest KD plus and minus of the entire day 1.
He's also a man after my own heart because he's maining Capcan on defense as well. So I absolutely love Always. I think he's a great player. Obviously, he does play that vertical role. That's why you've seen Sledge there. Obviously, back in after the buff that Sledge got back to 2-speed. So yeah, definitely benefited him on a personal level.
They were seeing a lot of Sledge already on that first day after the buff that we saw get for Sledge earlier on in this season. Now we'll talk about the big moment from yesterday. I feel like it is the elephant in the room, but we have to talk about it, KAG.
Yeah, absolutely. KAG Osaka, the team that everybody expected to be the whipping boys of Group B, expected them to go out without a single win because every other team in that group has amazing pedigree at international tournaments. KAG usually struggle at international tournaments. They came out yesterday. Who were they against? The world champions in Furia, the reigning champions of this tournament, and they beat them clinically. It was a massive upset, and it was by far and away the biggest moment of yesterday, Leo.
And I think what's the end result here? What's the end result when you're in a group of death and everybody expects them to have one weak link, and that would have been KAG Osaka, and then 4 teams to go in the next phase? Well, that doesn't happen because they just beat Furia. And that means that if KAG goes on and loses all their matches, we may have a tiebreaker in the group of death, which makes it even more interesting to follow the rest of the matches.
Yeah, let's have a look one more time, because in case you missed it, it's time to relive that absolutely insane moment from yesterday.
This would be a historic flop for CAG as KZ held off the scoreboard round after round after round. Will have to clutch out with 3. He sees the Blackbeard softening up the shield, but it's a hopeless attempt as he charges towards the diffuser, and all CAG needs to do is wait. The Kaggers get it done. 7-2 on Furia's map, and a 2-0 for CAG. What a result!
If you didn't know it before, you know it now. Boston is going to be a great event.
I love the differences in the way these players respond to it. Like you saw Black Ray just like rubbing his eyes like, we did just beat the reigning world champions. Absolutely crazy. But for our last category, we'll pull up the schedule for today. The must-see, something you have to keep your eyes peeled out for today. What game is it?
Well, we just talked about how big that result was going to be in the context of Group B, the CAG Fury game. And as such, I think the must-see for today is Team Secret against Shopify Rebellion. The third game on the left-hand side of your screen in the A stream, so it will be on this very stream. And I think the reason that that's massive now is all of the teams that were favorites for that group, i.e. other than CAG before today, were maybe assuming, okay, just beat CAG, we'll be out of the group regardless. CAG have gone and beaten Furia, which means Furia are going to be fighting even harder, and it also means that CAG are a very real threat now. That puts more weight, more emphasis on these games between the quote-unquote favorite teams to actually just be able to get out of the group. So for me, the must-see is Team Secret against Shopify Rebellion.
More pressure on Secret, more pressure on Shopify Rebellion. And reminder for these groups, every single map matters to get in the upper bracket. So it's with CAG Osaka getting those points, it's very much important for all of these teams. With Shopify Rebellion losing to FaZe, they need to step up right now and beat Secret.
I will say, a close second for the must-see of today is the game right after that is CAG against Furia. CAG against FaZe, sorry, because everybody wants to see them go CAGing again.
Okay, well, we have to wait a bit before those games happen on the A stream. We have PSG and Raza as the first game on the A stream after this.
This is the Rainbow Six Invitational.
Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion?
Let's go! At the end of the game, we on top. I got a team for the champions, huh? Check on the stats, I've been racking them up. My brother need me, I'm backing them up. Picking up over the corner, I got my team, I'm never a loner. We coming back, we fighting for champ, cause we got the heart of a soldier. I'm playing with Oryx, so you already know that I'm moving with speed. Okay. Last one alive, but I'm finna clutch, relax, we winning with ease. I'm checking on A, I'm checking the bombs, I think he had B. Come on, put up the walls, defending the bomb, I'm hoping they never get breached. They thinking they know how to beat us, they gotta relax. Stop, aiming at you through the crack, don't try to wrestle, you get one tap. I'm pushing with all of my brothers, we moving in packs. I tell them go to attack, the way that we moving, they think we hack. We came in to win, we never pull up to lose. Tired of playing it cool, just give me a second to get in my groove. We beating them fair and square, we play by the rules. I'm doing this for my team, already winners, got nothing to prove. Let's go!
Well, I can't lie, with all those videos and the song as well, it kind of gets us hyped going into this play day here. PSG and Raza on the A stream, the game with the most SI rookies. 8 in total to be new at this level of international play, and that goes for all the players over on the side of Raza. A really exciting result for them yesterday, though, as they took down Dark Zero, won their first international map, but also their first international series. A very impressive result from them.
Yeah, I don't think many people expected them to beat Dark Zero. When you think of Raza, like you said, 80% of the players are new to SI in this matchup. So you have to think for them to already get out of phase 3 and go in phase 2 is already a success, right? But then you look at this and you think, okay, maybe there is a little bit more ambition for Raza. And you've got to ask yourself, why is that? Why do we see this result, right? And you look at the team, you see a successful core with E1 that was already impressive, that went in Manchester. And if we look at the team roster, who did they bring? They bring Veto and they bring Live. And look at their APS core, they're huge game changers for that team. They've replaced 2 of the weaker players on the side of E1 that were Arthur and Emps with Veto and Live. Cool duo.
Yeah, cool duo. Both of these players, they played 2022 into 2023 on Black Dragons together as well. So I think when you're doing that, you notice that you struggled in Manchester. You need to go out, you need to replace 2 players, and you make objective upgrades. And 2 players that were used to playing at the, mid to top level of Brazil is clearly going to make this team better, and I think we saw that yesterday.
I feel like it's fair to say they got rid of some of the weaker links in that roster. We saw the core was already strong, but that addition of Live has definitely been helping out wonders for them.
I think he's really stepped up. We know this player. For people that have been following Siege for a long time, especially in Brazil, this guy is a big name. He's been there for 7 years, and as you can see, he represented 10 teams. Now, out of these 10 teams, 4 were Black Dragons because he kept doing the laxing, joining Black Dragons and then going on the bench. Anyway, he's being on his prime right now. His first day was amazing. He was very close to always in terms of KD, ready right now. And I think this player is exactly what they needed in terms of experience and in terms of fragging power to really step up.
Yeah, let's talk about their opponents as well, because for PSG Talon as an org, this is the first SI for them. We have Gaudi's first international event even. What a way to make your debut at international play. But in general, Fresh, how did they get here to play at this highest level of competition?
Yeah, I think it's the kind of the general story of PSG Talon. You know, obviously when Fabian came to the roster, they were just Talon. They weren't yet PSG Talon. There wasn't really huge expectations. I think they set expectations of the first year as just the bedding in year. And South Korea League stage in stage 1, they were first. They then went to the Manchester Major, made phase 2, and actually were disappointed that they didn't make main stage. Big, big, big overachievement, I think, on expectations in the initial conception of this team. And then struggled in September, didn't make the Montreal Major. We're here by the grace of the results that happened in Montreal, because they were the 16th rated team on the SI standings. They were the last rated team to qualify for standings.
I think it's a matter of something like 5 points, so every single game mattered. And fun fact, one of the most important one was won in Manchester, and it was against E1.
Yep.
So we're about to see a rematch, but I think the team dynamics are very different now.
100%. And I mean, of course, it's been a long time since October, so curious to see what this team has been cooking. One player in particular that has been super important for this roster has to be Ryder.
Yeah, we've been hearing about this guy being like one of the best fragger in Korea, and he was instrumental. I know in terms of statistics, his SPS score is not that impressive in Manchester, but look at his entry rate. That's what he was there for, creating space, punishing players, getting the opening engagement, and that was fulfilled in Manchester. And we're lacking to see that at SI. Look at his entry, Jack. 0 and 5.
And I think that's the thing is, PSG had a really, really difficult day yesterday. They lost to Falcons. They arguably could have lost even harder. They managed to get one back to overtimes. But if Ryder's the one that's there to make space for this team, and he's taking entry engagements and losing them, he's costing his team space, if anything. And so it linchpins really on him. If he can turn his performance around today, then PSG Talon have a much better chance of success.
Yeah, well, the performance matches the result from yesterday. Of course, that second map being really close against Falcons gives them some kind of hope going into this best of 3 here. Because like you mentioned, the best of 1 in Manchester, it's a best of 3 now, and we're seeing our first bans rolling in.
Yeah, it's about being comfortable, I think, here for PSG. Removing Skyscraper, removing labs, removing maps that would be strong on the side of Raza. Skyscraper especially. If you look at Clubhouse and Cafe, it's the same story for Raza. They remove maps that are on the lower end. Clubhouse, I think, is a permaban, and Cafe is their second lowest preference map, which leaves open Chalet to be picked by PSG Talon. Now, this is interesting, Jack, because that was a map they played yesterday versus Falcons, and it was very close.
Yeah, so they played it yesterday versus Falcons. They did lose it yesterday versus Falcons. They did try a little bit of a comeback, and it was ultimately close. I think for PSG Talon, it's about comfort. It's about a map that they know that they like and they're happy with, and it's about going back and fixing their mistakes from yesterday.
Now, for Raza's pick, it's Bank. It's a great map for them. They beat FaZe 7-2 on that one very recently, and they were amazing during the qualifiers on this one. Not surprised to see that. And another thing that I like, it's a map that has enough layers and space for them to be fully chaotic, exactly like Falcons, and that works very well versus PSG Talon.
And then the final map's going to be Consular, and I think actually this is a map that we saw yesterday from both of these teams, and obviously Raza H got it done on Consular as well. They like the map. Both teams like the map, but I will say about this veto in an overall sense, I think the Bank and Consular is where PSG Talon are really going to be tested, because actually for them, it's going to be about problem solving, attacks, and various different ways of attacking and various different ways of playing, and I think that's been their biggest problem, and they need to step up in that regard.
All right, there's a lot, of course, to talk about for this map veto, but we'll get in our casters for this matchup. We have Intero and Jesse. And now you two casted this match yesterday from Raza, but if I have it correct, you two casted both the big upsets yesterday.
I'd say so.
Yeah, we got that one, then we got CAG versus Furia, which is probably the upset of the day. Maybe we're good luck for the underdogs.
Yeah. I'd say so.
What's that supposed to mean for this matchup, then, I guess? Is there any potential upset for either of these two teams, maybe?
I feel like both are underdogs in a certain way, but PSG Talon is the underdog of underdogs based on the standings.
Certainly, yeah.
So, it's like underdogception.
It's like under the underdog, so it's your underdog. And then I guess Raza Company is now the big dog.
Well, they would be the over-underdogs. They're over the underdogs.
That's not confusing at all. No, it's very clear.
No. Yeah. There's a whole lot of dogs and everything, but we'll get through that. It's time for you two to take it away for the first map of PSG Talon and Raza.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, this will be a fun one. I'm not really sure what to expect, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know if you feel the same way.
I mean, I'm expecting a great game. Obviously, these are two teams that a lot of people didn't have high expectations into coming into the series, or into the tournament. But really, people were counting out Raza Company Academy before they should have been. This squad is very talented. They've got some great players. They proved that yesterday in their matchup against Dark Zero. And for PSG Talon, I think they still got to prove that. They've still got a lot to put on the table. They've got to show us what they can do here at the 6th Invitational. It is crucially important that they can do that here today.
Yeah, and I mean, Chalet has been very quickly become one of the most played maps in the entire tournament. And granted, we are only a day in, so there is still plenty of time for other maps to catch up. But at the end of the day yesterday, Chalet appeared in almost every single best of 3. You and I actually got to see it a ton ourselves, ignoring all the other casters. And I know, Jesse, you value your abilities very highly. I know you ignore most of the other casters, so there shouldn't be much.
That's not true at all.
That's why you said you were the best analyst ever.
Okay, I didn't say that. Didn't say that.
Said that you and your cat were the best analyst duo together, and now you are the best caster.
Yeah. We're getting into the operator bans, Parker, and it's important to note, you may have thought yesterday that the bans were a little weird. Well, it's important to note there is a bit of a visual bug going on in the game right now. So it's important to note that right now, defense always bans first. That means that the bans you're seeing are attributed to the wrong team. It is going on correctly in the server, but it just said Raza Company banned Valkyrie. That was a PSG Talon ban. So this is something that's been going on for a little bit inside of the game. The bans are going to be flipped. That's just because Raza are starting on the orange team. So don't get confused. The players banned correctly as they always do, where defense banned first and then the attack banned too, and then defense banned the last operator. But the HUD, it showed the wrong names. So just make sure that you're onto that. In any case, Capitao taken out, which is extremely good for clearing out that library corner here on Chalet. Blitz taken off the board, which is just always an oppressive operator. And then Valkyrie and Azami, two of the most powerful ops in the game, of course, for those top floors and for the roams. So good to see from both of these teams taking out some strong operators. And as the desk mentioned, we've got VODs on both of these teams. They both ended up playing Chalet yesterday. Was a little bit of a better game for RCAC. They destroyed Dark Zero 7-3. PSG Talon had a good game too, though. 8-7 against the Falcons. Their second map in the series. It was a close one. Their defenses were certainly lackluster in that series against the Falcons. PSG Talon didn't win a single bomb site other than the top floor yesterday. So they'll start in the basement, round number 1 here against Raza Company.
It's not good.
They're looking to break that trend.
It's that's not good.
No. Ideally, you want to be winning as many bomb sites as possible.
I'm going to do my best Jesse impression right now. Parker, if they only win 2 of 6 rounds on one half, that's not good.
I don't sound like that.
Our talent manager seems to think you sound exactly like that.
Our talent manager, he's giving the little wavy head, so you're like, not really, you know.
Parker, I believe in Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers. They're the best team that's ever played.
Okay, that sounds correct. That's just factually.
I gotta workshop it. Which of these teams are the Edmonton Oilers right now?
Neither of these teams are the Edmonton Oilers right now. I'll be honest with you, Parker. But if anybody's gonna come close, it's gonna be Raza, and I know for a fact that you've got some of these players looking to be Connor McDavid themselves, including Misa, who was getting a little eager on that window, but now he's dead to rights. That, after getting drones, chose not to leave.
Nowhere to go. Soldier dies too. Very early picks from Raza Company Academy, and look at this. They are taking no prisoners. Bursting into the bomb site, 3 players now commandeering the front portion. Scotty's got to fight his way out of blue. Ryder with the Boss G doesn't exactly have the tools to deal with multiple players. Gotti gets on the board. But that's it. Perez with 2 exit kills. Diffuser goes down, and pretty much close to a perfect round for Raza Company Academy.
Yeah, I mean, bomb site was opened up, the wall opened, and there was 0 pressure to stop them from walking in. Obviously, they got that initial pick down in the basements, and they got the free pick out on the roam too, but concerning start for PSG Talon, maybe asleep at the wheel. This was something that kind of was talked about in their game yesterday against the Falcons, where they started quite slow. Their first half on the first map was a disaster for the team, and then they kind of got better as the series went on. Their first half was actually a 5-1 loss as they were attacking Consulate. We're hoping not to see that same slow start. You know, we need PSG Talon to be out of the gate swinging. Raza Company, for their point, were also actually at a bit of a slow start yesterday, losing their first half to Dark Zero in a similar 5-1 on Nighthaven Labs. Now, they forced that map to overtime, so they came very, very close on Nighthaven. But regardless, both these teams didn't have the best starts yesterday for PSG Talon that last round. It felt like a couple of players went down, the gap was there, and Raza took no time exploiting that. So beautifully done by Raza Company Academy. PSG Talon continue their streak of not being able to win any site other than the top floor. So let's go to what works. Top floor will be our second site.
I mean, obviously, everybody's going to focus on that specific roam that Misa was doing inside of West Main. And I mean, it's very visible, and it's, you get droned out, you overstay your welcome, you get picked off relatively early. That's the type of thing that you can't be doing multiple times, maybe one time, maybe twice in a match. But these are low-level mistakes that you're going to get punished for it. Raza Company Academy is very quick to enter the building yet again. They are fearless. So that was STK being droned in through Garage. Oh, Soldiers on the flank, but STK seems to have a read on this.
Smart call.
Here's the phone buzz away as the Logic Bomb will give the position of Soldier away as he just scoots off. STK is dead to rights. Great shot by Soldier. And a bit of breathing room for this PSG Talon team as Gotti decides to engage towards main door and almost loses his life. Live wants more. And he nails him. Basetto with one, Paris traded off. Where is all this action happening? A very quick pace, Jesse, as we're not even halfway through the round.
You're not wrong, Parker. These are very scattered fights around the map. All of these players are very solo on the side of Raza. They're taking their ones. We saw STK get punished for that, but then Basetto live able to get a couple of picks themselves, so not bad. Another 1v1 perhaps down here on the bottom floor. I don't know if the player on PSG is aware of it. Nope, Ryder had no idea, but good trade as Yas from the hatch makes it down to a 2v2. Still a minute 20 on that clock, and these players are dying all over the bomb sites.
Have to wonder who this favors at the moment with plenty of time left. Utility's already been set down for PSG Talon. The only thing they have left is a Nitro Cell in pocket. Still some Pudge drones, still some smokes, never mind. Yes, swings onto both. And he buries the last two players of Raza Company Academy inside of Solarium. Big round for PSG Talon.
Nicely done by Yas. Obviously one of those great late round players, a veteran of the scene. He was on that D+ Kia roster for so long, went to many different events, then was brought into IGL, this PSG Talon roster, and again, really likes to play for that late round. Was one of only 2 players yesterday who didn't get in a single entry engagement. Didn't find himself in a single opening pick or
Are you talking about players in general or on the team?
In general at the event. Do you have any guess? You probably won't get it. Any guess who the other player that didn't get in a single opening gunfight was yesterday? It's hard.
Give me one hint.
Liquid.
Is Team Liquid?
Yeah.
And they didn't get into a single engagement? Was it Lagonis?
You would think it was Lagonis. It was Palu.
What?
Yeah, they call him a baiter for a reason, eh?
Who calls him that?
Community members.
Who calls him that?
I wouldn't call him that, but I've heard
You
people
just
call
called him that.
No, I said they call him that.
Yeah, but they is a nebulous term.
Yeah, I'm not they. They means others. There's
They
people
could
in my
also be a
Discord who would
singular
definitely use that term. I wouldn't.
You are he,
Yeah.
and you are him.
Yeah. And I could be they if I was in a group.
Or just by yourself.
Sure.
But you're not.
No, not in this. Not
Palu is also not him. Not yesterday.
Not from the entries.
Not after yesterday, yeah, that's
No.
correct. God, what a beautiful building.
It is gorgeous, and it continues the trend, Parker, where PSG Talon can only win one site on this map. I think that's 4 in a row that they've won on that bomb site, which is crazy through both yesterday and today. They are very good at the top floor, even if last time was a bit close.
Okay.
Dude,
They set down a Claymore. There's a castle barricade there. They threw the grenade at the castle barricade. It fell down, and it blew up the barricade, or it blew up the Claymore and not the barricade.
To be fair, nading castle barricades is one of the most annoying things in Siege. It's harder than you think.
Yeah, have they ever thought about maybe like being able to cook a grenade? so that you could like prime it so that when you throw it, it blows up.
Okay, this is a good idea, Parker.
I think we're really cooking here.
That could be some innovative stuff.
There goes the wall inside of Office. It pushes Ryder off of his position. Veto had a great first round. Veto had good games yesterday. Very good games.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Especially when you said he was what? He was the lowest rated player or something like that heading in?
Yeah, exactly. Hard support doesn't usually get a bunch of kills, but he was their second highest rated player yesterday in terms of fragging.
Logic bombs were not that much of a nuisance in the previous round. Let's see how they do this time. So that's Yas, star of the show in the previous round. Softened up inside a closet. Marches his way out. Live is too much for Ryder to handle. And very first pick goes to Raza Company Academy. This is a slower round than the two that came before. All this action happening upstairs. It allows time for PSG Talon to peel back. What? What's going on down there?
Yeah, I don't know if they're happy with this 4v5, if they want to try to get aggressive to get this man count back. I'd kind of assume so. Like, that could be what Yas is trying to do down here in Big Garage. But at the same time, he seems content just to hold these vertical angles. Raza Company will be aware of this. Biggest problem is the clock. 35 seconds. This is going to be a chaotic finish.
Yas missing an opportunity on the kill holes down below. He's isolated. Will now need to take the stairs back up. That leaves 3 on site. Gotta be worried about where Yas is coming from. STK and Flastry are there. Yas capitalizing off of a bit of a distraction over towards West Main live with one onto Misa. That leaves just Yas alone as Veto gets the diffuser at the halfway point. Yas will not be able to stop this, so instead, he'll head up the other staircase from the basement and in towards lobby. His task becoming incredibly challenging. The diffuser is on the other side of the map. He's got 4 players from Raza Company Academy, all with better optics than him. One of them directly above him. And right now, he's so focused on this isolated fight, Jesse, that he's just going to ultimately run out of time. Even if he wins this engagement, which he will. Takes out Live, but ultimately this kill's not a huge difference maker. They stack up in the hallway leading into kitchen. Flasher gets the final kill, and it really just was a formality at that point. I don't think there was any real hope of Yas being able to deal with the diffuser.
His stats sheet's gonna look great, though.
Oh, crazy good.
6-2, I think, to start things off.
That's why you get to go, after the match is done, you get to go on Twitter or Blue Sky, and you get to share with people, I got my kills.
Yeah, blame your teammates.
Yeah, I got mine. I don't know what the rest of them are doing. I got mine. It really sets the scene for future matches.
Yeah, and if there's one person to do that, surely it's Yas.
Of course, yeah. We all know he's
the 29-year-old veteran.
Yeah,
big ego.
Loves trashing his teammates.
No, of course not. He's playing his role as the late round player, you know, trying to have some impact, but everything kind of went wrong for PSG Talon in that round. Textbook stuff from Raza Company, clearing through the top floor, getting a man advantage, converting downwards. Those site players not able to hold their own. I liked the Echo play. I thought that was kind of cute. We do see PSG Talon running a lot of Echo on a multitude of different sites. I think I saw them running that in Consulate yesterday, which was a bit of a new one, top floor. So, you know, we got to see some cool Echo plays out of them, but with the IQ coming out, it felt like he got read by Raza Company pretty cleanly. So they will take the lead in this matchup now 2-1. Every single player, I would say, performing pretty well, despite, you know, some shenanigans with the nades and some bit of utility problems. Raza Company have been looking pretty solid so far today. Even that one round that they lost in round number 2, top floor, was super winnable. Can Gotti change the tides, though? He just missed that head. That would have been a huge spawn peak to start things off, get some momentum back under their sails, but not to be. Notably, Ryder, top floor at the moment, alongside Soldier. The two of them have 1 kill combined at the moment. Watch out for them, because they could be a deadly duo out on the roam if they can just get hot for 1 round. You know who's not getting hot? Veto.
Run! He dodges it.
Nicely done. Fast open for a map.
50 seconds? Yeah, that's a pretty good pace. Who was it yesterday, the Deimos, that was dealing with it, that got the kill onto Nave? Was it Live?
I think it was. Yeah, it was someone on Raza who...
I think it was Nave walked towards the breach.
Yes, it was right onto Nave. And then Nave didn't get a single kill for the rest of the half. That tilted him enough.
I think it's cause and effect.
I do.
I think he got smoked so hard by the Deimos pistol that he was like, I'm out.
Yeah, he was like, I can't compete with that. It was a beauty shot. If you weren't watching the B stream yesterday, you should have been.
The B stands for beauty.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful stream.
B stream, best stream. But not
Soldier.
today.
Soldier on these sheltered rolls. Shouldn't be dying as quickly as he has through many of these rounds. This is yet another instance of where PSG Talon's operator lineup and rolls should put Soldier in a safer spot. Compels Ryder over towards blue stairs, looking for his first kill. Yas eliminating Veto, and there's that duel with Ryder as STK is softened up. Perez with about an infinite amount of bullets in that Finka LMG, doing some serious damage. Also sent out an Adrenal Surge. As Gotti dies, your smoke now is dead as well. These are terrible operators for PSG Talon to be losing so early on. Ryder taking some damage. Yas still very much alive with his 7 kills, more than the rest of his team combined, because the rest of his team only has 2 kills. Misa will add to that. That's 3 for the non-Yas PSG Talon players. And will now take some mighty big damage, but puts his shield up. Might actually be able to get away here. Flashtree flashes himself. Ryder and Yas are the 2 question marks. Ryder over towards blue, and there's the stack up Flashtree walking in. Yas dies. The Clash isolated over towards blue. Ryder trying to come out of the same area. Flashtree gets him as well. And now the Clash will put the shield on her back as Misa has nothing. Frankly, STK is ready for that on the other blue door. The Raza Company Academy, despite surviving a couple scares, really hasn't lost the plot at any point so far in this match.
I want to talk a little bit about Ryder on PSG Talon. I have heard this guy be called the Shaiko of Korea.
Falling back slowly but surely, and then we're not falling back when we need to. Say, for example, the dining, when we're sitting with Ryder and dining, when we're 3-on-3, just drop hatch, run away. Right now, we're taking the wrong fights because we constantly just let them take the space they want. We need to fight more, contest more, play more aggressive. Because right now, we let them take what they want, and then they do what they want with this. They breach walls they want, they take the vertical they want, fight back, put up the stop. It's enough now. Fight them, fight them, fight them, kill them. You can outgun these guys if you want to. Now show that.
And great points by Fabian. Took the words right out of my mouth. Ryder's been looking terrified. I've heard him called the Shaiko of Korea, and yet in a lot of these rounds, he's playing really scared. In that last round in particular, he was roaming top floor with Soldier. Soldier dies, no response from Ryder. Ryder goes down to the basement. Then there's a bit of a crossfire. Ryder's on Library Stairs. Gotti's inside of Games. There's a guy, Games as well, fighting Gotti. Gotti dies. Ryder's in, like, Elbow. Ryder's in Blue Hall. Ryder's gone off the map. I want to see him getting more active in this series. I think Fabian knows that as well. He knows that there's a lot of pressure on these players, and obviously a big event, a new team. You know, that pressure is going to be felt by the team. But, like, if they do just get active, they're going to be taking more chances, and they're going to be finding more success out of it. It feels like a lot of the time they are conceding space. They aren't playing together. They aren't helping each other out. They can get a little bit more active in these rounds, get a little bit more confident. That's going to be the key to playing this game, because right now they're letting Raza walk all over them.
It's an exceptionally early line. Whether they want to pause for site setup or whether they want to maybe gain some information as to roamers, or they could even be fearing a potential spawn peak. Noticing a lot of teams are running the Blackbeard iron sights.
Yes.
It's actually not a bad iron sight.
No, the vast majority of players on all regions run iron sights because it helps your ADS time.
Yeah, faster.
It's a big problem for Blackbeard. He's very slow to ADS, so iron sights help a lot.
He's in a bit of a tough spot now. Oh, the Frostmat will catch Perez, who tries to set himself back up. Misa doesn't seem to be aware of how close they all are. So he goes for the drop, and he manages to win the duel. 2 incredible shots from Misa on those Solarium stairs. This has put PSG Talon in an excellent position.
On the window, Gotti, gotta be confident.
Down goes Flashtree to Soldier. Ryder still looking for his first kill. Soldier punished by Live, who's found an entry point over towards Piano. Yas is safe because of the castle barricade, but he and Live are almost within arm's reach of one another. shades on. He's worried about the castle, and instead, he makes the right call. Yeah, sneaking up. That's not a down on the castle. He hit the deck over towards Piano. They dogpile on live, though. And PSG Talon sends 3 bodies at the problem. Veto now outside, hat in hand, very little for him to do. In the moment that he swings in, he'll give himself away. PSG Talon do not need to peek this, Jesse. They can just sit and wait for him to come to them. There is no reason to get overtly aggressive.
Yeah, this should be an unlosable round for PSG Talon, knock on wood. Veto will rotate, that's the right call, because if you repel in Solar, you're just dead. Tries to switch things up, hunt for a free pick. He's in the building now, so the hardest part's over with, but he's on 2 separate cameras, so they should be very aware of his position.
It looked like he wanted that swing onto the Solarium window, but instead...
They know they have Kit, too.
Yeah. Very, very tough spot for Veto to be in. It would require a massive choke job from PSG Talon. Veto cannot win this round on his own. He will need an assistance from the defenders to make some serious mistakes. I think he might have just saw the gun barrel of the Frost. He hears a tiny bit of movement. You're not getting 3 kills in 30 seconds. No, you're not even getting 1. Ryder, an easy cleanup, and it's his very first kill. Is that correct?
Really good, Misa. Really important.
Impact frags, Jesse. Impact frags.
And we're really happy with 3.
Really happy with 3, and I think happy with Misa in that last round, right? Followed Fabian's advice, stepped up and fought them, took those early gunfights on the Solar window, and managed to walk away with a couple of kills. Just believed in himself, trusted himself to take those gunfights. Guy repelled in, walking to a frost mat, found another player trying to repel in big window. Raza Company Academy are trying to get away with things that they shouldn't be allowed to get away with. Because for the first 4 rounds, they were being allowed to get away with those. But now, PSG Talon, they're starting to punish. I think Fabian's tag timeout really did a lot for them.
If what you're going to do over the first 3-4 rounds of a game is just bulldoze your way through your opponents, you're going to have to start playing a little bit farther back, and you're going to have to layer yourself and insulate yourself with things like goo mines, like frost mats, like EDDs, things where a team that rushes might not necessarily pay attention to that. And that frost mat in the previous round was a great example, because you got, what, they had 2 people on the window. Neither of them noticed a frost mat underneath. You allow the Blackbeard to swing in and take some serious damage, and then ultimately lose the duel. If you'd shot the frost mat first, that's an entirely different ball game. Misa doesn't get to play with the same confidence inside a Solarium, swinging on the big window. Instead, now you got a Blackbeard breathing down your neck, and that might be a relatively easy pick for Raza Company Academy. If they can get that first pick, then it puts way more pressure on Yas inside a bedroom and completely changes the outcome of the round. That one frost mat alone was a big domino that started all the rest of them falling for Raza Company Academy. And if they're going to play aggressively, they might need to be a bit more thorough in the process.
I'll mention the stat line once again because it's just so ridiculous.
Please do it.
5-0 across yesterday and today defending top floor. 0-7 defending every other bomb site on Chalet. A little bit insane once you put down the numbers. If that trend continues, this will be a 4-2 half for Raza Company. But PSG, I trust in this timeout. Yas has gone back onto the Frost, wants to keep believing in this trap utility. And Raza, I think they've kind of reacted to this, right? They've slowed down a little bit. They're taking a bit more time. They're being a bit more respectful. That's a big grab from Live. Not only denying that information, but of course grabbing it for himself with the Bravo. They'll have that yokai that they can use on the attack. The last yokai sets up over by Library Stairs. So good bit of Yuto work coming through from Raza Company as they start to clear on these Mez players.
They're on a collision course at the moment with the top Library, and I don't know if Perez has been spotted or not. Thought he should have been droned out in this position earlier. When you see a deployable shield at the top of Library Stairs, you know exactly what's going to be done. Second deployable shield, this time over towards Chimney. So both pieces of this cover aiding PSG Talon. Gotti has no choice but to back up. Just as Ryder in his position might not play with the same exuberance that we saw, but Misa is ready for Flash Street. It catches him walking, unaware, right through kitchen. Oh my goodness, PSG Talon are wiping the floor with them. It's all up to Veto. Inside a library now, amidst his own swarm of bees. He'll very quickly find the Frost. Pick on Diaz, expecting another over towards Chimney. He gets gets collapsed on by Ryder.
Yeah.
PSG Talon, 2 rounds in a row, taking advantage of the fact that Raza Company Academy are maybe droning a bit poorly and maybe acting off of that intel maybe a bit too quickly.
And I think even just like in the 4v1, right? Ryder going for that swing, that shows the confidence. He wasn't showing that through the first 4 rounds. Since the post plant, since Misa started to heat up, he's starting to play a little bit more like himself. And this is what we need to see from the primary entry on PSG Talon. Followed it up with a couple of bolo spins too there. I don't know if you caught that, but yeah, that
They've
shows
been doing that
confidence. Really?
The bolo spin? Yeah. Been doing
Okay.
that every time.
Well,
just not paying attention.
Yeah, that tracks. Honestly, Raza Company, super slow in that round. 2 minutes, and they hardly got anything done. They walked into another frost mat there, by the way. Live 2 players jumped in the frost mats in that round. One, of course, over on the Ego window. The other one over inside of Library. Ridiculous to be falling that many times to frost mats, and you can kind of see it on their faces now. They're aware that those are mistakes they just should not be making. Maybe getting in their own heads a little bit on the side of Raza Company. I think PSG Talon were the team who came into this with a lot of pressure, a lot of nerves, perhaps. I remember as the analyst desk was doing their segment, I was reading the in-game chat, and Raza Company were typing away, they were chatting. They weren't being rude, they were being friendly, but you know, they felt ready and excited to get into the game, maybe a bit more than PSG Talon. Now it feels like starting to clam up a little bit. That can all change though when you move to the defense. Obviously, if you're clamming up, if you're nervous, this can be the side that is beneficial for you because you don't need to make those same moves. And PSG Talon will bring out the Collie to try to make something happen on Chalet. Not a bad map for this operator. Obviously, for the basement, you can work your way through this garage, deal with some util. You can also hold the windows if you'd like.
Kang played the Collie yesterday as well.
I did.
There's a certain meta in APAC that doesn't often extend to other regions. STK going for a jump out, by the way.
The attacker version of a frost mat.
Yeah.
I count that as 4.
STK had a good day yesterday. So far, not the case at this point. Despite the scoreline, Raza Company Academy only has 2 players right now in the positives. Yas is gobbling up all the kills on the side of PSG Talon. That is a cursed door, or wall. Because technically it is a garage door, but it's a wall for specific specific sake. Still very early. Words are very challenging.
Fair enough. We were up late last night too, watching that CAG game.
We were the late game, and then we were the early game.
A Clopin.
Late game. It was a Clopin, close open. And then, of course, you have to do all your prep work in between that. So
yeah.
You modeled the entire game while you were...
I did. I made a computer simulation. Just wait for round 8.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for round 13 from yesterday's match that never ended up happening.
Yeah, well, simulations don't always go to plan.
Ryder's Logic Bombs used back-to-back now have this Raza Company Academy team on the run. As Ryder finds a goo mine. Red carpet. It's a bottom floor bomb site. You just saw RCAC retake the top floor. PSG Talon doesn't drone this out, and they'll be very vulnerable when the Brazilians opt to come back to the bomb site.
That'll be very soon, starting to make a sandwich, and PSG Talon are the meat.
Go on.
And then Raza Company Academy are the bread, closing in from above.
Okay, don't go on.
Oh.
They're still lurking here. PSG Talon have fallen off completely from this part of the map, it looks like. Hold on a second, no, Ryder is actually still here. And what a jump scare that is. Rainbow, sometimes a horror game. Weren't expecting Soldier on the window, though, of Westman, and he takes him down before getting closer to the bomb site. Jesse, there's only 20 seconds left. PSG Talon had so much working, and now they, I guess, have just fallen off of the timer. All 3 players looking to barrel in through Wine. And it's a shooting gallery for Flastry. Soldier with 1, and Flastry collects more than he bargained for. Poor clock management in the final minute for the Korean team. And Raza Company Academy is very happy to punish them for it.
Yeah, not sure they realized there was another roamer. Soldier got the cut-off west main window, and then I think they thought, okay, dining is clear, we don't have to worry about it. But obviously there was still that player up on the dining hatch, which ended up being a massive problem. Maybe they were aware because they weren't funneling in through the doorway, nor were they coming in through the wine hatch, so they might have known at some point there. But in any case, you know, not able to clear out that roam game for the majority of that round. For a long time, Raza Company were existing on that top floor. Didn't feel like they wanted to go for a full map clear on the side of PSG Talon. They almost tried to shortcut it by just sneaking into dining and then watching for the flanks. And I don't know if that's where Ryder's best suited, right? I mean, we saw him going for that swing. Unfortunately, just didn't really expect there to be two players there. Ended up losing the gunfight, and he was all alone, too. So for PSG Talon, maybe a bit tunnel visioned onto the bomb site. They will lose their first attack here on Chalet. Not the end of the world. Still plenty of game to be played. But as we said, those nerves can kind of settle in on defense. And even when Raza Company were getting more aggressive, playing the map more so, they timed that flank really, really nicely. No, but spawns.
It's a beautiful helicopter, though. Really, really nice views.
Yeah.
Great views of France at this time.
Yep.
Blackbeard being brought by Soldier. Shields have not really been as big of a factor in this matchup as we might have thought. Yeah. Blitz is obviously banned, which leaves Blackbeard and Monty as the two main shields that we would see. Blackbeard was brought once.
Raza Company aren't a huge shield team. They used to be back in E1 when they had Arthur. Yeah. In stage 1.
Arthur was the shield guy.
Yeah, then they dropped Arthur. They haven't really played a lot of shield since then.
The meta is a little wide open at the moment. Obviously, shields are strong.
For sure. Blackbeard is strong.
The devs have worked hard, though, to find counters to the shields. The ore exchange is a very large one. Don't know if it's been enough to single-handedly pull him back into the meta. We haven't seen much of him.
A couple times yesterday.
Yep. But not a lot.
No.
He's still very much a niche pick.
For sure.
Where, if you remember when he had the 1.5 scope, he was
everywhere.
He was everywhere.
Yeah.
Why was everywhere, Ward was everywhere, etc.
It's an interesting push. You know, they haven't really pushed the top floor much. Logic Bomb comes out. They're not just hopping in a site here, surely.
I'm trying to figure out what PSG Talon are doing.
They're gonna hop in eventually. They're never taking top floor. That's clearly not the game plan. Here it goes.
Soldiers in. Gets the kill onto Basetto, and the Blackbeard will continue marching forward. Yas eliminating Flastry, and it looks like Soldier has full control. And excuse me, PSG Talon, I was unfamiliar with your game. Perez is the only one left on the entire side of Raza Company Academy. There's not much he can do against this Blackbeard. He sees him, but he cannot act. As BB just continues to get ever closer. He's not the only one he has to worry about. It was a full team effort. None of them really seemed too keen on getting the diffuser down. They were just hunting the last player for sport.
They were, but honestly, I really like that Blackbeard play coming up from, I believe it was Yas on PSG Talon. Notice that whole time, he wasn't pulling out his gun unless he absolutely had to, right? Jumped in the window, pulled out the gun to get that opening pick, but he knew it was the player he was fighting was tossing out the nitro cell, so he wouldn't have his gun up. After he got that initial kill on the player that was back bar, he had his shield up the whole time. So often, I see Blackbeard players in Tier 2 and in Ranked bringing out the gun too commonly, right? They're getting into a gunfight and they're like, I need to swing with my gun or I need to pull out the gun. That thing takes so long to ADS. That thing is so scary to pull out. Soldier, excuse me, not Yas. But the strength of the Blackbeard is being able to get in people's face securely, safely, force them to panic, force them to run away, and then when they're sprinting away from you, they've got their back turned, they pull out a nitro, whatever it is, then you pull out your gun, then you start to get that free pick. You never want to take a head-to-head, one-on-one gunfight where the enemy's just staring at you as Blackbeard. Instead, Soldier let his teammates get those kills around him, and that was really important for helping them win that round, because I really think a less experienced Blackbeard player would jump in that window, get the first pick, and then continue to ADS, just walk through the lobby, ADS like he was playing any normal operator, and sure, you can't get body shot, but one shot to the dome and you are down. I think Soldier played that really, really well, so I want to give him credit for that. They tie the game 4-4.
It's been a very unpredictable matchup, we'll say that much. Just as that Falcons PSG Talon game was unpredictable. Oh, can't go that far away. Just gotta wait. Very nearly a third map was needed for PSG Talon and Falcons when they played yesterday, but that second map ended up breaking in favor of the Middle Eastern team. That was all she wrote. PSG Talon now neck and neck with Raza Company Academy on the Korean team's map. Will we need all three? Will Consulate finally emerge? We'll find out. Bank is definitely needed, no matter what. Very different style of maps as well. Bank, big, open, lots of roaming potential. Chalet there's a lot of similarities, but just on a bit of a smaller scale. PSG Talon just walked into the bomb site. And Perez, playing above, shuts down Ryder.
To be honest, that play works more often than you think, especially that they paired it with the logic bomb. I don't hate it from Ryder. And I asked to see him get a little bit more aggressive, and that was an attempt. I think he had all 3 Selmas in his pocket, so I don't know why he's doing it on ace, but regardless, tried to make that entry happen. They also used an extra thermocharge on a castle barricade, meaning they only have 1 piece of hard breach left. You hope that's going to go for the dining wall, assuming they go for a dining plant here and they don't go trophy, because otherwise they're going to be a tough spot.
So I was worried about being droned out and staring you right in the face. You've been watched by the camera that whole time. Last logic bomb will go off as Misa finds a goo mine. This happened to Raza Company Academy when they were on attack. They used the logic bomb and then immediately found a goo mine as well. Misa gets dropped. More damage that's being done from RCAC. And these are a whole bunch of isolated fights, Jesse, that are not working out so well. Nitro Cell goes out, Soldier dies, unrelated. That's a tiny bit of damage done to Gotti. Because it's him and Yas as the last 2 standing. Yas has been terrific so far in this match. There's a lot of players on Raza Company Academy who are just as good, that are still alive and waiting for him. He's lost the element of surprise as well. He figures there's one over towards office. He's correct. He picks out STK. Another now inside a bedroom as Gotti takes some damage, securing the kill onto Perez, but the timer is basically gone. No hope whatsoever for PSG Talon as Yas has been dropped. Gotti with no defuse kit, and even if he did, there were still 3 players up from the Brazilians. Perez hits ZZZ in the chat. I don't think it'll really get to them, but I do like the spice that comes from the trash talk.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's a fitting ZZZ because that was a sleepy round from PSG Talon. I mean, they didn't even get to the bomb site, which was, of course, kitchen down below. They spent so long on that top floor, and they never really got a whole lot accomplished. It felt like once that main entry failed from Ryder, who had hopped in the west main window and went for a play, they just stalled out after that. Yes, they had good intel, not only with the Brava that had hacked that camera in sight and some other cams as well, but also the drones seems to be pretty strong on players in the site, but it took so long for them to start focusing on that top floor. Great use of the dread mine there from STK, gets 2 picks off that angle as the dread mine gave him the first, and then he just swings for the second too. Great on the replay. But yeah, sleepy to get that top floor control from PSG Talon, unfortunately. They had the Blackbeard from Soldier. Didn't seem to have too much of an impact, unfortunately. So Raza Company will take the lead once more as we creep towards that 7 round count here for Raza. Only 2 more needed to secure the win here in regulation. Of course, PSG Talon have been right on their tail the entire game. They started a bit slow first half, but they bounced back post-attack timeout. And this second half has been so back and forth. Round number 10. We'll go to the basement here on Chalet, and Yas is once again bringing his signature collie that he brought last time that they ran this site. And Ryder's on the Twitch with the F2. We saw some great F2 plays yesterday on the B stream, and I'm hoping to see some more out of Ryder. Some players, if they're good with this gun, can be absolutely ridiculous. It was, I believe it was Shoe Reap on CAG that was hitting some nutty shots with it yesterday.
This is a very similar layout to what they did earlier.
Mm-hmm. Just making it scary, bro. You don't want to trick this. Look how many holes there are that you can get shot from.
Also helps for sound.
Yep.
So, variety of uses.
And they're falling off pretty quickly here, Parker. I mean, Live is on the stairs, and SDK is probably the last one alive on the roam, still on stock.
But not a single person on the top floor for the defenders. I mean, Live is probably the most aggressive. STK in back bar, yeah.
But STK and Live are kind of in a crossfire here. This is actually what I was talking about with Ryder back in the first half. Ryder was playing the position Live is now, and they weren't able to collapse and get that trade. It was with Gotti. So Raza hoping to do that a bit better.
I always love when we transition back to players after the drone burst because it looks like they've been knocked down by
Oryx.
An air jab or Oryx.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so good. It's a very, very, very slow play by PSG Talon.
And not a lot of soft breach here for the floor.
Soldier is struggling right now with that hatch above in kitchen. This is a... Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
A very slow round.
Dude, the game got bored.
The game was like...
the game fell asleep.
Put the ZZZ in chat.
Brother. All right. Well, it happens. We'll get that reset. We'll get everything figured out in the lobby here.
We'll have to replay that entire round.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, probably good for PSG Talent to kind of reset that one because it was, I don't think they were happy with the game state.
No.
2 minutes into that, without being able to find a single pick, it was very obvious that they had to go for wine because they didn't have any soft breach going on inside a fireplace. The main breach on Snowmobile, I don't even know if it was fully opened. I think it was just the Mav holes.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I didn't see it.
So they were walking into 2 Nitro cells, very obvious push on the backside. No picks on the roam game. I think Raza did a really smart job slowing that round down and playing for the passive play.
Now, obviously the admins would need to weigh in on this. It's not really up to us to make this call, but whether or not everything needs to be set up exactly the same. Typically when a lobby crashes like this and there's no clear winner, which there's no way to determine at this present moment which team was in a better position just because all 5 players on both teams were alive.
For sure.
Diffuser was not put down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the point is that a lot of times the admins necessitate that you run the same lineups and you try to make the site setup the same because you just want a do-over. You don't want to give an opportunity for the defenders to try something new. Problem is, depending on how much PSG Talent saw, they might be many, many steps ahead of what comes next because they already know what to prepare for.
Yeah, usually it's like you must play the same bomb site, must play the same operators because that's like definitive. And then I think usually site setup and stuff, just because that's harder to like remember and enforce, you can kind of get a little bit more creative on the defense side. So they could choose to switch things up. I'm being told that we have less than 60 seconds to get things set up and ready to go, which is excellent. The players are obviously here. So it should be a very quick matter to get them all back into the lobby. So it won't be a long break. Don't worry about that. Knock on wood before anything else breaks.
I knocked on Jesse's head.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's made of wood.
Yeah, pretty empty in there.
Yeah. That's why he roots for the Oilers.
We've got a good game on our hands so far, and this honestly might be the opportunity that that PSG Talent need to reset a little bit. Obviously, they cannot talk amongst each other. They cannot talk to Fabian, their coach. But it was slowing down the game in the first half that got them back into this, right? And got them rewired to be playing at their best. So this should be able to help them a little bit in this reset. I will also say this is the map pick of RCAC, was it not? No, PSG Talon.
It's PSG Talon's map.
PSG Talon's map pick, but we had a chat with Fabian before the game started. You, me, Fabian out in the hallway. He said this was the best map ban phase he's ever had in his career. In his opinion, he got all the maps that he wanted to play today. He nailed this, number 1, 2, and 3. Got every single map that he wanted. So you've got to imagine that even if they lose Chalet on the side of PSG Talon, they're looking pretty good for Bank and Consulate. As long as they can keep the momentum rolling, as long as they're not going to let that pressure get to them, the map pool is very comfortable for PSG. They are happy to play all 3 of these maps, so I wouldn't lean into the fact that this is one team's pick over the other. But still worth noting that RCAC might be more comfortable themselves on map number 2.
We haven't got Fabian yelling yet, so we know that things are doing okay.
He was loud-ish in the tack timeout, but it was more of like an inspirational, come on, we got this type of yelling.
Right.
Not like a what are we doing type of yelling, which you sometimes hear from him.
He gets angry.
Yep.
He does get angry.
And he's had to get angry at these players at times over the last year of play. I mean, they've had some poor results at certain tournaments. over the offseason and towards the end of Manchester. This was brought up by the desk, actually. Both of these teams missed the Montreal Major, and both of them are relatively new, so you might think this is the first time they're playing each other, but that's not true because they played a BO1 in Manchester. They both missed Montreal.
Yeah.
They played a BO1 in Manchester on the very second day, just like they're meeting on the second day of SI. That was an 8-7 win for PSG Talon over E1. Both players had two different players, or both teams had two different players, so it was 3/5 for each. But a little bit of history, a little bit of rivalry, perhaps some bad blood between these two squads. And I think maybe just from that 8-7 that we saw 9 months ago, we should have expected this would be a close game.
Seems that Flastry's PC is the one causing some issues at this point. We have everybody else in the lobby, so we just are waiting on a call.
Yeah, it's either Flastry is having some issues, or maybe he's refusing to play. Maybe he's taking a sweet time.
He's got great hair.
He does have great hair.
I think he has the best hair right now at the event.
It's probably some it seems like it's some tech issues. I don't think it's a rebellion.
I mean, you're the one who said it was rebellion. Nobody else was saying that.
I just like to think about all possibilities, you know?
What if a player just decided to refuse to participate in the biggest event of the year? What about that? What about that?
Anything's possible. Flastry's been to a couple events before. Flastry actually, it's common in Brazil. It varies based on region, right? In NA, you see a lot of kind of console converts who've come to PC. In APAC, you don't see as many console players. It's mostly PC players. Flastry is one of the players who's been playing who played console for longer than almost anybody else. He played 5 years on console. He only switched to PC back in 2021. So he's actually been playing more Siege on console than he's played on PC. 9 years of Siege in his career, though, of course. He's been playing for a long time.
We're told that it'll be about 30 seconds left, and then we'll be replaying the round.
Makes sense. I would be surprised if it was any other results.
Oh, Flasher took his glasses off. Now it means business.
Uh-oh.
Are they singing?
I heard somebody sing something.
Is it too late now to say sorry? That's what I heard.
It's a throwback.
Yeah.
Ready? Shout out to the Beebs.
Looks like we're about to get back into the lobby. Flastry is now joined.
That's a good sign.
Great sign. Fist bumps. That means it's ready.
Yes, sir.
And indeed, it is ready. The round will be replayed. So we'll head back into Chalet in just a moment's time.
Fabian making sure his players stay warm. A little back rub. A little coaching inspiration. Making sure they're staying loose coming into this, obviously.
It's cold in Boston.
Long break. It is cold in Boston.
Not as cold as Montreal is.
Nope. Pretty close, though. They're close cities. It gets cold in Korea, too, out in the winter time.
Is it only like a 2.5-hour drive to Montreal?
Probably. That sounds right. Sounds right to me.
I know that when I was looking at driving from Toronto, it was like 8 hours, and Montreal's about 5.5 to 6 hours. I know that doesn't.
Montreal's kind of north of Toronto, though, right? Boston's kind of south.
Unfortunately, the issue has not been fixed, and we will need another rehost.
We should have knocked on wood. My head might not have been empty enough. Apologies for that one, chat. Just got to reset the lobby one more time, it looks like. So we'll get that underway. Have any more fun stats for you, Parker?
I would love you to give me some fun stats, Jesse.
Do you have any fun stats? Let's look around.
Fun stats, please.
Let's look around. Yas at 29 is, I think, the 4th oldest player at this event. Obviously, has been around for a very long time.
The oldest person alive.
Yas is the oldest player alive. That is correct. Our next game that you and I are casting is
Shopify Team Secret.
Is Shopify Team Secret. We'll have the oldest player at the event versus the youngest player at the event.
Canadian.
No, actually. Virtue and Ambi will be going head-to-head.
Ambi's the oldest, Virtue's the youngest.
The Zoomers versus the Boomers. That's correct. Yeah, you got it.
Just out of curiosity, of curiosity, how old is Virtue?
Virtue is 30. Catching shades, by the way. Yeah.
He's a year older than Yas.
Yes.
Once you hit 30 in esports, though, I think you turn to dust.
So it's amazing that Virtue's still playing as Dust.
Yes.
That's impressive stuff.
Really incredible stuff.
Both of these teams had pretty drastic IGL changes as well over the offseason, with Talon picking up Yas as the experienced IGL of D plus Kia, and RCAC moving STK to IGL. Previously, that was held by Arthur. Since taking over as captain back in June, STK has a 33-11 record through games across all level of tournaments. Their win rate really turned around after adding him as captain. Of course, having some big success at the start of Stage 2, falling off a little bit at the end of Stage 2 in some really important games. But then they played a lot of off-season tournaments down in Brazil, and they did quite well in those tournaments. So they really racked up the wins there. And I think, honestly, practicing so much and getting so many game day reps in is a big reason why RCAC are coming into this event as strong as they have.
While we have the time, we're hopefully within a minute away from getting this lobby started again. There is a B stream that is currently taking place. For those who are only tuned in here and would just like a small update, we will drop some spoilers on you. The match happening on the B stream is the team that was formerly known as Bleed. They are now playing under the name Joel, which is the fish that they bought from Bass Pro Shops, if you recall. All of the players on that team are terribly sick, as far as we have been told.
Yeah, I heard there were some illnesses going around.
They're very, very ill.
Dude, they just can't stop getting unlucky, that team.
I know. Obviously, very pronounced problems with Bleed as an organization. The org collapsed due to financial mismanagement. Same was said for ITB, Into the Breach, of which we have an EU team.
It did go below early around the tables from Blitz.
Here's the B stream on your screen.
Because there was nothing stopping them from getting their objectives.
Is that Pengu?
They need to stop
That is Pengu.
simplifying,
I love that guy.
start complicating
He's my favorite caster.
M80 just looked for the point at least.
I traded you
If
for
we
him.
don't have a ban,
That was a bad trade.
the resistance really
I should've
is
kept Nick.
very minor.
You should have.
You're right.
Joel have a lot of work to do to try and complicate.
As you can see on the
these
screen,
setups.
M80 took map
more to
number
deal
1,
with.
and they are currently up
It's not
1-0 over Joel on Lair. It could be a 2-0 for M80, depending on what happens in this map. It is M80's map choice. We have our game ready, though. So once we do a tech check and make sure that everything is in working order, we'll come back to our 10th round of PSG Talent versus Raza Company Academy. And it looks like all is good.
I think it's the wrong site. Right? Weren't we on basement before?
I'd like to issue a correction here. It was not right.
Yeah, I think that's the wrong bomb site, unfortunately.
Oh, you have.
We'll get there. I promise you, we will get there. At some point, we'll
Like
get
they always say, third time is a charm.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we were just talking about M80 versus Liquid. Fans will know that North America didn't have the greatest of days yesterday. NA went 0-5.
Oh, we were kind of bad.
0-5 is ridiculous. Not a single... We have more teams at this event than any other region. All of them lost. So it's good to see M80 putting up some numbers for North America and at least winning a map. A couple other NA teams did win maps yesterday, so the job's not done, but hopefully the curse would be broken by M80 today for the fans of North America. M80 also an actual North American roster, primarily, this time around.
And we actually get to see a North American team, because until these issues are fully resolved, we'll go over and watch the B stream, and we'll get to hear the better duo of Nick and Dev Marta. How about that, Jesse? Is that what you wanted?
Woohoo! Let's do it.
It's going down, but Joel, you're not even home! M80 have waltzed on in, they've taken the family heirlooms, and they've marched back out again. The plant is down, Joel looking like fools. Here comes the blitz, Packer goes down, and maybe this retake is on with Diffuser on the floor, and the player himself, Diffuser, also on the floor and finished off. Gunner and Spoit to try and cover off in the post plant, but at a numbers disadvantage. Gunner to try and support now as Spoit's found one, but Gunner is up above. He's just missed one player, and his drop was not hurt. He's found a shot onto Leader.
He can protect that diffuser for a little bit longer. Good shot there from Reeves. And now it comes down to Noodle up above.
Ooh,
and he does
there's
find
time.
Spoit. There is indeed time. Reeves can confirm the defuse. And the round for Joel.
Impressive rotations there from Joel. I saw Noodle sprinting away from the bomb site, thinking he's gonna go upstairs for a retake, but he's gotta full send it and not stop at any point if he's gonna have enough time to make it back towards the site at some point. And it comes down to what, a 2-second difference. I think the defuse started with 9 seconds left. It takes 7. Spoit was just a second away from shutting that down before Noodle's flank was successful. And I gotta say, the fact that Amity got that plan down with the sense dying, Dane was just walking in. You said it so well. Nobody was, home on the verticality covering those angles, and then they're playing Solace. The one operator that can see where the plant is going down from, not everywhere on the map, but from pretty far away, didn't really use the gadget and be like, guys, they're planting. Because they did have guys right above the blitz, but they had no clue that the plant was indeed going down.
Dude, I don't know how that happens. Solus also can see the blitz as well.
That's true the entire time because shield.
The blitz's shield, like just the fact that the flash is there,
Yep.
like it's always a funny one with Solus that was a little known fact. But yeah, for some reason, blitz gets hard counted by Solus in a way. And yeah, Joel would have had so much information there, and I mean, they're lucky that they managed to get that retake off because it was not looking pretty for them for a hot minute. Finally, we're seeing a Goyo. I think this is a great pick for Joel. We need to see some things that are just going to stop M80 from going for these plants, especially if Joel want to go for retakes. Like that Goyo is going to pair perfectly with a little bit more of a roam-centric setup because you can afford to time delay in the late round.
Not even just with the plant stop, but just maybe making Amity's injuries a bit more difficult. I say that Spoit is Reeps, or it Reeps, he shuts down Reeps rather. We haven't seen Melusi or Fenrir or Ella played, I want to say it all so far in the first map and second map.
Players dropped from the server as well.
Players dropped from the server. That's not good.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's going to be a rehost or...
It's Mentalist. He's just disappeared out of the server. So it is now a 5v3 in favor of M80. This should be a win.
Yeah.
We are going to go for a rehost, it seems.
Okay, so the crash happened before the kill occurred from Spoit. Which of
All
course
right,
is Amity.
that's enough of Stream B. How about Stream A?
We gave them our rehost. As soon as they had a rehost, we fixed ours. So we should be okay. Hopefully, as long as everything is set up correctly, we can get into this, as we said, third time's the charm, right? To load into the series here.
We'll see if they got it right.
If you didn't recall, it is 5-4 for Raza Company Academy on Chalet. This is PSG Talon's map pick. We are again on Bard Games.
Are we not supposed to be on Wine down on the basement?
Maybe I'm wrong. I got the sites wrong, and I just messed up why there was an issue. Players are playing on, so I think this is correct. Because at this point, as long as it's not a rehost, I'll take it.
You know what? Not our job.
Not my job.
Not my job.
All right. Well, we'll get back into the game now in any case. Start setting up on this top floor again. That timeout is technical timeout. Might be a boon for PSG Talon. It felt like they were starting to slip a little bit. It's been a back and forth second half for sure. But after seemingly finding their footing, finding their footing at the end of the first half, we thought maybe they'd keep that roll. And post-tech timeout, it seems like that roll might be starting again. The Brava finding some good value, and then a pick right onto live.
Much quicker pace for PSG Talon after they'd suffered through the last attack. Very, very slow fashion. It's unfortunate that Live's the one to die, especially being the Legion. Not just a terrific player yesterday, terrific player across the board, but also just an operator that you do not want to lose too early. Legion gets stronger the longer that this goes on.
Those impacts do so little damage now. It's crazy.
Used to be able to kill a Monty with 2 of them.
Yeah, and now look how much damage they did to Soldier. Tickled his feet, maybe.
Hey, yo.
Not gonna be too concerned if you're Soldier with that. You still can come through and take this space. Will Perez get out? That's the question. Or does he get punished?
Perez, again, is in a very, very tough position where, in a lot of cases, you almost expect to die, yet he and STK have managed to fade off of the spot and still have their lives intact. Quite impressive. PSG Talent are fighting for every inch of this top floor that they could get. Perez with the very first kill for the Brazilians. Down goes Ryder. Ryder had a bit of a slow start to this series. He will need to find an extra gear if he and his team want to remain as competitive as they can be. Raza Company Academy lost that first pick, but they found 2 now, with Misa being the next to die. Logic bombs will go out, so you'll get some value from the grave, but ultimately not as effective as it could be. Blackbeard upstairs is making some noise, so they have to figure out where Gotti and Yas are located. One of them, Yas, is just in the corridor, now inside a main lobby. He'll go hunting over towards bar. 2 players in back bar, tucked in, Perez and Basetto. Yas could capitalize off of this, equalize numbers, but he looks the wrong way. 3 kills for Perez, and now small misplay from Flastry as he lights up the shield of Blackbeard, but does very little beyond that. Gotti on the board. Diffuser in hand. Gotti looking for an entry point along with Soldier. Some damage is done. Now the walk-on in will occur. Soldier on very limited HP. Gun barrel down. Sees the Malusi. Who's got the diffuser? It's Gotti. Soldier over top watching as STK and Basetto try to swing on in. Soldier is so strong. Basetto with 1. It's him and Gotti, as Gotti manages to get out of this position into main lobby. There go the bees. Downstairs, Gotti will go. Basetto has an opportunity to get on the defuse kit here. That's exactly what he will do. Gotti now getting closer. Walking in, but Basetto clutches out. Phenomenal stuff from the Brazilian team. An easy counter disable, and just like that, it's match point for Raza Company Academy.
The 2 rookies head-to-head in the 1v1. That's a tense situation where only one can come out on top, and Basetto is the one to stand up tall, just as he did yesterday. He has shown up so strong here in Boston. Their hard support player on RCAC was often the guy who was criticized for not having the best stats. Typically, Raza Company Academy were known as a team where all 4 guys can frag, and then, you know, Basetto's being put on the roles that nobody else wants to play. But man, he has stepped up so big in Boston, both yesterday and today, making the difference for Raza Company. Gotti, on the other hand, not quite a rookie. He actually played a few years ago in Tier 1 back in Korea. It is his first event, though, so I should correct myself on that. But regardless, 2 players without very much experience up in that intense 1v1, and it is Basetto who comes out on top, as you mentioned, putting Raza Company up onto match point. Really, it was Perez that kind of set the team up, though. Obviously, the opening pick went the way of PSG Talent, and Perez might be training for a marathon, the way he just ran across the entire map, finding picks left, right, and center, starting up over towards office, falling back, getting a pick library window, then falling down to site, getting a pick over on the games window, finding a 3rd pick, then later on into the round, always moving, and allowed his teammates to be in that 2v2 and eventually the 1v1 that Basetto came out on top for. So beautifully done by Perez and Basetto in that last round. And it took them a while to get here, but we are on match point now for map number 1. Can PSG Talent flip the script?
Well, not if you're going to lose Misa. That or gone.
That's tough.
It's a great roam from Perez above on Tubrau. He's certainly frozen out this PSG Talent advance.
Soldier wants to find some other player up above, but of course still hasn't found much. He is alone up on the balcony. Could be finding STK. Live is over on Library Stairs, but otherwise it is STK completely by his lonesome. He's often not found success when he's been playing solo through yesterday and today. But he's got the default. Oh.
You were on the cam.
Yeah, the cam can't see who's outside the window, I suppose, but...
You can hear somebody on rappel clear.
He could have been able to hear that, yeah.
These rounds have been played out so peculiar, in such a peculiar manner. where it's been slow, brief burst of action, and then slow. PSG Talent realize that they are losing their grip on their own map.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to slow them down even more, right? As the nerves start to set in. We talk about that a lot with this team.
This would be huge, by the way, if Raza Company Academy wins this map and ultimately goes on to win in 2-0. Oh boy. It'd be excellent for them in the standings.
5 kills post the rehost.
Yeah. Big, big, big moments for Perez. Who had 10 kills, by the way, before the rehost.
Wow. He's consistently a performer at top events. The last 2 times he went to international tournaments, he was the best on his team. That was both Yongshiping and Manchester for Black Dragons and E1, respectively.
Live taking an awful lot of damage now. Have to expect that that bolt action from Kali is the culprit. Biggest issue that PSG Talent has faced over the last couple rounds, the time. More than anything, they've had to wrestle with the clock. They're in the same predicament at the moment with 20 seconds still remaining. They got a shotgun in the hands of Flastry. Isolating them as now Live uses his last toxic canister. Live and Flastry go huge! And Flastry gets both of the final kills to send them away. Raza Company Academy taking PSG Talon's map 7-5.
Beautifully executed at the end there. Raza Company, they don't skip a beat. Got a little scary as it seemed like PSG Talon were getting their feet underneath them, but as soon as they locked in, the tech issues did not sway them and they were able to keep strong in that second half. Beautifully done on that Chalet map pick of their opponents.
One more map at minimum is needed. It's Bank. Is it going to be a 2-0? Or will we see some fight from PSG Talon? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Available now.
Raza Company win their map pick in the first map in the series. Off to a strong start to continue the success from yesterday, but in general, for this map, a solid start as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think, obviously, Raza H Company Academy, they got off the marks pretty quickly. They took a big lead going up there on the attack against PSG Talon, and that's ultimately what got them over the line. It did end up being a 3-3 attack split, and we'll come on to Fabian's timeout and how PSG responded during their first half on the defense. But what I will say is once Raza H Company got onto the defense, they were really making PSG Talon really try and unpick them, really try and adapt and actually problem solve, and PSG Talon didn't have the answer to that. Obviously, there's a lot of talent on Raza H Company as well, and the one big thing, to be honest, and that I really liked is the one thing I like about this team that they have is the discipline that they operate within. Everything they do is for a purpose. Everything they do, it makes a lot of sense and you can see the logic behind it. And I think it's a really stable foundation that they play from.
Yeah, it's very nice to see this from the players. Some personal, individual moments as well. I mean, we saw the Besetto 1v3 just there earlier, getting the diffuser off as well. Flash3 here with the shotgun. Some great individual prowess coming out from these players. But like we said, it was a strong start in general. We saw the discipline, like you mentioned as well, Jack. And we should have Alfama over at the Telestrator to show us how exactly it was some discipline coming out from Reza.
Yeah, I wanted to give an example of just exactly what that looks like, especially in attack. You know, we've spoken about the fact that they thrive in chaos and they've got good individual prowess, but here the cohesion and the step-by-step plays were on the top level from Reza. We're on the dining bomb site on Chalet, and when we take a look, the first thing you've got to do here is clear up top. And actually, you have 3 defenders on PSG holding Bathroom, holding Master, and holding Solarium. That's your target. Now, take a look at how Raza Company is set up. Basically here, a group of 3 players that are going to be creating vertical pressure, horizontal pressure rather, 2 from Piano right now, onto Bathroom, onto here Kobe and Master, and then live onto Master from this couch position. And then you have 2 cutoffs, so 3 creating pressure, and then 2 cutoffs, 1 from Bathroom window here, and then 1 from Trophy window to cut any fall off from the top floor. And if you look at this push, how do you create pressure? You use utility. Live sends that grenade and gets the kill on Master, and that pushes everyone off the top floor. At this point, you've cleared top floor. The next step is you execute on site. And if you look at this setup once again, it's perfectly set up on the side of Raza. So as you can see here, you've basically got 1 player jumping in West Main, looking at dining players. You've got a trophy window player jumping in the trophy window to look at kitchen, and both of the Solarium players can then help in a crossfire any of the 2 teammates. And at this point, even though it's only horizontal pressure, you've got a crossfire on every single anchor on the bomb site. And it looks so great when you jump in. Look, Dokkaebi jumps in, wins the gunfight on the kitchen player. West Main jumps in, wins the gunfight on the dining player. He gets killed, but at this point, you've got site control. And look at Live upstairs. He's got a flank cam on the top floor, and he's just ready for the freest freebie in his life. perfect setup from Raza, high discipline, and at first it was because PSG Talon was giving them too much space. But we're going to talk more on the desk on how they adapted to this.
Yeah, that is a great shout indeed. We saw some good discipline from them in the first 3 rounds, but it was also nice to see that kind of adaptation. When we pull up the graphic of the match result, or the map results in general, we'll see the chronological order of the rounds, so we can see what happened with PSG Talon after they took the timeout.
Yeah, so PSG Talon, the timeout was after round 4. We obviously just saw Leo in the early rounds there. It was 3-1 at that point in time to Raza H Company Academy. Now, Fabian, in his timeout, he was talking about how we're giving them too much space, how we're letting them do what we want. And he ended his timeout by saying, fight, 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 fight. And that's exactly what PSG Talon did. They got it back to a 3-3 split. It went through to 4-4. But I think one theme of this game that we certainly noticed on the player cams, as we see here, is the emotional highs and lows that PSG Talon are operating in is maybe outside of the norm that you'd expect for a team. When they got those couple of rounds and they got around it where it was a dining attack and they used the shield to then get a knife kill, they were laughing, they were smiling, they were very, very jovial. But then when Gotti failed that clutch, when things were not going well, they were really, really downbeat, and they seem to not operate outside at extreme levels of emotional highs and lows, and that's a bit of a concern when you're looking at an extreme level of professional sports, because you want your players to be in that mid-range, never getting too happy, never getting too low, so they can produce consistency.
For me, this is the biggest win condition for them. All of these guys, they're really young. They've got high pressure and high stakes and high expectations when it comes to this, and they shouldn't be too worried. And you can see that change in their faces. Yeah. When they're happy, when they're not happy, the performance follows. They need to just drop off, enjoy the event. This is the highest event you can play in Siege. You're lucky to be here, just enjoy it. That's basically what they need to do.
And that's what we saw from them in Manchester when they had such a successful run. They were just enjoying it and they knew it was a free hit.
Great example in that as well is the Gotti, the way he looked after he lost that 1v1 against Baseto on the bar game side. You could just see how he was so upset with it. He lost that 1v1 where he shouldn't have lost it. But there is some time for PSG to recover themselves, to regain this positive mental attitude, because they take a bit of a break before back with the second map in the series, Bank. The second map of the series is Bank, the chance for PSG to regain themselves in this best-of-3 series. Now, I'd love to hear some stats, any kind of previous performances on this map from either of these teams.
Yeah, so it's a very strong map for Raza. I'm not surprised that they've picked Bank. They've actually beat FaZe 7-2 on it during the Blast premiere in Brazil. And at the same time, it's been really strong for them during the LCQ. So I think so far, it's heavily favored for them. Having won the map pick of PSG Talon, this could be a 2-0.
And I think the way that Bank plays out as well, particularly once PSG Talon get onto their attacks, it will be the second half of this game. They're going to have a lot of problems to unpick. You think of the basement of Bank, picking parts there, the stairs, how you're going to breach the hatches, so on and so forth. The same with the top floor, the same with open area. There's lots of layers and different problems that Raza can set up on their defenses. The PSG will have to unpick, which they didn't show too much of in Chalet.
Okay, so I guess the main positive hope for PSG maybe is that they get to start on defense and hope to at least get some rounds under their belt on that first half of the second map. Here, our casters are ready, the game is ready. It's time to get this going.
Thank you very much, Ann, and thank you very much for that great segment, breaking things down. I really like Leo's drip today, but I gotta say, the MVP is Jack's jacket.
It's nice. It's really, I've been looking at it all day.
It's very nice.
All day.
Now
wow.
we have to come up with ways to now compliment Ann and Leo over Jack the next time that we show up on the camera.
Yeah, we'll find some way to bring him back down to earth.
We'll figure it out.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll figure it out for sure. So, as you heard from the analyst, this is a great map for Raza Company Academy. Are they going to persevere 2-0? And what would that mean for the standings in this group, Jesse?
Well, I want to say I don't disagree at all with Leo. He hit the nail on the head. This is an amazing map for Raza Company Academy. In fact, since Stage 2, they have an 8-1 record on bank, their only loss being 8-7 to NIP. And as Leo mentioned, they've got some wins over some big teams, FaZe Clan, Liquid, a few others. They absolutely dominate when they come to bank. But I will remind you that when we talked to Fabian, he wanted to go to bank. He wanted this map to be in the pool. He was happy to play it against RCAC. Obviously, he'll be coming into this with a lot of VODs, I will say, for PSG Talon's side of things. They are undefeated here since Stage 2, but they only played it twice. Both were in Korea against D+ and Orgulus, so it's a very small sample size coming into things. I will also remind you of the current visual bug where the operator teams are swapped. So PSG Talon banned out the Ying, and then Raza Company Academy will get 2 bans here. I know it says PSG Talon, just ignore that. Raza Company will be choosing to ban out the Blackbeard, which makes sense because Soldier was so good on that operator back on Chalet, so I think that's a very logical ban to take off the board for Raza Company. And then on defense, they will choose to remove the Azami, which I believe was removed last time too, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it alive? I think it actually might have been around.
No, those are removed.
Okay, well.
It was a Blitz Azami, and then it was Capitao Valkyrie.
Okay.
So the only same ban is going to be that Azami. The other 3 are all brand new, Ying, Blackbeard, and Kaid.
And the Kaid makes a lot of sense. PSG Talon loved to ban Kaid on bank. That was what I would expect them to ban out. So that is logical. They don't have many results, but they do ban it every now and again. So good to see that that gets taken off the board. Raza Company should be ready for that, given that it was a common ban for them historically on this map. But I will reiterate, information advantage should be in the pocket of PSG Talon just because Raza Company Academy play this map so often. And for PSG Talon, it is pretty rare. They'll be starting on defense, and they'll be starting on the best bomb site on bank, which of course is the bottom floor. With that, they're going to be bringing a pretty heavy roam game, and my focus for this matchup is going to be on Misa. You know, he was the guy that post-tactical timeout started to really get active in their map 1 on Chalet. It felt like he was the guy that gave life to this team. Something that Jack said on the desk, which I really agree with, is that PSG Talon have very high highs and very low lows, and that can often be a detriment to their team play. It's going to be important that Misa starts them off on some kind of a high, though, right? We've got to see this team active and fighting their enemies in the early round. If they're playing scared like they were at the start of Chalet, they're going to go home here 2-0.
I mean, it's tough when you're going on your opponent's map choice and they're just quite so dominant. Even if you play at your best, it's still quite the uphill climb.
For sure.
There's a lot of things that will need to go right for PSG Talon to emerge with a victory here on this map. Though yesterday, some of these teams were no strangers to winning each other's map choices. One thing that I noticed the most on this Chalet is that there are extended periods of really very little happening for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Maybe not the case when Raza Company Academy is on attack, but when it's PSG Talon on attack, there are a lot of times on Chalet where it seemed like they were maybe a step behind or still spending quite a great deal of time, oh my goodness, trying to get towards the building. Last had a nice cheeky drone that saw both the yokai as well as the player, and the first kill of Bank will go to Raza Company Academy. Terrific start on their part.
I don't think they know that Ryder's inside of elevators, though. I mean, given Perez's position, he clearly has No clue that there could be somebody there. Caught on the default cam too. Ryder, this is your moment, your chance to strike. A free pick, surely, if he just holds W, could even get 2. There's the first, and there's the second. Perfectly done by Ryder. That's the entry we needed to see on Chalet.
Yeah, you were spot on about that one, Jesse. So, excellently played. They'll tilt the numbers back in favor of PSG Talon. They've also got a bevy of shotguns. Both Soldier and Gotti will be running those shotguns. Soldier running the shotgun is not abnormal, but I mean, the MP5 suppressed is a pretty respectable gun. I suppose if you could control the Bearing 9, which when you add that holographic housing to it, it becomes one of the biggest guns in the entire game. Extremely close to the front of your screen. The smoke somehow managing to escape. Gotti losing out. Survives as it's Flastry to miss. First floor control for Raza Company Academy, but they seem to be stuck in the mud a little bit. Ryder's play completely caught them off guard. The smoke spotted for a second. Flastry smoked out of his position on stairs, has to run back up top. Now the work to open up part of this bomb site will get done. Spearheaded by Basetto on that Hibana, opening up the wall into a very familiar plant spot. It's blanketed by the toxic gas. But there's an opportunity here for Basetto to get the plant down with no damage being done. STK punished by Yas as the flames linger inside of Red. It's good enough for Basetto to get out of that position as the last toxic babe will go down. Flastry will buy more time with a smoke and a fire arrow. First the fire arrow, the smoke being kept in reserve. Basetto sees multiple people from above, but the problem is that Type 89 runs out of bullets so quickly. Manages to outduel 2, Gotti through the wall, and now he'll drop Flastry's last alive on a single point of HP. All he needs to do is buy about 10 more seconds, and he finds one head, but Gotti wins the duel and has enough time to get on it. This round for Raza Company Academy was lost when Ryder took 2 players down by surprise inside of Elevator. There just wasn't enough insurance to cover the whole thing, and the first round goes to the Korean team.
And Gotti, a bit of redemption after he failed that 1v1 clutch back on Chalet. Gets it done this time in the 1v1 up against Flastry now. He fumbled a little bit on the smoke, letting that plant go down with Basetto holding F inside the site. The Toxic Babes were out, but they didn't quite hit the plant there, so that was a bit of a mistake coming out from Gotti. I was a little concerned. They were in a 4v2, so you think, you know, they win the post plant, but Bank Basement is one of the toughest post plants in the game for defense. So it was not easy by any means, but thankfully Gotti stepped up, got the job done there in the 1v1. Also, of course, Ryder with that huge flank set them up to be in that 1v1 position to begin with. So Ryder deserves a lot of credit that round, just as much as Gotti does. I think for Raza, you could probably criticize their droning game a little bit. Letting Ryder kind of exist on that top floor, misdroning him is a pretty obvious mistake there. Maybe a Dokkaebi would have been a good change on that operator lineup, but mistakes happen. You live and learn. Sometimes also you got to cut corners just in the sake of keeping up the pace and speeding up your round a little bit. So that's Rainbow Six Siege. It'll happen now and again, and Raza, for their part, came very close to winning that round anyways. So 1-0 for PSG Talent. Plenty of games still to play. We'll go to the top floor now, and this is one of those bomb sites that, similar to Chalet, can be very strong for defense if Castle Azami are left on the board. But Azami was banned out, and Castle's not actually being brought out by the defender. So there is a potential for a lot of good window play from Raza Company Academy. Watch out to see if any of that ends up coming through.
Castle's an operator who has pretty good application on most bomb sites on this map, especially if you want to hold down that top floor. If he and Azami are available at the same time, that's just an awful lot that you have to cut through. Good bit of coordination, but yes, somehow misses, and so does Soldier. 2 separate players urged to take the fight over towards that square door. A third will also die from this position. Ryder tussling through the open wall, and he loses 2. Gotti, who saved the round previously, is in a 1v5 with 2 minutes left on the clock. A punishing start to this round. And with such a great advantage, Basetto taking no time at all off of the clock to get that diffuser down. He doesn't even manage to accomplish it because STK gets the final kill. A flawless win for the Brazilian team. Boy, oh boy, it's like the second round didn't even begin.
What a response. I mean, top square just got everything done. I almost like that PSG Talon went for a little bit more of an aggressive play, right? A big problem they had on Chalet was maybe starting a bit slow. Here, I mean, they're willing to get aggressive. They're finding these fights in the early round. Yeah, they lost all their fights on round number 2. That'll happen sometimes, but man, I'm just happy they're swinging, they're taking these gunfights, if nothing else. They've also been playing a lot of this Echo, right? Try to get themselves a bit of that intel advantage. I feel like PSG Talon play more Echo than any other team in the world. I don't have numbers to back that up, but that's the vibe I get from watching them play both yesterday and today. They love this operator, feeding that intel to the roamers to make those swings. Tried to make it happen. Unfortunately, STK was a little bit too good for them today, so that will be a 1-1 on the scoreboard. But I want to see them keep up that pace, right? Make sure that you keep on going for these swings. Stay aggressive, stay confident. The worst possible thing that can happen for PSG Talon is that they stop believing in themselves. They stop swinging, they start playing scared, and they let Raza Company walk all over them.
As the great band Journey said, don't stop. Believe him.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've heard that song.
I'm very glad.
Yeah.
Given that your taste in music is horrible.
My taste in music is far better than
you listen to AI slop.
I don't.
You listen to AI slop.
I do not.
All AI is slop, but you listen to AI slop.
Don't listen to AI music. You made this up and convinced yourself of this.
Ryder had a huge moment in the very first round. Throwing a spanner in the works for Raza Company Academy. He will not be able to do the same on this third round as he's the first one to die. It's picked off moments ago by Basetto. Legion dying in the first 15 seconds means that you've maybe set down 3 to 4 goo mines at absolute most at that point. It means effectively the operator you chose was irrelevant. Don't.
The smallest picks, they could probably get it from the doorway.
There you go.
That's easier.
Take matters in your own hands. This is the exact same place on the map where we saw them thrive before. Raza Company Academy stacked up over towards square stairs.
God, he's got a decision to make.
Soldier emerging from inside a conference room. Perez will die, and it's a continued run away. Basetto's just a bit too slow to punish him. It's a good fallback from PSG Talon. They have completely vacated the premises. We'll head over towards the open area bomb site.
Gotti makes the decision to drop the hatch, which is an easy call after Soldier gets the kill. It's a little bit awkward in the 4v5. You'd love to equalize that man count. The shotgun and janitor was a powerful spot, but once it's equal, get out of there. You've wasted good time. Happy with that. Basetto on the sends means that this is almost certainly going to be a square push where they try to plant deep inside a cafeteria. Currently playing on the hatch, but I expect Basetto to rotate over towards square late into the round. Could switch it up, but this is one of the OG Sens bomb sites where we used to see this operator a lot. Keep in mind, any bulletproof cams that might be in sight will not be able to see through that Sens wall. It's a big change that happened to Sens recently.
This Valkyrie of Yas wants an engagement, and well, with the way he played in map number 1, I allow Yas a bit more freedom to take these fights, but a Valkyrie at that range can be a challenge, especially against these better optics and I think you could argue better guns. He's picked apart by Flastry. With all the doors reinforced, you have to worry, or barricaded, you have to worry about what's going to be coming from down below. Basetto another kill as Misa swings. That Sens wall does not go the way that they expected. From above, Soldier tries the retake, and PSG Talon have completely imploded. It's all up to Gotti in the midst of the bomb site. As a support player, he's going to be last alive more often than not. And while he showed some heroics in round number 1, it's not there for this third round. Raza Company Academy takes the lead on their own map.
More great plays from Basetto, the hard support on RCAC, who's having an excellent tournament so far in Boston. The Sens wall, it was a little concerning, the fact that it had that big gap there.
It was a very narrow V.
Yeah, it was a little concerning, but he used it to his advantage. I mean, he got all the fights. I think PSG Talon saw that as a gap, as an opportunity, like maybe it was a mistake. But whether it was intentional or whether it was a mistake, they capitalized off of it, and they managed to find the frags off. So perfectly done by Basetto. Flastry as well, getting some picks around the site there. The 4v4 fall-off, I mean, I like the decision from PSG Talon. I think ultimately the swings just didn't really go their way in sight. It was a close round. Could have gone their way if they won a couple more gunfights, maybe. Tried to get a bit active, perhaps, in that mid-round, too. They were pretty passive. I think one guy flanked top floor. We saw that in the replays. But broadly, it was a lot of sight play from PSG Talon once they got to that latter part of the round. And, you know, I'm hesitant to criticize that too heavily because I've seen many a player go for ill-advised flanks and either end up dying to a flank watcher, baiting the whole round, so it's nice when that doesn't happen, but always a tough spot, and especially when the attackers are playing as well as they are here on Bank. That's going to be a difficult decision. And we expect Raza Company Academy to be a great Bank team. We know their record, we know how dominant they are. They have defeated some of the greatest teams in the world on this map, and now they've got to go up against PSG Talon.
Are you saying PSG Talon's not one of the greatest teams?
I didn't say that, Parker.
I feel like that's what you were saying, Jesse.
If the viewers want to say that, the viewers can say that, but I'm not going to make that statement.
Is your job not to make statements as the color caster?
Well, maybe I'm a big PSG Talon fan.
Are you?
I like the team.
I've learned something new about you.
I like the team. They got Pengu. I love Pengu. That's my favorite caster.
Wait, what?
I love Pengu.
I heard what you said. I choose to ignore it.
Okay.
Pengu's actually in action, casting with Demarta on the other stream right now. I'd like to remind you that we don't know the score, but M80 and Joel were doing battle on stream B. It was in the second map, so for all we know, the matchup could actually be over. Gotti with the very first kill here on this particular matchup. Hits the drive-by on Perez, who's the best player for this team over the last day or so. I mean, live, I guess, could give him a run for his money.
Perez was definitely the best an hour ago.
Yes.
On Chalet. No
yes, very
questioning
correct.
that.
Very correct.
Historically been very good as well.
There's something about these IQs dying early every single time. I understand what the way teams are using these IQs as of late. If it's not an outright entry, you are at least close enough to the action so that you can gain some value from your gadget, but at the same time, IQs dying early. Don't get a ton of value.
Yeah, we see Misa was just swapping through some cams. We got to see some positions. There's one in server. Ryder swapping through them now. It looks like there's just one Valk cam in server. So that's probably watching Basetto right at this very moment. They won't be able to spot that with the Valk cam. Could be dangerous if they're not careful on the side of Raza Company. The time is also getting low. This is going to be explosive, Parker. Still Goyo canisters to pop off, but watch out for these Capitals. It could enable a sneaky plant spot that PSG Talon aren't expecting.
Yeah, you typically need about 45 seconds to wait out the Goyo canisters, to wait out the toxic nades, everything that comes with it. If there's any nitro cells to be thrown, of which we can see there's one in pocket of Soldier. At this point in time, Raza Company Academy are a little bit behind the clock. So I suspect what they'll need is they'll need these players on the periphery to start doing some damage. Maybe drop some hatches, maybe hit from the back. Because as it stands right now, Basetto is not going to be able to safely get this diffuser down in the next 20 seconds with all that's there. But down goes Yas. Misa also taking quite a beating. That's live in on the action. Basetto waiting for the call, live through the small little kill hole, is managing to hold them at bay. 3 seconds left, Basetto walks in, somebody needs to grab the diffuser. They're running out of time! Timer at 0. It's all up to SDK, and Ryder needs to shut it down. With the timer at 0, he gets the job done. Another huge round from Ryder. PSG Talon earn a hard-fought victory in that round.
Ryder and Gotti, the two MVPs of that round, both stopping a planter. First, it was Gotti that killed Basetto, who started his very first plant at 3 seconds left on the clock, and then Ryder following it up, clutching up the 1v2. Perfectly done by the two youngest players on PSG Talon. Two players that we in the community have been critical of. They've had some rough moments here in Boston. You can't deny that fact, but they are stepping up now on Bank. Perfectly done in the high-pressure situation with the time as low as it was for Raza Company. They needed everything to go perfect in the last 10 seconds of that round. The smoke play as well from Misa, I gotta compliment that. That's the reason why that plant had to go down so late from Basetto. He knew he couldn't just go for that plant. I was expecting with the Capital, maybe they were gonna drop the hatch and go for a plant somewhere else in the bomb site, right? Maybe they were gonna try to smoke things off and go for a unique sneaky plant spots, but we didn't actually see that from PSG Town, from Raza Company. They just wanted a plant inside a server, and that got read and countered very nicely by PSG. So perfectly done. They answer that nicely. Raza clock getting a little bit away from them, and again, huge credit to Gotti and Ryder for stepping up big time.
As we said yesterday during our matches, and needs to be said today, because this is Raza Company Academy's map choice, the idea is that PSG Talon, their opponent, will pick the better side to begin on. Bank, like so many other maps, tends to tilt in favor of the defenders. There's nothing really odd about that one, so don't be too surprised if you see PSG Talon take 3 of these rounds just based on the side alone. Bodes well for Raza Company Academy when they swap sides. They'll be able to go to the favorable defender side themselves. Got to get there first. Your goal for this Brazilian team is to take at least 3 rounds. You can take 4 and emerge 4-2 from the first half, and that's excellent. But just as we saw a few times on Chalet, and now the same thing is happening here, Raza Company Academy need to be a little bit better with drone and clock management. PSG Talent were dreadfully slow on Chalet.
Oh. Dude, I'm telling you, it's harder than it looks.
Perez is not the nade guy. Let's put it that way.
A bit of that so far this series. We saw it on Chalet too. Nading a castle barricade without being able to cook them is a difficult task, let me tell you.
With the exception of live, this is a very linear take from Raza Company Academy. And, well, I mean, it's an upstairs hold. You don't have to do a ton of droning compared to the other bomb sites because most teams will run a bunker style of defense. And that's what you see out of PSG Talon. They are not that far removed from the site. Ryder right now sitting inside of stock trading. You got Misa over inside of Trump. Ryder hitting the shots onto SCK, continuing with all 5 of his kills being incredibly high value. Yaz is having a very slow start. He lost 1 of those Scopos drones and he loses another. My goodness, a great shot from live on the Soldier. And suddenly Square is in the clutches of Raza Company Academy with a minute left on the clock.
That was a great shot. They're not done hunting for these though. They're walking into the site and Basetto somehow survives as he gets into a plant position. Misa with the DMR couldn't find the frag. Can the C4 though? Yes? No! Basetto dodging left and right, finally shut down by Gotti in the 3v2 now.
Perfect time for PSG Talent to just ride this one out. Ryder's next one in line of sight for live. Advantage for the Koreans, and it gets better as now Perez, who's been outside the whole time, rappels on in and gets cut down to size by Misa.
Really good guys, come on!
Big dad energy from Fabian, cheering on his little league team. That's what I get. I'm not saying PSG Talon's the little league team. I'm saying that that's the energy that Fabian gives off, is the little league dad sitting behind the pitch.
No, and I mean, hey, they scored a home run that time. Gotti, back-to-back rounds, a huge impact. He was plus 34 in Korea this stage, playing some support operators, Habana, a little bit of Warden, I think it was. Yesterday, though, he went -4. He didn't have the greatest debut. And, you know, coming into this event, for me, Gotti was maybe the biggest mystery player, right? We don't cast Korea. Gotti is not a player that has really played much Tier 1 Siege. Being picked up by an org such as PSG Talent, or of all the talent that they have in Korea, going for a guy like Gotti, who hadn't played Tier 1 Siege in a long time before being picked up by PSG Talent, it was a big question mark move from me. He had great stats throughout the second stage. Obviously, he did perform domestically, but I just didn't know how that would translate internationally. And watching the game yesterday, it felt like it kind of didn't. Today, though, Gotti has been fantastic. Really seems like he stepped up. Yes, you know, there were moments on Chalet where he didn't look his best. That lost 1v1 seemed to deflate the team a little bit, but round after round, he's been showing up for PSG Talent, getting some incredibly impactful frags. You'll love to see it come out of the young gunner. Gotti's been great so far. If they keep that up, then taking their opponent's map pick, forcing that consulate, it is absolutely still in the cards for PSG Talent.
As much as these two teams were pegged as 2 of the weaker teams to come into this event, you are still one of the best in the world. I don't expect a lot of 2-0s at this level. It's still possible that Raza Company Academy can pull it off, but as you said, there's plenty more to play. I mean, I think after CAG's match yesterday, anything is possible.
100%.
For PSG Talent, though, even winning a single map would be a huge boon, because if they lose this 2-0, they are in such a hole. I don't know, barring DZ imploding today, I don't really know if they'd have much hope moving forward in this group. Soldier goes for a gamble as he jumps out the window and is punished by live. That's the Vigil. I guess as a Vigil, you can gamble by jumping out the window, but more often than not, you want to stay alive and cause droning issues, which we've seen Raza Company Academy struggle through. They're down to just 4 active drones at the moment. 1 more kept in pocket. A Vigil on the board on a map like Bank means that there's panic that can ensue when you get towards the dying moments of the round. We still got half of the round to play with the advantage right now, very firmly on the side of RCAC. They're up 5v3.
Lots of time. Sends on the board for Veto. Everything to play with for Raza Company. PSG Talon, are they going to make a move? Are they going to try to do something cheeky to capitalize on this and regain an advantage? With the low drone count, maybe they don't have to, but the red pings do still come out onto Yas. They've got 2 Nitros and Toxic Babes, so I mean, they can stall out. If it's a plant-focused strat from Raza, they have answers to that, but if you're going to be planting over by Cafeteria, it is going to be tough to toss the Nitro that far if you're in the other site. The Sense Wall tossed out. It didn't actually go through. It might have gotten shot by one of the defenders.
Still 2 more walls, though, to be thrust forward. I hope for better results than the last time they threw it towards the B bomb site. Upstairs in the trading office, lots of damage being done to the floor, but not to the players themselves. Gotti with a kill onto Perez. Numbers get closer, but still favoring Raza Company Academy. And there are the walls. STK playing around it so effectively. Now he'll go into the back of the site. A drop comes in. Misa spots Sit looking for kill number 2. Can't quite get it just yet. Transfers over to Flastry, and now Gotti with 8 kills to his name. Almost as much as the rest of his team. Will have to add to an already impressive tally. Walks into break room, but he's empty-handed. There's nobody there. They're all deeper inside of open area. Veto bleeding out. That means that there's 3 guns trained towards his direction. And it's Flastry to seal the deal. The support player doing more than just guiding in the defuse kit and overseeing the plant. Raza Company Academy win the final round of the first half. It's a tie game, 3-3. And ideally, for Raza Company Academy, you now go onto the better side of this map. That means trouble for PSG Talon as they're already down 1 map.
It's a clean adaptation compared to round number 3 for Raza. I mean, they almost faked that Cafeteria plant with the Sens wall. It felt like PSG Talon really thought that was where the defuse kit was going to come from, where it ended up going down. You can still ignite yourself and Gotti in the 1v3. The Sens wall was still incredibly effective. That same gap was there as it was the previous round, and they got another pick off of it. Clearly does seem intentional at this point. They're aware that that's an angle that exists. PSG Talon just are addicted to swinging that angle. Constantly getting punished on it. The defuse kit obviously did drop in through stock. And despite some good play by Misa, it wasn't enough. He had 1 kill last round. It was a really important kill down to the guy holding the defuse kit, but ultimately he died right after, so it wasn't a successful round in the end. He had the opportunity given his positioning, but couldn't quite pull it through with enough kills. As you mentioned, 3-3, and the standings are going to be an important spot as we continue through this matchup. If PSG Talon win this game over Raza Company, say they win it 2-1 in the series, things start looking a little scary for Dark Zero. Falcons are in this group. They've already gotten a clean win. They've got a lot of points. Raza Company got a lot of points yesterday. PSG Talon gets some points today. BDS will probably get some points. It would really widen the group. The possibilities would be out there, but Dark Zero statistically would probably be in the worst spot if PSG Talon walk away with the win here.
I will say this much, through their gameplay, these 2 teams in particular, and then DZ, showed the most room for improvement, I would argue, in this group. I mean, Team Falcons are Team Falcons, and we haven't seen BDS play just yet. But I gotta say, this group, in terms of their potential, doesn't seem to match up to some of the other groups that we have at this event. All that means is that as these teams get their reps in, and the rep right now is going to need to be having your entries be maybe a bit more successful. Perez dies for Raza Company, meaning that it's PSG Talon with an advantage, but Misa now becomes 1-6. Next one up is Live, who takes some damage, now needs to head for the hills. Nicely played by STK and Live. Running over these PSG Talon players. Soldier and Ryder still remain. The other groups will be watching the results here in Group C quite keenly. For these teams, though, getting to live events and being able to get experience against international teams is invaluable. PSG Talon still has tons of potential as a squad, win or lose here, and as you can say the same for Raza Company Academy. If you didn't watch their matchup yesterday, we touched on it a few times, but we'll say it again. This is the former E1 roster in Brazil. Yes, the same organization and Ultimate Core, who made it to the Manchester Major just about 9-10 months ago, give or take. They made 2 roster moves, and then E1 exited the esport, and Raza, the streamer, swooped in to pick them up for this event. seems to be paying off. They won their match yesterday against Dark Zero, and they just won the round, taking the lead on their own map.
And their CEO, Raza himself, is in Boston doing a co-stream at the moment. He's been very happy with the results so far. I've seen a lot of that on Twitter.
Hasn't he been at most of the events?
Yeah, he's everywhere. That man travels.
Which is funny because, as far as I'm aware, Raza himself is with Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And then Raza has another team that might be... Imagine if they played against Team Liquid. What happens at that point?
I don't even know. That would be Razaception at that point. Who would he even cheer for?
Imagine Raza is a streamer with Team Liquid, and then he creates Raza Company Academy. And then one of the players, let's say like Live, gets so big, he creates Live Esports. And then he has his team play. And next thing you know, you've got Liquid, Raza Company Academy, and Live Esports all playing at the same time. What happens then? They could take over the whole scene, Jessica.
I believe in Live.
It's Raza all the way down.
After Live put up 3 kills in that last round, going for some big roams, he could do anything, in my mind. Notable it happened in the first round, they swapped to defense here on Bank as well. Yesterday, Live was the single best defensive player in the tournament, rocking a 3.0 KD ratio on defense through our first day of official competition. He continues that trend, getting 3 kills in the first round of defense here on Bank. He's been exceptional all map long, but especially on defense is where he shines. If he keeps heating up here, PSG Talon are unlikely to find much success. Here's a run up from SDK, and it will be successful. Finds Ryder out on the rappel. That's going to be the ace player going down, which will cut off a lot of good angles on the Kanto wall, as well as down by elevators.
Gotti's got all these kills in support roles, by the way.
Yep.
Clutching huge rounds as a defender, but on attack, it's a lot more challenging. And now as a Monty, I don't expect to see that 8 kill tally tick upwards that much on this round.
No.
You need your supporting cast to do work. Yes,
Wait.
1 in 7. Far cry from what we saw in the previous map.
This is insane.
This is very goofy. It's the Fabian special. Uh-oh.
No way.
They knew exactly how to counter this. A brilliant move by PSG Talon to smoke Skylight and rappel down through the lobby.
I've never seen that one before. You learn something new every day. Fabian's been cooking. What a strat. Cavitao bolt on the Skylight, Glaz in. Now we can set on the window repels as well and keep hunting for these players down below, providing so much good pressure from Yas. That's one we got to try out in ranked. My God.
Really is quite brilliant. Oh my, Misa enters, and they don't even see him through ATMs. And down he goes at that teller's desk. Now the Monty making quite an awful racket on that front spiral staircase as he backs away. No nitro cell in pocket for Perez. And now all these PSG Talent players will assemble around the mountain as they move ever so slowly towards the objective. Just as we saw Raza Company Academy frustrated by the time on a couple of rounds here, so too will PSG Talon be. They can't quite pick up the pace. They'll exhaust the smoke, giving more coverage to Yas's Glaz. There's still 2 more smokes, by the way. One's in arrow, one's in pocket. Soldier dies, Yas dies, Gotti and Misa, last 2 alive. Gotti shredded through. Crossfire so strong from Raza Company Academy, and Misa will swing on in as Perez gives him an untimely demise. There is no enthusiasm on the side of Raza Company Academy in the slightest, despite the fact that they are walking away with this map. A 5-3 scoreline now, prompting PSG Talent to call their timeout. The 3-time world champion will attempt to coach his team towards at least a victory here, if not pushed to overtime, but you need to start the comeback at some point. Let's listen into what he's saying.
Right into where they want us. Right into it. If we see that CEO is clear and couches is clear, maybe rotate out to banana, come around, go different routes. Get up with the Monty to the mirror window and punch it. For the next coming attacks, we need to be way, like when we have this advantage and we have much space, or when we've taken a lot of space, we need to slow down and figure out the game plan. Give it a purpose. How do we win the round? Ask this question, and then you answer it. Good luck.
ask the question and answer it. How do we win the round? He wants the team to start searching for other avenues if their initial game plan isn't finding much. And I think that really reflects on the last round we just watched. Raza Company Academy, as soon as they understood what was going on, right? As soon as they realized this is a glass smoke play, they ended up playing really respectful. You know, they played super passive. They didn't challenge these smokes. They played really far back in the bomb site. And what did the Monty do? Gotti on the shield ended up just walking really deep over towards CEO, tried to punch a mirror window, got shot in the back, that dropped the fuse kit on the ground, and all of a sudden the round kind of descended into chaos. Raza Company knew exactly what to do, baiting them deep into the site, because if they fought them up front over by Spiral, it was going to be an easy cleanup for that Glaz. After the rappel play, Yas didn't get anything with that sniper rifle, and so it was really well responded to by Raza Company. And I mean, you comment on their lack of enthusiasm after that win. I don't speak Portuguese, but I did hear one word, and they said smoke, and I think they were just trying to figure out what was going on with that skylight play, because that still is the most creative play I've seen at SI so far. I'm sure we'll see even more of that going forward, but shame it didn't result in the round win.
Let's see if an IQ can live a little bit longer than a minute here, Jesse. That has not been the case with our matches yesterday, and was not the case earlier here on Bank when Raza Company Academy was rolling with the operator. Very quick discovery on that top floor to see some walls carved open, castle barricades there as well, meaning you gotta expect some of the defenders will be playing at this position. Any intel that you're going to be able to get will be thwarted by those mute jammers. Albaceto. Right now, PSG Talon hanging off of Rappel on those windows. Looking for a swing in. Soldier has access to the defuse kit, by the way, and is going to burn. Oh my goodness! A beautiful shot from STK as the gadgetry from the Sens goes out. Toxic canisters will go as there's a drop off from the smoke of STK. Live gets one kill. It's his 12th. He gets punished by Gotti. Yas hunting for more than just 2 kills at this point. Over by elevators. Soldier very low on HP too. He's still got 3 of those Sens walls in pocket. Gotti below 50% of his HP. Things are not looking good for PSG Talon, especially given that there will be goo mines littered throughout this map. That'll be more and more damage that's absorbed by the Korean team as they fight to stay in this map. The way this result goes could honestly impact PSG Talon's ability to stay in this group and stay in this event. They managed to trap Flastry, though, inside of the elevator. He'll have to fight his way out, but he calls for reinforcements. Perez walks forward, guns down Soldier. Yas trades it out. A grenade thrown in by Yas. As now Flastry pulls out the super shorty, drops to the basement, and will head back towards the bomb site. Gotti and Yas miles apart at the moment as Yas picks up that defuse kit. And maybe has an opportunity to go on to drone. They're both quite a ways away from this open area bomb site. And there's not a lot of time left for them to get there.
Feels like do or die right now. The 2 newest pickups for PSG Talon came in over the summer. Got to find 3 bodies that are just sitting inside the site. 2 Toxic Babes, STK about to throw out the first. Flastry on the main stairs in a very cheeky spot. They need to be aware of his position. They're taking time to drone this out. This is an investment of the clock. Will it pay off, though? I don't know.
Yas gives his position away as he vaults over and looks towards open area. And he'll be able to sledge through that castle barricade, but he needs Gotti nearby. All the while, STK is on the flank of blue. Could catch them both off guard. Gotti will go for the plant. Yas still has his back turned to him. This flank from Raza Company Academy could mean it all. STK plays it slow. He's got a barricade. He gets Yas. Flastry with another, and STK will join his teammates as they hop on the disable. Series point for Raza Company Academy, and I have never seen a team this unexcited with a result before.
I mean, I think they know how important this game is. I think they know that they've got a stronghold on it now, but it's just important to keep your head down and get to work. STK, some brilliant shots. Obviously, that late round flank to end up winning the whole game, coming in through square, was incredibly important from the captain of Raza Company Academy. But also in the early round, you saw it with the SMG-11 up inside a janitor. Sometimes a player just puts up a shot and you're like, there's nothing the enemy could have done about that. It's just like, GG go next. Like, what are you going to do about a shot like that?
Yeah.
It's going to happen. Unfortunately, it came out onto Misa for the opening pick. Here we go again in slow motion. Beauty shot. Misa has had a tough time here on Bank, was the MVP in my mind for PSG Talent on that first map. Got the team back into it when they started to slip, but today hasn't really been able to replicate that on the second map. You know, that late round execute from PSG Talent, some people criticize that for being really slow. I actually don't hate it because the fact that time was so low and there was a castle barricade on that square door, it really caught Raza Company off guard. I think Raza kind of took that option out of the equation because they thought, listen, there's 10 seconds. That wall is castle barricaded. There's no way they're pushing cafeteria, and all eyes were over towards open area instead. So they did get the plant down, and it definitely caught Raza Company off guard, but ultimately, the 3v2 post plant was too strong. The flank was excellent, so that will be series point for Raza Company. 6-3 on their own map pick of Bank. PSG Talon will have to go back to back to back, and slowly every single one of these sites will unlock for Raza, so they've got plenty of options on where they want to go. Basement will, of course, be the first choice, and if they lose this, it's likely we'll see it again in the 11th or 12th round in regulation here, probably overtime as well. Great Twitch drone work from Yas to start things off. Got a lot of good utility, and now setting up some intel. They might be able to punish Flashy playing inside a garage off that.
Ryder survives a Nitro cell, hucked up towards stock trading. Still manages to get the can opener to open up that hatch, but loses just over half of his HP in the process. That reduces him to a bullet or two. Always say that, but 5 bullets really is all you need to win a round. 5 headshots and that's it. It's game over. Doesn't always play out that cleanly though. Good drone work on that top floor to determine where the roamers are, but with about half of the round to go, Raza Company Academy assess their options and completely drop to the bomb site. They've now hunkered down there. Live looks like the only off-site player, and he gets droned out, but he's got the hatch to drop to.
Got really light roam, standard stuff from Raza Company. Happy for the 5-on-5. Look at the site utility. They've got Tuber out, of course. They've got Goyo Canister, Toxic Babes, a Nitro on Besetto. They've got plenty of util here.
I think it's already broken. It just hasn't fallen. Just trying to knife it in case he wants to.
Yeah.
I saw that.
The goal of our PSG Talon is going to be to somehow get a plant down. I honestly don't even hate if they try to hit the back and flood the site too. They've got a lot of X-Cairo still on Habana if they want to start opening more of these hatches. The Sens can cause some chaos as well. The Grim can give them some intel. Going for a fight might be the correct call because I don't know if they're going to get past all these Goyos, and there's still a smoke, or excuse me, a Warden playing on those silver stairs.
30 seconds is what the timer will be at when the last of those Goyo flames disappear. They've also got a read on the Goyo inside a garage. They know that there's one player playing off-site. It means that pushing from the direction of stairs towards the hatch drop is too troubling. Oh, Besetto catches Misa. STK gunning down Soldier, and it's one more from above. God eliminates STK as Ryder is on the ground. Flash Tree will have to watch for this engagement against Yas. They thought they had him under lock and key. They do not. Ryder picked back up Jesse, but it feels like it might be too little too late. PSG Talon on the ropes. Raza Company Academy just need the final 2 kills. They get 1, and I don't think Gotti's going to be able to get to the bomb site at all. He picks up an impactless kill against Live, but they've already got their headsets off. They're already standing. Raza Company Academy starts off the 6 Invitational 2-0. A big victory over PSG Talon today, and a big victory over DZ yesterday.
It's not a pop-off like it was against Dark Zero, but I think that just reflects the state of the match. This one came a little bit simpler, a little bit more of a standard game plan for Raza Company, and obviously some strong play right at the end to lock it down. Slow rounds, time and time again, for PSG Talon seem to be their bane, and it's going to make them go down 0-2 here in Group C, put themselves in a very dangerous position, not a single point through 2 days of competition. They'll only have 2 more matches to make that up against Dark Zero and BDS. Those are not opponents I'd want to be going up against.
6 Invitational slipping away from PSG Talon. Meanwhile, Raza Company Academy running away with it. We've still got 3 more series today, so we'll be back after this break with more of the 6 Invitational.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. realness, build this. We take it back to the realness, build this. We take it back to the realness, build this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back to the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
we're standing here with Paris after the 2-0 victory. Very impressive stuff from you guys. This whole SI, how are you feeling?
Really great. I think we are really prepared, so things are going like we wanted. So.
Right, let's talk about yesterday as well. Your first SI coming in, defeating a quite big team. That must be a great feeling too.
Oh, to me, like it's the work that we need to do. So it's not a big thing. We need to focus. We need to win every match or lose. So, you know. So like it's a great feeling, but it's not everything. We need to work more and more. The job's not done.
Okay, you seem rather calm about this. Love that. What do you think was the main key to the victory today?
I think we knew how they play. They play really slow, so we know that if we just stay, like, if we don't do things, we just stay, like, doing nothing, we would win, and we win.
That's exactly what happened. Now, one more thing. Someone told me that when you get into the lobby, you always say good morning to everyone. You wish them a good game. Positive mental attitude. Do you think it's important as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying just to have some fun. It's not like something really about positivity, but it is. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're playing a game for fun after all, right? So that's the most important thing. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with your next game.
Thank you.
For someone who's at their very first SI, I think Perez sounded rather calm going into that interview. But, I mean, do you guys agree with him saying they play kind of slow about PSG? We just had to, like, do our own thing?
Yeah, it was exactly that. It was create the problems for PSG, make them solve the problems, make them execute into Raza Company, and then punish them for that. And I think that was exactly the game plan. As soon as Raza was always on their defense, they were going to back their own attacks in terms of, you know, how they played as well. And ultimately, they had so many more answers than PSG Talon did, and were deserved victors. That's now 2 wins out of 2. Top of the group by a mile at this point, and yeah, looking very, very good for a team that I think a lot of people internationally might not necessarily know or recognize or think would have been good.
The win condition to just take things slow was very obvious, both in attack and in defense. If you look in attack, look at how many times Raza executed in the last few seconds of the match. They took all the time that they wanted to set up properly to execute. We broke down in Chalet how they were executing step by step. It's exactly what happened on Bank. And then in defense, it was all about time wasting. Playing smoke, playing Goyo, playing towards that late round execute and forcing utility in the face of PSG, because that's a big problem that we recognize time and time again with this team. They don't have the same level of problem solving than any other team at this event.
Yeah, we're noticing that definitely on their attacks. Looking at the map summary here as well, and the match summary in general. I mean, players that we've already talked about on the side of Raza, someone like Live is still standing out to us so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just look across the board as well. You're looking, you know, what do you want from a game when you're coming into this? You're coming into this as a hot favorite. You're thinking, right, let's get this done in 2. They got it done in 2. You're thinking, I want everybody to have a great performance. Everybody's had a good performance there. Everybody's, you know, more or less positive in EPS, 95 for STK, but positive in KD, good on the entry, very complete performance. And obviously, you know, Live's at the front of that, Perez is at the front of that, but a very complete performance from the whole squad there.
6 plants across 12 rounds of attacks also is a big standout for me.
Yeah.
It's a great way to rationalize what we've been saying about these guys playing step by step and traditional siege. That's 50% plant rate. It's amazing in attack.
Yeah, and planting is one of the bigger win conditions we can talk about. But in general, when it comes down to the attacks of Raza, there's so much depth in them. They can even go in full force, a fake execute.
Yeah, that was super cool to see on Bank with the sense usage. We have an example here where you're going to see right now Bacedo sending a sense into kitchen, and he's not going to activate it. That's the new sense, and you will see why. This is completely to fake and execute. You see the flash going, and at the same time, he's going to send that second sense to cover his real execute. And as soon as it's activated, you will see in kitchen at the same time, it's also activated. They thought it's going to be an execute in kitchen, and in fact, it's an execute onto that hatch. He's getting traded right now by Flashtree, and then Live can go and take the diffuser and plant. That was really well played, great sense usage, and again, great way to think of, okay, let's just bait and execute and go for the other one.
That's definitely one to take into your ranked games at home. If you want something easy that you can try and do, give that one a go, because Sense obviously had that buff that he can toggle the light walls up and down when you're playing with Sense, and that was great execute.
Yeah, and they're like unlimited unless you don't toggle them up, so it's a great thing to try out in your own games. Now, one player that we saw in that clip going for the plant, one thing we mentioned as the win condition for the likes of Raza is Live.
Yeah, live so far, I think we've mentioned it before in the pre-show. We've said one thing. We've said that this guy has been a long time standing top Brazilian players. He's got a year to shine with FaZe. It didn't work really well for him, and he's back with his team, and he's best than ever. It reminds me of Uno, that's a little bit older, and that's in his prime right now. It's the same thing for live, and so far it's been super delivering for this team.
I don't know about you two's predictions that you did, you know, prior coming into SI, you can get your alpha packs and everything. Whereabouts did you put Raza Company in this group? Because I feel like if we talk about the expectations from this team, they're pretty much exceeding, I think, probably everyone's expectations so far.
I already put PSG Talent all the way 5th, so yeah. So I expected them to be 4th.
Sorry.
I assume that Raza will actually be higher than this, and it's a good surprise. Brazil showing again that they have so much talent in that region.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They were a bit of an unknown quantity unless you absolutely, you know, studied the Brazil League, watched the Brazil League, loved the Brazil League. They came here through the LCQ system, which obviously because there were so many good Brazilian teams already qualified. And yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. I thought they would get out of groups because I thought PSG Talent would get grouped, unfortunately. And that's the way that it's looking like it's going to head. But honestly, top of the group, they are, at the minute, overperforming on my expectations.
But it's really good to see. Very exciting, of course, for their team. Now, that concludes it for our first game here on the A stream. We'll have a bit of a break before our second game between Dark Zero and BDS. But to fill up the break, there are some highlights of the B stream as well.
Ouais, Chalet. Chalet. Ouais, Chalet. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
An unconventional way to take this area, and there's another player left behind him. There is still someone downstairs. That's Gunner down below. Should Mentalist try and go vertically? This nade is a great way to deal with that position with the deployable shield, but we need some kind of pressure to try and kill Spoit inside of the site. As a C4 is wasted, M80 is still looking very comfortable in a very strong position.
They can try and breach this wall, but they gotta clear the top of Rocket Stairs. You see 2 player silhouettes there, so this summer charge, I don't think it goes off. There's no smoke grenade.
Spoit's right next to this.
We'll see. No, yeah, it gets shot. Maybe
is that from mezzanine?
Yeah, exactly. Now they have Blackbeard playing their grenade out. Blackbeard can maybe ADS, hold the angle, go for a trade kill. That's
nice,
free fire. But they tricked the wall.
What?
They had Buck below a second ago.
Where did Mentalist go?
Oh, he bucked the wrong side of the wall. He bucked the wrong side.
Oh my god.
This is brutal. Again, like, they don't get what they want to, or what they need rather in this round. Now they can't get in the building. They gotta rotate off. They gotta, again, just gotta rush in the door, take gunfights. At least it's 4v4. They're not down in numbers, but they're very low on time.
Tiny Minutia is punishing Joel. It's a 4v4. That's the one thing they've got going for them. And they took down Kino, the top player on this roster. And now it is up to the rest of the team to try and pick up the pieces. It's going to be Shoddy v Shoddy, as Mentalist is going to make his way up the stairs. Noodle to try and come in from the bathroom. But Packer has read this to perfection. No more smoke, but it doesn't matter. He gets the timing to perfection. And every single player of Joel is falling. Noodle with diffuser in hand. Can't even find the first kill. And Hoven has been shut out of it. M80, yet another successful defense of the Master Office. And it should be a nigh done deal as they find themselves yet again on match point.
It's getting frustrating because there are so many small things for Joel. They're missing the mark, and still it's a close series. It's a close map.
They didn't have it.
He bucked the wrong side of the wall. They messed up the first Selma charge. They're struggling with the main breach. They pick the buck, but they all go below too late. They don't buck the right positions, rather, and they don't progress the round. And we can go back and talk about 4 other attacking rounds where a similar issue arose, and yet it's 6-7. It's so close with so many major problems for one team. And it just goes to show how capable Joel they can be if they fix those tiny issues.
Yeah. And it's not even like these players don't know. They're just not doing it. I don't know exactly why, if they're in their own heads. Maybe Mentalist was worried about a flank. Maybe he was convinced that Spoit wasn't there. Because what actually happened, I think Mentalist bucked open the right spot, but then Spoit was on the other side of the wall. I'm not sure if Nova can hear us right now on the obs, but
the other side of the wall is here. That's where he bucked.
So he bucked here where the wall is, but then if you look just to the right, there's this little tiny corner that you can hide in right here. That's where Spoit was when Mentalist bucked open the wall. Mentalist says, okay, it's clear. And then Mentalist goes away. Spoit rotates back over the holes and does the juggle while Mentalist isn't watching.
But the holes are on the south side of the wall, not the north side. They were in the hallway portion, not
Really?
the yeah, they were. That's the issue.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, when Mentalist walked back, you saw Spoit triggering the wall with the holes on the wrong side of the wall.
Oh my
so
god,
that's where it went
painful.
wrong. Yeah.
That's even worse.
And Layer's a new map. I'm gonna say it. It's not that new, but it is a new map.
These guys have been playing it for a long time. They should know. I mean, these guys played it back in October. They were clearly scrimming it since before then.
I watched Mentalist's fake player cam when they got tricked, and I think he realized, oh, I done messed up. And you know, it's one of those. It happens. It shouldn't, but it does. Either way, Joel.
That's a huge pick.
Spoit with a nasty shot to Noodle. Top gunner for the team. Toxic Babe's gone in the first 50 seconds of the round. That is the most important operator you could have dealt with, especially since Kino's playing Sentence again. There's nothing to stop the plank going down or like an execute attempt besides 2 individual C4s from Reaps and Mentalist now.
Yeah. Especially because Noodle would have been the main counter for Packer as well.
Yeah.
There are a lot of ways to deal with that blitz now. And talk about Bach. Let's see if Gunner can put on a bit more of a clinic than we saw from Mentalist. As M80 have shown proficiency in attacking this top floor, and now they're flipping the switch and going for an R6 room execute. With Kino coming in with the sends. As the gate rolls on through, he turns it off immediately. The C4 will finish that first set of gates. The second one goes out and now turned off. This is just such a cheeky bait. He has to keep worrying about this angle, but Packer's taking a huge amount of damage. There goes the stuns and the swing to come through. Mentalist trying to support Hoven. Once again, he goes for the swing, but traded on back. Numbers dissipating now for Team Joel as another one will bite the dust. It's up to Reaps and Leader as a C4 from Reaps puts down another player and no more blitz up on the board for M80. The Vert comes through. Reaps almost finds Gunner. Would have been a pivotal kill to try and bring the advantage back in his favor, but as it stands, M80 still stand in control.
We gotta see Reaps and Leader establish a crossfire right now. They got 45 seconds of time. Just chill. Talk about what do we do if this happens? What do we do if that happens? Because what they cannot happen to Joel right now is being caught off guard by surprise. And maybe they're slowing things down. They want intel. They're playing with those drones. Try and see where is player 1, where is player 2. They see both, or hear them at least, on that camera drones. And now M80, with that 3v2, they can make their decision, they can make their plan, and try and execute it.
20 seconds to play. Kino sent through one of his light gates, and he goes straight into the site and looks for a plant with another one. He starts to force that diffuser down, but there's no one covering his hallway. A good angle from Spoit.
Ace!
And ace on the round to close the game for M80. And they are a mighty force to be reckoned with. A huge game from Spoit and the boys as M80 have finally finished off Joel, and they claim all 4 points.
The bounce back is beautiful, it is pretty, it is consistent, and the worries for M80, well, they go away for now. Sure, Joel, not the best team at this point per se, but M80 showed a massive glow up from yesterday going into today's matchup, and that's going to give them so much mental confidence, the boost going to the rest of this tournament. If they can bring this same kind of characteristics and style to their games with a bit more consistency, they might have a good chance of actually making a deep run here.
Oh, a rough game for Team Joel. They showed moments of greatness. They pushed it to overtime, but M80 have finally picked themselves back up after a devastating loss yesterday. Packers back into it. The guns are firing, and Bleed, on the other hand, are just catching up on their hydration, getting some water.
Tough loss.
Yeah,
So
another tough loss for them. And you know what's really rough is it's probably the teams that they were most likely going to have success against.
Yeah.
Like Joel have now played against M80 and struggled, and yeah, I just don't.
Bride from Team BDS. So I started to play with friends in Rainbow Six. I just saw some trailers on YouTube, and I was like excited about the game. So I told my friend to buy it and to play with me, and that's it. When I was young, I was playing Counter-Strike 1.6 on PC. My mom told me you cannot play that much and just focus on school. So that's what I did. A few years later, they bought me the PlayStation 3. I was playing PlayStation, and then I bought the PlayStation 4. When Rainbow Six came, I just focused on that game. I was just playing. If I had to choose between controllers and keyboard, I would choose definitely keyboard. It's more instinctive for me. I started with this, and now when I took the controller, my hands are hurting that much, so I cannot play anymore on controller. I think keyboard and mouse is the best one for that. When I was on console, I couldn't do some stuff like, I think at this time, we couldn't lean on PC without aiming. So it was a kind of a new mechanic for me. And that's the biggest point for me when I switched to PC. I was like, wow, the game's so fast when you can lean and stuff like this. And also the FOV, you couldn't change that on console on my time. So yeah, we lost 2 grand finals. So when we come to this SI, we want to win it for sure. So yeah, for the preparation, I think we took a long break, and that never happened since I joined BDS. So maybe 1 month and a half. I think it was needed. Some fun time with friends, family needed for everyone. So now we have the mindset with the good preparation as well. Now I think we are ready.
It's a fun trivia about Brede that he is the only player that has played an SI on 2 different platforms, because when we had SI for the first iteration in 2017, there was a Xbox SI as well, and he actually played on that one. So definitely came a long way after since, a very experienced player at an SI level as well. Always good to see.
Yeah, always good to see. Actually, I remember the first event he played on PC was Gamers Assembly in 2017. It was actually also my first event. I met him, I was 16 years old, and I think it was the last match I played against him, Lucky 7, and we beat them actually. And that was an event where he got noticed, I got noticed, and he's still playing, and I'm not playing anymore.
I was about to say, how are your careers going since then, Leo?
Well, you know, I'm a semi-relevant analyst, and he is a favorite to take the SI trophy. That's, yeah, great. Thank you for reminding me, Jack.
No problem.
Favorite? Okay, well, that's a promising thing for BDS. I feel like everyone's been saying it as well, but you know, having him played on like the Xbox as well as PlayStation for those SIs, it's definitely huge. I mean, we have a really big console community still in Rainbow Six Siege. Talking about the changes that console went through in general as well, there's definitely some hopes that even if you're starting out on controller or a console, you can still become that top-level PC pro player and show up at an SI.
Oh yeah, of course, especially now that obviously console integrates in with PC. They're in our ranked games. They've infiltrated us, and yeah, no, absolutely. You know, if you're good enough, if you're smart enough, I think with Rainbow Six, if you're smart enough, you can learn the physical mechanics of going from a controller to a keyboard and mouse.
I think when we saw this transition from all the players from Xbox and they came to PC, everybody was doubting the fact that, you know, they'd be on the top level, because when you were looking at those games, effectively the game was way slower.
Yeah.
And in the result, it wasn't true at all. I remember Supremacy making that move in France and surprising everyone with that very old and slow playstyle and then transitioning to Vitality. Brede was part of that journey. Bibu was part of that journey. Zephyr, Raphael back then, that also consisted the beginnings of Team BDS. All of these players, they brought a new vision for the game, maybe a slower one, but it still paid off, and I'm pretty sure you can make the transition here nowadays.
It's exciting prospects for players that might be starting out on console. Now, if you're curious why, if you look at that Xbox SI, Brede doesn't show up with his actual name. He changed his name over the time as well, which kind of makes me wonder, have you two ever thought about changing a name? Maybe you now, Fresh, the fact that there's no actual desk in this area?
Yeah, I'm going from fresh on desk to fresh no desk, or
fresh standing.
Fresh on feet, I guess. Fresh standing. Yeah, no, I don't know. Have you?
Never ever. Yeah, I played before. I was a content creator before Siege, so I already had a name for myself with my few hundreds of subscribers on YouTube. You know.
Check him out.
Flex.
So then I kept that one. I didn't want to change.
Makes sense. True to stick into yourself as well. But we, of course, have a very important match here on the A stream with two big organizations coming up after this break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
BDS and Dark Zero, two big organizations in Rainbow Six Siege with a lot of hopes on their shoulders. Two regions are trying to defend here, and whilst M80 already got a victory, Dark Zero looking to get another victory for NA under the belt. BDS potential tournament favorites, and when they played each other back in Manchester, it was actually BDS denying Dark Zero that all NA grand final against Beast Coast back then. But that isn't the only S-tier event that these two teams have played in against each other, because when it comes down to an SI, this is a quite common matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, throughout the years, it has become a very, very huge Classico between Europe and NA. Two regional leaders. I think throughout the years, we've seen that it's been back and forth. As you can see, victories for Dark Zero, then BDS, and Dark Zero, then BDS, and now it should be Dark Zero's time. I will just say one thing. As much as Dark Zero is still a regional champion, I will say that Team BDS has evolved from a regional champion to a worldwide champion.
Definitely so. I mean, we're going to look at these rosters as well individually, especially for BDS. It is their first game so far at this SI. It was kind of like the SpongeBob meme where you see Octo looking out the window, seeing SpongeBob and Patrick play. That's what they had to do yesterday, watching all these teams get the first game under their belt. But looking at this team in general, it has been an amazing year for them, Fresh. How did they get to SI?
Absolutely. Obviously, they got to SI. They won both of the European domestic leagues. They went to both of the majors in the year. the Manchester Major, very first Major of the year, and they get second place. They went to the Montreal Major and they get second place. But the story of this team actually is this was a team, in my mind, that was concepted to win a Six Invitational. Take yourself back 12 months ago. BDS didn't qualify for the Six Invitational on Six Invitational points at all. There was no LCQs at that point. They missed out and they thought, hey, we've hit our ceiling within the French ecosystem. Maybe players from France aren't that good, Leo. And they go and they take two of the best emerging and free players in terms of users and Solotov. Liquefact switches to English on his IGLing, and they absolutely prosper. What a year it's been. I would say they're coming into this tournament as hot favorites.
Jack, remind me, what's the nationality of the majority of the players on BDS?
Sorry?
What's the majority of players' nationality on BDS?
French.
French. Thank you very much, Jack. That was my point. Looking at BDS and their run so far, like you've said, an incredible year.
Yeah.
And if you even add the AWC on top of that, and that title, you know, at a worldwide stage, it's impressive.
When you look at this, people are going to say, oh, but they pooped the bed when they get into the grand finals, because that's two major grand finals where they didn't win it against arguably weak opposition, not weaker opposition, that maybe weren't favourites pre-tournament when they played up against them. But actually, I think if you look in the grand scheme of things and you look at the big picture for BDS, are the majors important? Of course they're important, but the big one is the Six Invitational. The long-term focus would have been starting this team and having devastating impact with this team at this event.
100%. I mean, you saw it at the top right there, the global standing won, the highest seed coming into this tournament. So that's obviously why a lot of people expect them to be the tournament favorites. But of course, this team has gone through a lot of changes at the beginning of this year. You mentioned getting these international players in. We're seeing Liquefact on screen right now. Had to change his IGLing a bit from French to English, but he's our highlight player as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think this player so far, in my opinion, is the best player in the world. I think what he brings to this team in terms of IGLing, but also the space that he takes in this team, in terms of motivation, in terms of voice, in terms of energy. He is the key standout player and the key reason for the cohesion, I feel like. And I just wanted to highlight this guy. You know, 2 years ago at SI 2023, he went through a very rough stage when they got eliminated by Astralis. Yep. And he mentioned this in a very cool content piece that's made by Frenchie. For any Liquefact fans or any interested in BDS, go on YouTube, go type Tactic Podcast with Liquefact from Frenchie. Go check out this piece of content, 1 hour of interview where he delivers amazing insights on the team. And he said he came back from a 2-month depression after losing SI 2023. He climbed up the ladder, he reformed that team with 2 new international imports, and now they're looking amazing and they're looking like they have the best year ever.
Yeah, he took a lot of weight on his shoulders. I think that's, for a player to take it on, he came into the BDS. Remember, he was reasonably recent into BDS when they won their first major. Yeah, and then he took it on. He took on the IGLing. He took the weight on of changing that IGLing from French to English, of adapting to new players that aren't necessarily inside of friendship groups because it crossed those language barriers that we have inside of Europe. And he's just prospered, right? And he is one of the key, if not the key reason why this team is so successful.
And one thing we haven't even mentioned yet is the fact that they got Julio in as their assistant coach as well. Super important, literally announced yesterday, but they're not the only team to make some changes in their coaching staff leading up to this event, because we talk about their opponents, Dark Zero. After what feels like it's been years having Mint on the roster, they now have Kangaroo Kenny as their coach. The European import, something that always makes us proud as Europeans, but let's be honest. The start of this tournament, a little bit tough. A 1-2 loss against Raza, even though we had a lot of positives for this team coming into this event.
Yeah, I think so. I think, the pre-tournament expectations for this group would be that it would be these two teams that you're going to see in action fighting out for the top 2. Probably this game would determine it. That relied on Dark Zero coming in yesterday and beating Raza H Company Academy. And they struggled. They got through the map 1, 8-7, and then they succumbed to them in map 2 and map 3, and ultimately put in what I would say was a very, very disappointing performance, Leo.
Yeah, I just want to highlight here, we were seeing Kangaroo Kenny and the impact that he has had on the team. I think transitioning from ITB's play style to Dark Zero, what they're trying to achieve right now is play more meta Siege and go away, and I'm quoting him, away from the Canadian way of Siege. I think that was maybe slower and more methodical. If we bring back the team's roster here, I just want to show you 2 things. I feel like FaZe and NJR especially are the 2 standout players in terms of fragging potential, and these 2 guys are the ones that should be thriving, given more freedom, given more space to abuse their mechanical skills. Naif obviously is a great shot caller and IGL for this, but these 2 players, NJR and FaZe, for sure will be the standout players for Dark Zero.
I mean, one player you mentioned that gets this more freedom on this roster is NJR, and the funny thing is it is his birthday today as well. So happy birthday, NJR. Obviously hoping for a positive match result for him here in this series, but when we talk about these players that got more freedom, we talk about a new addition on this team as well. How do we feel about Kobe's performance so far at the Montreal Major, but also at SI?
I think Kobe so far is the disappointing rookie. Like, we have to use the right terms. His Montreal showing was terrible. Look at his EPS score, almost useless half of the rounds. Let's be real, it's not good enough. He was okay in entry, and that's very good, but his KD was just a big problem, like minus 20 kills. That's a huge issue when you look at his roles. He's supposed to be that fragger, he's supposed to be that young up-and-comer. And so far, at this SI yesterday, that didn't look good for him. I think if I'm in his shoes right now, as a new rookie, you cannot do worse. If you keep going like this, you know you're going to get fired after this event. So just like relieve the pressure and have fun.
I think when you're a rookie, you will give rookies a little bit of tolerance, a little bit of time. I think he used that time up in Montreal with his performance. Coming into SI, we were expecting that improvement. And I think when we asked the teams, every single team before the tournament, what's your roles, what's your synergies? How does your team stack up? Dark Zero said Kobe was an entry. He took 2 entry engagements yesterday across a whole best of 3, across 3 maps. That's less than 1, very easy analysis, less than 1 entry engagement per map, and he lost every single one of the entry engagements that he took. That is not good enough for a team that has aspirations to go on in this tournament, and he is now carrying a lot of weight on his shoulders to improve and to be that rookie, to realize that potential that Dark Zero have seen in him.
Well, less than 24 hours since that match from yesterday to today, so a lot has to change, but it is a best of 3. Let's have a look at the map veto and the maps that the 2 teams have selected for this series.
Yeah, there's something really tricky when trying to have a map veto versus BDS. I will tell you one thing. They have 3 maps right now, if I take since August, that are at 100% win rate. And when you look at those right now, they've banned, Dark Zero has banned Skyscraper and Bank. Skyscraper, that's a 13 win streak. No, that's Bank. 13 win streak on Bank, 6 win streak on Skyscraper. Don't take them there, so you just ban 2 of the best maps. And that gives Labs as a pick, which is surprising for me because with BDS banning Club and banning Lair is their permaban. Banning Club is a surprise because Labs is their second worst preference map. And that's why it's open, and that's why BDS is Dark Zero is picking into it.
If we then move on to BDS's map pick, obviously
has to be Chalet.
It has to be Chalet.
The third map with 100% win rate.
Skyscraper and Bank, they've got 100% win rate, and Chalet is the third one. And BDS are basically just going to pick whichever one is open in such a critical game for this group. So it's absolutely no surprise to see that Chalet map pick. They got better from adding in users and Solotop. Obviously, M&M were great on Chalet as well. So BDS are just monsters on this map.
Yeah, and Cafe is such a great pick for them as well. I have to say, they've got such a strong map pool. If you take away Lair, that has been a little bit their permaban, they've got 8 incredible maps, and they've had this history of hiding a last map. I'm assuming that after a month break, their map veto kind of had changed a little bit. They haven't showed any big maps since Montreal, so they've got plenty of time to cook for this SI.
Yeah, and I mean, what BDS would talk about as well is a bit of time for a break in between these major tournaments as well. It can sometimes really help to reset the mental. But our players are ready. I mean, we talked about everything you need to know for these teams. We have our maps. It is time to get our casters in as well. Joined by Fluke and Xenox. It is your first game today. How are we feeling?
Feeling good, Anne. I thought for a second you might stumble and say like Fluke and Hap.
Like Reddit did.
Like Reddit did. Yeah. But hey, that's fine. It's the Jake and Emmy show today.
Yeah, we're having a good time. I like that we get you very small there. The audience at home can't see that they're also actually really just like 5 feet away. Like I can throw something at Fresh.
I can
right
see
now.
Fresh on feet from here.
It's actually really tempting. I was going to throw my phone, but
do you have a piece
that
of
probably
paper?
wouldn't be good. Yeah, I could throw a piece of paper.
Oh my God.
That went too far.
That's going to poke someone's eye out. You got to be careful. That's a hazard.
Okay.
That was a hazard. But we do have the piece of paper.
Here's the proof. I have the proof.
See? But no, I'm very excited. As you can tell by the fact that I'm throwing stuff around the studio, and production's probably a little bit worried now.
I mean, yeah, I guess before we start breaking down this entire studio, I think we send you two into the game between BDS and Dark Zero.
Yes, thank you very much, Anne. Big game. BDS, the first time we're going to see them here for Six Invitational. They had the day off yesterday. Considering they haven't played yet, it just gave them that one extra day of preparation. Unfortunately for Dark Zero, though, Emmy, on the other hand, yesterday was a bit of a dark day, to put it lightly, losing out to Razar Company 2-1. A bit of an upset result. To Razar's credit, though, they're playing quite well to begin Six Invitational 25. Nighthaven Labs to begin in this matchup. And I want to change the tune a little bit. The desk, or the standing desk, just a little bit negative, focusing on the poor old rookie in Kobilac. So I want to turn the attention to someone like Bolo. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because despite losing yesterday, he went 8-1 on entry, which is quite significant. How significant? Well, for all of the Montreal Major, he only got 6 entry kills. Yesterday alone, he got 8. So that is already a big improvement. He was the second lowest rated EPS player on the team in Montreal, whereas now here, tied #1. So if you're going to get that kind of Bolo performance throughout 6 Invitational, then maybe Dark Zero can look to pick up the pieces from yesterday. Of course, a tough ask, though, after losing to Raza, straight into the fires of BDS.
It's the fires that nobody wants to go into, right? Okay, let's be real. We talked about, obviously, the teams in this group. You talk about who you're expecting to perform, how they're going to do it. Dark Zero are up there for a lot of people's money. A fair few teams that were up there for a lot of people's money were not eventually up there by the end of it. They struggled to get themselves into it. They struggled to find a way, and it was a surprise result. And now we're back here on a setup with 2 of the same maps from the showdown yesterday, I believe. You know, you're on towards laps as well, and it was the question that was well posed by the desk of why are we coming here? Why have BDS wanted to go here? And theoretically, maybe there was something that they saw yesterday. Maybe they think, oh, this is their labs game. We know this game better. We know how to develop the game here. Then you're going into Chalet, but that was the pick that was always going to be. I mean, you're always going to favor BDS in a lot of engagements because of how good BDS are and have been, but ultimately, how, you know, what else do you do, right? What else do you change? You've got to fight the lion.
Yeah, ultimately for BDS, their storyline coming into the 6th Invitational is about can they actually just find the win? You know, back-to-back major losses, and ultimately the one in Montreal, probably the bigger of the 2. I mean, that felt like, to me, it was really set up for them. They were steaming throughout the majority of 2024. To lose that to W7M in the fashion that they did, and credit to W7M, of course, getting, you know, that payback for EWC. But heading into 6th Invitational now, there is that choker's tag on BDS. They just can't get the final result. That's got to be something that they need to overcome in this tournament. Better way to do it than to kick it off against Dark Zero here. Nighthaven Labs to begin. BDS will begin on the defensive side. Dark Zero looking to make amends for yesterday. Obviously, all eyes are going to be on the likes of Kobilac. I know he's been spoken a lot about, but I do think there is a player in there, and you've just got to give these rookies time. You know, one event in Montreal, one event in SI. That's not a lot of time, Emmy, and you're going up against the best teams in the world. So ultimately, he's someone that's just going to continue to gain a valuable amount of experience throughout the tournament, and SI being a little bit longer than Montreal might aid him in that. He's got teammates like Bolo who are performing better than in Montreal, and JR's looking great. Pampazoo's obviously someone that performed really well in Montreal too. So you've got a really, really solid roster in Dark Zero, but it's all about how do they bounce back from yesterday. They cannot let that result against Razar Company dictate the way they're thinking today against BDS, and you've just got to have hope. And if anything, you know, yesterday was a bit more of a pressurized game for Dark Zero because they were expected to win. Now the expectation's on BDS, so they can go into this as a little bit the underdog, try and start well, put the pressure onto BDS early.
Now, it's all the compliments to be paid towards Kangaroo Kenny as well. Obviously, he is one of the most experienced coaches in terms of going against recent BDS. Being on an EU roster, there's a quick take on utility, though, and that is a blow, really. Obviously, you know, you're not juggling here alongside a Thatcher because they opted not to bring one. It means going into the hard breach side of it, it's a bit of a risk, and, you know, BDS have fully played into that. They've got the Kaid, they've got the Bandit, and they've gone, well, no entry on towards this side itself. So Dark Zero quickly have to adapt themselves on towards a plan B, which is going to lead into that entry game that you talked about before of how can they try and get the first strike and the first snap. And look at this, it's instantly being read as well by BDS. They've realized that the position and the pressure has changed. They know that they've pulled off IT, and IT's probably going to stay solid, and that didn't even get the electrics on that wall either. So at this point, the only option Dark Zero really have is to just brute force their way in towards the corners, in towards the buildings, or up from underneath, and they're concerned someone might try and pop into it. They've got the hatch open so they can be responded to quickly, but look at the distance they're playing these claws on. They know they're not going to stand toe-to-toe directly with it. The eyes have just encircled on towards Electric, and at this point, they're just trying to find a first route in.
Yeah, and they don't have shield play either. Of course, Montang banned out. They don't have really much of a way to push through. No Blackbeard, for instance, which really can help alleviate some of that pressure going through these choke points. You know, you've brought a hard breach lineup, but you've not been able to really get that going. So plan A has somewhat faltered. Now you've got to find the way to pivot, find the next chance to see if you can just quad stack over towards Garage side, find a couple of kills. It doesn't work with Bolo. I mentioned his entry stat to begin 8-1. Well, to begin against BDS, it is a loss on that one. Naif, though, able to clean up Liquefact, but the trades will stay in favor for BDS momentarily. Up 3-2. Kobe will go down after finding a kill. Pampasu, the solo, and he will fall over towards blue. BDS kickstarting 6 Invitational 25 with a round win against DZ.
I mean, as weird as it sort of is to say, even though they lost the round, I think at parts it went better than it probably, you know, could have or should have there for the side of Dark Zero. They didn't really have anything in terms of the hard breach play, in terms of getting the walls open, and in terms of the approach that would be deemed a traditional approach. And yet, when it comes down to a 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1, ultimately, you're still, you know, finding some modicums of success. The trade game worked away from them, but if you're able to be the first step that's sort of convincing on the trade game, maybe you're in the 1 versus sort of 2 power position. And the end, the great swap between either side. But again, you know, all they really had was Rafters. A bit of a later appearance there from Pamba on towards the side of blue, but as I said, when plan A fails and then plan B sort of also fails when they couldn't get the breach on towards the jungle side, plan C with 30 seconds left is...
Send it in and hope for the best.
It's going to be send it in and hope for the best.
Yeah. I would have liked a little bit more on the con side, really split up that defense of BDS. They were really focused in, especially towards Rafters. The blue push was very, very late, so it wasn't quite in sync either. I think that's just a case of DZ, as you said, going through plan A, plan B, not quite working, so you have to work on the fly. You can't quite just play that set game plan. In fairness, reminding here on Nighthaven Labs, you know, defense very much prevalent, especially the sites like Command and Server, Basement as well. You know, the 2 primary sites, not particularly easy to always take, although the game that we got to do yesterday was actually rather attack-sided on this map, so you just never know what you're going to get, especially at the 6 Invitational. Bolo on the Flores, he can open up these castle barricades, of course, with those Roteros. 1 hard breach, a bit of soft breach as well through Kobilax on the ramp. Now, BDS can play this a couple of ways. First floor control seems like where they want to, you know, meet Dark Zero head on, and then look to fall back down towards basement for the second round.
Twitch drone out and about, trying to just remove some utility that's otherwise put. Obviously, you've got the connecting camera, but
that's a waste.
It's just forced back. Yeah, an early play. It obviously stops the Boogie drone, but the Boogie drone had its entrance on towards IT, had its entrance on towards that side itself. It's shepherding the BDS players back, but that is the whole game of this hold. You're wasting time. You're making them have to work for some of the verticality. You're not trying to get your life taken at this point, but, you know, you've got some powerful aggressors and you've got some huge guns on that side, so if anyone's going to not overstay their welcome, but feel more comfortable in it, there's a moment there into vending, but then traded out. Solotov finds Bolo as NGR is able to get Shaiko. 2 different fights have sort of capitalized themselves, but Solotov is having to fight his way back, and as I said, if there's a team that's going to overstay their welcome, but they're happy to, Solotov, he's got himself cooked up in the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, just winning this first floor battle right now, BDS, they're taking the contact fights. Dark Zero got 1 through NJR, but he falls, and ultimately they have the advantage on a basement site. If BDS want, they can very much just stack the remaining floor towards basement. You still got Solotov though towards Cafe. That's giving them, you know, a little bit of a difference point here that DC still need to deal with. So it's not like they can just rush, go hit site. They don't even have the numbers. They haven't even fully cleared out first floor. They're in a bit of a mess here on the second round. Still a Nitrocell too with users as Kobe takes a little bit of damage here on the ram. And here does come Solotov, but Kobe watching on the flank. It gets the very nice kill. 50 seconds left, 3v3. Somewhat winnable still for DC. If they can find the next pick, Emmy, it's going to really help them out.
Now, the removal, obviously, of the Dock B means that the pushes might be a little bit more sticky, but the Flores is kind of less of a cost than actually losing Bolo, who, as you said before, yesterday, huge player for the team, able to get themselves into the entry statistics. Kobe is stepping up as well as Naif so far in the opening 2 rounds. The drop comes towards the little touch default plant spot, but Evac has the cross angle, and they just threw themselves in as I paid the compliment. Look, in fact, paid some in French with bullets. Users gets Pamba. And that is 2 rounds in a row for BDS.
Yeah, it's concerning that DZ couldn't even really get a foothold towards basement, even around basement, say towards Cargo Stairs side. If, like, you know, you think about Nighthaven Labs basement, it does play into that roam game. You see teams even sometimes contest up to second floor, for example, to play into that delay, then fall back first floor, etc. That kind of onion defense. But I think the issue there for DZ is that they never cleared out Solotov early enough, very late into the round. Yes, Kobe got the kill on the flank, but that was because Solotov kept pushing. So they always had that threat on the first floor side. So their ability to clear kind of failed in this round. BDS, I would say, won the middle portion. And on basement side Nighthaven Labs, if you can't win the middle portion of the round as the attacking team, it's going to be oh so difficult to then actually get slack control, nade Kobe, double drop, double death instantaneously. And yeah, BDS never felt, to me, threatened in that round, and that's concerning.
The site definitely not.
That's 2 rounds in a row, actually. I don't think BDS have been really threatened.
I mean, I think that's the sort of knuckling down of it right now, isn't it? It's the fact that the site structure itself isn't really being pushed apart. And whether that's the approach, obviously, you know, they highlighted it on the desk that Kangaroo Kenny's trying to build Dark Zero into a sort of more modern siege, a bit more aggressive mobility, a little bit less sort of stringent step-by-step focus. It's a teething period or a learning period, but this is a map and this is a team where that's tough to make it land on towards Labs, right? You know, you have these sort of heavy solid walls on most of the core sites. You've got to get some of your hard breach done. You've got to get yourself some of this passive pressure angles opened up, and it's not really anything that's coming to light so far. Dark Zero put these early doors on towards the attacker side. Obviously, they'll have the second half of it on the defense. I'm not entirely sure what cooked them all the way to the end last time and where they had more preference, but currently Shaiko's preference is to go all the way outside. But luckily for the Dark Zero player on cams, they were the right side of the shipping container and weren't quite caught out. It was Pamba that was on the drone, and the Deimos now will have the reveal on the operators. They've got themselves double stacked up. They're looking to try and get a direct line, but if you look towards the top, the pressure onto IT, that should be the next step. And this is the game that obviously we talked about struggling and failing the recent rounds. This time, BDS, they're not going to contest it.
Yeah, I mean, Breda can't really do too much because of the death mark from Pampersuit, good usage of the Deimos, and obviously the idea storage control. You want that IT side, you can look down in towards storage, so the plant's a bit safer, and then, of course, you can play the post plant. So BDS will have to defend both second floor, first floor. But when you bring that Deimos, makes it a bit more trickier for the Bandit to get any kind of juggling to keep IT from being opened up. In saying that, you know, time isn't too bad for BDS right now. This is the tertiary side. Dark Zero need to get on the board here. Otherwise, we go back around the world, double primary coming up after that, and BDS will be looking very comfortable on the defense. Logic Bomb called out from Kobe Lax as Brede again just looking to just try and keep command server locked down. They need to keep the second floor control. Dark Zero need to take it to fully utilize IT. The swing from Brede rather aggressive, and Kobe will shut him down. Opening kill goes the way of Dark Zero, but their advantage doesn't last for long.
I mean, rather aggressive is a bit of an overstatement, but here's 2 more aggressive players finding some fight back. Kobe, he's got a big moment to try and keep the momentum in towards their favor. Some support on his left shoulder and some coming in the top of blue. Great take from Nafe around the corner on towards users. But here we are with some vertical control and still scrappy fights happening. Liquefact comes off worse for wear.
Well, they got second floor, Emmy. So 50 seconds left. You finally got second floor. You can play IT. The issue is, though, you haven't really got around that storage area cleared out, and you've still got a lot of utility for BDS to defend any kind of plant in there. I wonder if they might pivot, try and go for a control push eventually. 30 seconds. You're going to have to just take some of these fights. And one from above. Kobe will get the down on to Shaiko. Finishes him off. 2 into the round for Kobe Laxers. NJR also gets rid of Liquefact. Dark Zero on the board against BDS.
Let's go, boys. Well played, Kobe.
There we go.
That's big for Kobe's confidence.
Oh, huge. I mean, you know, past 2 rounds in a row, you know, there are talisman players. There are some of the best players in the world. Shaiko is always in that conversation. I think Kobe's 2-0 against him right now. For a young gun who's probably almost definitely watched these players play across the big stages, what is better in any sporting achievement than when you get one over on a, you know, everybody wants to nutmeg Messi, right? That's just what you want to do. And getting that is the biggest confidence builder. And that is one of those questions of when will we get to see Kobe's confidence start to build up and build up and build up? BDS are taking some risky fights they don't need to. Case in point, that one. Case in point, Brede. Liquefact almost suffered from the same sort of setup. And yeah, you know, there is this vertical position. They could play themselves more hesitant, but it's BDS. BDS are going to play BDS's style, and they're going to try and play it all the way through again because it's been, well, it's pretty good statistically this year. I think it was 56, 58 games that they've played throughout the year. They've lost, I think it was 7 total, maybe even 6.
was 8.
Was it 8? 2 of those were grand finals of majors.
That's not
This
a good
includes
thing.
everything, by the way. This is leagues, Malta Cyber Series, EWC, both majors. BDS have lost only 8 games.
Well, they're like an elevated version of FaZe from last year. You think about FaZe losing, 2 semi-final majors and then making the SI Grand Final to then eventually lose. For BDS now, it's somewhat similar, but even heightened because they've lost 2 major finals now into SI. So there's a lot of expectations on BDS for sure. We head into the 4th round now, 2-1 split. I would consider that a pretty even half here for the first half. And it's the fact that Dark Zero are doing well without Bolo and Pampazu yet finding a kill, especially after Bolo 8-1 on the entry yesterday against Razak Company, not being able to find a kill yet. So there's still room for improvement when it comes to the side of Dark Zero. BDS, everyone across the board has started quite well. So of the 2 teams, I feel like DZ is the one that could still find another level, and they will need to find that if they are to get one of these primary sites away from BDS as climax on the Glaz makes his entry in.
I like this, a good response to the tricking. They
Good
realized
control.
Yeah, it was everything they lost last time was we talked about it. They were tricked out of the breach. They weren't able to get the other breach open either. So this time round, why risk it? Throw the smoke in, throw the Glaz in. BDS aren't going to sit around and give their lives entirely willy-nilly. But here, caught on the drone round the back. There's a drone watching. What happened there? I mean, they get the trade out, sure, but at the cost of Pamba.
A quick adjustment, though, from Kobe. Knows he has to get that trade. He knows Liquifact's either going to have to push forward into dangerous territory or look to fall back. He cuts the back line off, gets the kill. So at least evens up 4-4, but Pampazu just yet to really get involved at all, especially on that Deimos. The death marks later on in the round are so critical in highlighting some of these key player positions, especially if they're looking to tuck in behind pieces of objects like Solotov as well in towards command. 55 seconds. Breach opened up, Rafters control better than last time, but still probably not enough. They need to go towards blue, maybe even on the con side if they really want to stretch this defense of BDS.
Well, they're holding on towards the top of blue. They're inside IT, trying to make their way across, and Bolo wants to hit electric, but Shaiko is making that very awkward for him on the opposite end. It's a heavy Rafters approach with the Solo Glass removed by users. The fight falls into Nave's favor. Bolo's able to get Shaiko, and suddenly it is just Solotov on the back of the site. Now, they do not currently have the kid in pocket that is isolated inside IT. That's why they've got to quickly pick themselves up, go for the rotate. He's been able to fight, but he didn't lock it down!
I thought he killed him!
Thought he killed him, pulled up for the next fight, but...
Yes, baby! Come on!
Pampazu looks like someone who's 0-4, but his team's doing all right, 2-2.
I mean, I'm not going crazy. Like, we saw from the perspective that there was a drone that was not lit up. That was lit up on the corner.
Yeah. That's fine.
Maybe it's just a visual bug.
Forget about individual performances. When you're playing at 6 Invitational, it goes out the window. You're just looking to win as a team. Doesn't matter if you go 0-10. If you win, you win. Big round win, though, for Dark Zero. Much better than last time out. When you look at the small sample size of 2 rounds on command server, last time failed on the breaches, plan B then fails, and it was just like a quad stack Rafters, which is just too one-dimensional. You just get absolutely congested trying to go through these doorways, and it makes it very difficult, very easy for BDS. This time around, though, you get the Glaz involved early, you get Rafters pressure early, you're putting pressure onto BDS, you're coming on the meeting side, you're doing a much better job towards IT. Some of it did get a little bit lost when Liquefact gets that kill, sure. But then the immediate trade from Kobelax, at the very least, then strengthens Dark Zero once again. 2-2, they get a win on the primary side, 2 attacking rounds against BDS. This is a team that yesterday lost to Razak Company, but so far against BDS, they look a little bit more lively. And you can see it as well in their celebrations when they win these rounds.
Oh, yeah. You know, how sort of important it is for them to step up, especially when the guns that we highlighted as well aren't really the guns that are currently connected to the game itself. Bolo, as we said, is struggling to get in that entry. Pamba being shut down on these sort of aggressive entry rolls. You know, it's tough. But then Kobe suddenly playing one of the best games he's played so far against one of the best teams. It's that conversation of the pressure's changed, the difference has changed. It's day 2 of SI. You're able to take a breath, take a sleep, and come back with sort of fresh eyes. There's the hunt on towards this position that, remember, was able to start netting a couple of kills on towards the favor of BDS. They want to make sure that Liquefact isn't free to play around it. Last time it was Solotov, but the changing of hands and the changing of pace is actually one that's forcing BDS back quicker and quicker. They're not going to stick around too much on towards that angle as they can feel BDS field. Even Dark Zero starting to encircle them. They're inside vending. They get 1 kill on the way out the door, but there's Kobe!
Wow.
Hopped in the window and dropped 2 of them down. Fantastic play on the back of the boogie drone.
Yeah, do you think, Kobe? Do you think the haters are talking, but you're showing up right now against one of the best teams in the world, if not regarded as the best, 7-3. And a big advantage now for Dark Zero, looking to find yet another round here on the attack of Nighthaven Labs. A lot of pressure here on someone like Shaiko to really start getting involved. Highest EPS player at the Montreal Major, an absolute pinnacle superstar, but 2-4 being quiet, not making an impact. So in this 3 versus 4 on the defense, look to him to be the one to try and get involved still as a Nitrocell. So does Users as well, but Dark Zero's got time, 1:20. They can start to get a lot of pressure here. First floor looking down towards basement, look to then get side control over towards the Exo side, Cargo side. They can really surround BDS, but there he is. Shaiko makes his mark, shuts down the rookie. Kobe will have to see out the rest of the round on the sidelines. 3v3 with a minute remaining. Big round coming up for both teams.
Now we got to see if Nave can try and get some IGLing round on his sort of modern system with the team build and approach here. They're angling on towards Exo, but you've still got a bit of a spread there towards the back end of the blue stairs. They're eyeing themselves to push down from that point, maybe with the kit. They seem to be in deep conversation, but as the time ticks on, with how vast this site can be, you're starting to question what they're angling for, what they're trying to hope for at this point, because BDS aren't giving it to them. Sure,
they have no flashes, like they don't really have much good utility, no logic bombs available from NJR. You've got 1 smoke on Nave, that's about it. So it seems like to me, Dark Zero is quite hesitant in dropping down. They're not quite sure where BDS are located. They've got drones, need to make the most of them. Big win from NJR, but traded. They actually trade each other. 1 for 1, 15 seconds left. Over towards the tank we go.
Ring around the rosies, but only one still standing, and now it's suddenly a 1 versus 1. Bolo versus Users. The pistols are out, but they're not quite able to connect Users. He's able to get himself to there, but it was as close as possible, the first bullet that he fired, to actually confirm the kill. The down player was giving all the reads, but in the end, it just sort of worked as a spray transfer. I mean, to be honest, they had no other choice. Not enough time left for them to try and get in there, Xenos.
Yeah, and I think they were looking for picks. They didn't have the utility that they wanted to really flush out positions, drop down, go for those pushes. Because of that, I think they spent more time looking through the floorboards to try and find a kill or two to continue to have an advantage when they eventually look to push down. That's a wonderful quick down from Users, puts himself in a great position to finish off Bolo, who was, you know, pretty much on like 1.5 HP, something ridiculous. Like he was very unlikely to win that round on such low health with a pistol out. Bolo was always up against it, but 3-2, and it's a big round win for BDS. They were down a player for a large portion of that round. Crucial kills from Shaiko, as I pointed out. Middle portion, he had to be one to stand up. He did so. When you're down a couple of players, you're playing basement, there's a lot of the map that, in terms of control, you have now given up. You've got no pressure first floor, no real flanking opportunities. They were able to just hold steady. Fortunately, DZ didn't have the utility to flush out their positions. Ends up being a bit of a slaughterhouse on site. And now, final round of the half coming up as we head back to the tertiaries. Storage and control. For Dark Zero, another opportunity here on a site that they've already won.
I mean, it's still a great fight so far from Dark Zero, remembering that it's their map, but, you know, it's the levels that we're into on this conversation, right? They're doubling down on it, going back to it. It's a map that BDS don't really, you know, like. I think it's fair to say when it's their second least preference. And at this point, if they're angling themselves up for the 3-3, it puts Dark Zero in a really great position to secure the map.
And kind of going on what you're saying there regarding Nighthaven Labs, like, I mean, if Dark Zero is going to win this series, it's probably going to be a 2-1. I don't see them winning Chalet. BDS are undefeated on that map since, like, the 9th last year. So it's been since September last year. So, you know, it's been a long period of time since BDS has actually lost on Chalet. Obviously, there's someone's going to have to do it at some point in the future. It could be in this very next map, but I think it's unlikely. I think for Dark Zero as well, I mean, this is the kind of game where it's just all about finding form, and after losing yesterday to Razar Company, I think there might have been some hard truths about how much effort they probably need to start putting in for the remainder of the 6 Invitational. They need to go to another level, really put more into the chamber. And so far, they're doing it against BDS. Now it's about getting reward for effort. Find this round here, 3-3 half, and you will get that reward. Otherwise, I mean, if this goes 2-4, it's pretty par for the course, I think, when it comes to Nighthaven Labs. So BDS will be fine on their defensive side to get more rounds.
And as you said, the second map, Chalet, a map that BDS have pretty much been undefeated on since the release of Rainbow Six Vegas 2. So They've had some time. Did you ever play the old Rainbow games?
Yeah, I think so. About a long time ago.
Yeah, that
long time.
That was the setup of the joke. It's all right. Hap usually doesn't get those either. A minute on, and the first fight comes out towards it, and they just swung in, but well, it's traded back and forth all over the shop. A 4 versus 2 is the fallout of the end to just Kobe. Now he's able to get the first. He'll reveal his position to the remaining BDS players, though.
He knows Liquefact's low. We should know that he's low.
Charging in and past every fight possible. He's trying to isolate.
Just tap him. He's low.
Fight, but he just can't get the confirmation. Finally finds it. And as he gets to the end of it, now a 2 versus 1, but one above is the risk. The first call goes out.
You know, he's close. Logic Bomb, you got the information. I think for a second he hesitated, maybe thought he was above. Oh, Shaiko with the Nitrocell. Kobilax had a lot to do there as the last one alive. Did find 2 kills, but required 2 more. And it was far too much to do for the rookie.
It's maybe one of the most horrifying damage indicators is when you've been hit physically by the C4. Because at that point, you're like, yeah, this is a job's done.
Well, for all of the heroics in the half for Dark Zero, BDS still walk away with a 4-2 lead after the first half. So I think they're pretty comfortable. And BDS is the kind of team that has the firepower, absolutely, to be able to get these attacking rounds. Nighthaven Labs, yeah, defender-sided and focused, but if you're a really good entry team and you've got really good set plays, you can crack this map. And I think the biggest understanding of that is the first round where DZ just got completely shut out of the breach game. If option 1 fails, this map becomes quite difficult. But if you can get that first option, if you can get the breaches open, especially command server, and I think BDS should be more than capable. Not having the Maverick, not ideal, of course, banned out, but I think that that's the kind of thing where BDS probably are better when it comes to the pivoting of the adaptation. Plan B, Plan C, for example, if they can't get the breach opened up nicely, you can send someone like a Shaiko on the Deimos. He can go roaming around, meeting con side or even a blue side push, rather than 4 stacking into rafters like we saw from Dark Zero.
Now, amongst the chaos of that, Pamba was able to find their first kill as well, and, you know, better time just before the turn of the half than after. It gives yourself almost that, okay, now we're into the second set of this game. I've been able to get myself onto the board, because they are a bit of a missing link right now. If you imagine them firing at their usual capabilities, suddenly you have a Dark Zero that's, you know, probably level, maybe a step beyond here. They're going to see if they can try and hold off the approach of BDS. Liquefact is the Buck ready to get into action if they start trying to. Stop the breach going off. Obviously, Pava could try and play against it, but I'm assuming they'll hear and feel the pressure from underneath the IT wall.
It's good patience at the very least here from BDS. I think they're just trying to see if someone from Dark Zero, like a Pampazoo, you know, tries to push up. But I think with the way that this is set up, yeah, it's almost like a bit of a bait here from Dark Zero, and Pampazoo is going to get the kill onto Liquefact, who probably just needed to do his checklist, do his job with the skeleton key, really make opening up that IT easier. But I love what they've done with the mirror window, opens it up from Dark Zero, making it so difficult, as you can see here from this hole, to actually go for a standardized attack and open up the IT breach. And so BDS, this is where I said before, have they got the ability to adapt now? Plan B, Plan C, what do we do from here? We've lost the Buck, IT storage, not quite going to be the best form of attack now. We need to pivot, we need to go for a different angle of approach.
Shaiko wants to swing on towards the door, but he's going right into a mirror window, and
can they get it?
The breach does come together. It's a hop angle. The Deimos will get the track, and they're inside IT. The pressure is 3 days to take from Kobe as he actually hops back out after the first engagement. They've got themselves level, and they're not going to go any further. Shaiko's tracking Bolo and just feeding that intel to potentially a player underneath. They seem like they wanted to eye up the fight for a second, but instead Solotov rotated his way up the rafters. They're getting themselves fully surrounded. We talked about the pressure of this play before. With IT, you at least get yourself a bit of extra wiggle room, but there's no pressure on towards the top of the blue currently from a player. There's nobody that's trying to make their way on towards electrical or connector. So will BDS send potentially somebody else round onto the back end, and where is Users going to operate from? Because the Ying and the Candelas is really the point of the drive here. There's some damage from underneath, and there's the Users that we're talking about at the moment. The cover, the blinds, and the Gadget is going to offer something else, but BDS, they're stalling a little. 30 seconds, they're finally formulating on towards the rafters, ready to start knocking onto the side here, Xenox.
Yeah, and Dave's sitting towards blue on the CC stairs, so that's blocking off that entry point for BDS, so don't worry too much about why they're not pushing in that direction. Big kill all the way from BDS, even so much so that Brede finds a double onto his teammate of Users. They've still got the advantage, they've still got the numbers. Down to Nafe and NJR, coming in towards command now as we see The death mark called out from Shaiko onto Naif. Solotov will follow suit, courtesy of that death mark. NJR with the kill onto Solotov just gives a brief hope, a brief moment still for Dark Zero. Needs to deny the plant. Shaiko close by. Bride confirms the plant, and Shaiko confirms the kill as BDS extend their lead on Nighthaven Labs.
A team kill did happen in and amongst it, but it wasn't enough to slow them down. And now that 4-2 to 5-2 divide over the Cavern of the Halves feels pretty wide. As we said before, it's to the second map they're going to is going to be a tough one, but you know, every single team in this tournament, if they're talking about what their toughest game is going to be, is going to be against BDS. You're always going to be stressed and pushed and sort of pressed to the brink regardless of where you go, and this is that for Dark Zero. They've had these snappy, sharp moments. They've improved, definitely in certain sort of plays and how they were going from yesterday to today, but it is always a trial by fire that you can never be ready. Amber, he's able to get himself one more as well. Bolo's still sort of drifting around, but Kobe, again, he's still impressing me with
he is
getting into this.
But what impresses me the most is that for BDS, this is not just like the Shaiko show or the Liquefact show.
Oh,
like
no.
if you actually look at the numbers here for all of them, it's like Bride's got the lowest on 5 and Solotov's got the highest on 7. Like you've got 5 players that are pretty much playing at the same level, similar level. That just gives you so much more strength across the board. You know, right now it's Kobe's game. Yeah, he's doing great. 9 and 6, he's getting some really good kills. But ultimately then if he loses his life, what's next up? You know, the 2-7 Pambazu, the 2-6 Bowler. So you haven't quite then got that same firepower, at least in this particular map. But right now, BDS just look like a more complete round team. No surprises there. No one is shocked by that.
No, as I said, they're tournament favorites. There goes Solotov. Pamba, again, as I said, he's starting to cook, but so is this. The breach, the blitz, smashing their way through all the way up to the mirror window as it gets covered, and impact does hit. But now, look, face to face, toe to toe, round and round we go, but a man behind him comes in for some support, and Bolo goes down to, gets down onto Shaiko as well. Bride does trade it out, but with only Liquefact above and Bride inside the site, he cannot sit around. A failed landing. I think it's fair to say, but a great reaction from NJR specifically. He knew what he had to sort of do there, which was not die on towards the mirror window, rehold, reposition himself, wait for the blitz to come all the way around. BDS, they overextended in support, creamed itself down the cargo stairs, and now, with a lot of time, can they try and find their way out of the 2 versus 4?
I gotta be very careful here, Emmy, because I'm not a color.
Yeah?
Neither are you.
No.
But I need to think about the way in which BDS have thought through this process. It's a very normal rush that you've gone for. You send the blitz in, you smoke off the mirror window, and you go around the corner. They lost Solotov early. We didn't quite get to see how or how that's gone and taken place, so you don't have the logic bombs. The idea is sound. The issue with the idea, though, is when you've already lost one player and you haven't got the first floor control, Darks are very much in a good position to then be able to battle that rush. You've got the extra player, you've got first floor, and you've got the ability to then push down cargo stairs and aid those players who are playing, say, the mirror window position, watching in towards the breach. For BDS, too many players also stayed out of the breach, so you didn't really have anyone following in Users. Users just went by himself. Yeah. He's gone all the way in towards Tank, completely by himself, takes the 1v1 with NJR, and Blitz is not quite as strong as Blitz used to be before the nerfs. So ultimately for BDS, it just felt like a very rushed attack, which is not quite like the BDS we would probably expect, where they're very calculated, make really good, calm plays. I felt like maybe once they lost Solotov, it should have just been, hey, let's just go for a plan B.
I think what they're waiting for right now is for the plant to be attempted and then maybe try and put pressure onto Liquefact. Bride is sitting and waiting, and he almost could have confirmed that, but he didn't want to risk it. Pops the fire in. Liquefact's able to get one.
You cannot be losing
3, but the time is the worry. They pulled themselves back out 20 seconds, and Dark Zero make the right decision, which is leave. Pull themselves further away, and they drop in. It's a down player.
Oh my
Bride
God.
takes a scrap of damage, but cargo stairs of Kobe again showing up when Dark Zero need him the most. It leaves Bride, but it's a long distance between the 2 remaining players. They aren't offering him anything. He's just going to hold on to it because they know he doesn't have another choice. And there is the close down.
It should never have been that close, Emmy. That is a heart attack moment. I feel sorry for the NA fans here watching, because that's the kind of round that, like, you should just be chilling. Great, we stopped the rush. The rush from BDS was broken apart immediately. Dark Zero got the opening kill onto Solotov. You don't even have to worry about the Docker B. It's a 4v2. We're chilling. They've got no map control. They've got no real ability to get the plant down. And then the whole round just went to this like settling moment, and BDS are like, they're not pushing, they're not looking for us. Like, we can get the plant down, we can send Liquefac up above, get storage control, he can actually get some vert. And so throughout the next 30, 40 seconds, BDS are actually getting themselves back into the round, which they should never have even been into. I don't know if that's a case of DZ just like, I don't want to say the word panicking, but maybe hesitating as to how to finish the round off now. You've got such a strong advantage. How do we actually finalize this round? Credit to Kobe, though. He's got to double digits. First one inside of the server, having a tremendous game, making those analysts.
I mean, he's making
some eggs.
Let's be honest here. Kobe's making everybody.
They had a whole graphic on him.
They did have a whole graphic on him. And you know what? He's locked in.
He's locked in.
He's having a fantastic game so far. He's, you know, and it was this conversation that we sort of had in the green room, because we break down all the teams, we'll sort of all get together, all the talent, and talk about the storylines. And one of the big ones was for this team about Kobe, about the fact that he's sort of...
It was a 5-on-2 at that moment.
Yeah, a very quick rise up in towards getting to a major, towards getting to SI from where he was playing before. It's a huge amount of pressure for any player, let alone a young gun who is, you know, getting themselves sort of, it doesn't matter how much of a prodigal player you are or not, it's a huge amount of pressure. And whether Montreal, the teething experience there and how things didn't quite go his way, coming into this tournament, it's another teething day. But there's a moment where that pressure of I'm the newbie, I'm an amateur, I'm whatever, and all those doubts sort of slip away, and you go, no, I'm here for a reason.
Well, this is just affirmation, though, that you, you do belong, that you can play at this level.
Exactly, and
it's
that is something that mentally you get over. Is this the moment Kobe's been able to sort of get over that hurdle? If it is, amazing. Because you always want to see players playing to their best ability, and here, he's locked in.
Yeah, vocal he is as well.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, it's great to see for the kid. 5-3, and it's the blitz once again for users. Of course, don't forget, I mean, Ducks are on defense here, so I know it's a 5-3 scoreline, was 5-2. Losing the primary site command server, not ideal if you're on defense labs, but there's still some wiggle room here for DZ to really bring that scoreline back, put themselves into a decent position where they can either look to win the map or send it to OT. BDS, though, you know, you're not going to see BDS have a round like they did in the previous one all that often, so they've made the moment. Nitrocell thrown out, but it's very fast rushing users. The blitz is successful. Liquefac got the opening kill on to Kobe. There was that trade, though, so 1 for 1, not awful considering the pressure that we got from BDS very early into this round. Darks are able to offset it with a nice kill back onto Liquefac.
And JR is able to keep the pressure up as well. As you said, you know, you're entirely blinded, a blitz on one side and a player on the other. You're not really going to survive that one 99 times out of 100, but the trade was at least there. They were at least able to pull a body back on. Liquefac is gone. That sort of vocal lead voice will now just be on the cam, trying to cool things from the back end. Nath, on the other hand, the opposing IGL can keep himself active inside the game. The Mute Jammers will stop that death mark. No tracks on Bolo, no pressure coming in from underneath. Solotov is going to have to get a little bit more direct up towards the back of rafters. Brede does find the head of Pamba, and there's a long Selma throw on towards the wall. Bolo is tempted to go out and shoot it off, and does, because nobody was watching on towards it. It's a bait onto utility, but here, an Ela target, though we know that there are Mute Jammers close by, so the death mark will fail again. They'll just sort of cleanse themselves of that phantom pressure.
This is a very aggressive position from Naif. You know, if Users was pushing towards blue, that blitz would probably find the way to deal with the Warden pretty comfortably, especially as it's usually accompanied with backup. But right now, BDS not really shaping up for a blue side hit. They got all of their members now towards IT, towards Rafters, 40 seconds left. Big Nitrocell from Bolo, but it's going to fall short of Brito, who just pulled back at the right time on the Hibana. Trying to get some help towards Rafters now as well. Solotov making his way in. Shaiko, though, with the Vendetta. Bullet does get one for good measure, but ultimately BDS just able to surround Dark Zero towards site. And once again, DZ on defense labs are losing another round on a key site. And with that, it's going to be now match point for BDS.
Sounded like one of the BDS players hasn't put the legs up on their keyboard there. Just said, my keyboard is moving. I'm not sure who it was.
It really shows the quality of BDS, though. This is the kind of game that, to me, just shows their quality, what they have been able to do over the last 12 months or so, and why they're such an impressive outfit, and also why I'm just staggered that they haven't won a major in the last couple of majors. So
I think they're as staggered.
Probably. Their fans certainly
But again,
do.
it's an insane statistic that we talked about before. What, 8 games played throughout the year across all the competitions we have tracked. They have only lost 8 games. 2 of them best of 5 finals, right? They've only lost, I think it's again, 5 different teams.
You have to play at your very best if you're going to beat BDS. And DZ right now, I think, have actually played better than they did yesterday against Razar Company. But this is not Razar Company, this is BDS. So there's a high elevation that you need to find. 6-3, and BDS have looked pretty much in control for the vast majority of this match, which is disappointing for DZ. Going into Chalet next is really going to be going from the fire to basically the pits of hell.
Yeah, well,
on a very frozen landscape.
To put it sort of into perspective, obviously the numbers, this map itself is, second or least favorite. It was said by the desk. It's one that often BDS will ban instead. Chalet, they are 10-0. I've got on my data, at least for the year.
Undefeated.
So that's a pretty good statistic, I think, from...
I would say so, Emmy.
Yeah, generally from people's tests.
I mean, the takeaways for me so far in this game has been, again, BDS, yes, they've got standout players, but they're a standout team, and they can all have their moment. Whether it's Liquefact, Solotov, Shaiko, Predate, Users. I mean, like, all 5 of those players can have a game, and probably will throughout the course of this tournament, where they are the ones that are elevated compared to their companions. But in this game so far, they've all been on quite literally the same level. 8 or 7 kills between the 5 of them. For DZ, this has been Kobe's game. In another game, it might be NJR's, or it might be Bowlers. They've got that same caliber, but in the game itself, everyone's on very different level planes of elevation. So DZ are not quite as in sync as BDS across the 5 players. Bolo having a slow game, Pampers who have a slow game, Nave having a slow game. It's just really Kobe and NJR that are finding the ability to get good kills, to put DZ into good positions for this particular match. Minute and a half, a bit of a slow burn for this first match point for BDS as they look to make their way around the map.
Some pressure from underneath. It hasn't been netted with a kill as of yet, but you just hear and see and get hunted down by BDS. The lineup is relentless for this. They're inside. Solotov's been able to find himself a double. NJR and Shaiko are having a battle on cargo stairs, but the only one that's been put in a box has been all the Dark Zero. Nath. All that's left here of keeping Dark Zero alive. Got to ace onto BDS in the first fight. He's not able to get it connected. Has to pull himself out as Predate secures the plant, but a flawless. To end the opener here, BDS, they are taking their opponent's map and are eyeing up Chalet.
There was a flicker from DZ in this match, but it was snuffed out really early from BDS as they just went from strength to strength. They felt like a juggernaut team that was improving really as the game was going on. That's the big thing for me, is BDS really just got better and better. They played as a team, all 5 players having a pretty much standout performance, all with really good EPS. It's going to be a very difficult task now for Dark Zero to get anything on Chalet. 1-0 for BDS.
I mean, what a performance, right? And I think there'll be a lot of fun things for our desk to sort of talk about, and a lot of fun things for them to be able to piece across here, Xenox.
They will be.
BDS win Dark Zero's map pick of Nighthaven Labs, and it's quite funny because it isn't even one of their favorite maps at all.
Second lowest preference, by the way. So that tells us about just how much BDS has been working.
This is a map they don't play.
This is a map they're supposed to not play too much, yes. So I'm not surprised, to be honest. Like they took 1 month of break after Montreal Major. They didn't have to worry about trying to qualify to SI. They had plenty of time to prepare in the shadows and cook, and that's exactly what we've seen here. A big cooking moment.
I say it time and time again. Every single time that we get to these big tournaments, the team that wins it, they all share the same characteristic that they have an absolutely ginormous map pool. It's no surprise that BDS are happy to go on to a map pick that in a 1 to 9 preference graph shows you that it's their 8th preference. They will still play it. Newsflash, they'll also play their 9th preference map as well.
I mean, yeah, if you want to play these best of 5s, you want to have a deep map pool. You got to make sure you play on many different maps, even though they aren't your favorite, and you still have to perform. And that's what we saw BDS do exactly on this map. It started off with early struggles even on the side of Dark Zero. We know it's not easy to attack on a map like Nighthaven Labs, but even the basics, it just seems really difficult for them.
Yeah, I want to pull that. This highlight here is absolutely perfect. The first 6 rounds, it's a 2-4 attack split for Dark Zero. Now, you're going to say, maybe not too bad, but what I will say is whenever you're going to be against the top team in the division, you need to be doing better than what is expected on the map. So 2-4 attack split on Nighthaven is, I would say, okay. Now, attack for Dark Zero yesterday was a big struggle of theirs against Raza H Company. Attack so far today has been a struggle, because then when you see BDS get out onto their attacks, out of the 4 attacks they had, they obviously won 3 of them and got this over the line. And I think attack win rate is a big differentiating factor between a good team and a great team.
And just speaking of attack on this map, let's be very, very stupid here. The basics on Night Haven Labs, what you need to do. Open up the main walls that are outside and then work the execute. Most of the bomb site is available from directly the outside, like 1 or 2 rooms, right? On some of the basement ones, you need to roam clear, but most of the times what you need to do is problem solve that wall denial. And that, for me, was a massive issue for Dark Zero. If you take a look at the first 3 rounds of this match, it's completely crazy. Look at that Kaid trick. EMP, mini EMP sent bottom. You're playing against a Kaid. Of course, he's going to set it up, and he denied the thermite charge. He denied the ace charge. And then you look at Bandit. Bandit has Bandit tricked this 2 wall. He's now reinforcing this, and will also Bandit trick here. So closing again, even more wall denial. As you can see, Kaid and Bandit being played in the first round. You look at the second round, look at this setup. Bandit charges everywhere on the basement to prevent this, and the Mira setup as well to help cover. We look at the third round. In the roaming as well, they also bring Bandit, and they Bandit trick here again. It was such a big issue for Dark Zero.
And this goes back to absolute fundamentals of Siege. If you can't open walls to access a bomb site, and this is fundamentals of Siege, you have to walk through a doorway, you have to walk through a choke point, you're going to get absolutely gatted down by the defenders that are inside of the site. And that is exactly what happened. Dark Zero really just didn't set themselves up for any kind of success. They didn't bring Thatcher, they didn't bring Maverick, they didn't book from below, they didn't Zofia from below. So many options that they could have done to guarantee those breaches, didn't take any of them, it cost them rounds.
Comes down to the problem solving on their attacks not maybe being exactly the way they wanted to, but for a bit of spark of positivity over on the side of Dark Zero, there was one player we mentioned really needed to step up. We talked about him in the pre-show, and now again, Kobe, he's doing a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Kobe had an awful Montreal Major. He had an awful day 1 yesterday against Raza H Company, and he's taken out a game today where he's gone positive. Yes, Dark Zero lost. That's not a good sign. But on an individual basis, Kobe managed to accumulate over 10 kills against probably the best team in the world, more than 1 KPR, and on an individual basis, this will do his world of confidence good. Because like we said, we challenged him. He wasn't the issue in this side of this map. We challenged him to be the one to step up, and he did against BDS.
I think that's exactly the case we mentioned before, right? Pressure is off his shoulders, right? He could not do worse than he did in Montreal. This is the moment where he needs to step up. He has stepped up. Is it enough for DZ to work? Not really. You look at the side of BDS, everyone has the same amount of kills almost. Right now, Kobe is a little bit playing alone here. DZ needs to step up as a whole. It will be tough on the next map, I'm afraid.
I mean, when we looked at the map summary and we looked at the stats from all these players, we saw that BDS was way more balanced in that as well, right? It's kind of what you expect from a team. We know there's star potential on this roster. I mean, Shaiko is a player that everyone looks to get these kills on the board. He wasn't even the top fragger. Everyone was the shared top fragger on BDS.
It's really starting to become the story of this, isn't it, with BDS? That we don't consider... There was one time where you considered BDS the Shaiko show. Shaiko and his gang of hairy bandits, like, behind him. But it's not now. And, you know, you think of users, he got an individual big clutch. Leaky Facts there, obviously IGLing, still putting up numbers. It's a complete package performance from BDS all of the time.
The super team that works as a team. And that's basically the end for BDS. And if you look at the way they've attacked and problem solved the execution, the difference with the Blitz, the difference with the Ying, and you can see here Naif, he's having a show, like, right now.
Yeah,
they know they need to change something.
No, it's not often we get to see what the players do in between these maps in a best-of-3 situation, but they look rather, well, stressed maybe. There's a huge conversation going on, at least, about what they need to improve to make sure they survive in this best-of-3. We'll take a quick break, and then we're back with the rest of the series.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. realness. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Just love the music. I'm here for the music.
We're just vibing.
Yeah, we were vibing, enjoying the music, practicing our TikTok dances, I guess, as well. Something that you may have seen from us on the first day. But we have a more important matters to get to, and that is the second map between BDS and Dark Zero. Chalet. Now, please, could you remind the viewers, maybe that just tuned in, about what we said about Chalet in the map veto?
Well, let's make it clear. BDS is undefeated on that map ever since EWC in August, and they are on a 5-win streak on that map. So they have 3-star maps where they're undefeated for a long time. Chalet is one of them. It's very tough to leave it open, but any opponent is forced to leave one of the 3 maps open, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, that's the nature of the best of 3s. I will say, if you're a Dark Zero fan, Dark Zero should be good at Chalet, and the reason that I say this is the player Nath, the IGL, you can see him talking to Kangaroo Kenny there in the middle. He is formerly of M&M Gaming, as are Users and Soltov. Now, M&M Gaming, back in the day, the teams that they were on together, they were known as one of the best, if not the best Chalet team in the world, and Nath IGL'd that team. So he knows his way around this map. Yes, it's a formidable opponent. Yes, they are 1 map down, but if anybody can do it, he can help his team turn this round on this map.
Definitely has to be so if they want to make sure they keep themselves alive in this best of 3 series, still get a point from it. That could be so important in the standings in this group. But the second map is ready. It is Fluke, it's Xenox, it's Chalet.
Yes, it's Dark Zero and it's Chalet, as Anne just mentioned, which is a very difficult prospect, you would imagine, for DZ. Losing out 7-3 on Nighthaven Labs, where, look, there were some good signs, but ultimately BDS just looked like the far superior roster that we expect coming into 6 Invitational. 82% of you at home expecting BDS to continue their win streak. And that's what it is, Emmy, a win streak, and a pretty large one at that on this very map.
Yeah, I mean, how do you argue with 100% success? Right? It's just that sort of taste of everything. It's their map pick. It's a map that they haven't been beat on. You're coming off the back of losing your map pick. You're coming off the back of losing this map yesterday as well against a different roster in a sort of surprise upset moment here. There couldn't be a tougher moment for them to bounce back. It's not impossible. Nothing is ever impossible, Xenox. Not until it's done, but it doesn't mean it's
nothing's ever impossible, I mean.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's
I mean,
really
CAG showed that to us yesterday by beating Furia.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like, that's it's the magic of the tournament. It's the magic of the game. It's the magic of...
The magic of the cup?
It's the magic of the cup. Everybody get involved. But, yeah, 100% success rate, 10-0 throughout the year, at least in the major tournaments and major leagues. I mean, where else do you really go from this moment in time? BDS versus Dark Zero. Now, the Deimos and the Blitz both removed. The Deimos was a really continuous aspect of BDS's approach and the pressure that they love to use to just isolate individual fights. I mean, how frequently that Deimos was causing pressure. We saw it used in 1v1s across the bottom of the stairs, even at the end of the game. We also saw it perfectly sort of played as they're here, go kill. You can do that with BDS when they have the synergy that they have.
Yeah, I think that coming into this as Fenrir will be the last one to get banned out. There really is no expectation for Dark Zero on this map, but that's probably not a position you want to be in as a professional outfit. right? Like, these guys are really, really good players, striving to be the best, striving to win the Hammer. They probably want some expectations. They want to feel like they can actually go and beat BDS, especially on this map. This is the kind of map where internally, if you're BDS, if you're those players, if you're Kangaroo Candy, you've got to be saying, hey, why can't we be the ones to stop this streak? Why can't we beat them on this map? Why, you know, like, this is the way you've got to kind of go in with the attitude for the players. The fans will probably be like, oh, well, I'm probably not expecting them to win this one, and rightfully so, as per the social prediction. But for Dark Zero, they've got to have that internal belief that they can actually get a surprising result. And there will always be surprising results when it comes to 6 Invitationals. We saw yesterday, and we will continue to see. You've just got to back yourself in, have that belief. Dark Zero start on the defense here, BDS on the attack, which is where I think they're going to do the vast majority of their damage when it comes to Chalet, like top 2 map when it comes to attacker-sided map in the map pool right now. So BDS on the attack to begin. They should be very confident, very comfortable. This is a map where they're undefeated since I think Leo said EWC last year, which is a very, very long time ago. So it's going to be a difficult prospect for Dark Zero, but they've got to be up for it in the task. They've got to at least be competitive. This can't be a 7-0, 7-1 kind of match. If they lose 7-4, 7-5, they can maybe hold their heads high, but ultimately then you get nothing from the game at all. So you've got to go for the win.
So, yesterday, when Dark Zero played this, they were able to take 3 rounds on their defense, and then otherwise everything else came up Raza Company. Can they try and push themselves to a bit more success? It was actually only down in the basement that they couldn't get anything else, taking ones in bar, kitchen, and back in bar. And they've opted to start there instead of trying to play one of the more traditional first sites where they went, where they had their sort of limited success. The take over the top, the Blackbeard making their appearance here. Obviously, with changes, they can be the most terrifying point man in the right hands, but at the same time, they've also still got the tradition of watching angles. Good use of the Flores drone, use of removing the back end of the bulletproof, give themselves some options and remove the eyes inside the sights so you can be a bit more of a surprise. The surprise might be just where the first strike comes from. The keeper barricades trading places with bullets, but otherwise still no take. It's just eating through procedural utility here from the side of BDS.
Of course, one of the storylines that developed on Labs was the improved performance from Kobe. This is where it's like, can you have that consistency now? Is it just a one-off? You know, was it just a really stellar performance on Labs, but then back to kind of the median for him? So I'm curious to see, can Kobe bring that same form to Chalet? Can players like Pambazoon and Bolo improve from Labs? So those are the things to look for when it comes to Dark Zero. As for BDS, you know, they were pretty much faultless on Labs. All 5 players incredibly performed. EPS levels 110 plus for all 5 players, Emmy. I mean, that is staggering. There were 3 players on the side of DZ that were all below 70, so that's a huge gap in terms of team performances. 60 seconds left as BDS getting their checklists done. And I imagine they're going to start to put the pressure on. One outside of the rappel, big window. Kobe in a very precarious position. One on the window, one down below. Lost his life striker with the opening kill of the round. It was a trade, though, immediately backed by NJR, who is still low on the lesion. But time starts to become somewhat of a factor as users trying to put the shield away temporarily on the Blackbeard. Gets the kill onto what was a low-health NJR. Advantage now for BDS.
Well, the fight happens over the top of the stairs, and they scream their way down towards Trophy, and it's a 4 versus 2. They don't really have direct control of anything, but it hasn't really stopped them. A beautiful shot from Bolo on the back line of half wall with Nafe still operating underneath. They're luring them in, but fortunately for them, users had gone a little bit further along Nafe. 20 seconds to hold off. It's not impossible. If he's able to just sort of pip the planter and get a surprise moment here, BDS could fall away, and well, he sees a Blackbeard, and that's the worst possible person to see. That will read the information. Great take on the first. He's not able to get
his head was showing
the rip of it. I mean, it's easy for us with the outlines. Who knows what he saw, but I want to take us back just a moment. Did he just say... Hang on, did Shaka just say English? Hello there.
Hello there, mate.
I'm so sad that I talked over that by accident. If I knew that was... if I had a time machine, I would go back in time and stop myself from talking over that. But anyway, the first kill came from a player inside the site shooting up through the vertical, right? First of all, how is he in this position and what the hold is and what was known about that? Great opportunity sniffing out by sort of BDS to get the response. But it's also what was going on with Bolo and the run out. He was sort of frequently putting pressure on towards the Blackbeard, hang on the double window, but at the same time, I think it was NJR just sort of rotates in with his back towards the window. And maybe it was to try and buy the player the space to get into that operating. Maybe it was to try and force the player off the rappel, but it just sort of gave users an easier fight. Ultimately, in the end of it, And, you know, a couple of things I'm a little bit curious about what they were trying to achieve. Well, I have a little OBS medic.
Yeah, I saw that. That's nice. I like to see that. I kind of wished we had easy instead, but medics will do.
Really? You prefer easy to medics?
Absolutely.
The Dutch disappointment over the Croatian sensation?
Yep. The Dutch. He just whispered in my ear. No, I love medics.
Yeah, I mean, I love all of our observers.
Nah, not Sky.
What? Well, he's the Australian one. You're allowed to say that. 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, honestly, with the way that round played out, BDS... Oh, hang on. Let me...
I mean, he was baiting the sound there.
Well, it depends if Nath wants to get aggressive. It's a good little bait with the Claymore. He's on the Solar, so you can obviously see it full well.
He's being watched above as well. Look to his top right. I'm not sure who that is, but they are eagerly waiting. It's Liquefact is watching that door like a hawk.
Oh, baited, son. You've just been sunned. Nath gets caught, thinks he's got the upper hand on the Solus, knows the Claymore's there. Also knows, because Eustace is on the Repel, big window towards bedroom, he senses that it may not be watching it and putting a lot of faith in that Claymore. Well, he's got more faith in Liquefact to get that kill really nicely executed from BDS, and that's just the difference. They're just playing on a different level.
It's the second time they've been able to get the entry in a row as well. You remove the Solace from what is a pretty familiar bit of run-out territory. And cleanly, as you said, no real contest. The Claymore is still standing after the end of it as well. There is a bit of a slowdown from some of the goo mines, but otherwise, BDS, they've got some light control here. Eyes on towards top of the white stairs itself. There's a full lock on the side of box. They're not really contesting around Ivy. Instead, it's actually Shaiko that, with the LMG, just swings wide, removes Bolo from inside the core of the site itself. Pamba's going to try and step in, but there's sort of a big statement of, I wouldn't do that. He does catch one, but it's the same second. Shaiko gets another kill. There's pressure on the door, and he just walks into somebody else's firefight.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! Ban Blackbeard, I swear.
Ban Blackbeard.
I didn't know I can track with them.
Well, a lot of that round, though, kicks off from the beginning, doesn't it? I mean, it's just a classic case of bait on the Solus. Solus sees the Claymore, senses an opportunity. Liquefact in a good spot, and from there, then they've just got numbers. And unfortunately for Dark Zero, it was just a case of basically swinging. They just wanted to get involved in the middle portion of the round. We get the replay there of the beginning kill onto Nath, but at this point onwards, you know, Dark Zero, I mean, that's just a sharp kill onto Bolo. Here's another swing, Piano side. You'll see another swing probably later on. This is just a push towards Ego. It's a double swing, in fact. So they're just swinging around on the map simply based on the fact that they sense the pressure from BDS. They feel corralled, and they panic, and then they start moving around, and it's just all too easy. 2-0 start for BDS.
He broke the C4 by meleeing it as it made contact with the shield, I believe.
Ban Blackbeard.
Honestly, quality move. Do you know what is very exciting for a long-time EU caster and a long-time BDS enjoyer is seeing them with this childlike joy of energy. Coming into this tournament with all the pressures that because this roster for the past 4 years, has had the pressure of should they win it? When will they win it? When are they going to win? And you could see that it ate at them for a while. They'd be on stage, that even in their biggest moments, feel that weight. And you know, it's not that they weren't enjoying themselves, but the pressure was there. I'm not saying it's not right now, but this sort of almost jovial energy. There's just joy at playing the game.
You like that?
I love to see anyone have a good time playing.
Fangirling.
I just love.
You know what the best thing about being a Nosecaster is?
What?
Nothing. Our teams aren't even here.
What do you mean? You've got.
Where's Gaming Gladiators? Where's Chiefs?
Virtue?
Virtue's not a team. He's a player.
Virtue is a movement. But anyway, it's just generally seeing positive, upbeat energy from any team is great. But from a team that, let's be honest, has some of the most pressure on them, it's great for them. Solotov is removed by Bolo, though. And at this point, Kobe is trying to go toe-to-toe across Libraries. Position's been read, though. So instead, I think he's going to try and get himself out of there.
Dark Zero need to just try and find a way to slow down this mid-round. And I don't know if it's a case of BDS slowing themselves down or it's just simply the site, but minute and a half, 4v4. It's a little bit better than what we saw from Bedroom. That's just a peek again from Kobe. wants to try and get information towards Big Window and towards games, peeks his head, patience from users. I mean, like, that's the kind of situation where Capitao needs to use his utility to clear out bar stock, but he just gets a free kill. Kobe goes for a head look. BDS now have the numbers. Dark Zero have to contemplate. Do we take the fight on the roam game still or look to fall back to site? Well, I mean, this is just NJR getting slaughtered from behind. Liquefact just creeping up towards West Main. A ball over towards Trophy Stairs. They're just all over the place defensively. Dark Zero have got numbers around the map, but no one's really playing off each other. You know, you got like one bar stock, one West Main, one Trophy. It's like they're trying to get so much map control, but there's too much spacing, and it's allowing BDS to just kind of slip through the cracks and get themselves into the map. Absolutely commanding here on Chalet. BDS, a strong performance.
I have a working theory about why BDS is so good on this map. On Chalet. Do you want to hear it?
Is it a theory or is it just a fact?
I mean, it's a theory because I'm just making it up, but it might also be a fact because I'm not in their conversations.
Okay.
Once upon a time, obviously, this was technically, in some regard, two different rosters. You have BDS is still BDS, and you have users and Solotov from ex-M&M. And they were one of the best Chalet teams as well, especially those two. You would go back to, you know, if you roll back to the old videos of them playing on Chalet, they're unstoppable. And you're taking, it's like a super team Superman, almost. Because you have all this great history from both roster sets come together and it's created art. It's like, what's your favorite fusion of two different like cuisines? Or like when you make like peanut butter jelly, we're in America. It's that, but for Siege.
It's actually peanut butter and jam.
Peanut butter and jam? Yeah, but PB&J sounds more...
well, you can say PB&J.
Wait a second. I'm like Charlie Day pointing at the board with all the red strings. Like, wait a second, PB&J is PB&J. But anyway, they find themselves 3 rounds up here. Stress and pressure on towards the side of DZ. They knew it was going to be tough, but 5 kills over the opening 3 rounds. They just have been able to get themselves on towards the trade game. In the meantime, Usus 1 kill off of becoming the reverse James Bond, which is actually better than being James Bond in this game.
I mean, BDS's pacing has just been tremendous. They are setting the tempo with their movement, getting entry kills, getting map control. Dark Zero just... they're in the position where they're playing second fiddle. They're having to play catch-up. They're having to base their movements, their positioning on what BDS is doing rather than what they are doing on defense. You know, they're always falling back. They're always getting pushed back. NJR wants to play a certain position. Well, now you find yourself in kitchen. You're not where you want to be. So then things start to get displaced defensively. I mean, BDS are just brutalizing Dark Zero on this map. If Nighthaven Labs was a somewhat okay performance from DZ, this is looking like an absolute stomp and really highlighting the difference in class and quality between these two rosters at this event.
Well, there's the first take, and it's on towards Pamba. Bride gets 1, and Kobe's able to shut out Shaiko. Again, good news. They get rid of a big player. He's obviously been able to drive himself into Flores before, and even when he's got the LMGs. So Kobe starting to activate and operate as he did in the first map will be a good sign and a good tell. BDS circling around onto the large fireplace stairs here, but you can sort of see that they're running the numbers on where to make their approach. I was a bit curious last time we were here because the first line, the first fight was actually just inside the site, up through the vertical. And at this point, it feels like Dark Zero keeping a more sort of tighter grasp on the site itself. They're not offering that surprise route through, so BDS is having to run the numbers, try and just prod and pull back and peel away.
Well, don't forget as well, this is a non-hard breach setup from BDS, and it's kitchen and dining, so typically you want to get office opened up to get a bit of that vert, deny the position of DZ. They don't have the ability to actually do that, so that wall's going to stay reinforced. And that's going to provide a lot of cover for Dark Zero to maintain top floor control, which is going to make it far more difficult as well for BDS to get inside of, say, kitchen and dining. If BDS are going to win this round, they're going to have to brute force their way to clear out Bolo rather than being able to open the wall up and push him back. But they also still need to go over towards the trophy side if they're going to get the other side all cleared up too. There's a lot to do with only 20 seconds left. Nitrocell not ideal onto users. For a 4v4 with so little time, this is the kind of round that Dark Zero essentially have to win. By finding these kills, they will indeed win. And a bit of a curious case there for BDS in terms of the operator lineup choice regarding the site choice as well. they looked a little bit lost as to how they wanted to actually execute. And that's the one time now that we've seen on Chalet, the first time, I should say, for BDS, where they've looked a little bit lost. A good round from Dark Zero, but if I'm going to be completely honest, I felt like it was more to do with BDS kind of just fumbling.
Yeah.
More so than Dark Zero doing all too much. Their credit, though, comes in actually punishing the mistake of BDS and being in a good position to deal with the trophy push.
I mean, that's the sort of split, right? What we'd have to compare there is just entirely how they positioned themselves and set up the hold. There were still similarities. You had, obviously, the castle set up, so I think they swapped off Rooney Gates for his army instead to try and maybe be a bit more mobile with the hold. There was, I think, an Ella and a Mute as well. Are these the changes that stop them being able to get the positions open they wanted? Who knows? But there was obviously something there in the BDS approach where, as I said, they didn't have any hard breach, but they also didn't really have an idea of how they wanted to get in.
Yeah.
The fact that the plan that they ended up in was, well, let's just try and put some pressure in on West Main and at the same time jump in trophy window. All right, job's done. We've lost the round. It could as much as well be Dark Zero having a decent response to how they lost in the first map. That's the job of our analysts, to look over and compare.
Yeah, if there's a round, I don't know if the analysts are listening. Probably not. Resh is just probably going and doing push-ups somewhere in his penthouse, but
they always...
that's a round I'd love to see them analyze. I want to get Leo on the telestrator for that round.
We should
make him work.
Yeah. I mean, what else do they do during these moments, right? Analysts. The cool kids of the talent team. With their leather jackets. I don't know. 2 minutes 20. And it's still early doors for the pressure. Now, BDS usually spend a lot of this time cooking. They're not exactly going for these opening engagements. And to be honest, they're not really being handed them either. You can have some teams that on Chalet especially will like to sort of grow outside of the map
No hard breach again either. Something to just kind of consider because it was a big factor in the previous round. They do have the Montang, so they can have a bit more of that push potential. Double shield in the round. Brede and users. That was a missed smoke. And Liquefact will find an opening kill anyway on to Nave. Just straight in towards Dining on the Docker Beat. Drop down in towards Wine. And that's a good yellow ping information there on the drones. Dark Zero under pressure early, despite the fact they were finally able to get a round win on Kitchen and Dining. They go up above to Bedroom and Office and find themselves once again under an immense amount of pressure.
Yeah, Kobe made entirely the right decision there. You could see he was sort of holding on for as long as possible, but the fact that he was concerned about the bottom of the stair set, there were players on the windows running him out, and the damage came from the double window all the way across through the angle from the back end. As he was being beat by Shaiko, I mean, he couldn't sit around and see what would happen next. Brede on the Monty wants to try and make their way up, but they seem to actually be battling back and forth. They need someone to offer some support. The Blackbeard is still getting some damage done as Pamba is the next to be forced and shepherded away, and they're not even trying to convert the kills, I say, as Brede.
I mean, that's just Kobe being in a very difficult position. He's got pressure on the balcony outside, and then you still have to deal with the pressure on the inside. So he was kind of just caught in a crossfire. He needed to try and get out of that spot earlier. Had he done so, could have kept himself alive, put more pressure back on the BDS, but he was the one under an immense amount of pressure. Bolo, a nice kill, but it's probably all for naught. Brede's going to be able to get the plant down safely inside a bedroom. Now it's a 3v1 in the post plant. Shaiko puts an end to the round pretty quickly. Well worked from BDS with the double shield setup. Easy solar control to get the plant in towards bedroom, and no real counterplay from Dark Zero.
There was one part of that where there was a bit of creativity that came through. Obviously, we talk about how awkward the positions were. Nothing is more obvious than when one of the Dark Zero players, to hold the angle that they wanted to and feel safe, had to go outside the building. Was outside of the bathroom window, trying to hold the cross angle back inside. The reveal of the position was coming out, but that was all the space that they really had at that point. If he tried to rotate his way back towards Piano, he would have been cut off by that angle. If he tried to push further in, he would have been cut off. So, yeah, that is what happens when you just run out of room. I'm wondering if it was there. Entirely that. He couldn't go anywhere else. And it was just claustrophobic. It was just a choking sort of hold and take by BDS.
I think a big reason why that was so successful for BDS as well is because Liquefact just walks into Dining at the beginning of the round, gets a free kill. And from there, you lose trophy side pressure from down below. So you think about those shields pushing into Solar. Well, if you've got a player that can flank, say, trophy stairs going up into Solar, you can put some pressure behind them. So they're going to be a little bit more careful when they push forward, less likely to be able to just stand there and pull out your pistol and kill Kobe inside a bathroom, for example. So, yeah, BDS are just absolutely flexing their muscles onto Chalet. 4-1 lead. Really not a surprise on the attacker side. See the Brava come out with the clutch drones, trying to find some of these EDDs as Nafe will get onto the Capcan. This is the kind of round that I'd like to see from Dark Zero. Bar games, there's not a lot you can really do. It's very defaulty positions.
Yeah.
Can they find a way, though, to just throw a spanner, just a little trick here or there to just keep BDS guessing, whether that's a roam, whether that's a lurker. If you keep it completely default, BDS will be able to deal with it really too comfortably. So you're going to have to do something different here.
Well,
and that might be Pampazoo on the Vigil.
I mean, at this point, you know, they're sort of playing a tougher game than they were yesterday. As I said before, 3 of the rounds that they got on this map were all on defense. They can't make that happen again. They have a full read on Ella. She might not know the dangerous situation she's about to walk in. They also have the read on Capcan, and Likafak isn't that far away. Nafe is back and forth. We've seen these 2 players trade the entry statistic, and I think it's all gone into Likafak's favor, but he's sitting, waiting patiently. Who are they wanting to push? Is it NJR? Or they want Bolo to drop off the rafters, hit the hatch, and be caught?
The 4 members of DZ need to play default, except for Pampazoo. Pampazoo needs to just hold bedroom, wait for the push from BDS towards the piano side, looking to push library corridor, hallway, and then Pampazoo can get the flank from behind. The goal, obviously, on the Vigil is to not get spotted. They have to not be aware of his position. That's going to aid in the flanking potential later in the round. Likafak coming from down below, but yeah, Dark Zero need to just hold their key positions, keep bar stock control, keep mezzanine control, and allow Pampazoo to be the hero later in the round. You cannot be losing players early, though, on bar games. Still a minute remaining, so much time. Pampazoo needs to get involved.
I mean, he's being called. He's round the back, and a great bit of motion there from the Vigil, but Ashiko and Bolo and Nafe are actually all able to win out their own personal engagements. It leaves us in the 2 versus 3, but the site is actually currently being controlled by BDS. They're going to see if they can get a plant down as the hatch is
Someone's watching
There's
it.
nobody here to try and directly stop it at this point. It's going to turn into a post-plant retake. It's a bit awkward. They fight their way out the window, and they're trying to win the engagement somehow. Brede gets the exchange on towards the side of Pamba now, and it's a post-plant with a 2 versus 1. Brede!
Wow.
He's just ripping his way out. We've always known him to have huge clutch potential, but what a moment there. Pulls the kit down, fights his way up and out of the room. Bolo is caught on mud. And I mean, for all the compliments of Brede, you do have the question marks for Dark Zero.
You had a player fireplace stairs, a player mezzanine, and I think still Pamba on the roam, eventually looking to get himself into library. Not one player in bar stock, no one watching default at the half-wall the game's pushing. Like, you've got it to a 3-on-2, under a minute left. Get to the site. Just stop them from being able to do the only win con they have, which is get the plant. They played this quite well, Emmy. I mean, I mentioned the Vigil at the start for Pampazoo. And the middle portion of the round, Dark Zero did what they needed to do and executed it. But when it came to the end of the round, you know, 3-on-2, under a minute left, fall back. You've lost players on site. You don't need fireplace stairs. You don't need the mezzanine anymore. Just go and defend the ability for BDS to get the plant down, and you will win the round. Instead, like, they just walk into games, plant and walk out.
It's frustrating for the side of Dark Zero. You knew it was going to be tough, but they're almost creating more problems for themselves there. And you can see, you know, they're having to take these risky plays, and it's just not coming together here. I mean, BDS have 3 maps that they haven't lost for a year, or whatever Alfama's statistic was. This is one of them. This is why.
I think the biggest thing for me, I mean, I'm not American, so I'm not an A fan, but what I would be disappointed is you did a lot right. That's when we get disappointed, you know, in our sports teams. When you do a lot right, but then the finish is where you just kind of stumble at. That's where it's like, oh man, like, come on. We did so much right in that round, and we don't get the round win. There's could have been a 4-2 half, DC going to the attack slatted map. Could have been a completely different storyline, but now at 5-1, BDS are well and truly in command. Likafak, that was a little bit lackadaisical with the swing around the doorway. Free kill for Kobe. Dark Zero will get themselves an early attacking kill.
It's a decent amount of pace here applied by Dark Zero. They're not wasting any time getting into the second half of this map. They've put the pressure on instantly on towards Likafak. Up top, there was a force down the side of blue there for Shaiko to just get out of there. And, well, they've now been able to wrest themselves some control of the territory here. There is still a lot of potential of slowing. Obviously, the Goyo canisters long since placed. 2 more C4s ready to rip and let loose on towards the soft bores of Fireplace, or even if they try to sneak in a plant, we have more than one hard breach option here from the side of Dark Zero. They have more options. Do they know about Shaiko? He's returning his way up, gets one, and he's able to escape as well. There's a player on his tail, but he can't quite net the kill. Kobe wasn't quite able to get revenge there. Amber is traded out. Just Shaiko. I said that they'd force them down for the opportunity. I forgot that they had the ability to sniff themselves right back up when they had a free moment. It did seem like they had some awareness as well, but you know, you're going into a sort of flat engagement. He finds NJR. Was that through the vertical? And I agree with the reaction there, NJR. It's frustrating. But at this point, a minute on, now BDS have the body advantage. They have the close shotgun. It's a risky angle to peek against it. The blinds come out. Uses isn't going to sit around, but he is happy to move right back into the turf that's actually pulled away from it. They used the cover of the noise to get out of there.
I mean, the issue here, though, is that with so little time remaining, if BDS still having the numbers, yeah, that's exactly what they needed at that exact point in time. Big kill from Bolo evens things up going into what will be the final 30 seconds of this round. It feels like a must-win for Dark Zero. Otherwise, at 6-1, it's a long way to come back from. You've got to get your opportunities when they are presented to you, and this is certainly a round in which they've still got a good chance. Bolo at second, opening up the site now, making things a little bit more comfortable for Dark Zero. Naif will help out as well, gets involved, leaving just Solotov by himself, spotted and finished off from Bolo. 3 huge kills from Bolo to get Dark Zero that round. 5-2, this one's not done yet.
I mean, Bolo has been an intense factor for the team.
It should be 4-3. Like, that's the thing. It should be 4-3.
But you have to give credit there. It was decent read on positions. Obviously, as I said, an explosive start from the side of Dark Zero. Shaiko does Shaiko things. Suddenly they lose the body advantage. But then there's that. That was the take. He was frustrated about. This is the first that he gets. The fleeing Brede. The perfectly timed drop there as well. They got the reveal from the intel of the drone, the coverage that came across, and Dark Zero's motion so tight, so together when they needed to make the operation. It was almost the opposite. When they couldn't stick the landing last time round on their defense, that was a perfect sort of 10.
I mean, that's the issue with Basement on Chalet and why a lot of teams play the roam game in the early portion of the round. It's so difficult to actually get trades as the defense. You got one near bin, one over towards blue hallway, one in towards wine. Can they really connect with each other? Not really. So then if you're a Dark Zero and you can push as a 2-1 split, use your numbers, overwhelm each position one by one, it becomes quite easy. And that's exactly what they were able to do at the end of the round. It didn't look like they were rushed. They actually looked like they played the time quite well. Bolo obviously hit some really critical shots. You know, 40 seconds left, you know, you're down a player, bam, big kill, all things tied up. You drop, you hit, you get the next kill. Suddenly you've got the numbers and then you can overwhelm the defense. So certainly a better round for Dark Zero. And again, I think the way that I would classify this series is they've looked fine, but they just keep making too many mistakes compared to their opponent.
Well, NJR is able to get rid of Solotov, and the Nook is already eyeing up the site, but instead would prefer the kill. The Solace was on the track of the gadget tree, but with users getting Naif, they at least aren't entirely bleeding out. It's easy. Great start, and users trying to buy himself some time, but how long until Bolo continues the tear he's been on?
It's just fine. You can slow things down. You don't have to just keep sending it. It's bar games. You've got a player advantage. BDS can no longer get all of the control power positions. You just don't have the numbers. You want one bar stock, probably one over on the bar side of things as well. Then technically Mezzanine up above as Shaiko goes for a roam, I think seeking to try and get the numbers back into a stable position for BDS. Instead, he walks into Pampasu on the Nook, and suddenly this is a round in which Dark Zero should very well win. It's 4v2. BDS can only play one in bar stock, one in Mezzanine. So one on the first floor, one on the second floor. They are completely separate. Users and Brede can't trade each other, but Users goes for a vault out from Mezzanine to front entrance, kill onto NJR, and almost got the kill onto Kobe, who does have the kit, falls back and plays sight. And just like that, a little bit more hope in the round now for BDS. That's a huge power play from Users.
There was a player that was around the top of blue as well that didn't really go for an immediate sort of reaction on towards that fight. They didn't want to risk the engagement, risk losing another body to it. It was a huge gamble from Users. But when you are 5-2 up in this sort of situation, gambles are what makes the difference. Now, with a minute, on the site where the last time there was a 2 versus X situation,
well, they're on the site,
BDS
though.
pulled it out, exactly. And that's the worry right now. This is where Dark Zero, I said they were a much improved landing on their attack on the previous round. They've got to see if they can try and make it happen.
They're double stacking into bar stock. This is wonderful. I mean, this is literally the opposite of what Dark Zero did on this previous defense for them, where they had one Fireplace, one Nessun, and no one inside of bar stock. Bolo goes down temporarily to the frost mat inside of Mudroom. Will get himself out, but is debuffed for the remaining 30 seconds of this round. Kobilax on the glass, trying to find one through the smoke. Gets a kill onto Brede. 3 in the round, making a quad now from Users in a 1 versus 1 against the hampered Bolo. Users looking to find the ace to get them into a match point round. And as it stands, Bolo doesn't seem like he has an idea as to where Users may be. Swings around, pistol wins it. A tremendous effort from Users with a 4K, but the pistol from Bolo clears out nicely. Another round for Dark Zero here on Chalet, and they are fighting tooth and nail to stay alive in this match.
Okay. For me, we can go kitchen, and we play full trap around side. Okay.
Kitchen and full trap.
Yeah, okay. I mean, all right, the 2 things I want to say about that round and that ending especially. One, Bolo, I said it at the start of the round, he is that X factor right now for Dark Zero. He's getting these impact kills. He's getting these impact moments. He's also seemingly the drive in those firefights. And yeah, it's what he does so well, but also he's doing it so well right now. He's keeping them fighting. But 2, if Users has pulled off that ace, including jumping out of the building, that might have been one of the most ridiculous aces I think I've ever seen.
That would have been a total capitulation moment for Dark Zero. I mean, this was a 4-on-2 round. They probably should have won it more comfortably. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Again, highlights the quality that is BDS. All 5 players, you could trust all 5 players to be in that position of Users. It doesn't matter who it is on BDS, whether they get the 4K or 5K, whether they're the solo, whether they're the clutch. That's the beauty of this roster. It's not like, oh man, I wish it was X player in this position. You can back Users in there, and this is just such a ballsy play in that moment where it was 2 versus 4. NJR's like, what is this guy doing? Gets a kill, comes back to site, they double stack it towards bar stock, and Users then gets himself into the quad position. Bolo did have an idea roughly as to where Users was going to be. Pistol shot, and he knew he was obviously quite low.
Sorry, that was just that. I really hope socials take the screenshot of Kangaroo Kenny screaming at Bolo over the shoulder, because that feels like a template.
It just, to me, has the vibe, though, of the kind of series where we're going to walk away from this and people are going to be like, oh, DZ were better today. Better than their match against Razar.
Yep.
They had good moments, and if they, you know, as people like to say, oh, if they play like this tomorrow or, you know, against X team, they'll do better. But
you play the game
at the end of the day, it's going to be a 0-2 start in group stage if they can't win this.
It's entirely it. You have to play the game in front of you. You play against the teams in front of you. You'll go away sort of frustrated. And you said it before, like when you play great and you still lose, it's frustrating to sort of be amongst that. It's frustrating to sort of be the one sort of behind that. And, you know, regardless of who it's against, no one here wants to lose, and anyone could potentially win. We've already seen it yesterday of big underdog sort of victories and showings. But here, now with, what was it, the trapped lineup that was called from the side of BDS, you have some of the slows, the Ella, the Banshee of Melusi. He doesn't quite get as much play as they did once upon a time. Castles and his armies to try and stretch out those Keybers. We'll see if there is something they can use. Obviously, ban Blackbeard was the call of Liquefact. Let's see if Dark Zero, I suppose, can prove why it wasn't. They're inside and above, trying to find a fight with Liquefact. Kobe on the Blackbeard is tucked into a corner. He's in a bit of an awkward spot, but he's able to win out the first and the second. Kobe! Huge pair of kills there on the top floor. Rest control. Bolo finds Solotov after the single frag they got, and we are in, I mean, the previous round once again. Users and Brede, all that's left, trying to hold on. Users gets none this time, just kept on double dipping, and Bolo, he's leaving a little bit of bait here. The man has gone fishing for a Frenchman, and he's hoping.
The pacing from Dark Zero in this half has been honestly quite incredible. Going up against BDS, that's the thing. It's because of their opponent as well, as they finish off the round, this time in emphatic fashion. Kenny is absolutely pumped. And as he should be. I mean, this is a really good fight back from DZ, because don't get it twisted. We go back to the end of that first half where they fumbled on bar games. DZ should have won that round. And had they won that round, they would be leading now 5-4. Instead, they're down 5-4. So I think that when you kind of take that into account, they're right in this game. And it's a very winnable map on a map that has a large streak attached to it for BDS. Wonderful double kill moment from Kobe. He understood the pressure on the player in bathroom, but then you have to switch adjust for that second kill coming around the side of that keeper barrier. And that takes some incredible reflexes. 5-4. BDS have already taken their timeout. Led by Bolo, who's 11-5. The rest now starting to make an impact. And we've got a map. BDS getting pushed on Chalet by Dark Zero. At one point, what was it? 5-1.
5-1. I mean, imagine the position that you're in as well, right? A legend becomes a legend because of all of the people they've beat beforehand. A dragon kills thousands of knights that comes up to them. If you are the one knight that then goes and beats that dragon against their 100% success rate,
yeah,
that is a legendary moment. Well, that is a big uplift.
Speaking of 100% success rate as well, intriguing stat here, but so far throughout all 9 rounds, the attacking team has found the opening kill. That's from the first half of BDS. They got 6 in a row, now 3 in a row for Dark Zero. I've said it now, so I imagine BDS.
I mean, Shaiko tried to, but he's instantly pulled back, and look at this.
Is this just going to be a breach? Rosh towards basement, and it will be. Smoke goes out. Bride does stop that little attacking opening kill streak by getting the kill onto Bolo, but it does matter not, because the plant goes down successfully, and Darks are able to find kills in that moment while the plant was going down. BDS were rushing back to site, but could not stop it. And NJR on the glass has already found one, and can certainly do more damage here.
I mean, what a cacophony of noise here. You just gets caught out by the glass to cover. NJR has it locked in. There's a bit of a, I mean, too deep of a dive, but look how far back they are watching it. The Monty's on one shoulder. They have a player all the way deep, and they're trying to bait the engagement, but that's not
Kobe's
the man you need to watch. There's one round on the back of Kobe. We're all tied up, Xenos.
Yeah, I mean, that's good positioning from Kobe to just offer the double down, making sure that they can get the pinch onto those players pushing in towards the site. So a really well-worked set play from Dark Zero. They had a goal, a mission, and accomplished it. Breach, rush, smokes go out, get the plant down, play off the glass. It's not exactly an unknown strategy. We've seen it before, but they've executed it really well. And then to bunker it down with the positioning, Kobe gets in towards Fireplace at the very end. They get the pinch. This is a bit of a rush from Bolo, but he's kind of just there to take pressure off the planter anyway.
Exactly. That was the whole role that he's playing there. They all played their part perfectly, and you've got to give it to Dark Zero. I mean, you know, rushes are risky to take. They're terrifying. I mean, you cannot doubt.
That much yelling.
I like how, so there was conversations about Kobe joining the roster that sort of Lax and Fox brought up, where it was, you know, having somebody that was huge and uplifting in personality and sort of presence and voice was great for the team. But even when things were going wrong in Montreal, Kobe was always very, you know, happy and upbeat and sort of having a bit of fun with it. And there were questions of like, oh, is it going to be great here? And then they've got Kangaroo Kenny, a man who I think all of Boston can hear right now. But to be honest, if you were the team coaching, the team that could take BDS's sort of immunity from them on Chalet, you would be screaming as well. 5-5, they're not quite there yet. And it's the tough, tricky rounds they still have to do. And there is obviously still a third map after this, but...
Well, this is the map though, right? That is the hurdle.
Yeah.
If you win this, you break that BDS streak on Chalet. I mean, Cafe is very much winnable. 5-5. BDS have allowed 4 rounds in a row to go the way of Dark Zero. It has been an attacking onslaught. So far, only 1 round that a defending team has won. Back in the 4th round, Kitchen Dining, when Dark Zero were able to get at least 1. So far, that 1 is proving to be enough.
the smoke cover, the important breach there on towards Prep as they make this position tricky for play for the side of Breed. I don't know if it was removed from above. It sounds like it, no, they just can't get the mute jam at first. A lot of utility. Whoa! Wow! I mean, it's a great take. You know somebody's there trying to stop you get that removed, but what a swing there. What a body to take. Solotov unfortunately just been shut out.
Well, this is where BDS will start to feel the pressure now, and they want to go searching and hunting to get themselves back into an even man count. And this is where Dark Zero need to be prepared for that. There's enough time. They can be patient. You can see it from Kobe on the roof, just watching the window, sensing that BDS need to get one back. Otherwise, they're not going to have the numbers to defend the site. One still tucked into the corner on Library. Not a good position where you want to be this late into the round. You can get cleared out. That drop looking a little bit tantalizing, thinking, I just want to get out of here. There's the flames. Users up in flames, but he does make the drop successfully, albeit losing a lot of health.
I mean, that's sort of it, right? That he survives. The most important part right now. He's been one of the sort of standouts. He almost ace-clutched around earlier on. It could have been a very different game here, but there's two more. Again, Brede and Users in a 2 versus X, but there's at least one extra. Will we get a flawless here?
Flawless.
Yes, we will! Top 0 from 1 to 5 to 1 round away from taking this map. Unbelievable.
Oh, Kenny is embodying all of the North American fans right now with his energy. Match point, Dark Zero against BDS here on the second map. And that map being Chalet, that map being a 10-0 streak. That map may be about to be broken by Dark Zero after what was a pretty comfortable Nighthaven Labs. 7-3 for BDS coming into this particular Chalet, going 5-1 up. Emmy, this is the last thing I expected. But we're getting it. 6-5, 5 rounds in a row now from Dark Zero. They're on a bit of a heater. They're all playing well too. I mean, Bolo's kind of leading the way, but we've seen some good plays from Pambazoo. We've seen some great plays from Kobe. I mean, Pambazoo on the Vigil was a big factor. Kobe, 5 plays there's big factor. NJR, Nave, both playing their roles as well. So you've got all 5 players on DZ that are doing a tremendous job right now. Got to finish it off though. Cannot allow BDS to get in towards OT, of which they've got attacker side OT.
I said it before, I love watching people play Siege and having a good time. Exactly the same right now. Look at the energy from this Dark Zero compared to where it was. Even compared to how it was yesterday throughout a lot of the series as well. They are coming alive. And it is just transforming them here. Now, obviously, Bolo still having a massive map, but all of them are stepping themselves in here. All of them are pretty much close to positive. And yesterday, there was only really 2 players that were popping off on a map, 2 players that were getting involved.
Well, I mean, and Bolo's doing it without doing it on the entries. There's actually 0-1 on entry. Remember, yesterday, he was 8-1, so he's not doing it in that department. Kobe's actually the one, of course, playing that secondary entry role, and he's doing it, but it's only 2-2. So the entries have still been mostly in favor of BDS, which actually kind of highlights again how well Dark Zero are actually doing, where they're not winning in all facets, but 144 EPS right now from Bolo. Yeah, he is the man. Match point round. They'll only get the one opportunity. Otherwise, if BDS win it, we go to overtime here on Chalet. They've got the attacker side of it as well. It could either be a massive upset or it's just a bit of a fright for BDS, but they eventually get the job done. It's one or the other. And we'll see if Dark Zero can send us to Cafe here for what will be the final round of regulation.
Well, from this first fight, this first engagement is probably the most terrifying for either of these teams right now. BDS said they felt like the pressure wasn't on. They'll be feeling it more than any other round throughout this series so far. They've been so close multiple times here, and as the approach starts to come above the top of Solotov, who hasn't really been able to get his teeth stuck into his opponents as of yet. Really the only person that has a bit of a divide between his kills and his deaths. He's trying to not beat that first bit of focus. The calls come out, the pressure around the top of Ivy. It's a fight against Users here, but there is Shaiko getting NJR. There is a trade. Back for Brede against Pamba. They keep the body advantage. Solotov pops up and gets the end of Nath. They've been able to spring a bit of a trap here. BDS.
Oh, boy. Down to the Master and the Apprentice, Bolo and Kobe. Still tied, 50 seconds. Bolo does get one. That might just alleviate the pressure, especially for someone like Kobe, who could sense the moment might be a bit of a prospect, but hey, now it's made easier. They can go and get the diffuser, plenty of time to grab this, pick it up, go for now a bit of a pivot. 2v3 is not impossible by any means, but it's going to take a master performance here, essentially led by Bolo, because Kobe's going to have to play that shield far more on the Blackbeard than, say, the gun.
My big worry right now is 2 C4s, and Gumine's still potentially out and about. Just one of those with 20 seconds is going to be devastating to any of their approach and their chance to play with the plant. Bolo accidentally opens up chat, I believe, and that's the worst time for that. The Elemines as well, but the C4, I said it. It was always the threat on the board, and they had 2 chances to net that. They get themselves to OT, but you can see it. It's not done yet.
GTWQ, what, apostrophe dash.
Listen, you guys just don't understand that. You don't understand the wavelengths that Bolo works on. You know, you just don't get it.
Well, look, for all of the hype from this Dark Zero comeback, down 5-1, they get themselves a match point round. It's a bit of a fizzler, isn't it, Emmy, to go now into overtime at 6-6. BDS, double attack, overtime, does put them back into the driver's seat. Dark Zero had an opportunity, squandered. Great opening kill. Shaiko onto NJR, shuts down the Dockerbee, so you lose that logic bomb, you lose the entry help, and then everyone just started falling like flies, and Liquefac to end regulation with an explosion.
Do you think the decision to be on attack here or be on defense here, even from the side of, I assume Dark Zero, as the classic is, you know, you don't choose your half.
Well, this was chosen by BDS.
BDS, I mean, you know, it's sort of that trade up here.
They get to choose OT because obviously Dark Zero gets to choose side to begin. Attack for BDS, which has been, well, I mean, without saying, if you've been watching, you know attack is decided here on Chalet.
It's 10-2 on the side of attack right now, and that decision from the side of BDS, I think, it's a bit of a sigh of relief of, oh good, we're back here.
Well, so they're going to play Pampazoo on the Vigil again once more on the Games Bar setup. The issue with a setup such as this is, again, I think BDS will be very much aware of it. How do you counter it? You can go for a solo side push, so you're essentially pushing that roamer back towards the site with you, while also making inroads, you know, through Office, through Piano. And then what you can do is have someone on the library balcony to put pressure into library. So BDS will be a little bit more split on the attack here, but I think that they will deal with Pampers. I think they'll put more stock into the Vigil this round. And so maybe that's why Kobe's doubling down on the Alibi as well. He's putting his presence over towards that solar side, holding in towards bathroom. Pampers on the first floor now, roaming dining. So this is a bit of a different setup from Dark Zero, rather than a conventional one. And with that, Nape will get the opening kill onto users. He too, roaming about around the map. And now you can pull it all back if you want. You've got that player advantage.
It's entirely what I was going to say, because remember the last time we were here, well, they didn't win this site. This isn't their one defensive round.
Well,
it's the one that they should have. Exactly. So instead of going to that one site where they're like, look, we have the victory, let's go to the one where we were close. BDS, they might anticipate us to do something slightly different. We know we can change that into a win. The first is that entry statistic. They lose the Blackbeard. How important, how powerful it was to now being gone, being knocked out of it. Users was having a screamer at the start of it, almost with the ace clutch round, and since then, I believe has been shut out pretty much continually here. A minute 10 BDS, and they're trying to get themselves in and above the site itself. The first fight might come onto the side of Ivy here. The drones are making their way around, and Kobe is the one on blue stairs with Nafe, Pamba, and Bolo all aggressively around the side. Kobe's caught as he tries to get out of there, but not before Bolo's able to find Liquefac.
No flank potential here from Dark Zero because they got that early kill. They all fell back, 5 stack towards site. Still top floor control, Nafe in towards library, but everyone else around bar and bar stock here. 40 seconds remaining. What can BDS do with the numbers disadvantage?
I mean, they've got the players down inside stock.
Amber caught.
They had one less player now, a 3 versus 3.
Nafe's still in library though. They haven't cleared him. They may not be aware of his position.
Well, he might be able to activate on towards Brede. Brede's the one with the kit. He's above the hatch. And if they don't know about Nafe, if Nafe can get the hatch cold, that might be the win condition entirely. He just has to operate, activate at the right time. Does he know? Solotov and Shaiko, he is waiting patiently.
He's
on the move. He's on the fight onto Brede. It's cold. Brede is down inside the site. They have the Overwatch on the kit itself. A triple for Nafe. And once again, Dark Zero, they get themselves on towards this map round.
Look at that smirk. Naif knows full well. Outplays BDS. Good little hold in towards Library. You do not understand, Emily, how easy it is to get antsy and just want to start moving around when you're holding that position. You've got so many thoughts in your head. If I go early here, I catch them off guard. I help out my team. What happens if I sit here for too long and my team just dies and I'm by myself? Then it's too little too late. You have to time it perfectly, and it's literally the moment as Bride is looking to go down the hatch, Naif starts swinging around the corner, and coupled with Bolo, they get the kill. Kit's on the floor, very little time left. Naif is the only one on elevation of both teams. Dark Zero once again with match point, and it is entirely deserved. That is a much better defensive performance on Bar Games than last time. Look at Kenny towards Naif. He's like, you did it, good job.
Kenny is like...
Give me that. They're having fun, and that's great to see.
Yes, exactly.
But they've got to get this job done. Otherwise, it'll be so deflating for them if they can't finish it off. And I will say, if they can win this map, it gives them so much of a boost of confidence that going into Cafe, it's anyone's game.
You join that sort of list on being able to take a map off of BDS.
Yep.
You are on
8 games, could be 9.
You're on your own list now. If you win this, of being the team that beat this BDS roster on Chalet, that nobody else is on throughout this year or whatever it is. How special a list that is.
Now, for BDS here, they're going to go Snow Wine. They're going to play a roam game. They're going to probably anticipate that Dark Zero won't go the rush play that they did last time, which was successful. So because of that, they will feel as if we can beat them in that roam battle. We're going to force Dark Zero to take the fights with us rather than play that set play rush. Obviously, they'll have preparations for it. You've got Solotov towards Fireplay Stairs. You've got Bride on the Kaid, so you can't do the rush. Nor have Dark Zero opted to go for it, though. So we will get a very different Snow Wine this time between these two with BDS on the defense.
And Likafak is playing the position that users usually occupied at this point. Instead, they're trying to hold off with the goo mines for as long as possible, but the pressure is coming in quick and fast, yeah. Because any later, and that probably would have been his name on the wrong side of the kill box in the top right. Gets himself the route out of the prep in towards the site. If he opts to take it, they've pulled themselves generally back towards the site itself as the top floor becomes under the control of Dark Zero, but there's still a bit of a distance to go at this point. Kobe concerned over potential rotate round the back, which could be operated by users who's hanging around on the wrong side of the map. They have some pings and some idea. I'm wondering if they're going to try and shut him down first over here, or if he's going to realize the pressure's coming as well and pull himself down in towards West Main. There's the motion, there's the fight. He's opted to stay to his back to the wall, and Naif gets the users at 2 Blackbeard. Should be banned.
Yeah.
And maybe Dark Zero.
If he wasn't a Blackbeard, he'd be dead. Users with a great pre-fire, and then he's like, oh no. And then immediately dives to Naif. Advantage, Dark Zero. Not just in this round, but of course in the map itself. Can they close this out with an 8-6 victory to stop the BDS streak on Chalet? Down to 4 for BDS into the final minute. They start to make their way back towards basement. Everyone inside of Snow Wine. Solotov still towards Blue Hallway has a Nitro Cell. Bride still has a Nitro Cell. So there's still good utility on the defense for BDS, but Dark Zero just look like they are on a heater, playing with confidence, playing with exuberance. There's that Nitro Cell, and they cannot get away in time, and Pamber falls with him too. Just like that, BDS with the advantage.
Now, what can they do with 20 seconds? NJR gets Straiko and Kobe gets Likafak. The balance instantly swaps back round. It's blind, but Stolatov gets one at Bride for his 3rd polo. We have sung and screamed his praises, but not quite this round. We are going all the way.
Oh, you get this wonderful kill onto a superstar like Likafak. You throw out the flash, you want to clear Blue Hallway, but you go a little too early. You are full white. Easy kill from Blue Hallway. BDS start to then win the next couple of battles, and we go to round number 15. Timeout. Dark Zero, they've had already 2 opportunities to close out against BDS, and they have squandered both of them, and they must now do it once again on defense. That's going to make it oh so difficult. A squandered opportunity. Bolo 15 and 8. but so far it could all be for nothing if BDS close it out here in the 15th round. But what a performance from BDS, because it feels like every time that their back is against the wall, they have the answer, and that's why they are a championship team, just well without the championship.
I mean, the comparison between the two teams is it's so narrow. You have 2 players on each team on 7 kills, 7 to 11 or 7 to 10.
Yeah.
Then you've got, Kobe's on 9, Breede's on 10.
Bolo's the one that's really separating everyone in the lobby for both teams.
And he's that sort of distance. He's a couple of kills ahead of Shaiko, but Shaiko is still on 12 or 13 kills or whatever it is. Like, he's so neck and neck.
If anything that you want to take away from this is that for Dark Zero, this is what they can do when they're all playing in sync and they're following the set game plans. We've seen some really good set plays from them, but they also still have the ability to adapt and maybe play away from that. Whereas for BDS, we're kind of still getting what we expect from them.
Yeah.
You know, like they're not surprising us as much as maybe say a DZ. 7-7, second map, of course, for those maybe who missed the opening map, it was a pretty comfortable affair. 7-3 on Labs by BDS.
It was a different series.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane.
This is why best of threes are best of threes and why we don't need best of ones. Yeah.
We love best of threes. I mean, kudos to Dark Zero, because not only did they suffer that first map, this game was 5-1 at one point.
Attacker sided Chalet, so I kind of understand it.
But remember how we got to 5-1. It was a little bit sad.
It was a bit bumpy.
So to come back internally from that to here without using that timeout until now, huge kudos for the sort of mental resilience and the rebuilding of the roster. But now it is a best of one at this point, a single round. And if BDS take it, the series is done, and all Dark Zero walk away with today is 0 points for not even getting to the third map.
So Snowwine, Roam from Dark Zero, Pampazoo on the Mozzie's going to sit top floor library side. Bolo around kitchen. You've got games for Kobe. Got a pretty standard kind of defense right now from DZ. BDS have got a couple of hard breaches with the Ace, the Thermite. I imagine eventually they're going to kind of rotate around, get breach opened up, and then once they've got the breach opened up, they'll rotate off once again, so they want to put that on-site pressure. I think BDS are going to play a pretty kind of default final round here, where they're just going to back themselves in and just being the better team between the two of them. How did Dark Zero then offset that? They're going to have to play some lurk, off-angle rolls, catch BDS off guard in certain areas over the next 40 to 50 seconds, and then really that can dictate what the final minute's going to look like.
Flashes back towards Bolo. He's not blinded by it.
But that's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to be a nuisance.
And JR pops his way up just the bottom of the stairs of West Main, takes care of Liquefac. And what a blow for your opening. We talked about the hard breach chain. Well, they've lost half of that throughout this, but most importantly, they've lost that vocal lead voice for the team itself. A minute 20. They flood their way in towards the top of blue. They're making their way across the top floor, and the C4 doesn't quite get the full bite of Solitov, but Pamba, he's not going to be punished for the back end of it. He's able to get himself into a little bit more of a powerful position. There's the catch, though! Pamba picks up as free Solitov. And now Shaiko
play
has
side.
to
You can play side. This is where 60 seconds left, 5v3. Everyone back to side if you can. Pampa can't. He was stuck bar stock. Really good cover from Shaiko to know that the retreat back for Pampazoo was always going to be a difficult one. So that's an opportunity to get a kill. He gets it, kills him. 3v4, 40 seconds left. And look at the huddle. 3 towards blue hallway. Nafe over towards 5 play stairs. Dark Zero are holding on for dear life.
It's not even the huddle, it's the guns as well. It's just a wall of shotguns, and the first, though, is the one that isn't. There's Nafe popping it on the back end. Breede has to find 4 kills to lock it out here in map 2.
Look at him. That is a huddle.
I mean, it's just all shotguns as well. It's a nightmare. You are walking into a firing range and you get one, but BDS, they bleed. They can be defeated. Dark Zero, the difference, the factor, the performance. Unbelievable.
The streak is broken. Dark Zero cracking BDS's Chalet 8-7 in one of the maps of the tournament so far. A tremendous effort from Dark Zero, but the job is far from done. Cafe still awaits now for the third and decisive map of this series.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Dark Zero tie the series back up 1-1, and in what a way. At the beginning, it definitely didn't feel like Dark Zero were there mentally, but after being down 1 in 5, to turn this map around and win it is absolutely insane. Also, making sure BDS doesn't keep track of this flawless record on this map.
I mean, records are made to be broken. That happened. I think out of the 3-star maps of VDS, this was probably the weakest one.
Oh, really? You think that now, do you, Leo?
Well, if I was looking statistically, it was the one where they had the less win streaks.
Yeah.
So I would assume that it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if I can give myself a pat on the back, I did say that Nath obviously knows this map particularly well, and it looked rocky, didn't it? It looked rocky. They were 1-5 down at the split, managing to bring it all the way back to overtime, and then pushing through in overtime into the very final round, round 15, to get it done. And what I will say for Dark Zero is if you consider the fact at the point that they were 1-5 down in this map, they'd lost in an upset yesterday against Raza H Company Academy. They weren't playing or looking particularly good. They got absolutely battered in the first game, and it was looking like it was going to head that way against probably the best team in the world. It takes a lot of character. It takes a lot of character at that half swap to then turn things back around and just win out this map and make it a competitive best of 3. So big props to them for that.
There is so much information on the screen right now. 15 rounds, but it tells a big story regarding the entries as well.
Yeah, I think the entries and the attacker rounds. I mean, look at the amount of attacker rounds that are won here. It means that only 3 rounds in defense were won. It was heavily attacker-sided. And the entry kills were instrumental in those, because 12 out of 15 rounds, the team that got the opening kill also got the round. It was one of the highest conversion rate of entry kills. And, you know, they were main stakeholder for this. Nath, for example, in the second side of the map, was a big one with 3 entry kills. And he's also the one that saved the day in multiple aspects of the game.
Yeah, there's of course a beautiful moment from that, really turning the pace in their favor in that overtime first round, actually. Those 3 defensive rounds being won, one of those by that huge play from Nath.
Yeah, we mentioned how important winning these defensive rounds were. Look at this, Nath hiding here in library, not getting spotted, will go and backstab Relay as they go for the execute. This is a huge move. At this time, Nath is only 8 and 8. He gets the injure on the diffuser, and then from the hatch, pressures, get a second pick. Perfect play from him, a third one as well. That was a triple kill. Amazing play from Nath.
People like to call that a ratty playstyle. You know, we've seen it time and time again, and people don't like it necessarily because they don't think it's pure. What I say to that is I think that is very effective. When you need a play to happen, it's perfect. You know, it punishes the other team. Ultimately there, BDS had not droned Nath out of that position, and that library area is a very, very key position when you're attacking onto the Bar Games bomb site. They didn't drone him. He had devastating effects by flanking them.
That is top-level situation awareness. You know why? Because he understands from his IGL game vision that the attack is coming from master side and from the K9 balcony. Nothing is coming from library balcony, and though he knows he can go and play in that corner and stay hidden top floor, that's going to be way more effective than going downstairs. And this is the kind of vision that we praise him for.
And especially in that moment, like he mentioned, Fresh, the first round in overtime, when attacking rounds have been so easy for these teams to win, it seems like defense really being on the back foot, but then to win that first round in overtime on the defense, super important. Now, with this tying the series back up in a 1-1, that means we have to go to a decider map, and that will be with us after the break.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back to the desk for the final map of this series. The map is going to be Cafe, that is our decider. But in regards of the group as well, talking about this match in specific, there is a lot to play for when it comes down to the points, and especially with the way this group has already been playing out.
I mean, yeah, with FaZe taking a 1 point away from DZ yesterday, with now making sure DZ took at least 1 point away from BDS, it's getting closer and closer. And now we're going to see a group where all the standings, everyone is getting closer and closer, and we might see a tiebreaker or a triangle to decide who's going to be the first of the group, who's going to be in the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's getting more intense.
We came into this day and we thought that maybe this group was going to be decided between DZ and BDS. Obviously, Raza H Company Academy have kind of put a little bit of spanner in the works there. If DZ can cause an upset, it really makes it a wide open group for anybody to go and win.
Another group of opportunities, maybe, I guess. All these groups seems like they could be groups of opportunities. But I think the momentum is definitely in favor of Dark Zero here. Is there anything else that they're leaning onto for this final map, maybe?
Yeah, if you look at Cafe, it kind of plays the similar way from Chalet, right? Lots of pressure from the windows, lots of vertical play as well, lots of setup plays that can happen in attack, and that strong attack side needs to happen again for Dark Zero. I will say, though, that for them, I'm happy about the good news. There are good news here. Kobe is alive, and he has good momentum, and he's got good energy, and he's dropping numbers. On the same time, look at Kangaroo, Kenny, and Naif here, presetting the plan. Well, I will tell you, Naif was on point on the last map. He led successfully the team in attack with an incredible side, and also with incredible opening engagements, and we saw that play on Capcan. And then other things are happening at the same time. Bolo, for example, dropping double digits against Prime BDS. That's something we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, it feels weird that we've not even really spoken about Bolo yet, but yeah, he had a very, very strong map on the side of Chalet. So I think for DZ, it's just about carrying on that momentum now. They flipped that momentum away from BDS. They had that comeback, they did that comeback, they lived that comeback. Now it's about going on and kicking on and getting themselves a map free.
Yeah, and especially that momentum is great to see. We already saw, like you mentioned, Kangaroo Kenny speaking with the players about the plans. A lot must have changed for this team with that new coaching staff coming in only so recently before SI. But the momentum is definitely in their favor. What are the positive things for BDS that we look forward to for them to clinch themselves back in this map? Do you think they'd be rattled from a map loss like this, 7-8?
It would be very easy for a lot of teams to be rattled when they've lost in such a manner, but not BDS. I will say that the BDS machine will just carry on going on as usual. We've seen them in plenty of majors now and tournaments where the group stage hasn't necessarily looked perfect. When there was in Manchester, you know, that game against PSG Talon, you know, they've had games across the group stages and phase 2 of the majors where actually it's looked a little bit dicey for BDS. They warm into the tournaments, and I think that's maybe a little bit of what we're seeing here. Obviously, this is their first best of 3, but these guys know of their quality. These guys know of their temperament. Yes, it's a disappointing loss, that map 2. Of course it is. They would have wanted to get a clean victory, get those 4 points on the board, but they will just move on to the next map. They won't even be thinking about map 2 as soon as they load into this server.
Yeah, I would argue that's part of their journey in most STR tournaments, rather. It's a good moment to just like keep grinding and keep raising their level throughout the tournament. They're never at 100% at the beginning of each tournament. They would love to be. But I will say in general, I'm not too rattled. I think they are the kind of teams that have built amazing mental fortitude. You can see Bride here just eating a banana casually. They're fine.
He's expecting a long haul. He needs the energy for this map. He's expecting 15 rounds.
I mean, yeah, with the way the second map went, I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be another 15 mapper coming up at us very soon. I'd like to hear from the two of you. Predictions, who's taking this third map?
I'll stick with BDS. I feel like they've got the momentum. I feel like, you know, losing that 7-8 on Chalet is you know, disappointing, but they will be fine. They'll come back from this.
I basically just like disagreeing with you, Leo.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm going to go Dark Zero.
You never agree with me.
I'm in North America. I want the North American people to like me, but I also do think that very often in a best of 3 scenario, whoever wins the map 2, especially if it goes to all 3 maps and it's a flip, then, you know, you're going to see them kick on in the third map. It very often happens. And I don't know, you know, a little bit of momentum. Dark Zero have been very frustrating this tournament in that we know that they've got more quality than they've been putting out. I said it off air actually during the second map. I feel like Dark Zero are operating at 30-40% of their potential. They then kicked on. So it's now time to kick on again. Dark Zero are a quality team that has been in a little bit of a rut in terms of this tournament. If they do kick on, then they're a devastatingly good team as well. So I'm going to back them to get it done.
And I mean, the momentum might as well be in their way even more because we see the players still getting ready, getting set up for this final map here. But as it stands, Dark Zero will be starting out on the defense on a map like Cafe. That could be absolutely huge to get a few rounds under the belt. But I feel like it was the attacks on Chalet that really caused them to be back in control.
Yeah, that's not unusual rather than to see a Chalet that's attacker-sided. I will say it's one of the map in the meta that is easier to attack. Cafe is not the same. I think Cafe offers more natural cost fires. It offers more vertical play for defenders to abuse. I think in general, it's easier to defend on Cafe than on Chalet. So obviously, DZ starting that side, I would say would favor them a little bit.
Yeah, this first half is going to be crucial. DZ need to get out in front because BDS will be a good attacking team on Cafe. And other than Chalet, DZ have been struggling on their attack. So I would expect them to need maybe a 4-2-5-1 split here.
One thing that I would like to pay attention to is the abuse of Blackbird. On both teams, these teams are all abusing Blackbird. I think it will be instrumental in Cafe as well because there is a lot of window play. And then for the executes, it's also magical to just push the defenders here.
All right, well, maybe the Blackbeard is going to be instrumental for these teams. Like you said, our players are almost ready, so it's time to bring in our casters back into it here with us. We have, again, Fluke, we have Xenox. You two were in particular really excited after that second map. It was a really good game. Are we ready for a potential another 15-round map?
15 mapper. We could be here a while, and look, I
end up on like Plane and Favela.
It's one thing to win a map, it's another thing to win a series. And I think for BDS, as great as they are, you know, there's a reason why that they haven't actually got any trophy in recent time coming into this event. They are fallible. So I think that that's probably a case where you can say, okay, well, they still played quite well. They were up 5-1. They had a really good map. And then Dark Zero just found something very special. So can they do that again? I'm not too sure. I'm kind of with Leo here. I think going into Cafe, I think BDS is going to look very, very good. They're going to be very difficult to stop. You've got to remember, Night Heaven Labs was quite one-sided, whereas Chalet was a bit of a scrape.
They came back, right? And it's the journey back. I love the fact that, you know, the desk said Kobe struggled, and then Kobe did great. The desk said they're undefeated, and then they got defeated. So what's your guys' sort of word on this one, really?
All right, good. Thank you for throwing us under the bus.
It's okay.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. You know what? Analysts are not always right. Otherwise, we would make bank on predictions.
We just set expectations.
Yeah, we set expectations. That's it.
It's up to the teams to defy our expectations or not.
They have been. I did describe you guys as the cool kids earlier of the talent team, so you've got that going for you. But no, I'm just going to go with whatever the opposite them lot say about what's going to happen.
It's nice to disagree, just to disagree, to cause a bit of commotion in here as well, to get a bit of words flowing in between us. But the game is ready. The final map, it goes down on Cafe.
Well, a big opportunity for Dark Zero. I mean, that's the way you kind of have to phrase this final map to be able to get a win, get more points as well for what's turning out to be a quite strange group with Razar Company at the moment on top. Above all, if BDS would actually lose this map, Emmy, I know that, of course, they did not play yesterday, but they would conclude today in the bottom two. It's a very hyperbole way, and it's also very much leaving out a lot of detail.
Yeah, but
I can say it.
But it's fact. We're play-by-play. It's drama.
It's
right?
drama.
It's drama. It's fact. It's their first day of games. But it's also true because, you know, the amount of pressure that they're under, a false start is going to be very frustrating. Granted, this was probably of their list of games, you know, one of the ones that they were looking at as a tougher showdown, but Falcons have been playing brilliantly. And Falcons, or they played brilliantly yesterday even.
Well, they play Razar tomorrow, don't they, BDS?
Yeah, and that's it. And obviously Razar, they're on the back-to-back of having a successful day. Yeah, as I said, Falcons, they're on their day off right now, so they're watching all of this, getting as many notes as possible. You know, they're busy at work, wanting to get some revenge here or some play against BDS, and it just starts one domino. It's like that graphic of like one tiny domino falling, and then it ends up on a huge domino. BDS out in groups is the huge domino. They've got to be the ones to put their hand down and stop it spiraling here. It starts here. We're talking.
Well, luckily for them, there's PSG talent.
You never know. It's the magic. Hey, what happened when BDS and PSG Talent won against each other last time?
No comment.
I believe. Well, I didn't even know if it was the last time, but PSG Talent have beat BDS this year. It's the magic of the cup.
Well, the way they're playing right now, I don't think that would be possible. Well, we've still got this map to finalize for this series. 1-1 between Dark Zero and BDS, now forcing us over to Cafe to decide who can walk away with the majority of the points and claim victory in this series. Dark Zero pumped up. Kenny absolutely pumped up. Bolo with a tremendous performance on Chalet. Kobe has been performing. Liquefact's an interesting one for me, Emmy. Actually leading the server in terms of entries, but entries are half of his kills. He's actually the lowest on kills for BDS. Half of those kills have been on the entry. So he's kind of getting his one and then it's done and then not much else. And so I want to see a little bit more from Liquefact coming into Cafe. And what better way to see that than BDS on the attack to begin with. Again, shout out Medics, the GOAT. I went and saw him actually in the prod room after the second map, and I was like, good observing.
What did he say in response to that?
He said he didn't do good. He always holds himself in a high esteem.
Yeah. Well,
very harsh.
He's one. I think he's the most historied observer in our game. Obviously, he's been accredited for it. In fact, at previous size, didn't he also observe the game where T-Pain played? Is this some
memory's not
deep cut lore? Yeah, he's just what a throwback. It was T-Pain and Bikini Bodhi were on the same team, I believe, once upon a time. But anyway, we're not there, we're here. Battling on what is now the single map to see who can get the double points and get themselves away with it. Dark Zero, they've been able to take one, but the sky is the limit. We always sort of talk about it before. We'll see if this will be one where it's the sky of Cafe Dostoevsky or where it was before. The start on the approach, attack was heavily favored throughout all of the regulation rounds of Chalet before it became a little bit back and forth in the final throws of OT. But here, now at this moment in time, Dark Zero, they're at the possibility of bucking this trend. Oh, there's the run out. There's the catch onto one. He saw a second for a second, and he's actually going to double dip, but the player has dropped on down. Naif gets the opener there on towards Shaiko, and Efac's able to get Kobe right back on the top floor.
I mean, if this is going to have a lot of similarities to Chalet, that's going to be a good thing for Dark Zero in the long run, because Nighthaven Labs, they weren't really going this kind of one-for-one throughout the rounds, whereas Chalet was very scrappy, good fights. Dark Zero were able to bring back disadvantages, but also get some of the entry kills in the second half. BDS, first half on Chalet, when they were attacking, they got all 6 opening kills to begin with. Well, that's already not going to be the case here for Cafe. Of course, a vastly different map, though. Logic Bomb from Liquefact, a good kill for him early on. One of the players that kind of mentioned to keep an eye on coming into Cafe. Naif, of course, was great in a couple of his clutch plays on Chalet, but Bolo really led from the front. Kobe is, well, already a storyline coming into this series, and boy, has he performed overall. Under a minute remaining, 4v4. BDS have actually started to make pressure towards the site, but Liquefact shut down. That pressure no longer there. Courtesy of Bolo with a good little peek from the bomb chassis. Shuts down that push coming through from Pillar. Solotop looking to back up this position, but his teammates are still top floor.
Just sees the pop-up and put right back down. Bolo gets himself a second for the round. As we said before, he was that difference maker, that X factor on the previous map here, and he's off to the same sort of start. Heated up. Ready to bring the fire on towards Cafe. There is now 2 players trying to eke their way around into his territory, the territory of the site itself. He pulls himself back, as he said. Great new positioning and repositioning. 14 seconds. Oh, goes out for his third. Predator stop his tear, but I think he'll be more than happy to take that. Naif gets the last. And there is the start of Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, that's an impressive hold from Bolo.
Yes, baby!
Kenny's not going to have a voice by the end of the series if Dark Zero win. I kind of want BDS to win just so Kenny doesn't lose his voice.
You know, like those like motivational edits that people make where they sort of have like the scenic shots and stuff. I want that with the stuff that Kangaroo Kenny is screaming. Just like shots of like rivers and trees, and it's yes, baby! I love it. And opening Dark Zero round here, it's over the series the first time they've been able to get that so far. They've obviously found themselves working from the sort of back foot, and here, that...
I think that one thing you always have to not underestimate is passion.
Oh, yeah.
And when passion's mixed with momentum, it's a very powerful thing in Siege, and well, in sports in general even. And certainly right now, Dark Zero have got the belief, they've got the passion, and they've got arguably the momentum. And defense here on Cafe to begin, you know, pretty comfortable. You get the opening round, Bolo with a 3K after he was tremendous on Chalet. You know, sometimes you can have that sort of pop-off performance and then you fizzles out maybe the next map, but Bolo starts strong. That keeps his momentum going. And they just look really well worked. Whereas for BDS, like, you know, you can kind of question, why is Liquifact just peeking solo on the reading side by himself? You still got 2 players top floor. They just looked a little bit disjointed in their attack in the opening round. They bring the Blitz here onto Brede, the Sens as well with the ROUs. So a little bit of a different lineup now for BDS coming into the second round.
I mean, it's the idea, obviously, that yesterday NA as a region as a whole struggled. They weren't able to really get anything out of any of their games, and you know, without spoiling.
Shopify looked okay,
but they didn't get the.
They didn't get the result.
They didn't get the win. Here, so far, currently, you know, we've got Dark Zero now up against BDS on this first map of the first round, but they're up technically. There was an NA win earlier on in the day as well. Kobe gets Liquifact.
That's pretty big. I mean, if you're bringing a Sens, it's always going to be a big part of your win con. It's just that kind of operator. There's a reason why you bring it with the ROUs. And so that not being there is definitely not ideal. But also you lose the smoke now into Bambazu. Big kill from Solotov. Kind of resets the round. 4v4, I think relatively evened up between the two teams. But it's the ability for Kobe to find that opening kill by going for the jump out, the run back through bot Y. I mean, it's a very ballsy sort of play for a rookie who has had a lot of people talk about him. 4v3 though, with Shaiko getting rid of NJR. Just like that, all of a sudden, despite the opening kill for Dark Zero, BDS with a slight advantage. 90 seconds left. Brita just sending it through Bakery here with the Blitz trying to find some information.
I mean, at this, they have a lot of time right now. The Blitz is knocking on the door itself. They just need to try and formulate the hold. And you can see that the remaining members of Dark Zero are trying to break it. It's a risky play, but they confirm the kills. They won't get picked back up, and there's no one to trade it. And there's Kobe getting Solotov. Nave getting used as well out of the exchange of it. And as Brede goes for the plant, suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. The C4 is ripped and thrown. Not quite close enough to stop the plant. The second won't get the drop as well. Helped by the shield, but he is only on a sliver of health. Shaiko having to watch both ways. The pings are hot, and it's not enough as Bolo comes around the corner, and Bolo!
Well, I love that again there from Kenny as he gives it to Kobe and says, nice job, because Kobe was a big factor in that round, Emmy. First the jump out to begin with, but then in the middle portion of the round, just as it felt like BDS were kind of bringing things back, Shaiko gets a kill, 4-on-3. Kobe goes outside, deals with the Twitch, gets the kill, and it stops the reinforcements for BDS to follow Brede into the site on the Blitz. The Blitz goes in, but if no one else is following, and they ended up just being Shaiko, you don't have the firepower there, and Dark Zero are then in a position to retake any kind of plant attempt. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty funny watching that Nitrocell just go like all of 1 meter on the throw. It's like when you try and throw something in your dreams, you have no power. It's just like, ugh. But hey, tremendous job. And again, 4v3, just over a minute left. Kobe goes for a play, and that's a ballsy play at that. Bolo does Bolo things, no surprise. Lord Glass is activated, the flash is ineffective. And Kenny, he's gonna need a Strepsil after this.
We need like a decibel monitor. Like, if we could get one of those behind teams.
I just can't help but laugh.
He's hyped.
I wish I was that hype in life.
I mean, if I was coaching a team to beat BDS, I would be that hyped.
Absolutely.
Right? We need to get Kangaroo Kenny behind Talent in just the green room, just to make us all feel better about ourselves. 2 rounds. Dark Zero, now they are on Cafe defense. You know, it's expected for defenders to be able to get themselves in a good position here. They're off to a decent aggressive start, though, as he said. Kobe having the confidence to throw himself out. Bolo, 5 kills over 2 rounds. Being the perfect place, the perfect op, and the perfect time. It's just flowing for him right now. He's truly in that state. And now it's down to BDS to see if they can try and piece this apart on towards the third site and towards the heavy machinery. Not going to the top floor, that's fallen out of favor because, well, everybody generally started to piece together how to take it apart and pull it away. This gives Dark Zero a bit more space and a bit more freedom and creativity, and it slows BDS down. And that's sort of the important part that they're trying to do right now.
So since the first half of Chalet, so since then, the conclusion of it, only 2 opening kills for BDS. So that's the entirety of the second half, overtime, and the 2 rounds to begin here. Dark Zero have transformed their ability in this series, coming from Nighthaven Labs in the first half of Chalet, where they're finding more aggression early in the rounds. They're getting early peaks, early picks. and they're also then able to capitalize because they've got the numbers. You can then be more aggressive. You don't have to feel the stress when you're in a 4v5, when in comparison, you're now in a 5v4.
At this point, as you said, the point on towards the first engagement is going to be one that might be the tip of the spear or just sort of a rebuffing. The Hibana trying to clear the space above the site and the kit on towards Piano, but it's Solotov that does find NJR from the back end, but instantly traded out because he's just in the middle of the site, taking a risky move, and it's not quite paid off as it did before. The C4 on the windowsill won't quite get the catch on the player, but you can see BDS is so concerned about how Dark Zero have been anticipating, manipulating the space outside of the map itself. They're exploring all of their options, and all of them are generally leading towards killing. And talking of that, Pamba heading his way up the stairs and right back down.
45 seconds remaining here in the third round. If Dark Zero can find 3 in a row, it's really going to put BDS into that tilt mode. Users breaking down the barricade inside a shop. BDS just trying to see if they can maybe find someone before the eventual push towards the site. Top floor has been cleared. No one there for Dark Zero. Pamperzoo still actually over towards first floor as well, can offer a point of difference then just on the site itself, let alone even on that second floor. As the smoke comes out, the push is going to be quite quick. 17 seconds remaining with the Warden still up on Kobe. He is one to watch as Nafe gets rid of users. 0-3 for him.
Bride gets the cross on towards Bolo, and they are flooding their way into the site, but Nafe doing all the work that he can. It's popped either side. Kobe stops the ace, but I'm sure Nafe is going to forgive him. Shaiko at 1 versus 3, but they have his position in time. Dark Zero 3-0, and they complete their defensive rotation.
I mean, surely that's timeout for BDS, right?
You're the timeout general.
I mean, surely.
You're right.
Stu needs to call one here, and I've done it again.
You've done it again. Everyone at home, please clap along. The timeout general once again predicts.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to talk about here right now for BDS because they just look quite shambolic in comparison to Nighthaven Labs. If you want to use the sample of Labs where they were very much connected, they were in sync, they were playing as a unit, all 5 players pretty much playing at the same level, which was a pretty high level. To go back to that and as an example, they were all above 110 EPS. That doesn't happen often where all 5 are playing at that kind of level. Now we're seeing drop-offs. Liquefact struggling in this series. He's had the lowest kills. Yes, he's got entries, but then he doesn't do much else. User struggling in this map, hasn't found a kill. Shaiko's been kind of up and down, so not quite consistent. And that means that BDS have too many holes right now where not enough people are standing up. And on the flip side of things, Dark Zero are looking like a team that is confident and sensing almost like a shark that there's the blood in the water and we've got them right where we want them. It's just about finishing them off. 3-0 start. And again, even in this round, BDS got the opening kill. BDS had advantages. BDS were in the round, but Dark Zero never panicked. And that's where they've improved throughout the course of this series.
I mean, yes, Nafe. I fully agree that we saw obviously the full bit of play there where he was able to get, you know, he sprays up to Liquefact above him, transfers down to users in the middle of the site. He's just been caught out time and time again throughout this map so far, and then able to get himself coolly, calmly onto the super shoddy and get that final sort of piece of the puzzle done. It's just, as you said, a bit disjointed from BDS here. Stuflex has to try and rein them in.
So 4 players now. So remember that stat I said on Labs, where it's the 5 above 110 for the side of BDS?
Yep.
Well, now it's only 2 above 100 for BDS. So that's quite a big drop-off. So, I mean, you can clearly see that on the servo. Solotov gets an opening kill onto Pamperzoo, who was actually going to be my next point, unfortunately for Pamper. The timing of this is awful, but he's the only one in red when it comes to EPS. 11 and 23, 70 EPS. He's the only one that's somewhat struggled. The other 4 members, though, for DZ, as Shaiko shuts down Kobe, all above 100. So this is not the kind of round that we probably anticipated. BDS haven't done much like this probably since the first half of Chalet. 2 opening kills. We haven't even cracked under 2 minutes yet. This is not what Dark Zero want. If BDS get the machine going, they will be hard to stop.
Well, let's kind of be honest here. It feels like they're punishing Dark Zero, trying some outlandish stuff, and fair enough. You know, we talked about it before. The best thing to do after an opponent's timeout is to start doing outlandish stuff. They won't have talked about the difference of the game, right? They won't have talked about the changes that you've made. They lost the peak from the top of Whiskey. It's a pretty standard spawn peak. And then the rotate, that was just poorly timed. I'm assuming Shaiko is making his way across the eastern windows. it goes wrong on Cocktail, fair enough. But now it's down to BDS to sort of play against the official hold the site itself. You still have the 2 players from Dark Zero that on this map so far have pretty much defined it between Nath and Bolo. And then you've got NJR, one of those big clutch factor players and one of the most historied players for the roster. There he goes. Bolo gets 1 more for his tally for the day so far. There's a fight on the top of this window.
Head about to be popping there.
I mean, that's it. They're angled, they're prepped, they're ready. Brede is aware of the player as well.
Oh, sees the foot.
Oh, it's a bit of damage, and he gets out of there, though, and now it's the pressure on towards Cigar.
Yeah, I mean, Nath is very low now, so it's going to take something very special. Bolo, jump out kill. Claymore, though, claims his life. It's a 2v2, but Nath is still very low. Something to consider here. BDS with 50 seconds on the attack. I'd still like their position, just a bit more than DC. But DC have now got themselves back into a position where they can actually win this round, despite the 5v3 beginning of the round for BDS. Nitrocell pre-placed. Still an impact available as well for Nath. And honestly, the way DC have been playing, it would not surprise me whatsoever if they can pull this off. And if they do, with a 4-0 start out of this timeout, it's going to put BDS absolutely into tilt mode.
I mean, they're going to have to try and drop it down. They might regret putting that C4 on the roof now because they're going for the default plant. Will they retake above? Yes, they will, but is Usus ready for it? They're trying to go for the fight. They're trying to go for 2-pronged, 1 fight, and Usus has to watch every single direction and level. He goes down. They've got vertical. They've almost got it, but it's a 1 versus nobody. NJR! I said it at the start. He has the clutch capabilities, and he proves it here now. Slow and steady, my boy.
It was a 5-on-3 double kill pre-2 minutes for BDS. Everything about the round coming out of a timeout said that they should go on and win it. And for Dark Zero to bring that round back in that fashion and make it 4-0 out of the timeout.
I'm asking, do you guys want to push right or long bar? No one answering. No one. So what the fuck are we doing? Focus the plan. 5v3, it's perfect. We got our tricky because they're playing like fucking retard. After that, for 1 minute 50, guys, 1 minute 50, no one answering to me. Next time, you guys, what I'm going to do? I'm going to fucking ruin the round and scream to everyone until someone's killed. Okay?
A very stressed man.
I feel scared.
A very stressed man.
I'm not going out in the hallway for like 10 minutes after this game. I'm just going to wait in here. But it says everything. I mean, I kind of said it midway through that round. If they lose it from here, it's going to go into tilt mode. And we saw it right there with Liquefact at the end. That is a huge round for Dark Zero and BDS to kick off the 6th Invitational. You've got to remember, this is the first series for them. They didn't play yesterday. And this is a startling way to begin their campaign for one of the favorites, if not for what many probably from EU would consider the favorite. Are you okay? Did Liquefact hurt you?
We don't agree with all the language you used, and I'll leave it for that. 4-0.
Hey, that's for him to worry about.
4-0. Dark Zero. They have themselves in the driver's seat, in the passenger seat, and at this point, BDS is sort of running behind as best as they can, but it is getting further and further away. The timeout is used. This might be all that they can have between here and the end of the map itself, but the pressure in the glass is on. There is one, Solotov, straight and direct into the heart of Bolo and the heart of Dark Zero's sort of, you know, resurgence across this. Again, if they can get rid of Nath, then suddenly the amount of kills on the side of Dark Zero isn't huge. Pamba hasn't been able to find a body so far in this game, and neither has Users, but it's a little bit more evenly spread across the side. The opponents here. 4-0.
Solotov's 3rd round in a row where he's got the opening kill. So, I mean, he's starting to at least give BDS that look in and give them an early advantage. They just haven't been able to capitalize off the back of it. But good use on the Glaz that they got 5v4. But the issue for BDS, and I can't believe I'm even saying this, has just been when they actually get to the site, they just look disjointed. The attack starts to fall apart. Dark Zero just find a way to get that counter punch in, whether that's a run out, whether that's a swing or a peek. NJR in a very, very aggressive position, playing off the Yokai drones. Leif is dead though. No more Yokais. Montang in your face. Gut break not going to work. And it looks as if BDS will be responding to everything Liquefact just said, and they will pick things up here in the 5th round with a very dominant round, a very dominant performance. It started with Solotov, it ends with him, and that's better, says Liquefact.
I mean, he's right. It's good to see Solotov being a bit vocal, because usually he's the quietest member of the roster. You know, sometimes it's interchangeable with users, but you know, they're not always the ones that get themselves sort of in the heated debate. And yes, it is right. Liquefact can take a breath, they can sort of move their way on and start trying to grow back into it. There is still at least a guarantee of at least, 4 rounds and a half for the side of Dark Zero here. But hey, remember last time, last map. It doesn't matter who is up 5-1. There's always the possibility of a comeback. There's going to be the balance of who has the power on the sides itself. But this is a BDS that quite obviously is a little bit ticked off, a little bit angry.
That's one way to put it.
A little bit frustrated. And they got to try and turn that into performance right now. And it's such a delicate line, though, because they always say that anger is one of those things that can fuel you forever, right? You can have that anger, but if you go wrong with it, it will absolutely destroy you and absolutely tear you apart. And as you sort of said, you don't want to be in the corridor if the conversation goes bad after that. They've then got to come back in and start playing more games. This is day 1 of the tournament, And we've seen tournament favorites crash out of tournaments before.
Yeah, you either flame out or you find that ability to just kind of reset things. I mean, it's day 2, day 1 technically for BDS. I mean, there's no reason for them to get this upset, but it's probably just the standard that they have for themselves as individuals, but also even as a team. And despite everything that has transpired, let alone in this map, but also in the series, if BDS can find another attacking round win here in the 6th round, hey, it's pretty much par for the course when it comes to Cafe. And puts the pressure a little bit back on Dark Zero, because they then will need to go and find more attacking kills. And the lurk here from Solotov on the Nook, straight through Bar. Bolo over towards the cocktail balcony. Will he be ready for this? He was not ready whatsoever. The creep up is successful from Solotov, and White Stairs has been taken by Liquefact on the Blackbeard. They did lose users though, who has struggled on Cafe. 4v4, Nitrocell placed out by Kobe, explodes, no one there.
They do lose, obviously, a big bit of getting that verticality opened up as well. The removal of the boogie drones, and suddenly all that soft is, what, the work of Habana, the work of just trying to smash your way across. It's awkward territory to try and control, to try and get some damage done. Now as they look to get themselves sort of...
There's only 4 drones left, Emmy, as well. With a minute and a half, it's a decent amount of time. So Dark Zero has done a decent job in dealing with the drone economy of BDS.
Do they just want to send themselves down? There's the player waiting on White and an Echo drone that's here to just get the clarification on the space. Now the Blackbeard did hop themselves out of the window. They have the chance at a retake, but they might want to... I was going to say threat of C4, all of them are actually gone. There's the lead up, there's the hit, and there's the escape. There is some support coming. Solotov gets one, Pamba trades it out at least, so it wasn't entirely for naught, but suddenly the fight is on the bottom of the stairs, and a Blackbeard has the lockdown and the close down. They've been able to get themselves rested around the site. They're going for the plant as the other 2 players keep the pressure on towards them. NJR does get Liquefact and buys them back in, but it's a post-plant situation. NJR gets himself another. I said he had clutch capabilities, but now it's down to Shaiko to prove that he has the ones of the champion. 40 seconds. He has a lot of time here for the opponents to start rebuilding, but he's getting himself almost 2 1 versus 1s. Either side of a door, back and forth, and it's Nave that gets the end, and Dark Zero put themselves on a 5-1 half.
I mean, amazing double kill from NJR in the hallway. They understood full well once they cleared out the Blackbeard in reading that it was going to be that mining plant. They rotate over pretty quickly, get rid of the player guarding Shaiko. And Shaiko almost has an opportunity to get the 2 1v1s, but they just don't peak one by one. There's the slight little peak, then unpeak. They didn't fully commit to it. I think they played that absolutely perfectly. Dark Zero go 5-1 up. Oh, they're this close to knocking off BDS for BDS's debut at the 6th Invitational. To begin it with a series loss was not on, I tell you, it's not on Fresh's bingo card.
I mean, what, but the magic of the cup. No, it is just the possibilities.
Look at that kill.
Are always there. NJR again,
And then deals with Bride just as he got the plant down. So the timing of that is impeccable. Bride doesn't even get a chance to really defend himself. Shaiko's too far back, actually, inside of mining. And the idea of the round for BDS there, of course, you get cocktail control, and with that, the vert you can plant inside of reading. But once Dark Zero wanted to retake that, they forced that fight, they then adapt. They go for the quick rush over towards mining, which I thought was a pretty good approach. If Brino gets that plant down 2 seconds earlier and has the gun up, it could have been an entirely different round. But it also then goes to show Dark Zero's ability to be flexible on the defense. 5-1, they go on the attack now.
There's a lot of people that might lose a lot of channel points soon. The pressure starts here once again. Now, as long as BDS can keep Dark Zero off of map and series point, it won't get itself any more intense than it currently is. And obviously, we point towards the map that just happened, a 5-1 that was pulled back towards the team actually winning it at the end, but that is
how
how
Bride
you want
died
to
on the spot this early in the round. I mean, that's unforgivable. That's a role that you need to be alive late round.
Shaika gets one back onto Kobe, but there's Bolo over the cover of the shield. There's a swing from Wedding that's about to happen, and Bolo almost got caught out by it, but he's between the fight, and Shaika does actually get one, but gets dropped, but the support from Prep is not enough. NJR does get it locked down. Everything has happened in the opening minute and 20 here.
I mean, they're just basically walking in the front door and saying, we're just better. And that's the case right now. Nate, good information onto Solotov. The Warden thinks about maybe wanting to pull the pistol out. Liquefact rotating back through Small Bake in towards Bake. So they now have information on where the remaining two players of BDS are. 1-for-1, they trade each other, but that's a win for Dark Zero, Emmy. They keep the numbers advantage. NJR will finish it off. 6-1 in favor of Dark Zero, and BDS firmly on the ropes.
Yo, Yusha, stop fucking shaking! Come on!
Just rush every round, rush the movers. We can do the intel, the Kate strat, no? What do you think? Kate strat with the strat. I can play recruit.
It's tough. It's tough to be in this position. As I said, pressure is everything,
I
right?
think as well, when you get a result such as this, if you're Dark Zero and you finish it off and you get the win, you're beating BDS after you've just lost to Razar Company. How bipolar could you be?
If you would have sort of, there's somebody that like probably posted with the like blast predictions we can do, went on the Reddit and was like, ha 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 guys, look at my fun predictions. And they're sitting there like, am I an oracle? Can I see into the future? It's impressive. One of the things that I quickly want to highlight, I love, and you said it before, Kangaroo Kenny specifically is going up to the people that matter in the round or have done big things in the round, every single round, and he is 150%. You are the best. You are the sixth guy. You are doing all of this stuff. It ties into the things that Fresh sort of said that previous players have said about Kangaroo Kenny as a coach. What he does is elevate players individually. He takes them, he makes them feel better about themselves, and it's so blatant in his actions when you truly get to see him on the make or break line. Is it the biggest difference factor? Yes, no, who knows? No one can tell you apart from the players themselves, but you can see how happy they are and how excited they are. And yes, he might not have a voice within 3 days. That's him.
He's not going to have a voice by this afternoon.
That's his worry. 6-1. BDS have to play flawless from this point onwards, or they will leave today, or their first day at SI 2025, tournament favorites, with only a single point.
Yeah, and they'll be in the bottom two of their group, which would be lower bracket. I'm not saying they're going to finish there, and I don't think they will, but I mean, this is not the way you want to start your tournament. But hey, you know, if there's ever a time, I think we said it a little bit on the B stream yesterday, Emmy, if there's ever a time to lose, get that little kick up the butt, it's now. It's in the group stage, and it's also apparently for BDS, their first series. This is going to be that wake-up call that we are not invincible. There is a reason why we failed in Manchester. There's a reason why we failed in Montreal. Let's not fail here. Let's actually pick things up a bit because everyone else is improving and we can't stay at the top forever. 6-1. I mean, that is also the damning statistic. It's not as if this is just like Dark Zero scraping over the line similar to Chalet. This is an absolute dominating performance on Cafe by the North American team. Liquefact, Solotov, already a tiny bit of damage. Dark Zero on the attack though, of course, now in this half. Already 1-0. Can they make it 2-0 and go 7-1? And the push now coming from Bolo. The rappel in towards the white corridor. Clears out washrooms. 1. Over towards Freezer, which is users.
A minute left. Now at this point, Dark Zero obviously have the pressure of trying to get the kid in. They've been able to get sort of narrow grasp on the top, but 2 kills make it feel a lot more strong. NJR does find Likafak in the meantime. It's not the biggest removal of operators, but as Nath gets users, the retake on the verticality. They get the ground into sort of their favor. They're able to battle it back and forth. At least the defenders now still with the site itself, but perhaps the fact that the battlefield is over there, not quite getting the catch. The drop into Laundry is well predicted, but Nath somehow wins it out, and NJR gets another, and it's all down to Solotov here. A slow start, but he's got to have a loud finish. He cannot. Dark Zero have done what many say impossible, but as we prove right now, nothing is impossible.
No, nothing is. We saw that last night. It's reaffirmed immediately today as well. Dark Zero, 2-1 winners over BDS. Huge points, huge map wins. It was a bit of a slow burn on Nighthaven Labs. They lost that one 7-3. Chalet was a battle, a war of attrition. They win it out, and then they stomp BDS on Cafe. A resounding 7-1. Stomping demolition of EU's premier powerhouse team, who have to begin their campaign at 6 Invitational with an L.
Unbelievable. I mean, there's going to be a lot of us, I think, sat here asking, wondering, questioning kind of what happened on the first day, but Dark Zero happened. That's all you can really say, and you know, the BDS players, it's the knock on the first day. It is far from the end of anything for any of them. There's things they got to teed out, but what a game.
Yeah, I mean, what a series from both of these two, but especially from Dark Zero. They've had their critics for sure, not just on the team, but also for the individuals. They've answered, and they have silenced those critics.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
We have Nath and NJR sitting next to us after this victory. First off, congratulations, but for you, NJR, we have to say congratulations for a second reason, because it's also your birthday.
I mean, I don't really care about my birthday, so I'm just...
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Nick. Happy birthday to you.
Wonderful. Love to see that. Also great to win a game on your birthday. Great stuff from you guys, especially to turn stuff around. From you as well, that play in overtime on Chalet must have absolutely been a momentum changer.
I mean, yeah, we had momentum seriously on the attacks. The defenses were rough, as you can imagine, but yeah, we had momentum going into the attacking half and then into overtime. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like laying prone. Kobe literally said to me, yeah, we won this round when he saw me lay prone, so yeah, I was feeling it.
Cool. Well, it worked definitely. We know there's been a big change for your coaching staff as well. Getting in Kangaroo Kenny, how has that been for you guys? How has this helped you for the last few months?
I mean, I think he just brings a lot of understanding for the game, and his prep work's been very good for us. I think he motivates the guys very well. He has individual goals for all of us, team goals, I think, and he's implemented everything perfectly for us. It's been huge.
British. And he's British.
Which also helps, I guess, if in your case. Now, we have to talk about yesterday. What do you feel went wrong in you guys' eyes?
I think we played a little too in our own shells. I think, as you saw today on the Chalet attacks, I think that was more the style we want to play, like in their face, not predictable. We definitely were predictable yesterday. I still think we could have won with the play style we had, but I just think, yeah. What was the last map yesterday, the second map? Chalet. I can't remember. It was just a bit sloppy throughout yesterday. I would describe yesterday as sloppy, to be honest.
All right, maybe better to forget about it in general, forget what map it was and the whole game.
This game will help us forget about it a bit, so.
Exactly, and for you as well, a better way to celebrate it, so I guess a better way to close this off today and celebrate a birthday as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I wanted, so.
Awesome, well thank you so much and best of luck for the next game.
Thank you.
This has to be one of the most wholesome interviews, I think, with NJR and the whole player brew singing happy birthday. But what a way to celebrate your birthday as well, with some very welcome points for Dark Zero. Great momentum from that second map, turned it all the way into the third map as well. Some great individual plays that we saw, but they were in control.
Yeah, they really were. I think they took control on the defense. The coordination, the team play was absolutely incredible. Obviously, as you see here, they got themselves onto 5-1 Cafe defense split, which isn't necessarily unheard of, but it was definitely a prerequisite for Dark Zero to go on and win the round. What impressed me, past that as well, is they managed to just kick on their attacks. Something that they really hadn't looked good at yesterday. They didn't look good attacking in map 1 of this best of 3 fixtures today, and then on Chalet, and then again on Cafe. They got pretty good attacks down and done, and their team playing coordination was off the charts.
I mean, look at these highlights. I mean, look at the shots that NJR was hitting. Like, everyone was on fire. Damn, it's impressive.
It's the birthday buff.
Yeah, the amount of one-taps, I mean, they were really kicking in. I know you've mentioned before, right? In a BO3, you win the second map, you've got the momentum for you, and usually you convert that into a win. I've got to say, like, that was really true today. Like, the third map, they were on point, laser-focused, every single one of them, and they were doing it all together. Yeah, 10-3 for the NJR on the last one. Crazy.
Yeah, again, but the MVP on the losing team, it's so sour to see that, even though there were definitely some stand-up performances, like we mentioned, over on the side of Dark Zero.
Yeah, I think for Solotov, that's a tricky one as well, because he very often gets overshadowed in the role that he does. In the person in the first entry role in front of him is Shaiko, and the rest of the talent along that team. Obviously, he's got a lot of talent. He's proven that again today, but unfortunately, it was a little bit of a one-man army from a Solotov point of view. As we move through to the overall scoreboard here, it's going to make good reading, to be honest, if you're a DZ fan. You're not going to worry too much about the individual stats. Maybe, Pamba's had a particularly bad day on the KD front, but actually, the thing that you're going to focus on the most is that your team have just 2-1 one of the best teams in the tournament favorites.
Look at the plant rate on Bride. 8 plants. 8 plants, and they still lose. Don't you think that's weird? It's incredible. And the main reason for this is the retakes. They keep retaking even if they plant. They planted 3 times. They planted 3 times in that last map. What's the scoreline? 7-1.
And it was 3 2v2 scenarios in those post plants as well. It was absolutely so well worked from Dark Zero.
Yeah, that is the important thing. I feel like we have to talk about those 2v2s at that point, especially when the plant is down. It could go either way, but Dark Zero really excels at those.
Yeah, we have a great example here on round 4 in Cafe. As you can see, it's a 2v2 setup, and we're gonna see Yuzus and Bride attempting a plant. So Yuzus with Ram has vertical play to cover entirely the bomb site. So Bride can go and start the plant. Look at what Dizzy is doing. One is rushing the planter as NGR goes up to kill the cover. As soon as the cover is planted, you see a double swing. The Valkyrie from the side, and NGR can trade from above. Once again, this is just one small example, but when we mentioned that they consistently took over rounds where you had the opposite team BDS that was planting, it's because they're able to retake properly every time they play together. They do it together super well.
Yeah, there's the kitchen retake in that post plant. There was the mining retake in the post plant. For BDS, they've got to 3 successful post plants on Cafe, and none of them. They won none of them. So for BDS, that's really got a sting as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to look at that and see what exactly went wrong, where the cover went wrong, where the team play went wrong in those. A lot for them to have to kind of iron out for these next play days, especially because they've already had their day off. So for them, it's only games until the end of their SI run from here on. But one player that we saw in this highlight, and we still have to highlight once again 2 game-defining moments, I guess we can say, Nath.
Yeah, Nath, not only in the in-game leadership, but I feel like in some positions, look at the trade here. So you see NGR is playing towards train here. What you're gonna see from Nath is incredible trade potential. Boom, swing as soon as NGR is dead. Okay, I need to retake his position. So I'm gonna go in train. Oh, but there's someone on the window. I burn the C4 so I can position in train safely. Now he makes himself forgotten. Look at his position. From this position, he's covered by the red train and he cannot get picked from the hatch. It's the perfect positioning, starts free firing here and gets to the dropper. Moves to green train is safe on the hatch. He can now trade with a close range with a shotgun. Amazing play. Once again, it's not only getting these kills, it's the positioning every time. It's so well done.
IGLs and support players often play those difficult positions. That's a really difficult position for Nave to play in. And you can forgive players at times when they get killed in those positions or, you know, they just go through the process. Great IGLs, great support players make their own luck. You saw Nath there making his own luck by playing and positioning himself so smartly that he won his team the round off the back of that.
Yeah, it was that one. It was the play-in library on Chalet as well. Just really important moments for this team here. And then, of course, it shaked up things in our Group C. Let's have a look at the standings because due to this being a 2-1, that means both teams at least get something from it. But if you would have told me the group was going to look like this after 2 days, I would have probably told you, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I think predictions-wise, again, if you was coming into this kind of cold before the tournament, you're assuming maybe PSG Talon might struggle inside of this group. But again, I'll keep saying it, the 2 teams that we think that were going to be successful inside of this group would be Dark Zero and Team BDS, the teams that are currently in 3rd and 4th place. Falcons obviously got that 2-0 victory yesterday, their day off today. And then Raza Company Academy, who would just keep kicking on and kicking on.
Yeah,
I can't wait. Sorry, just to interrupt you, Lou. I can't wait to see Raza against BDS now.
Yeah, that's going to be a barn burner for sure. And I was about to say, I talked to Katu in between the 2 maps, on the 3rd map actually, asking her, you know, like, this is very scary with Raza overperforming right now. You might be in a situation where either Dark Zero or you are going to end up in the lower bracket.
Yes.
Straight in SI. And they're supposed to be heavy favorites here. So it's very interesting to see how this group will develop throughout the days.
Yeah, lower bracket runs all the way to the Hammer are definitely not unheard of, but it definitely makes things a little bit more difficult. Now, of course, we still have the Black Light detail for today, and this one has to do with a play that we saw on Chalet.
Yeah, this is all the way back to map number 1. And this is going to be Users. Obviously, this was better days for BDS. And Users here does something that you very rarely see. He melees ST4, and then he picks up the double kill to boot to win his team the round. Very, very small thing. Incredible showing of skill. I think if you give a lot of pro players like 10 attempts to do that, they would struggle.
I think most pro players would have forgot that they could melee the C4. It never happens.
Instinctively, especially with the Blackbeard shield as well.
Yeah, but I don't think I've ever seen or heard of this happen. A C4 melee, very, very rare to happen in a game like this, especially with it being on LAN. Zero ping helping, I think, a lot in that as well.
Yeah, we usually shoot them. And when you shoot a C4, it's a real confidence boost when you're playing.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. It's that really fine, sharp shooting coming out here, but this time with the melee. That'll be it for us today here on the A-Stream. I mean us 3, because of course we have 2 more games coming up on the A-Stream. That is also the must C game between Shopify and Secret coming up after this break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta. Então, a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, Vico, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse nível aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser. Né? Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos são muito fortes. Eu tenho muito medo. O Canadian lá, um cara que joga muito, morro de medo. Sabe, poder ver tudo isso de perto, sabe que acompanhar esse pessoal, um cenário desse jeito, põe todo mundo ali na tua frente, pra mim...
Vai ser muito louco. Cara, a gente estava assistindo o Invi de 2023 e aí quando apareceu o anúncio, tava todo mundo em pare, ouvindo, conversando, e quando aconteceu o anúncio, era gritaria, era eu me tremendo, e era a gente chorando, e a gente foi à loucura. Então, desde o dia do anúncio, a gente falou que iria. Eu não consigo nem explicar porque eu sei que vai ser uma experiência única. Eu espero que seja algo muito incrível, que eu vá ver os meus amigos, conhecê-los finalmente.
It's been a quick day, especially for us NA fans, unfortunately, but we have to keep you waiting a little bit for what might be the best match of the day, maybe the only three-mapper. He's looking out the window, FaZe playing patiently. 3 3 seconds to go. They know they don't even need to make a move. 7-3 for FaZe Clan.
Olha o Vita, olha o Vita, olha o Vita. Consegue fazer o punch, o Vita King. Vai se proteger. Tem cobertura da FaZe, muda completamente o jogo. Poxa, consegue eliminação. Mas o Vita atrás, no escudo. De um lado, pro outro, chama o Vita King pra dançar. Ele se protege, 20 segundos no relógio. Vita King não vacila, vai dançando. De um lado pro outro. Colocado no pulso, a Virtus Pro, mais calma. Tem jogo ainda. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chama pra sambar, chama pra bailar. O Brasil está na final do Six Invitational.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
O Rainbow Six foi o que uniu a gente, né? A nossa primeira conversa que a gente teve foi relacionada a falar sobre o Rainbow Six, sobre os times.
Bom, foi no aplicativo de relacionamento, né? Que eu fui lá, fui olhar o perfil e lá estava descrito. Eu gosto de filme, gosto de música, gosto muito de videogame e o meu jogo preferido é o Rainbow Six Siege. Não teve outra, eu dei match na hora.
E o nosso sonho sempre foi ver um Invitational. E agora, nessa oportunidade, eu quero muito, sabe, fazer ela feliz. Então, hoje eu quero pedir a minha namorada em casamento.
E eu tô aqui no meio da torcida com o Cláudio e a Lorena. Vocês vão torcer pra quem? FaZe, W7M? Como que tem sido a experiência de vocês? Como que tá o coração pra essa grande final de hoje?
W7M, como sempre, pra mim vai ser a campeã, certeza.
Vocês estão solteiros, ó, tem que chorar, filho. Aqui é casalzão do Rainbow Six. Tá curtindo o Six Invitational?
Eu tô curtindo muito, é uma experiência assim que nunca na vida que eu achava que eu iria ter. Sei lá, meu rosto já deve estar muito inchado de tanto que eu já chorei.
Lorena, e se eu te falar que você já chorou muito e você vai chorar muito mais?
Ai, eu imagino que eu vou chorar, porque só de estar aqui, né, é uma emoção muito grande.
Mas você não vai chorar pelo jogo não, né, Cláudio?
Com certeza. Lorena, você aceita casar comigo?
Cara, o Rainbow simplesmente ele mudou a minha vida porque ele trouxe pessoas muito especiais e que estão comigo até hoje. Trouxe as minhas amizades, trouxe meu relacionamento, então não tem como falar que o Rainbow não é importante para mim. Ele tá comigo até hoje.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier. somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
I'm Helen Rippon, Chief Executive of Worldwide Cancer Research. Worldwide Cancer Research exists to seed fund new scientific ideas because we believe that great change and cancer cures can't happen unless somebody's willing to take a risk. We see huge potential in fundraising through online gaming. At Worldwide Cancer Research, we are delighted to announce that we will be renewing the Sixth Guardian collaboration with a new bundle to raise money for breast cancer research. When I first heard about the partnership, I was blown away really because we've been talking and thinking for some time about if there was an opportunity to fundraise the online gaming community, this huge global community of people. To have Ubisoft come to us was an absolute dream. If you want to have fun enjoying your hobby but also do tremendous good in the world, then please make a donation.
The Sixth Invitational is well and truly underway, and I have two very beautiful people joining me. Me and Parker like to have a lot of banter, but I will say there is one thing that will bring us together like nothing else, and it's a good cause.
It absolutely is, yeah. I mean, cancer is something that unfortunately has struck my family a few times. My grandmother was a multi-time cancer survivor, and while she's not with us now, it wasn't cancer that ultimately took her. So this is something I stand behind 100%.
And not only do we stand behind the cause, but also the program that helps to support it, Parker. This is something that Ubisoft have done many times, but this time it's something a little closer to home for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Emmy, how are you feeling about this?
I mean, again, I think everybody knows someone that's gone through cancer and gone through stuff like this, and I'm very lucky that I was allowed to be brought in to sort of help. I got some great experience being able to learn about it and being able to sort of push the great work that the charity sort of does. Obviously, we have this amazing bundle that is coming on March the 6th, so it's not available yet, but it comes out on March the 6th. But what we would love to try and get as many people doing from the community is on March the 8th, just getting a big bit of support behind it. Obviously, the community has already done so much for these initiatives, and on March the 8th, creating, streaming. I think there's asset packs that are coming as well for people on the UCP or maybe beyond. Just getting involved with fundraising for it.
And speaking of fundraising, they've raised a fair few funds in the past.
They've raised a lot of money, frankly. The Twitch bundle last year raised almost $100,000. The program itself, through all the various partners that we've worked with over the last 6-ish years, it's raised over $600,000. And honestly, that can't be done without everybody who plays this game and everybody who buys the bundle.
Yeah, from the players, even sometimes, as much as I hate to inflate egos, the talent, but more importantly, the community at home have done a phenomenal job throughout the last couple of years. Emmy, though, this research is quite particular, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. So obviously, as you saw in the video, Worldwide Cancer Research, they work with sort of
new ways of fighting cancer, new ways of sort of discovering it. They're on the cutting edge of all of this, and what this one specifically is Professor Roberta Tasso, who's at the University of Genoa in Italy. They're using nanoparticles made of things that are within our human. Again, I had a lot of debriefing about this, which is stuff that is inside, to be able to sort of find a smart bomb way around and fight the cancer inside of our bodies. It's so targeted, it's so cutting edge, it's amazing, amazing work, and all of the net proceeds from the skin and from everything go towards this and go towards the charity. So it's just amazing. As you said, we've raised so much, but like, it's all from the community, and it's just an amazing thing.
And a beautiful community it is. Please ensure that you are looking out on March the 6th for the bundle. Help us to help others. Let's make a positive impact outside of the game.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Well, we had some beautiful people with us before. Now we've got some gorgeous people.
Better looking. No.
Yeah, well, I didn't know.
Emmy takes the cake all the time, so
Very
you
true.
can't compete.
I didn't know which way I wanted to go, whether I wanted to go down or up. But we're going to go up because we're into the second half of today. Fox, welcome back, man. It's so lovely to be with you.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. I mean, the games today were actually outrageous. NA's doing us proud so far, so hopefully they can keep up the trend.
Hopefully they can. Speaking of the game so far, let's have a quick look back and have a chat. Obviously, you know, maybe, will we call it the B team took care of the first half of today? Now it's time for you to
All
break
I'm
it
saying,
down.
you're looking at this, all I'm hearing is an eagle screech. A North American eagle screeching right now. Today is NA's day.
all
Yes,
three.
absolutely. Now it's going to be up to the Shopify and Oxygen Game and SSG to see what those are looking like. But it's been really good games. Some upsets I would probably imagine from some people across the board. That Unwanted game, some people I know were going for Liquid. And sure enough, a 2-1 out of Unwanted starting out hot. And then even that DZ game, that was a huge bounce back. And then ending on a 7-1 on Cafe. Nasty work.
Yeah, if we want to talk about upsets, I'm still looking forward to CAG versus FaZe. I mean, Cyclops' performance yesterday was crazy, so, you know, maybe they can take out another Brazilian.
It was very enjoyable sitting in the green room watching that all together.
I was doing prep, and then I went on Twitter, and they were like, CAG beat them 2-0. I was like,
oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, wow, that's impressive.
Impressive is one way to put it, but nevertheless, CAG, that's going to be something to watch out for a little later on. However, right here, right now, we start with Secret, a team that has been quite interesting throughout this year. They've been decently consistent, Lax. Is this enough to carry them to a good SI performance?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you want to talk about consistency, that's what they've shown through and through throughout this stage of 2024, or throughout the entire year of 2024. And that's what you need going into SI, is that confidence that you aren't lacking in any of these areas, that hopefully you can improve going into this. Now, I do want to say, you are going against a team like Shopify. This is their road that I was talking about. So again, consistency. But when you're looking at their opponent of Shopify, that's what's going to worry me here, because you're looking at a Shopify that just came out of a very, very hot game against FaZe, where you could say that they should have won. And Fox, as me and you know, when you come into an event, there isn't a warm-up, there isn't a scrim that's going to set you up for success. That when you go into an intense game like Shopify just got out of, and you are looking at Secret, where you've just kind of been sitting pretty watching the game, you are going to be right out the gates, be impressed.
Yeah, that's what worries me a little bit about Secret, because they didn't get to play. And I don't know if I buy into the Secret fandom just yet. I really feel like they still need a little bit of ways to go. They are very slow when it comes to the adaptation. They have great players, and that's gotten them this far. tongue-tied a little bit. And so that's why they've been able to keep up with some of the better teams. But yeah, against the Shopify Rebellion, I don't know. They looked really high yesterday.
Have a look at their entire roster, Lax. Obviously, you know, some big names in there. Virtue, just going to shout out the Australian. But this team has done just really well across the last 12 months.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you want to talk about Virtue, and in terms of consistency, they got rid of Miracle, they bring Virtue, and they are still placing the exact same. But a player that really sticks out to me the most is Joom, actually. He's a player that I want to specifically highlight just for the simple fact, when you looked at his road even coming into Pro League, in 2023, he didn't really have great stats. He wasn't really the player that he transitioned into. If they can actually go into 2024, that was when Joom changed everything. That's when he pivoted and turned into the player that we are seeing now in today's day and age.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Joom's performance so far. He's been doing such a great job at being that entry to be able to get those opening kills for Secret.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. So when you're looking at, he comes into 2024 stage of the first EUL, he's 5th highest rated player. And then you look at Manchester, then he's the 5th highest rated player again. Now 2024, I mean EUL, stage 2, he's 5th highest rated player again. Now Montreal, we do see that a little bit tanked off. And I was talking to a lot of the analysts and a couple of EU players, and they were saying, you know, when he thrives is when it's in a chaotic environment. But when he is playing against very hardcore teams, he does tend to tone down a little bit. So what I need to see out of him, he is their secret weapon, but I need to see that consistency coming through and through, especially in this matchup.
I'm glad Joom's getting his flowers. I think a player that enables him to be that much better is Grubby. I love watching him as well play in Montreal. I feel like he's been a really good secondary flex support for this team. And every time you need to count on him, he's always there to show up.
Now, speaking of a roster that has made some waves, they had a solid performance yesterday. Is it enough to carry them through to today? Shopify Rebellion are looking really dangerous. Are they on top of their game here, Fox?
I think so. I mean, yes, they did lose yesterday to FaZe, but it was a real nail-biter of a game, and it goes to show that Shopify Rebellion, the way that they play, they're slow, they're methodical, they're always trying to outplay another team. And of course, against FaZe, it doesn't usually work out in their favor when you're playing against a team that's also very big brain. But against a team like Secret, that is still very young, I do think this team could come out on top just because Canadian as an IGL just brings so much to the team, and we constantly talk about it. It's a tool shed full of anything that Canadian can use to set up his team for an advantage, and that's the best thing about Shopify Rebellion. But the games always go the distance just because they're always playing like a round behind because they need Troy to be able to counter out what the other team is doing step by step.
I think just in terms of tools, and I think you said it best here, is the fact that this is a roster that he has access to everything. He can change that playstyle. He can change a dynamic of a round with every single player that he can utilize. So he really does have all the tools in the shed here when it comes to this roster. And I genuinely think this is by far one of the biggest heavy hitters that NA has here at this event.
What are your thoughts on Surf?
I mean, I think the X factor for Shopify Rebellion is Surf. He was the 3rd best player, top 3 best player in Montreal. He's a player in Montreal that we had no expectations for. We were expecting Ambi to be the one to carry out. Surf ended up surprising and shocking all of us. But now the tides are turned a little bit because just like W7M, Surf now has a target on his back. Everybody is keeping an eye out for how he plays, how he approaches the game. So as that flex player, he has evolved immensely from the Beast Coast days when he was on that team. So to see him come to life, especially in Montreal, hopefully at this event, yesterday, it was a little bit quieter for him. But with a little bit more Time, I'm hoping to see that Montreal Surf come into fruition.
Running it back a little bit here, do you think NA might be, this might be NA's greatest hope? Do you think that Shopify Rebellion kind of waved the banner more than most?
Honestly, after yesterday, absolutely. That day ended, I thought Shopify Rebellion was NA's best chance. Obviously, today started off hot. A lot of good teams to look at, but Shopify Rebellion still is the most consistent, the most well-rounded. New organization. They have so many players that want it that so bad on this team that obviously I think they have the most to play for out of all of NA.
Let's jump into the maps here and start to figure out where we're going, how this series may be determined. Obviously, it's not always going to be as clear-cut as that, but we go Clubhouse, Bank, Lair. Lax, I'll let you start this one off.
No, this makes perfect sense. I mean, they want to play Clubhouse. They want to play a map they are very comfortable on. This is a map that is heavily played throughout NA, even throughout NA's history. Throughout all orgs, all teams, Clubhouse is the map. It took over Oregon when Oregon got removed. The only thing that worries me about Clubhouse that me and Fox have touched up on quite a bit is you don't take a team that you feel that you're better than to Clubhouse, because this is a map realistically where you're not going to show anything crazy. This map is, in my opinion, it's the Coliseum. You are confident going, you are confident bringing your opponent to here that you are going to beat them in every single avenue that you possibly can muster in a round. And it really comes down to the attacking half when you do play Clubhouse.
Yeah, you don't win Clubhouse based off your defenses, you win based off of the attack. Shopify Rebellion in the NAL, they haven't been too heavy when it comes to their attacks, but when it comes to defenses, that's what's carried them through. Bank coming out for Secret, that's one of Secret's favorite maps. That's not a great map for Shopify Rebellion. It is a good consistency playing field, but I could absolutely see us going to a full 3 maps, both teams getting their respective map. And I mean, I think that'll be an exciting battle, just a Coliseum matchup, to be fair.
Me personally, I think if Secret wants to get a win here, they have to get in a 2-0. They have to get in a 2-0.
Wow, okay. I mean, look, to be fair, we haven't seen what Secret can do, so hopefully they can pull a rabbit out of the hat, as you would maybe look to, I guess, lean into. It is time to welcome in 2 unbelievable gentlemen. They are the Canadian sensation. It's Rocky and Bullwinkle. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Canada? Oh, wow. Bullwinkle, how are you?
I'm well. My dad's a huge Dudley Do-Right guy, and my mom is currently watching this product, so she's gonna love that.
I have no idea who those characters are.
You're so
No,
young.
are you serious?
I don't know who they are either.
No, there's no way. I'm Australian.
We got aged out. I'm sorry, guys.
I am like the furthest point. I'm on the
Y'all
other
look like
side of the world.
hieroglyphics. I don't know what that is.
Oh my
I have
days.
Tom and Jerry. That did not look like Tom.
Tom and Jerry. That's
Phineas
not
and
Tom.
Ferb.
That's
Kind of like the
nowhere
Canadian
near
Tom
it.
and Jerry, I suppose.
It's
So I mean,
not
like,
even
you're not
close.
that far off.
It's not even close. Jesse, who do you have in this series?
I mean, Shopify Rebellion looked pretty good despite the fact that they did suffer a loss yesterday, but Secret are the unknown. Didn't play yesterday. We don't know what they're looking like. Haven't seen them at all since Montreal, so I'll lean towards a safe pick, but Secret could surprise.
Well, the thing is, at the start of the day, we had this pinned as the series of the day, so enjoy.
That you didn't ask who I thought.
I don't really care.
Nobody cares.
I don't really care. You know what, and Terry, you can enjoy yourself. Go and have fun.
It's too late now. I feel disrespected. I'm actually glad he didn't ask me my prediction because I don't usually like it.
You're afraid of giving predictions.
So I don't. It's not that
We know
I'm
this.
afraid.
He's a little afraid.
I'm not afraid. Do not print in the newspaper that I am afraid.
Much like Bullwinkle himself, you are afraid.
Bullwinkle. Bullwinkle was not afraid. You need to read the source material.
This is like, was this in like the 30s when you were growing up? I don't.
It is not a new show. Let's put it that way. My dad is gonna absolutely love that one, and I have no doubt that it was King Monkey, Rob Manic Monday himself. So I know he's cooking this stuff up in the background. I am a little amazed to see that Team Secret actually has the lead in the community poll, because not only is Shopify Rebellion a big organization, and obviously everybody knows these players. They were formerly on Sonics, now they play under Shopify Rebellion. Sonics as an org seems to have completely disappeared.
Yes.
Not only did they lose a bunch of their teams in other esports, but then they announced that they weren't going to be sticking around Rainbow Six. I don't even know if they have a PUBG team anymore.
They do not.
I think the org is completely gone, which is obviously a bit upsetting. Their PUBG team was phenomenal.
No, for real. I mean, they were very, very, very good. Best in the world.
But my point about the community poll that I will now loop back into, because sometimes I take a while to get to my point, I'm sure you probably noticed this, chat, is that Secret are not the most popular team in Europe. I wouldn't even say they're a top 3 most popular team in Europe. So it's not like they're all of a sudden getting all these votes from people who just love Team Secret.
Yep.
I think it's a combination of the fact that yesterday, if I may use this term, NA was kind of dog meat. I believe is the term I'd like to use. Shopify Rebellion looked like the best team of them all, though. They put up quite a clinic against FaZe Clan. That matchup could have gone either way. And alas, it ended up with the Brazilians winning. NA's been on a real revenge tour today.
They have.
Winning a ton. Can Shopify Rebellion keep that up, or do they run headfirst into the European wall that is Team Secret?
Well, we'll have to find out, and our first map is Clubhouse, which of course was chosen by Shopify Rebellion. Bans coming in with Team Secret taking out Blitz and Kaid, and Shopify banning the same operators they banned yesterday when they played Clubhouse in Maverick and Zombie. I know it says that Shopify banned Kaid and Blitz. Trust me on this. That's wrong. You see at the top of your screen there. It's actually Secret that took out Blitz and Kaid, which is a little bit odd because Team Secret are known to be the shield team inside of Europe. We saw them through Stage 2 and through the Montreal Major, abusing Monty and Blitz to get a lot of big rounds in the European League. But since the nerfs, obviously, a lot of teams have kind of moved away from playing as many shields as they used to. Blackbeard has maybe moved into that place for the meta, and certainly for Canadian, that will be the case. Maybe the Monty, we'll see where he ends up. But at the same time, I believe it was earlier on in Stage 2 where we saw Canadian having massive impact on Clubhouse on the Blitz. So that shows to me that Team Secret have done their homework. Canadian has a ridiculous win rate on Blitz throughout the season. So not surprising to see that taken off the board. It does make sense when you dive deeper into it. We'll start on the bottom floor. It's a pretty roam-heavy setup from Secret, with Savage and Joom holding down the top floor, Virtue and Groovy on the main floor, and Adrian alone down there in the bomb site. Canadian has opted for the Monty as well for this pick, so I assume the Monty's eventually going to go maybe Dirt Tunnel, maybe down through Oil Pit, Blue, not sure where he wants to head, but it's going to start with a full map clear. They've got Ambi on the Dokkaebi, and they want to get as much of this map control as they can before they look towards the site.
Down goes Groovy to Grixer, who is very, very far outside of the building. That is an odd engagement, just based on distance, but, I mean, Groovy does tend to get quite aggressive.
Yeah.
He's one of the players that we will see with relatively limited fear when it comes to this Secret roster. It's enough to stabilize the round for the time being.
They're not far, though. You're ready for a gunfight as Canadian starts to walk in, force these players back. There goes Joom. Running as he sees the Montaigne, making sure he can get back towards his teammates. Might be luring them into a false sense of security. They don't know Savage is over here in Gym. Could be an opportunity here.
No, they trade. Well, not themselves, but Virtue's still alive to take down what remains of Surf. His entry over towards stage is greeted by the players from Team Secret as Canadian backs away on a shield op, as he probably will be for much of this matchup. Savage is distracted by the mountain, and now through the soft wall, he takes quite a bit of damage, almost gets Canadian. Meanwhile, he loses Virtue not far away. Savage is the only one holding them at bay for the time being. Joom is also upstairs, which means that the bomb site is completely clear.
Yeah.
Until we just saw Grixer spy Joom and Savage.
Rexon's there.
Heading for the hills. Rexon inside the bomb site, takes out what remains of Joom. Savage is on a single point of HP. Is he dead in the water? Well, it's going over top of him. Diffuser going down and entering back into the bomb site from the hallway. Multiple sets of eyes looking at the cross. Not dead in the water, Jesse. He's dead in the basement of Clubhouse. Shopify Rebellion with round number 1.
Simple one. Closed out on that roam clear. Everybody left the basement.
Thanks, Troy. Yeah, you know me, Troy. Like, say something. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. What are we doing? Sorry, Troy. We're not talking again.
You're not allowed to say that on television.
Well, they have their fun.
Oh, here come the fines. That's 50 grand every swear word, by the way.
That's factual, yeah.
Little known fact about Rainbow Six players. A lot of them don't even get paid 50 grand a year. It's a terrible thing to happen, really. You know, just... You get fined once and you're in the poorhouse. There's nothing you can do about it.
We spent the vast majority of that round watching Canadian walk through the top couple of floors, but it was really the basement where Sonics were able to hit and take that map control. First round I did it. That's unfortunate. It's really the basement where Shopify were able to find a lot of those picks, of course, making it in through Dirt, making it in through Blue, with Secret completely abandoning the bomb site for that defense. It wasn't hard for the Rebellion to grab control of it. Oh boy. With Rebellion obviously having that map control and then Canadian up above distracting so many of those players, it really did feel like they were in control the whole time, start to finish. And a beautifully executed push altogether. I was a little worried with Secret coming into this that it would pose a big challenge to the Rebellion, because Secret, we haven't seen them since Montreal. The operators they used to rely on got nerfed, so presumably their playstyle is going to change a bit. And I was worried for a team like Rebellion, who like to counter-strat, who like to get their information, who's got great support staff in Super and the rest of the analysts they have working with them, as well as Canadian, the IGL, that maybe that lack of information, the fact that Secret did not play yesterday would hinder them. But I don't know, it felt like they knew exactly what was going on that first round.
You think about what happened in yesterday's matchup against FaZe Clan. There wasn't any severe deficiencies that we saw from Shopify Rebellion, right? Like, it was a relatively even matchup between both teams. obviously you're going to commit some mistakes. Canadian and his teams have earned the title, or rather he's earned the title of comedian from time to time. Hold on a second here. We're a minute into the round. Joom is dead. Groovy is on a single point of HP. There goes Ambi to Savage. As there's a flank up blue stairs from Adrian towards Secret. He thinks otherwise. The point is that when mistakes are made by Canadian's team, they seemingly get a much larger spotlight.
For sure.
I think that's because he's a big personality. Same thing happened with that old G2 roster when Fabian was on the team. Logic bombs go out. Savage sees Grixer. How does he win that fight? He doesn't survive Canadian on the rooftop, though, off of a shield onto the Capitao, and now things will again equalize. 3v3. Rexen 3-0, and they've got great vision inside of the site. He might be able to capitalize off of this. He wants to deal with the mute, just waiting for his feet to appear, but I don't think he's going to get it here. Groovy burns out. The gunfire couldn't get it done. The objectives will. Virtue and Adrian is the last two alive. All this action might have you thinking it's a cash CCTV take. It's not. The bomb site's over at Gym Bedroom.
Yeah, heavy extension. Groovy wasted a good amount of time, honestly. He's been 1 HP for the last 2 minutes, finally taken down by the Capitao bolts. Where does this push end up coming from the Rebellion? They're going to move over to Jacuzzi. Player on the window. This could be a big pick, but it's Adrian's instead, but traded.
It's all up to Virtue. He's shown what he can accomplish. He's the oldest player here at the tournament, one of the most experienced as well. He's gone all around the world with his gameplay, and he's on a great operator for taking multiple engagements. Smoke with that SMG-11 and shotgun, especially the gadgetry that's brought, of which he has none left, though. Take 2 fights simultaneously. Rexen will have Diffuser. It'll all be down to Surf to watch this. And Virtue has the daunting task of walking through the door back into bedroom. Diffuser going down. It's just out of reach, so he has to take a duel with somebody inside a bathroom. He knows they're there. The timer will begin to run as he inches his way around. Down goes Surf inside of shower. And now through the barricade, Rexen will escape very narrowly. Virtue sitting on that diffuser. Rexen moving back into this position. Virtue sticking it, hops off, and Rexen wins it in a scary 50-50 that breaks in favor of the North Americans.
Work these rounds, guys. Work these rounds.
Just baited, I should have baited the initial peek on the German guy. And just
Yo, care for the flanker. They laid double flank.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was honestly crazy. He was ready for you and not me. That was like stomping on the fucking metal.
Careful of the valves, guys.
What happened? Wait, what did he say?
Some game chat going on inside the server. Don't worry too much about it. We've got a couple of great rounds to start off from Rebellion, right? 2-0, clean start to this game. This second round, it really came down to that cash extension. They got so many picks over and around CCTV and cash. You would be forgiven for thinking that might have been the bomb site. That move from Grixer almost caught me off guard too, and I have top-down POV. How he managed to get in behind the cash extension almost caused problems. They did shut it down, but again, the ability to distract the teammates from that, pull the attention away from the brunt of that push that was coming in through rafters, coming into the main breach. That was really what kind of closed things down for the Rebellion, got them that man advantage, and then of course in the 1v1, Rexen so good as well. Got that defuse kit down, he picked the perfect plant position. They were aware of approximately where Virtue was. They knew he was around main stairs, could have gone Jacuzzi, but chose to plant on that single panel, single reinforced wall inside of Gym and then outside the building. Played it perfect. So well done, Rexen off to a 5-0 start. Things you love to see if you're a North American Rainbow Six Siege fan. And we will continue the full site rotation as Team Secret choose CCTV and cash for their third bomb site.
This is where most of the action happened in the previous round, but the way that you'll go about opening this up is completely different. 30 seconds in, and Surf is already using one exothermic charge to put some pressure on these players inside a garage. Now, what does pressure mean in this particular instance? Well, usually when you play up on those rafters, you're going to bring something with you. Maybe it's an Azami, who will always be banned by Canadian's team, so you're never going to see her. Bans are swapped around in this instance. But usually you're going to need some level of protection. If not, you're going to play quite passively up there. With the dock in that position, which is where we saw Groovy playing, you're going to have an ACOG on your gun, and you're going to have stim pistols to get yourself back up, should that damage be done. Now, typically, a Capitao is going to put some fire arrows up there, try to move you out of that position, and once that's done, the attackers can take control of Garage, put you in a very bad spot We saw it in the previous round. Once Shopify Rebellion swept through and they wanted that engagement in cash, they were able to do that because they had control of Garage. They don't have it yet, but they've opened up that Garage wall and opened up the main breach. That's a huge step for the North American team.
Yeah, and lucky that wall did not get banned a trick. Not lucky, skillful. Obviously, the firebolt from Canadian denying that. If the trick had gone through from Virtue, that's their only hard breach. That would have been end of the round most likely. Rexon, another great shot. He just doesn't stop Parker. Traded back at least from Virtue though, but Rexon's still lurking inside a Garage. Falls off though, as he decides that 4v4 isn't exactly a prompt for the push. They have Raptors control now though. They've got some drones inside of it right now. Main breach is open. They have almost everything they could want to go for.
They have no intel though, Jesse.
They got some drones driving through Garage at the moment.
You saw the way that Surf was firing, though. He thinks there might be somebody actively holding that portion of the map. There's only 3 drones remaining. It's tough for them to be able to get those into proper spots. So my Adrian. He was asleep at the wheel down in stock, Jesse, and now the advantage goes to Shopify Rebellion with 30 seconds left.
Should be an easy cleanup now. Can plant from Raptors if they want to. Diffuse Kit's actually going to be platformed from Canadian, but he's got these smokes to get to the plant spot, no problem. 3 nitros, though. Wait, this could be the wrench in the plan. If they don't have an answer for these nitro cells, this could catch them off guard. This has got to be very, very precise.
Canadian walking in, losing the engagement to Virtue at top red. And he immediately beelines out of there. Now damage inside of the bomb site. Savage goes down. Jube and Virtue still upright. Surf planting. Grixer whistling to the logic bomb. Virtue's the last one standing. And he manages to get him off of the plant in time.
Still getting cut off too much. Let's just stay alive on the positions, guys. Once we are like...
He hopped off on his own. That nitro cell likely would have killed him, though, from the replay that we saw.
Yeah. Steal, we then play off each other. Like, the other guys are going to help you guys, okay? Yeah.
Canadian's entry into the bomb site was a little questionable for me. Obviously, I mean, he had those Capital bolts in his pocket, chose not to use them, instead walked in the breach and tried to take a fight. Maybe just reading that there were a lot of nitros on the board, and if they had tried to go for a plant, it wasn't going to work, so they had to go for those gunfights rather than focusing the kit. End of the day, it was just that nitro cell that finished off the round, but it was really the frags earlier on that the Shopify Rebellion ended up losing that put them into that position. So tough final execute, 3v3. With the threat of those nitros, it was enough to dissuade the final plant, and that's going to be Secret's first round on the board, which is good for them and their fans. This is the first time that we've seen Secret come into a game here at SI, so nice to see that they can finally get their first round of the event.
Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh at how you said they got their first round. That's good for Secret.
Well, I mean, for some teams it would be bad.
Oh, please explain.
I refuse.
Okay. I respect that.
We're going back down to the basement now, Parker, and obviously this is going to be a similar round to round number 1. Again, it's roam heavy for Team Secret. You know, they want to be able to hold that top floor. Savage and June once again. Virtue locking down the Secret stairs. Ruby on main. They're managing to hold all of these positions for now. Adrian holding down Dirt Tunnel. Canadians moved off the Monty over to the Blackbeard. Functions more similar to the Blitz, which is obviously what Canadian likes to play on this map. We saw it a lot throughout the NAL in Stage 2. They will find the Legion of June to start this round, and he's got Savage not too far off just inside of CC. With this information, how do they follow it up?
Shopify Rebellion have gotten all 3 of the opening picks, by the way. Canadians in a hard place here as he trudged on in. He had 2 separate players looking in his direction. All of Shopify Rebellion just flooding into the bomb site and being very swiftly removed. Rex and Canadian and Ambi, all good is gone. Grixer and Surf are the last 2 standing, and there's lots of time left for Team Secret to just sit pretty, and wait. Sometimes the roticism comes back.
Great start from June.
Fun fact for all of you watching, I had roticism when I was a child. I didn't say Parker, I said Pauko. And then my mom sent me to speech therapy, and then it's gone away. But sometimes it comes back. Another one jumps in, it's Surf this time around. Grixer finds one with the sidearm out. Also finds a goo mine, snapping onto the head of Savage. 2 relatively nice kills with the sidearm, but now he's got to conquer this bottom floor bomb site. It'll be littered with various gadgetry. Virtue's going to be here. I was going to say, he doesn't even need ADS at that range. And with the HP of Grixer, this will be an easy cleanup.
Move, brother!
First 2 rounds for Shopify Rebellion. Next 2 rounds for Team Secret. And funny enough, the most recent round was the first time that Team Secret struck first blood all game. It's been Shopify Rebellion to this point.
Play water than maybe Jake, honestly.
Great roam from Joom, obviously, on that top floor. The 2K entry really set them up for success.
Wow. Do they have, like, anything on the B2? You know?
If you're wondering, by the way, why we go quiet mid-sentence, it's because both of the player booths are mic'd. And it's nice to hear what the players talk about. We don't get this opportunity all that often, only a couple times a year. Depending on the setup of the booths, sometimes the miking doesn't exactly work all that well.
Sure.
So if we have an opportunity to sit back and listen to the players strategizing, talking, sometimes, as we saw in the BDS match, yelling, we take that opportunity to do that because it's kind of nice. So we can take a break from talking, and I'm sure you gain an awful lot hearing the players tell you what they want to do rather than us talking about what we just saw.
Yeah, always nice to hear the insights of the players.
And both of these teams speak English, which is the bigger thing.
Yes, absolutely. We were talking over the players a little bit when it came to Raza versus PSG earlier today, because that wouldn't have been as insightful for us on the English stream.
The exception to that, of course, was when Fabian spoke, as he was speaking in English as the coach, the team seemingly understanding it.
Oh, nice little trick coming out. I believe that was Joom on the con single wall. Able to make sure that that wall does stay closed. That's going to be extra thermic charge out of the pocket of Canadian. They got plenty more, of course, 1 on him, but then 3 Selmas for Rexton as well. Bomb site will be gym and bedroom, so getting these walls open is important. There's a bit of a cache extension like there was the last time, but this time the focus for the Rebellion's not going to be on that side of the map. Instead, they're going straight in with an Amaru.
Swinging their way through, Canadian starts off the killing. Ambi is waiting for the cross upstairs, but there's nobody for him to kill. His teammates have done the job for themselves. That's also a Thatcher shotgun, by the way.
Yep.
Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is an odd choice, but one that seemingly is working out. Joom needs to emerge from construction. He finds a single kill onto Ambi. A really unlucky game for Ambi so far. Going 1-5 and being the first to die on the side of Shopify Rebellion multiple rounds now. The players from Shopify Rebellion very wisely have scattered away from the bomb site, but Joom has just given the game up. Inside a weight room, on the windows, on the walls. You can finish the rest of that. Shopify Rebellion answers back after dropping 2 rounds in a row, and the lead is theirs yet again.
That's a thermite gun. That thermite gun on land? I'm not good with that gun, bro. That's all you. I fucking suck with that.
Don't put Rexon on thermite. Good to know. Listen, great rush play, obviously. I mean, this Amaru that came in through main, it didn't get any kills, I don't believe, Ambi, but still being a part of that big rush that came through the main Jacuzzi breach and then the Candelas from Grixer as well, hugely important. We've seen that play before in the NAL. I know I've seen an Amaru come through that window. It's not a common rush play, though, that you see. I feel like I want to say SSG played that before. Maybe I'm mixing up the teams. Regardless of who it was in the past, that's one of those rush strategies that completely caught off guard Team Secret. And that really shows like how Shopify Rebellion can change up the pace from round to round. They can play a style where they full clear the map. They go from all the way top to all the way bottom, or they clear the cache extension and they spend 2.5 minutes on that. Or they can say, screw it, let's mix things up. Let's go straight through the breach and hit it that way. Regardless of the setup, they can always find some kind of entry points, and that really does contribute to the fact that a lot of people think that this team is maybe the best inside of North America right now.
Where does the shield go when the robots stand up?
Where do the reinforcements come from, Parker? Same place.
Their butts.
Same place.
Robots don't have butts.
Yeah, they do.
For what purpose does a robot need a butt?
I don't know. It's probably like got like important circuitry. I don't design robots. I have
humans have important circuitry in their butts. No, they have barricades.
No, we're not humans. Yeah, or we're not robots.
We're not what?
Never mind. You didn't hear that.
You're not supposed to think of that.
Secret are going back to the full rotation. Doesn't matter what bomb sites are locked.
This is a serious question, by the way. I want to know where the robots put them.
Well, we'll get it to the devs, and we'll figure that out for you, Parker.
think it's a reasonable request.
Ruby's going to be playing up inside of Raptors on that Doc. Doc, one of those operators that like ranked players often think is very, very good, but struggles often. This is one of his situations where he can be quite strong. Adrian will try to get out of here. He tried to teleport away, but he's taking some fire damage. He's going to get pit stimmed up now, it's a distraction for Canadian to walk up and get the kill.
That's a very good bait, and the robot of Adrian still very much there on Scopos, watching over top. As it's droned out, they know that somebody's there, and well, he's just standing there menacingly. Just shoot him.
I don't know if that's going to work, Parker.
No, not at all. Jim trying to get back to the bomb site. Ambi is prepared for that as Rexon takes care of Adrian. The fire had done its job before, but now it's the para to do the rest. Savage and Virtue inside the bomb site. Both in separate bomb sites, mind you. Virtue not able to successfully bandit trick the wall because of the Monty breathing down his neck. So now he and Savage have switched spots. Canadian is getting so much information here. He's not moving at all. He's a gifted IGL, so when you put him on an operator that's indestructible, which is what Monty is at the present moment in the way that he's positioned, he's going to gain so much from it. Virtue doing double duty, watching the breach, watching the top of red, and now into lounge too. He finds one kill onto Ambi. It's the first casualty for Shopify Rebellion, and it comes with 50 seconds left. Canadian sees an opportunity. There's still 2 nitro cells on the board. Make that 1 as Savage is as good as gone. Virtue has to inch his way up, but it's Grixer on the flank up red stairs, the position Virtue had just given up on. That manages to take Virtue down before the explosive can stop Canadian. Another round for Shopify Rebellion, and they take the first half, 4-2.
That's actually hilarious, bro. Basement, no mirror. Basement, no mirror.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Play music.
Okay. Oh, this
Open
one.
your fucking book, turn the page.
No, I know what to do now. I just, you haven't said that shit in so long, it was like,
Let's go, guys. 1 round at a time. 0-0. Come on.
Are you serious? You can't get dog.
I gotta say, Shopify Rebellion are looking fantastic through this game so far.
But their coach thinks it's 0-0. That must call into question the expertise.
You're right. Somebody's gotta inform Super that we've already played 6 whole rounds.
Oh, and he got the nitro cell to boot. It wouldn't have mattered because the warden died. That's just style points.
Style points, exactly.
It's just the love of the game. That's all it is. It's just, I'm going to get it just in case. Just to show you I can. Somebody clip that.
Dude, clean attacks, though. 6 rounds in a row from Shopify Rebellion. Always came in with a really solid game plan. They executed it, working together. They always knew what the problems were going to be from Secret. Think back to that round where they were in danger of getting bandit tricked on the CC wall. They've got an answer for it. It's a Capitao. Every time, they seem to be very aware of what Secret could do, especially in those late rounds, to disrupt their push, and they were always ready for it. Even that final round in the 1v5, 1v4, whatever it was with Virtue, they knew he could go down below and toss a nitro cell, so they had a player push red stairs. They had that information. They had that dialed in. It is clinical, clean siege being played by Shopify Rebellion right now. This is exactly what we wanted to see from North America's best.
Joom now rocking the Blackbeard as that'll be the first shield brought out by Team Secret. Groovy on his roll going 0-5 is quite disastrous.
Unlucky.
I feel a Pengu tweet about one-shot headshots through barricades coming after that one. A one-shot headshot is always an instant kill, including if it's through a surface. I don't know if that was a read. Pengu has walked into our casting booth now and is shrugging wildly. It's good to know that their match is done, I guess. Spoilers, right?
I suppose.
You had a good point, though, that you were talking about earlier on before that happened. I was talking about right now how the top fraggers on the team historically have gone a little bit quiet. Groovy going 0-5 is well below his potential. Ambi 2-6 is also very poor for his role. You're expecting to see somebody like Canadian or somebody like Virtue towards the bottom of the standings, not Groovy and Ambi. That means that they're not fulfilling their roles as correctly as they could, or it means that the team is adjusting to their play and putting other players into those roles. Certainly Rexon is having no problem finding kills, but again, that's the role Rexon is on.
Interesting putting Ambi on the smoke. We'll see how he does with it here. I won't judge it till it gets played out. Playing those main stairs, that is more of a forward position for the young entry player of Shopify Rebellion, so sometimes operators get pigeonholed into certain roles. Doesn't have to be an anchor. And he's getting good value to these Toxic Babes. He's gonna have to move with this nade though, and he perfectly finds the head. What a shot.
He's still got one Toxic canister. He'll use it to stall on the main stairs. 50 seconds left. That'll slow down the advance of Team Secret. Ambi's not relinquishing control of the stairs either. He's not falling back, and you can see from the silhouettes, there's 4 players around. Ambi gets one, Canadian blows up another. Secret managed to take control of the stairs, but it costs them dearly. Surf goes for an ill-advised rotate in the back of the bomb site. He's spotted by Savage, but that's more information for Shopify Rebellion, as they know one player has made it to the bottom of the stairs. Virtue takes down one before he goes. The Goyo perishes, and it's Canadian and Savage in a 1v1. 10 seconds remain. Canadian, no Nitro Cell. He'll have to take this engagement himself. Pros don't fake. Savage does. Instead, he'll run towards the corner and win the duel against Canadian. The 50-50 earlier broken favor of Shopify Rebellion. This time around, it goes to Team Secret.
And the one guy flashes, and then we double push him, guys, okay? Let's communicate more once we get this position, okay, boys? Yeah, let's go. Yeah. We got this, boys, okay? Let's keep it up. Let's go. 2
captains in the 1v1. You love to see it. Savage up against Canadian.
Like, this is what we need to do. Like, just chill and then take our time. Because that's they want to, like, make us waste time and then come back. So if we get the peak...
Better just placed on my cash rolls, okay?
Make sure you're communicating, guys.
You're going to put one on the tub breach, and then the other one you're going to put gold, okay? Make sure we bring... Tub breach and gold.
It was the European, though, who came out on top, but really, I mean, it was a team effort coming through from Secret. Things got really hairy as Ambi started to destroy this push from the main stairs. It's notable that the very first player he killed was Joom on the Blackbeard. That's supposed to be the front man. That's supposed to be the guy who gets the push started. Losing him immediately for that before that execute was very dangerous for Secret, but they managed to clutch it back. They did a really good job of trading each other when they went for that final low man count execute, and the Rebellion just not quite able to stand up to it. So they will win their first attack, which is critical given the state of the game right now. 5-2 is a very different scoreline from 4-3 in Rainbow Six Siege. That first round in the second half is massively important when we get that 4-2 split. And now Rebellion will have to rework that bomb site when they go back to it. For now, though, it's going to be gym bedroom, and we heard some calls from Canadians setting up a lot of these reinforcements. He said one on the tub wall. I assume that means for the tube route that he is now playing, although I'm not sure which wall he's trying to use the tube route on.
Well, I think the tub wall would be the wall over the tub. I wasn't aware that there was a tub on this map.
There is a jacuzzi. That's like a big tub.
But I don't think you'd call it that.
No.
Grixer was a little bit behind the 8-ball on that bandit trick, and unfortunately, it costs them. The other exothermic charge we put to good use onto that jacuzzi wall, not the tub wall. Unless maybe they call jacuzzi tub. It is much faster.
It is. You lose a syllable. You lose 2 syllables.
I love how Virtue just very casually adjusts his cursor to say, hey, there's somebody with a shotgun right there. We are 8 rounds in, and Groovy is still searching for his first kill. He's the only player that's been held off the score sheet so far. He will be playing on a more sheltered role on attack, at least if the last 2 rounds are any indication.
He's all alone here. He's just trying to hold the angle. Wants to deny anybody from swinging the cash window, trying to lurk late into this round. The rest of his team are all around the windows and around Jacuzzi Breach. He is just here waiting until he hears something. Deimos track comes out onto Rexon, playing the Mira inside of construction. They're hunting for him now on the windows. Again, it's really Groovy's job to keep Savage safe here so that he doesn't get shot in the side.
All the while, this clock, by the way, is just helping Shopify Rebellion. Canadian dies to Savage, he peeks, and that's a great shot from the Thatcher. Rexon hits him with a drive-by in response. Lightning does not strike twice for Team Secret in that regard. Ruby is waiting for the all clear. Ruby's been sitting here for about a minute and a half at this point. Completely immobile, but relying on the rest of his teammates to make this work. Now Rexon has the cross. He's worried about the advance up the top of red. And he sees one, he softens them up a bit, but not enough damage. Ambi has to pull off of his position as all this time has gone by, and all it's really done is allow Shopify Rebellion to dig in on this defense. It's forcing Virtue to rotate over with the diffuser in hand towards that jacuzzi wall.
Yeah, all alone. His teammates are both inside of construction, so if Virtue goes down, this could be a disaster for Secret.
Would strand that diffuser on No Man's Skyland. Ambi with 2, and then Grixer's there as well.
Good shit. Good job. Let's go.
If you mismanage the clock and you wait for your opponents to make a mistake, which is what it looked like some of what Team Secret was doing, then you live by the clock and you seemingly die by it. In that instance, it was Team Secret dying by it. Shopify Rebellion at 5 rounds now, working their way very quickly through this map. Team Secret responds based on both the scoreline and the way that the last few rounds have gone by pulling their timeout.
I don't think they will double up on the garage, but they will play on you guys once you guys are going for the stake, if you guys are going there. So what we can do, we can bake them as well. We can go for the late execution you guys saw in this last round. We almost did it in the first one as well. We just need to make sure that we have people holding the positions, because they are doing the default, but they are trying to do individual plays. Can even hide in our kitchen, the main stairs guy. They will try to do this on garage, they will try to do the main stairs as well onto this round. So right now, we just need to stick either to fast stakes areas of the map or the face push that we want to do, because they're not bringing a lot of resources for site. And do this, because you guys have all this. Don't worry.
Yeah, we got it. Let's go.
All right, a lot of tactical information coming out from Twister in that tac timeout. Sometimes you see it more be about the mentals, sometimes it's more about round-to-round stuff. He really was kind of giving them the intel on what he's expecting in this next round. Next round will be CCTV cash, so they haven't actually played this bomb site yet, but obviously things can carry over from site to site, and they can keep that information in their brains for future rounds as well. I really want to credit Ambi over these last couple of rounds. Since moving to defense, he went from the lowest fragging player on Shopify Rebellion to the second highest, putting up now 7 kills and 7 deaths. He has been absolutely fantastic. Ambi has maybe the most ridiculous stat line of any player in this tournament. Do you want to know what that stat is?
Well, of course I'm going to say yes.
Ambi is the youngest player at the Six Invitational for the 2nd year in a row. Just think about that for a second. An entire generation of Rainbow Six Siege players had the opportunity to come up and overthrow Ambi as the youngest player at SI, and not one of them pulled that off.
Okay, hold on a second here. An entire generation in the span of 1 year is a bit of a stretch.
Okay, well, still,
I understand what you're saying.
If you're 18 right now watching this broadcast, you messed up. What happened? Why aren't you here playing instead of Ambi?
You heard it here first. Every 18-year-old watching this.
Yeah.
You messed up by not being here. How dare you?
I just think it's incredible.
I think that is a very cool stat line, admittedly. Ambi had also just turned 18 when he came to play. Is that correct, if memory serves?
Yeah, he turned 18 right before last year's SI, and he's still 18. He will turn 19 in a couple of days here.
That's a wild stat. Surf peels off of that CCTV wall. As you see the Selmas from Adrian working their magic to open up, at least for now, sight lines into the bomb site. We have to see, imagine they're big enough to walk through. This is a direct hit on the CCTV and cache bomb sites. One thing that was noted by Twister, the coach of Team Secret, in that timeout was that they don't use a lot of utility on the actual site. Most of their utility is scattered around the exterior of the site to slow down your advance. This is a bomb site where you can literally open up that B-bomb wall and just walk right in and plant. It's very direct. Some teams can get maybe a bit too linear with their executes.
This is a great example of how they use their util off-site.
Does it get in time? Yes, it does. They managed to save the drone. Ambi gets one. He's looking for either Savage or Virtue. Hard to tell by the silhouettes. Canadian almost dying to an 8. He falls off of his position, and now he can go back on to his Echo drone. Ambi down below now takes out Adrian. He was 1 and 5. What did you say it was?
Yeah,
1 and 5?
2 and 6, I think.
2 and 6?
2 and 5, I don't know.
Ambi now has the second most kills on his team. Ruby 1 and 8. That will be the story if Team Secret falls short here. Rexton preying upon Virtue. Traded right back by June. Only 2 remain for Secret. They have the kit. They don't have a ton of time, and both of them will now enter through the catwalk, up through rafters, in garage, and it's very easy to watch this single opening. Shopify Rebellion throwing out some toxic gas. Jum has no idea where they are. It's Savage with the diffuser, so Jum will go hunting. He finds one over by Cash. Going back to be next to Savage, who gets knocked off of that position and then killed by a Nitro cell. Only 10 seconds left for Jum. They'll have to break double digits to win this round. If not, it's Shopify Rebellion going to match point, and guess what they're all doing? They're playing keep away. Not a single person inside of the site because the Yokai drone can get the job done.
It's all good. Keep identifying what they're doing. Easy fucking reads.
Good shit.
Let's go, guys. Come on.
Map point for Shopify Rebellion.
Let's go basement bunker, okay?
Read the attacks.
We ran yesterday, unless we want to run the bandit. Yeah, you gotta run the bandit. So.
Dude, they are reading him like a book. And Twister's reading him right back. I want to be clear. When he went in that attack timeout and he said all their util, not all, but a lot of their utils being used away from the site externally, he absolutely hit the nail on the head. Canadian on the Echo that round was absolutely insane. You just saw the Yokai drone at the feet there. Canadian's first Yokai, you saw it outside the building. It fed Ambi some kills. It really did give that information on the outside breach players to the rest of the aggressive guys over on Shopify Rebellion. But then his second Yokai, you couldn't see it, but on the top down, we saw that it was sitting in construction that whole time, just in case there was a push through master, right? In the last 20 seconds of the round, Canadian himself rotated into construction because he knew the push was all coming garage, and then moved the Yokai through cache, through the drone hole, through the feet of Joom to deny the plant at the last possible second. Just crazy stuff coming out from Canadian on the Echo. If you can get your hands on the match replay file, that would be one to go back and watch because he was so perfect with that util.
Oh, okay, Rexon. Was that a run out through the garage door, or?
Imagine if it was a second just wallbang onto Rexon. That would be a third of his deaths to random wallbangs.
Another Pengu tweet fired up. Sitting in the drafts, he's just got them ready. Distributing them like leaflets like the Jehovah's Witnesses do on the street corners.
Yeah.
Have you heard about one-shot headshots? Huh? Are you ready to convert?
Rexon's been incredible this map. He was their best player in map number 2 yesterday when they beat FaZe Clan. That was the only map that Shopify were able to win in yesterday's series. It seems like when Rexon can show up big, Shopify find results because of it. In the 2 maps that Shopify lost yesterday to FaZe Clan, Rexon was statistically their worst rated player. So he, every game so far, including this one, assuming it ends relatively quickly, has been either the best or the worst player on the team, and that has determined whether they've won or lost the map.
I mean, you've got 4 big offensive threats for Shopify Rebellion. You've got Grixer, who can lurk really effectively. You've got Ambi and Rexon, both of who are seemingly fearless on the entry. Surf is very flexible in his position. He can frag well on support roles if needed. And then Canadian, who depending on the map will play a support op on defense. Maybe he'll roam. Maybe he thinks that there's more benefit if he's on the roam or playing off site to his calls. The flexibility on Shopify Rebellion is really quite strong. I mean, sometimes 2 or 3 of the players don't show up, and that's rough. Usually Canadian is one of those players, but he's positive for the time being. The only player on Shopify Rebellion who's not is Surf. And based on the roles that Surf is playing so far on Clubhouse, that's really not that bad. Everybody else is doing the jobs that are needed of them, especially Ambi, who has woken up. Same cannot be said for Team Secret. Groovy is having a really rough game, and he's back to playing this middle floating role. Ambi dies to Joom, as we've got just a bit below a minute left. Down goes Savage to Canadian. He almost gets another, but it's Grixer credited with the kill instead. Through blue, Canadian lights up a bunch of liquor bottles, but can't do much more than that. Squaring himself up to the bomb chassis, it's just him and Grixer to work against these 3 remaining players. A rotate will come in. 2 bodies still for Team Secret will sit in blue. Another will head over towards main stairs.
Diffuse gets down in Moto, by the way.
One manages to escape. It's the Blackbeard, and Grixer knows that the jig is up. He doesn't want to get hit by that shield. He's got one at the bottom of main stairs. How does he get away with that? But Virtue cleans up Canadian, then turns his attention towards Grixer inside sight. Diffuse kit doesn't matter if you're getting all of the kills, and Team Secret are hanging on as best as they can.
I will say that was a clean mid-round adaptation coming through. A little scary as we get attack timeout from the Shopify Rebellion.
It's 0-0, remember.
They're split. They're trying to confuse us. Just make them prove they can attack. They haven't really proven they can do anything, right? I think the way we defended this last time was fine. Just remember, don't overreact. If we're moving around, if we feel like we need to move, make sure we're talking to each other about what the gaps may be. Last time they did want to try to go Logi, and they couldn't because the Deimos wasn't able to get picks. But just be aware of like that main stairs walk up because the Deimos was under in kitchen. Be aware of that lurk like red. Just be careful, guys. They're going to try to split up. They're going to look for that cheese pick to walk up to try to hit a play. Just keep talking. Be aware of it, guys. Let's go. Come on.
Just like another beer workouts.
I got one shotgun C4 here. Better be stinky.
Last time, right off the start, Richie, they tried to breach the G1 wall, so I'm going to wall bang them. Okay. I'm pretty sure.
I can take a photo with you.
It's a risky call. We can wall bang him. You're telling Rexon to do that? Rexon's been killed twice trying to do something funny at the start of the round.
Well, he's not even trying. It happens sometimes, you know? He's just minding his own business, sitting on cams, and then whoops, through it comes. I wanted to say, Secret in that last round, they did a really good job adapting because they had a lot of players, all three of them in the 3v2 inside of blue, and they had to pause for a second in that push. They rotated, I think it was Groovy, over towards main stairs just to add another dimension to that push, and I really think that was the difference maker to kind of open up that bomb site for Team Secret, allow Virtue to kind of work those picks and get the players down on the ground. Canadian down in that defuse kit in Moto, I thought gave him a chance, but ultimately Virtue was hitting too many nice shots coming in from come from blue anyways. So Team Secret stay alive in this game. We heard Super talk about what he's expecting in this round from Secret. He talked about a Deimos that might work some picks, not being brought this time. Talked about how it was a Logi focus from Secret. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that from Secret this time around, as they are really grouping up over here around Rafters. It's going to be a full top floor clear, it seems like, instead, where they're going to try to take this Rafters control, take some cash control, and eventually finish through construction, and maybe eventually get over towards Logi as well, but that's only if this all goes well.
Shopify is leading the way when it comes to first bloods. 4 at this point for Team Secret, 6 for Shopify Rebellion. Conversion rates have been pretty good so far. There have only been 2 instances through the 10 rounds where the team that gets first blood fails to win the round. Something worth noting. I mean, we go through periods of time where first blood is hard to track, especially in those chaotic 20-second meta games where everybody is killing each other very, very quickly, and technically while you get first blood, it's with 20 seconds left. But in this case, a lot of it's been relatively even. Adrian gets killed by what I imagine was a nitro cell that was tossed out. He gets picked right back up. But that's damage that you can't get rid of. Adrian will now die to a little bit of shrapnel from the last nitro cell in the hands of Grixer, or an errant bullet here or there. Fire arrow goes to the top of red. It pushes Rexon out of this position, and there's a bit of discomfort inside the bomb site. Grixer dies to Virtue. Secret getting first blood, like we talked about. This is so integral. Groovy walking up over towards top of red, searching for more than just a single kill. Rexon with 1. Canadian dies at the hands of Joom, and now Rexon dies to Groovy. It's a run out from A&B, and Team Secret sweeps through them with Groovy getting 2 kills. A big round from him when his team needed it the most. Team Secret clawing this one back. We will need all 12 rounds in regulation.
That read from Super really didn't cut. Oh, he didn't die to a nitro cell, Parker.
He fell off the roof.
Well,
I mean, hey, you control the buttons you press. In this case, Adrian controlled the button he pressed.
He did.
And unfortunately, he pressed the wrong button.
Didn't matter in the end. Still was a clean cash side clear. I was gonna say, I mean, Super definitely had that read, but Secret did a completely different push, and it was beautiful. They had Virtue on the cutoff outside of the con window, got the very first pick onto a player inside of construction, and then the rest of the players coming in through Rafters, coming in through the CC breach, clearing out that cash play. It was Canadian and Rexon trying to play that duo roam inside of cash, and they just couldn't get enough done. Late into the round, Shopify went for some aggressive plays to try to pull it back, but that was being read perfectly by Secret. And all of a sudden, we are within striking range as Secret are 1 away from forcing the overtime. Instead of going back to the top floor, the Rebellion will choose the basement for their last stand here in regulation. I should note as well, it is a full anchor down in the basement. There is not a single roamer outside of the basement right now, so we're likely to see a very slow early round in number 12.
Go back to round number 10, by the way, the one where Rexon died very early on, and you gotta wonder if that lives in the back of the minds of some of these Shopify Rebellion players, if you could take that back. That round was a real dogfight, but you were missing your Warden and you were missing your best player statistically, who died very early on. Same thing happened to Rexon in round number 7, and both times Team Secret went on to win those rounds. So if they can punish Rexon early, then good things tend to happen. He has been a very formidable player throughout much of his time in pro play. His stint on Sonic's now Shopify Rebellion is no different. Virtue's been having a terrific game, by the way, and he's been doing it on non-fragging roles. He's really helped pick up the slack that has been unfortunately created by Groovy and Adrian, both sitting at 3 kills apiece. Fortunately, this is the second LAN in a row where Adrian has underperformed expectations. There's still time for him to sort it out. It is, after all, the first Team Secret match at this event, as they had the day off yesterday. But might only have an opportunity to figure it out in the group stages, especially with how competitive this group in particular is.
No, absolutely. Got to figure out this defense first, though. They've got players in a lot of different directions. Some players in Kitchen, that should be the brunt of the push. Of course, Dirt Tunnel being held by Savage now. We're going to move Joom over towards Dirt Tunnel, too. This is a very strong position for a Blackbeard to be. He gets a lot of free space when pushing up here. Canadian will find 2 separate players pushing this direction. Watch out for Groovy as well, who will late be pushing in through Secret.
There's a grenade that will go. Savage getting the very first kill. Again, the team that draws blood first in this series has such a high success rate. Secret's likely breathing a bit easy here. Shopify Rebellion isn't choking it necessarily, but they're in really rough shape. Nitrocell goes out, does not connect. 2 kills so far for Secret. A third will come in. Virtue with a 2-piece. It's all up to Ambi. And a flawless end to regulation for Team Secret as we need overtime between these squads. You know, Jesse, I feel like you and I are the overtime guys this event, because it feels like every single match we cast goes into OT. This one is no different. Shopify Rebellion will have 2 kicks at the defending can. Team Secret will attack twice. Savage typed in chat, by the way, you guys love choking, don't you?
Oh, brother, I'm not sure that they do. Uh-oh. This is going to be a close one all the way to OT. I mean, it's just a great game, frankly. I mean, we're seeing some really clean attacks. Clubhouse is often talked about as a defender-sided map, but I truly believe it is always within the hands of the attackers to execute on their utility play, get the job done, and make a good push work. And both of these teams have been pretty successful when it comes to that 2-4-2 attacking splits, and that really just does come off with some clean roam clears when needed, some clean site hits when needed. For Secret, that time it all come down to the site hit. There was no roam to be seen, so it really did come down to pushing 3 different directions, 5 different players, a bunch of opening picks, and it really did look amazing. Now, after failing to defend the basement, failing to defend Gym Bedroom, they're going to go back to CCTV Cache. This was where we saw Canadian playing that Echo that I was really gushing about the last time they played this bomb site. He moves to the Fenrir instead. A lot of the other parts of this setup going to remain the same. Surf on this Bandit, Rexon on this Dock. All pretty traditional.
A losing record on that bottom floor bomb site, by the way, for Shopify Rebellion. They attempted it 3 times on their previous defensive stead and unsuccessfully played it all 3 times. I don't think they're going to be going back there in a hurry, to your point. No bar and stage has been played, so while all 4 bomb sites on this map are perfectly viable...
No, they aren't. Bar stage is terrible.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't even know who Rocky and Bullwinkle are. Why would you listen to him?
That's a Flynn take. That's a good site.
Flynn will take whatever he can get. Great bandit tricking, by the way, by Surf. He gets both of those Selmas that were thrown out. Virtue still has 1 exothermic charge. He's got 14 kills, by the way. He and Rexon are tied at the top of the standings, but Virtue's been doing that on what is typically a non-fragging role. We say this quite regularly because we have to highlight the players who fail to perform at the level, but more importantly, we have to highlight those who are exceeding. And in this case, Virtue is not the guy who should be getting 14 kills. Joom is one that you could argue should be. He's got 12 kills, but he's immediately vanquished by Ambi. That's the Blackbeard down. Ambi's feeling confident he can have some more. There's two silhouettes not too far away from him, struggling to control recoil, and Savage manages to walk away with that one. Ambi just aimed a little bit above the head. Ambi with 11 deaths, Joom with 11 deaths. That's the hallmark of I won't say a good entry, but that's the hallmark of an entry.
I mean, they cleared up the roamers now on the side of Secret, but they still don't have a great way into sight. The main breach is going to stay closed. A lot of these Secret players are repositioning over towards construction, but that con single wall is also still reinforced and electrified, so they don't have a great way of getting in this way either. This, despite the fact that they've got a bit of a man advantage, doesn't necessarily favor Secret. If they can't get another one of these walls open, they're going to have to funnel in through just a couple of doorways, maybe a window into sight. It's not going to be an easy push-in, so don't be deceived by this man count. This could be a very scary last 30 seconds if you're Team Secret.
The tools that they have will allow Shopify Rebellion to sit quite pretty, and I mean, it's going to be a rush into the site. Playing around the bomb chassis, Surf gets rid of Adrian. Another for Surf. You can argue that he helped win the round earlier on with his bandit tricking, but it's all up to Virtue to collect his 15th kill, taking damage over time, looking for another, but Rexon does it with the sidearm. The bench of Shopify Rebellion will exhale as they find themselves in a position that they were in just a couple minutes ago. Map point, they weren't able to secure it at any of the attempts previously. Can they right that ship this time? You called it perfectly, though. Just because you have an advantage does not mean it's going to work when you're running in through a single point into the bomb site, which, by the way, is exactly what we saw on the last execute from this point before, when they went in upstairs. There were two players from Team Secret, and they rushed in from rafters. It's really easy to sit farther back and contain them in that position. Whether you play in construction, whether you're playing at top red, you're going to go into this bomb site, and they know exactly where you're coming from. It makes it really easy to stop you.
Well, I mean, it all comes back to that main breach, right? That CC wall, and it really does take me back all the way to, was it round 2 or 3 when Team Secret attempted the bandit trick. They tried to keep the wall closed, but what happened? Shopify Rebellion had already thought of that. They were bringing the Capitao to deny the bandit trick, and they didn't have that issue, and they went on to win that round. For Team Secret, when they're in a similar situation, they don't think that far ahead, or maybe they tried to, but it just didn't quite all come together. And so with the main wall getting bandit tricked, this win rate for the bomb site goes way down. They did eventually get the construction wall open. That gave them a bit of a chance, but still super linear push. Positioning was really good from Shopify. And then Surf, after the bandit trick, hit some beauty shots deep in the site as well, enabled by that position that he was gifted thanks to his earlier round bandit trick. So all around good stuff. Secret got to respond now. Down to the basement is where they will head. Canadians back on the Blackbeard. It's back to a decently heavy roam. It used to be Savage and Joom top floor. Now it's just Joom, but he falls off somewhat early as well.
Shopify Rebellion is 1-4-2 on this bomb site. 1 victory and 1 loss. They won it their very first round, with Canadian getting the plant down. Grixer had the opening pick on that round. The second time that this bomb site popped up, which Team Secret could have gone there much earlier, but instead chose to go with the bomb site carousel instead of going back to something that had just failed you, was in round number 4, and Team Secret ended up winning that one. That was when Joom got a 3K and managed to blunt the momentum. That was a very slow round. The opening pick came in around 2 minutes. At that point, you've only got, realistically, less than a minute to find your kills and get in with your objective. This round is seemingly equally slow. Savage roaming above could be the first casualty, but depends on whether or not he's been droned out by Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, this could be a bit scary still. Savage didn't start the round on that top floor, so it's likely that he wasn't caught out. But Joom actually opens things up. He finds Ambi. Where was that?
Yeah, where is the
main stairs, I think. Maybe
even
not?
the observers don't know. Maybe they do know. Maybe we don't.
I mean, that's shocking. I mean, you're going to lose your Dokkaebi, one of your best fraggers as well on the side of Rebellion. Finding some of these Valk cams still, but that's going to halt this momentum. You need to not stall out here now if you're Shopify. They still don't know where Savage is.
No, they have definitely not droned this top floor, and they don't have a lot of information left at their disposal. I think they've spotted him now. They have indeed. Surf's got the lineup on the top of the stairs. Savage will be blinded whether Surf decides to go for a direct engagement or just wait him out. But the problem is that right now Savage is the gatekeeper to those main stairs, and he wins the duel against Surf. That is a round-losing play. Virtue's on the board, taking down Rex, and Savage dies to Canadian, and it's all up to the team captain, who dies inside a Moto. 15 rounds. Our third 15-rounder, Jesse. We're the OT guy.
We deserve it, though, don't we? Two great teams playing peak siege right now. Just good movements from Team Secret. I mean, Savage, of course, going for that big flank.
They're expecting us to frag executes, like we can go and plant it this round, okay, for Jim, if they give us the wall fast. I'm playing a sense here, so we can facilitate the execute as well, guys, okay? We'll see, we'll see.
Good. We got this, guys. One round right here. All we need. Lock it in.
One round will separate these two teams from a map victory, going up 1-0 in the series. This is again the map pick of Shopify Rebellion. So we expect it to be a little bit more vital for them to be able to walk away with the win here. Losing this puts them in a difficult spot in the series. Get on that last round, it was really Savage who was on that roam that made a big movement, but everybody who got that, who were able to work those opening picks, had some big impact for Secret. That's all behind us here. Shopify Rebellion will go to the bomb site that you said they don't have the greatest of win rates on. They'll head down to the basement. When they played this bomb site yesterday, they defended it twice against FaZe Clan. They won it once, lost it once. It's all about the adaptations this late into the matchup, and Surf has decided it is time to pull out the shield operator on defense. What a choice.
Slow him down.
Yeah.
I expect we will see a bit more sheltered of a defense here from Shopify Rebellion, though they will go downstairs to the bomb site that has not been friendly to them at all. Canadian is in a really tough spot as he's
playing here,
isolated from the rest of his team, and will have to fight his way out of Kitchen as he's being watched by Savage. Adrian can get in position too. This gets real scary for Canadian through that window. He manages to get away. The hatch was opened up. Very, very, very scary for Shopify Rebellion in that engagement. You lose Canadian there, you might just concede the round at that point.
It's tactical, though. Canadian's very used to playing that position. They've got other util placed around the map still. That was an interesting Goyo canister we have at the top of main stairs. They're really putting a lot of utility into keeping this main stairs slowed down and stalled out. They've got a Clash, a Goyo, and 3 Toxic Babes from Ambi, so this is a lot of resources expended.
The Goyo canister will slow you down for about another 20 seconds, which means that about a minute will be left on the clock for this to work out. Canadian is waiting for the call from Surf to blow this assault sky high. I like the layers that we see from Shopify Rebellion here. They will lose the power of the shield, though, as an EMP goes out. Zambi taking down Adrian, and a lot of utility is being used here. Virtue continues his superb play with a 17th kill, this time on Negrixer. You lose the Goyo, but you still got the Goyo canisters. One more toxic canister remains in pocket for Ambi as he chokes off the entry point for the attackers. That's just a waiting game.
I mean, they know they've got to go somewhere else. That's not a winning situation.
And Secret have responded by sending Savage and Groovy over towards blue. Rexon taking care of Savage, but who's going to get Groovy in this spot? Some distractions with the alarm. Virtue drops. Joom finds not just one, but two. Rexon and Canadian are down. Joom taking some serious damage. Surf and Ambi, the last two alive, and it's a rush into the site. Diffuser, successful. No! Oh, it does! It goes down at the last second. Secret bailed out by the clock. It's Groovy to now burst into the bomb site. Ambi at a dozen kills. Surf with the shield on. Waiting, giving the calls as Groovy gets into position. Doesn't seem to know where Ambi is. He gets pounced upon, and Shopify Rebellion stave off what could have been a Team Secret comeback. They'll celebrate, but it was really close on their own map. All 15 rounds needed, and it came down to the wire. It's not exactly a confidence-inspiring win, but it's a win nonetheless, and they can regroup and prepare for map number 2.
18-year-old kid from Chicago locks it down those last couple of rounds. My God, the way he moved playing smoke on defense is something to be rewatched over and over and over again. Really bailed them out there. Despite some of those statistical troubles on the first half, it did not matter when we got down to it. Ambi played so well on defense, and that really saved them here on Clubhouse.
NA's had a great day. Will it continue? We'll find out after the break.
Available now.
This was touted as the match of the day, and it's already delivering. You said before we started, Lax, that Clubhouse is a map you don't take a team that is better than you to. Is this the result we expect?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said it in the pre-show that this is Clubhouse. It's a Coliseum map. You feel that you are better at the fundamentals. You aren't going to do anything that's going to be anything crazy. Clubhouse really does come down to who is making the least amount of mistakes, and if you are making those mistakes, if that team on the other end is capitalizing off of those mistakes. And that's exactly what we were seeing through and through, which is why we saw it at an 8-7. But ultimately, Shopify Rebellion end up closing it out in a close series. And Troy, you're not on DZ anymore. You don't need to keep your fans on the edge of their seats of trying to predict what's going to happen with these 8-7s.
One thing you said that I think resonated quite well in the regulation at the very least is it was going to be attacking side of game. 4-2 first half. They bring it back, but it really was determined there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you go up 4-2, you get 4 attacks off. I mean, that's great. 3-3, it's okay. You're doing what you need to. 4-2, anything past that, you are doing phenomenal. But I mean, you got to give it to Secret. They bounced back. They showed their strength. They showed, what we haven't seen in these past few months, and they kept it extremely close. But again, I think that heavily just has to do with the fact that Blackbeard play, the shield play. We've talked about Secret being gimmicky, using shields when they first were being introduced, and the question was, are they going to use them now? They were using them today, and Joom was doing that beautifully.
Now, one player has been on the tip of our tongue since, I mean, really for years now in the North American scene, but Canadian really continues to step up and show why he is a solid leader. Round 9 is absolutely no exception to that.
Yeah, and this is a very simple round to break down for anyone that watches Siege. The biggest thing, and as a former player here, is just keeping the composure. They have the echo play. They have the information. They know that this round is done and dusted. And I can only imagine Troy is telling his teammates, relax, chill. Let's wait until this round is officially over. You see everyone moving side to side, getting out, not giving Joom even a chance of breath in this round. And then you see everyone collapse towards the end. But the key note to take away from that is you already knew the round was over. You could have got overzealous. You could have easily tried ending this round a lot earlier. But the fact is you kept your composure. You kept wanting to focus on getting the round over with, and that is important, especially when you're closing a series out or a game out in an 8-7 fashion.
And look, they take it at the moment, but there's still a bit more to come. FaZe has a big tally with him to help us break down this one.
Welcome to Siege School. I would like to take a moment to show you guys why having Canadian on your team is so pivotal to rectifying wrongs of previous rounds. The previous CCTV round, Shopify Rebellion used all their utility to get the server wall open. That ate up a lot of their time getting Rafters, and they lost due to time. So what did they do this time around? They decided to use the Fires to take Rafters control. First one isolates the Crossfire. They have no idea Adrian's in this corner, but it leaves Canadian in a nice little 1v1. This position could have gone either way, but Canadian gets the gunfight, and in that position, he sees Adrian's little foot sticking out, and what does he do? He calls for Rexon to come use the second Capital Bolt to push him out. Now, with the protection behind the shield, he's able to also just give communication to Rexon on where Adrian's going. That gives him a nice free Rafters control. They have so much time to play with, and now it brings you into the phase 2 of the attack. Shopify Rebellion, they lost because of time, but also because of Virtue on the red stairs with the C4, able to push the planter off of the defuse. They lost due to time. So what do? Using the man advantage, they say, Grixer, flank down bottom red, push Virtue. Surf is going to be holding from top red, and Rexon, last but not least, is going to have green control due to any X factors. And the beautiful part about this is at any moment, they can completely hold the other person's angle. Rexon can easily rotate to red, Surf can watch green. Grixer, gotta win that 1v1, but he can then go into cash and completely watch green. So that's exactly what we're gonna see. Savage pushes out through green, Rexon gets the trade, and then instantly rotates to watch red. Doesn't need it though, Grixer walks up, cleans up Virtue, and there you go. There's the last little C4. Tried to do the exact same thing, and that just goes to show that even though Shopify Rebellion is losing, they're learning, and that's the important part. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much for that, Fox. Great breakdown, by the way. It was really solid. Let's have a look at how this match actually played out, have a look at the overarching picture here, because although we've been telling the tale of Canadian, although we've been hyping up Shopify Rebellion, yes, it's their map pick, Team Secret showed up, and 2 individuals in a very big way.
They absolutely did. You know, I was saying Joom was their secret weapon, quotes on the secret part, but Virtue, I mean, that's a SI winner. That's a hammer-held winner right there. So it's no surprise to me to see him bounce on. I mean, he was playing those supportive roles. He was on that Habina. He was getting aggressive. He was making these plays happen. But those 2, in a nutshell, were making things work. And then you look at Savage, their IGL. He was also putting in the work. You got to let Fox not highlight some players of Grubby, because Grubby didn't have the best performance they wanted, nor did Surf. So Fox, you can't be highlighting these players. But everyone, even across the board on Shopify Rebellion, was really stepping up. We were talking about Ambi in the back. He wasn't looking too hot. I think he was 2-6 at one point.
Yep.
And then what? You take a blink, and all of a sudden he's like 9-6. So huge effort from Ambi to be able to bounce back and get it done and go into a map 2.
Speaking of map 2, it's on the other side of the short break.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Shopify Rebellion may have gone up in the series, but I tell you what, Team Secret did not make this one easy. Overtime all the way till round 15, and it still came down to a 3v3 in the end. Fox, a really solid performance across the board. We now move over to Bank, though.
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't be too worried if you're Shopify Rebellion. They let it slip a little bit, but I think that's just how it is when you have Canadian IGLing. We highlighted in the telestrator that it just takes a little time for him to adjust rounds that they lose, but we see the active changes every step of the way, every round. Bank, though, Bank is a map that is very big. It works very well for Secret's hyper-aggressive play style. It might be a little closer, but I don't know. I really believe that first map win, perseverance, they push through. I believe it gives Shopify Rebellion the confidence that they really needed.
I mean, the thing is for Shopify, you have to look at this. You brought that game really close. Now you're going to your pick. You are far more comfortable on this map than what we see from Shopify Rebellion. So you already got to feel good in that sense. And then like you were saying, the hyper-aggressive playstyle does favor teams when it is Bank because it's so big, because it is, you know, it's not a situation where you're going to find yourself just so tightly squeezed like you are in Clubhouse. But for me, with Shopify Rebellion, is we are going to have to be seeing those adaptations, given that this is not the strongest map of all the maps in their map.
And when it comes to the utility game that Bank demands, Shopify Rebellion is just way better suited for it. Secret, they were winning rounds based off of their gunfight and the positions that they were playing. So right now, if it comes down to the team play aspect, Shopify Rebellion is still leading in my
What I am curious about that is, are they going to ban that Montang and keep Troy off of that?
It could be very interesting. Bank is sure to be a hot one. Now for our two casters, but one of them kind of barely speaks. So let me see this one. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, it's my native language.
Perfect. Love that. Boys, I hope you enjoyed Bank. This one's sure to be a barn burner.
Thank you very much. I made enough jokes at his expense at the last major that I don't need to bring them back because, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he's earned the right, I think, at this point.
I think so. I think it's all in good fun. People need to not be parasocial anties and think that something's going on here. Look at that. Team Secret and Shopify Rebellion both at 50% each. Again, very little movement on the social poll. It was like yesterday with the CAG game where it moved by 1 point.
That was crazy. It was 80-20, and then CAG won map 1, and it went 79-21. It's like people did not believe. But people were wrong.
The people were wrong, but 1% of you, as I said that at the time, 1% of you looked at the result and go, yeah, you know what? I think that'll do. I think that'll do it.
Well, I can't disagree with the people in this matchup because it was neck and neck on map number 1, and I'm expecting the exact same thing here on Bank for our second map of the series. This is, of course, Team Secret's pick, and it makes sense to go here with Shopify Rebellion struggling over recent months. They're on a 4-game losing streak on Bank, including a 7-5 loss to FaZe Clan just the other day. And Laxing was wondering if the Monty would get banned out. Well, it does. Shopify Rebellion, though, who take the Monty out, as they have in the past on this map. It's actually one where they tend to bring a little bit more blitz, so I don't think it's a huge shock to see the Monty get banned out by Shopify. Instead, then, Secret will take out the Ying, and then this could be a Valk. I'm really not sure what Secret will want to remove from the pool at this point. It will be a Kaid instead. I think that's a solid ban to take off the pool. We see Kaid being very powerful on that basement bomb site, especially. And this is likely to be a Mira, maybe an Azami, depending if Canadian wants to keep that operator out. And he will, because he's Troy Canadian, and he hates Azami. It's his least favorite op, I assume, because he always bans it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an obstacle. Or, well, she's an obstacle, and she presents obstacles. And
she does.
It makes your job attacking an awful lot easier if you don't have to deal with her. General wisdom with operator bans, if you're newer to the game, is that if you're banning an operator, you know how to play around without the operator. It's not like you're going to ban an Azami and go, oh, hold on a second here. What are we going to do now? All of our strategies revolve around this.
You would have to be a pretty bad IGL to ban an op that all of your strategies revolved around.
Give me a few months. I'll get there.
Canadian, I would expect a little bit more from.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one as well. Now, these maps are going to play out very differently. Clubhouse is a huge map, but it tends to be reserved for room-to-room combat. Lots of closer quarters engagement. Bank is very much not the same, especially when you're not in the basement of Bank. Basement of Bank tends to be the more claustrophobic part, but look at all this real estate. You've got the huge lobby. You've got the big open area that has soft walls on either side of it that extend all the way out into break room. You've got the upstairs, which, yeah, in this hallway, it tends to be a little close quarters. If you're going to be defending the upstairs bomb site or open area, you're going to see a lot of CEO and conference and stock and all of that opened up as well. It's gonna function very differently. So what's the name of the game? Intel is more important than ever. Intel's important on every single map, but on a map like Bank, if you are not seeing things, you are losing, and you are losing pretty hard. Secret's going to start on attack. What do they have for intel? Well, they've got lots of drones. They've got the Flores, so those Rotero drones, even though they have a timer on them, will still be able to gain information. They have logic bombs as well. On the side of Shopify Rebellion, they brought an Echo.
They have, and it's not Canadian on Echo this time. It will be Grixer, so a bit of a change-up. When Shopify played Bank yesterday against FaZe Clan, they tried to defend basement 3 times, but they were only successful once. This was actually their worst bomb site they played on defense yesterday. Still the strongest site on the map, and I'm sure it's their best site in scrims, so they are choosing to start here like most teams will. There was a little bit of a roam from Surf, who started open area with the hatch open like many teams will, but it fell off pretty quickly. This is, for all intents and purposes, a full anchor strat from Shopify where they're going to try to win on time. That's why they've got the Goyo canisters. That's why they've got the Toxic Babes. The Jaeger is a bit of an interesting strategy. I'm not 100% sure what the goal of it is. Maybe just to stop some smokes. Maybe to stop some flashbangs from going in deep. Might have been a read onto something Team Secret like to do on this bomb site. I'm excited to see if it does come into play. Obviously, those Capitao bolts will fly right on past, though, because only Wamai can counter those.
Curious if there's a person inside of Garage at the moment. Ambi seems to be the only one. Yeah, he is in Garage. So Ambi was the one who's a little bit off-site. This is one of the few bomb sites in all of Rainbow where you can hunker down and put all 5 players in close enough proximity to these bomb sites that you don't get a little bit too claustrophobic. The bottom floor of Clubhouse is very similar, for the record. Yeah. Goilcasters will now go, and what is an open map will become a lot smaller for the time being. Canadian is the first casualty on Smoke of all operators. That is a terrible loss. I love this drone from Grixer. It can drop down at a moment's notice while also doing double duty and letting them know who exactly is upstairs. Groovy off to a better start than he was on Clubhouse, finding Rexon. And it's a 2-player lead for Secret that grows by 1 as Ambi dies. The drop in from Joom as he's in the midst of smoke. Surf is now dropped, and it's all up to Grixer in a 1v5. Those Echo drones are not going to be particularly effective. He's going to fight his way out of this position. And he's surrounded on all sides by these Secret players. He finds 1 kill onto Joom before being shut down by Savage. And the round goes in favor of the European team.
I probably should just play. Get your freebies, bro.
Get your freebies, bro.
This is good for us. It's perfect for us, guys. We're gonna give us all the map and make us work to execute. We can work it, guys, okay?
I mean, the clinical attacks are continuing here in the second map of the series. We're seeing some really good stuff come out of Team Secret in that last round. Obviously, with the opening pick coming through, I believe it was Savage or Groovy. They got the opening pick over by main stairs. It was Adrian. I was wrong twice. Got the opening pick on the Canadian by main stairs, and that really did start to cause some panic on the side of Shopify Rebellion. The plants did not start from Virtue until it was already a 1v5. It came out really late. But all of those picks came because Shopify were worried about a plant. They were worried about something happening, so as soon as they lost Canadian in the back lines, they had to start swinging in and around the bomb site, CCTV, just to try to make something happen because they were so concerned about that plant and if it was going down or not. And all Secret had to do was hold their angles. And Savage, of course, able to clean up for the majority of those kills, 3K to start the round. Not bad at all for a start from Team Secret. As I mentioned, though, yesterday against FaZe Clan, that was the weakest bomb site for Shopify Rebellion. They will now go to the top floor, which against FaZe Clan, they were 2 for 2 on.
The last map is any indication, speaking about bomb site rotations, Shopify Rebellion does not throw in the towel on a site that is not working, right? We referenced that bottom floor bomb site for Shopify Rebellion on Clubhouse because it was not going so well for them. They went 0 for 3 on their defenses of that bomb site, and yet they still chose to go there in overtime. And not just overtime, but round 15. And that was an incredibly impressive smoke and flash display that we saw on the stairs. And that's them trying new things. That's them committing to strategies that they have, maybe showing something new. This bomb site, familiar ground for them. They've been successful here. Why not go? Let's see how Team Secret can manage the clock this time around. It's a lot harder to take map control on the top floor because there's a lot more layers that you have to deal with on that same floor. When you're attacking down below, you want to see, hey, where is everybody? We very quickly assess that all 5 of them are sitting in the bomb site. Okay, map is done. We don't need to clear it. Just keep an eye on flanks, keep an eye on stairs, and let's go about it. Whereas it's on the top floor, you need to drone the bottom floor. You need to drone this middle floor because these defenders will rotate.
Halfway through the round, and only Joom has entered the building. A lot of players on rappel at the moment, outside different windows. Adrian on the lobby rappel, of course, trying to assist with the Joom walking up those spiral stairs when the time comes. They're being cautious with that, as actually he's going to choose to rotate out. Some util being thrown at Canadian, but he will survive as well. Good drone. This should be a free pick for Savage if he can just find Surf.
Standoff here as he and Joom do serious damage to each other. Both of them will limp away from this fight. Canadian dies early, 2 rounds in a row. He was on smoke yesterday, or earlier in this round, rather. Previous round, now he's on Echo. These are high-value operators that are just as good as gone. It's almost a flawless round previously. This one won't be flawless either as Ambi gets on the board. Down goes Groovy, who's very close to matching his kill total from Clubhouse in just 2 rounds here on Bank. Ambi and Grixer is the last 2 standing. Juma taking some damage earlier, so he's more killable. He's still got a gun in hand. Finished off by Ambi. Grixer dies to Savage, and Ambi gets dogpiled. It's Adrian on the flank up main stairs to take care of him. Team Secret fought tooth and nail for every inch that they could on Clubhouse and damn near won the map that was picked by Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion obviously not liking these first 2 rounds. This is a very quick timeout called by their coach Super.
Right, we haven't actually forced them to do anything. They've just had picks.
Yep. I'm not going to run into window no more. I'm not doing it.
Right, like communicate what we want to fight, what we don't want to fight, and make them do something. Make them prove that they can execute. We're not making them do anything. We're flanking. We're dropping to help. We're giving up sight. These guys, they're not, like, right there. There's 2 people underneath. How are they going to execute? What are they doing? Like, let's relax, communicate together, work together, fight together, be active, but don't overdo it.
I think wise words from the former captain, now former manager, and now coach.
Double down on the safety.
He's really quite the journeyman on the same organization, and then getting picked up by Shopify Rebellion. All of those stats and things that we just referenced were from his time on the Sonics. It's a nice shot by Adrian on the Canadian, who's caught down below. Coaches will tailor their advice depending on the situation, whether they need actual strategy, whether they need motivation, whether they need to be yelled at, etc. In this instance, the advice from Coach Super is play together and just general teamwork needs to improve. I mean, from what we've seen through these 2 rounds, I would agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of early picks going the way of Team Secret. He wants to get that sorted out. Not to point fingers, but Canadian, I believe, back-to-back opening deaths now through the first 2 rounds, playing on operators that you'd like to have in the late rounds.
You were correct, by the way.
Yeah, not exactly the operators and the players that you want to be seeing dying early on the side of Shopify, but Team Secret are doing a good job pinching multiple directions around the bomb site and working these frags without really exposing themselves, right? Without giving themselves up. Talking about how long Team Secret were mostly outside the building in round number 2, and obviously that's going to be bomb site dependent, but that's still something that you can look towards for Team Secret to try to capitalize on and abuse as Shopify do keep going down early. Don't know if we're going to see much the same, though, as this is an operator lineup that could get very explosive very quickly for Team Secret. Wait for these smoke grenades to come out. As soon as you see them, it might signal and execute. I thought that was going to be a nade.
Yeah, I mean, so here's what you do. You take the Nook and you walk in amidst the chaos through a different part of the map that nobody is expecting. You very quickly hit this quadruple panel wall, which is what June is going to do. Throw the smoke out for the glass to do some coverage while the Blitz of Savage walks right in. And then Virtue follows you with the diffuser. And amidst the chaos, you hope that both the Nook and Virtue on that Flores can do some serious damage, but it's all got to be tied together. That's if you want a rush strat. It's entirely possible that they might go for a more structured execute with these tools. Especially since Adrian's now given his position away at ATMs. Doesn't stop the Blitz of Savage from doing some damage. Rexon dies. That's 3 rounds in a row for Team Secret to get the opening pick. And as we noted on Clubhouse, it remains the same here. It has been hugely impactful. Canadian answers back, so there is some life for this Shopify Rebellion team. Savage takes some damage. As we see the fadeaway from Ambi, still trying to deal with him. Adrian dies. Virtue with 1 on to Surf. Both of these teams trading back and forth. Despite this being an open area hold, both Ambi and Canadian find themselves on the bottom floor. That leaves what? Grixer alone inside the site. Diffuser's going down, Nitro Cell ripped. It'll collect onto Virtue. Savage and Groovy, the last 2 live. This is a prolonged engagement. And amidst the site, it's Grixer to tear through 2 of them. Savage, no deaths so far. Grixer gives him his first, and Shopify Rebellion is on the board.
Remain calm, guys. Work the rounds.
Good shit, Bob. Huge.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Basement Putin, run the same one, okay?
What are they doing?
I'm not gonna. For the dough.
What do you think they're doing?
Well, they had a couple different plans for that round, Parker. They started off with a want to push quickly through the square wall, it felt like, but as soon as the Tuber out came out, to stall things out, to stop that immediate site push, they pivoted to go take that top floor.
Okay, so I think they are just trying to...
At that point in time, once top floor was being taken, you see this kind of caught Shopify off guard. They didn't realize how quickly there'd be players in and amongst that the top couple of offices. Then Canadian was able to work a few picks. That was really nice, really impressive from the captain. But then when those last couple of players on Shopify fell down to the site, they really put all of their trust in Grixer to be able to stop that plant while those last couple of players returned back to the bomb site. That could have gotten very bad very quickly, but Grixer is thankfully an incredibly talented individual, and he landed that Nitro Cell exactly where he needed to. Good end-round composure coming out from Grixer. 4-2 now on the round. That's a good start to bring things back, specifically with Canadian turning around in that round and going 2-2 now, but they got to keep up that pace. If they can avoid giving up those early picks, that's going to be important. Notably, they still did lose an early body. It was Rexon who fell on that top floor, so you've got to stop that soon.
Rexon and Surf underperforming on kills is quite poor for Shopify Rebellion. The previous map, both Gruby and Adrian finished with 4 kills. Adrian's at 3, Gruby is at 2. They very nearly done in 3.5 rounds of action what took them 15 rounds in the previous bout. It's a quick fall off from Shopify Rebellion, and give some kudos to Team Secret for how quickly they were able to drone, how quickly Secret was able to get into open area, and just like that, another bunker defense for Shopify Rebellion.
I will remind you that Rexon's stat line's been a bit of a bellwether for Shopify Rebellion. Through the 4 maps that they've played so far at this event, he's top fragged the team twice, and they won both those maps. And then he's bottom fragged the team twice, and they lost both those maps. An 0-3 start is very concerning if you're a Shopify fan here.
This is a small aside. The use of bellwether in casting.
Did I use it correctly? I wasn't 100% on that, I won't lie.
You for sure did.
Nice.
If Rexon does well, they do well. In political parlance, they used to say, as Ohio goes, so goes the nation. There's also Missouri for a period of time there.
I've never been to Ohio or Missouri.
Yeah, I'm missing. There go those smokes. And with just over a minute to go, this dance around the bomb site can begin. Team Secret are actually well ahead of the timing. And as that fire will linger from the Goyo canister, the fire will be returned at some point by Joom. He's still got 2 of those available. These yokai drones are in position not necessarily to stop the plant, but to gain information. And again, info is the name of the game on a map as big as this. They've broken the laser gates and the fire is ready to go. The yokai drone still inside a server, still scanning. Virtue goes for the defuse, but he has to peel off as there goes a toxic babe thrown out by Canadian, who's now finished off by Savage, who was watching from above. The Aruni also picked apart by Adrian. Team Secret are so good, so good on breaking the ice on all of these rounds. Surf has been dropped, so it's just Grixer and Rexon left, with Virtue getting that diffuser to the point where they might not even need the kills. A flawless round for Secret, yes! It has been Secret all the way down. This is a bank masterclass for the Europeans, and there's very little fight back from Shopify Rebellion.
Kids these days, always on their phone.
Again, guys,
We're also buried in our phones.
Tough one. I thought the util play was really good from Shopify in that round.
I think we can try to do this maybe early even here.
With the fire coming out right as those smokes came through, you saw all the smoke grenades coming out from Secret. They had 4 of them, 2 from the Captain's Tower and then 2 from Savage, quite early in that execute. And then a Goyo canister or 2 got popped, and that entire push had to be reset. And it was like, oh no, the game plan from Secret just got thrown out the window by a Goyo canister. But then they started hitting the backside of things. Then they started dropping the hatches. Then they started securing those frags, and that's really what made the difference. Again, it's those early, not even early round picks, but it's the opening gunfights that went the way of Team Secret, that caught Shopify off guard, that gave the early man advantage to Secret. They've been so good at converting those man advantages into round wins time and time again, and that's been the difference maker so far from Team Secret. Super said it in the timeout. He said, we've got to stop giving up these early opening picks, but they haven't really been able to. Even when they're slowing down the round, playing more of an objective-focused, sight-focused style of defense, Secret are finding ways to gain that man advantage, and they're never giving it up.
While we're here, not that we want to chase you away, it is a good time to remind you that there is a B stream that is going on. It's not just us talking. Spoilers inbound. NA, who's been having a very good day so far, did not have a good day against the Russian machine that is Virtus Pro. VP defeated OXG, or at least that's what it looks like from the switching on over. Virtus Pro have looked quite good so far at this event. The meta suits them. They seem to be gelling as a unit. Always has been sensational. And Karjeka coming back, just, it feels like old times, even if he's a coach and not an active player.
They're always so good on land.
It was indeed a 2-0, by the way, for VP. 7-4 on Chalet, and then 7-5 on Clubhouse.
Parker, we might have an execute on our hands pretty quickly here with the smoke grenades coming on out.
Jesse, what are you talking about? We're 2 minutes. We're only 1 minute into the round.
It's early, so I'm afraid, but they used all their smokes. Well, it's either a very committed fake or I guess it's a very committed fake.
What's that saying? If you don't know what you're doing, your opponents don't know what you're doing. You always keep them guessing. It was a huge utility dump from Secret. They still have X-Kairos, they still have EE1Ds, and they still got their fire arrows. Groovy knows that there's a player over inside of Janitor. It looks like from the silhouette that it's Canadian. It might be Surf. It was indeed Surf who gets picked apart. Ambi gets the very first kill. It's traded back right away, though. Shopify Rebellion has struggled to get that first blood here on Bank, and the one time that they do, it's immediately answered back by Team Secret. Surf yet to find a kill through this first half. 1 minute to go, and another player from this Shopify Rebellion team is spotted. Canadian on the board this round, taking down Joom. Savage very quietly putting together an incredible performance with 10 kills through 4 active rounds. Magnificent.
Yeah, these last couple of players on Secret very scattered. One on the roof, one bottom lobby, and one on the windows. They'll try to use their utility here, but it feels like the information is all in the hands of Shopify.
Savage was taking some damage as Groovy is now swung in. Ambi dies. Canadian was waiting by the stairs. His patience is not rewarded. Virtue gets him. That was the intended target. Savage finds 3 kills for his trouble. He's still alive. There's more to be had. Rexon with 1 kill to his name. He's broken that goose egg, and he's reduced Savage to ashes, but those ashes still have a little bit of life in them. Virtue swings through stock, gets the kill, and this right now is Team Secret in full control.
Well, it seemed like they had all the information on Shopify.
Do you think they did?
They did not.
Okay.
Smelt this fucker flanking a mile away. Like,
They had the smell intel. I didn't think they were that level in advance. I didn't factor that in.
They've leaked the new operator, where a device, if you play Rainbow Six, Ubisoft ships a device to your house that you then plug into your console or PC device, and it allows you to smell the operators, almost as if you were a secret canine agent. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, non-binary friends, the next operator is a dog. You heard it here first.
You hear the teammates congratulating Savage in that round. He made a really smart call in the 3v4 to get off the window repel, rotate all the way over to main lobby, walk up the spiral stairs, and he was rewarded with a multitude of kills. At the same point, Virtue was just holding the skylight, and I really thought Canadian knew he was there. He definitely had an inkling, but he didn't know with full certainty, and unfortunately, Virtue had a little bit more patience. That paid off. It's 4-1 on Bank attack, and listen, I'll say it, both these teams I think have shown really strong attacks, maybe slightly weaker defenses, at least through map 1. So a 4-1 is not a huge surprise, but this is still starting to spiral for the Rebellion, and they will rely on the least played bomb site to try to claw one more round back before the half.
Teller's Archives is a hell of a thing to see on your screen. It's a deeply unpopular bomb site for a number of reasons. A lot of it hinges on control of this top floor. If you lose this part of the map, it's almost certainly curtains for you and your team. Savage, by the way, is 24-13 through 2 maps, and there is still the back half of Bank to go. Admittedly, if Secret wins this round, there would only potentially be 2 more rounds of the second half, so not a lot of time left. We might be over halfway done with this game. Secret at a read on Rex and roaming from above. Down goes Surf. Surf still killless at this point. The second half is where he will have to start collecting some frags. Ambi answers back, but it costs him pretty dearly. Savage dies, so most of the kills for Team Secret are now in the ground. June can take over a game. We saw it happen in map number 1. Groovy is also woken up a little bit. Adrian present on a supporting role.
What an arc. He wanted the barricade. He gets it.
He gets it. Ambi firing away and Groovy re-peaks it. Easy to do with the UMP. Maybe not the best gun in the game, but limited recoil, a very steady pitter-patter. Great for headshots, not so much for body shots. Adrian and June find themselves in quite the predicament here with 1 minute left.
Yeah, not a ton of time. They'll pick up the defuse kit, but low bodies as well. They've conceded the top floor. They're going to group up over by square. Joom is already here. His teammate's not far behind. Freebie on Ambi, you'll take that. Defuse kit's actually going for a stock drop, so these 2 players are very isolated. Of course, bomb sites, archives, tellers, don't forget.
This will be the 3rd time that Shopify Rebellion rely on the Yokai drones as the sole quote-unquote player in the bomb site, and they've lost 1. I don't know if Canadian has 1 in reserve somewhere on the map, certainly not in back pocket. It's a nitro cell that goes out. It shuts down the plant in its tracks. Crixer's there. There was coverage from above as well. So Shopify Rebellion had options for when that diffuser went to get planted. An excellent cleanup on the 2 remaining players, but
You got these attacks, guys. Let's go. Work them.
I feel like in a way Team Secret was baited into a trap that a lot of teams fall into on this bomb site, which is you very quickly go for the throat by taking that top floor. And if you're not prepared for it and you get punished for it, A, you don't gain control of the top floor, but you blow a lot of your gadgetry, you waste drones, you waste your time. Time in particular is very important. And then you're significantly weaker for when the execute unfolds, and that's exactly what seemed to hit Team Secret.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, so good at holding that site too. They played it yesterday against FaZe Clan and walked away with a W in that round as well. So they're clearly fans of archives and tellers, and we may see it even more throughout this tournament if they keep on playing Bank as the days move forward. But now they have to attack, and you heard it from the coach. They believe they've got these attacks. They were very strong on the offense back at Clubhouse. That was a 4-2 half. We've had nothing but 4-2 halves for the attackers. 3 in a row now across both Club and Bank. If that trend continues, then we guarantee an overtime, which is exciting. I know we all want to see that. Maybe less so from the fans of Shopify, but given where the score is at right now, that might be the more realistic chance of a success. 7-5, 7-4, still technically in the cards, though.
Cannot get over how good of a game Savage is having, and yeah, I mean, he didn't exactly have the best first map. He got 12 kills, but over 15 rounds, that's not that impressive. 12 kills through 6 rounds is infinitely better.
Savage, as a rookie, attended his first 6 Invitational 2 years ago on Team Secret. They lost every single game they played. Now he's back as the team captain in IGL, and he's putting up much better performance, I'll tell you that. Been incredible seeing his growth over the last couple of years over inside of EU.
He and Virtue are leading the way right now in terms of rating and in terms of kills. Savage will ride the pine for a little bit longer as he's the first casualty in the second half. Canadian losing a lot of HP in the process, but still upright, still with the Blackbeard shield and holding on to the defuse kit. The remaining 4 players of Team Secret all assembled in the bomb site now. Just as we saw from Shopify Rebellion when they were on defense. The old map control for about a minute, maybe a little while longer. Hopefully get a kill. No matter what happens, you get out of that position. Get back to the bomb site. Logic bombs will go off. Joom is the only player on Team Secret who's by one of those mute jammers, so he doesn't need to worry about the annoying phone call ringing through.
That mute jammer, of course, top floor as well. They're just now droning him. They know they haven't droned this yet, and they know there's a jammer up there, so they know it's possible, but they haven't seen him. So that's going to be a threat that's looming in their mind.
You have the opportunity, you can retake map control. That's exactly what Team Secret does here. So only 3 players remaining in the bomb site down below, and there we're getting the panel and panel. Does not look like Joom has been found out. He could thrust a knife deep into the backs of Shopify Rebellion if they're not careful.
Timing is everything.
The good news for Shopify Rebellion is that they have one person who can stay on dedicated flank watch. He will work his way from conference now towards main stairs. Canadian too low on HP to breathe in any more of that gas, so in the final 20 seconds, he'll either have to juggle the diffuser or hope that he's baited them all out. Virtue still has 1 in back pocket. Groovy will retake from above. Rexon is ready for it, controlling the recoil for 1, fails on the second. Surf now has the diffuser, attempting the plant, while 3 other players watch over top. Virtue inside of the wrong bomb site. He has to work his way out. Out-dueling Grixer to start with. They know he's through the soft wall, and well, they can all just fire away. Ambi credited with the kill.
You got some hick ears, boy, to hear that motherfucker.
Shopify Rebellion successful on their very first attack.
What?
Shit, we're gonna make that work for us. 1 by 1.
Play the IQ, I mean the Vox there as well, Jim.
This is an interesting timeout.
Yeah, 1 round into the half.
And there isn't really cause for concern, I think. Let's listen to what Twister says.
Because they probably will be using like pretty much all rounds from now on. Also, another thing I spoke to Savage as well about the positionings. Once you guys are rotating for them to retake the positions, you guys need to know that they do have a weak they're communicating a lot onto that. So either we play solids or we rotate at the time that we know that they will be holding us. So we act properly to that, okay? It won't be a surprise or whatever. We just need to play better on these rotates to time because they have mental delay. So the thing is, into the reactions, they will react slow. So we can use this gap to just make properly. Okay? Let's go. You guys got this.
Because they have mental delay. What a polite way of saying that your opponents are a little bit behind.
I think everybody has a bit of a delay when it comes to, say you find someone on a drone, seeing someone on that drone, calling out the position, that call out being registered by one of your teammates. There's always a bit of a delay there, and I think that sometimes gets lost, especially for casters and viewers who we see everything top down. We can see everything, of course, with full information. Even with perfect information, sometimes giving that information for your teammate can take a bit of time, and if you can spot that gap, as Twister wants his teammates to do so, you can really get a lot of free picks, a lot of free movements throughout the round. So that could be a big opportunity for Team Secret. That last round, again, I mean, it didn't feel like Joom on the flank was really that impactful, just given the fact that he went towards main stairs and Shopify weren't pushing down main, so the flank didn't actually end up really mattering. I thought the smoke play was pretty good from Virtue inside the site. It stalled out that plant pretty late, but ultimately it didn't stall it long enough. Good clock management coming through from Shopify Rebellion. Again, I just gotta keep complimenting both these teams on their attacks. They clearly know exactly what they want to get accomplished. They're doing it with good time. They're bringing the correct utility time and time again. It's been really impressive, and this is one of those games that if you want to get better at Rainbow Six Siege, if you're a tier 3 team and you just want to improve, this is a great VOD to go back and watch. Especially if we can go back to all 12 rounds, all 15.
There have been some matches here at the Six Invitational where it hasn't been the prettiest Siege that we've watched. But when you get 2 incredible teams colliding as these 2 are, just as we saw with Shopify Rebellion yesterday in their matchup against FaZe Clan, who's another top-tier team. And honestly, FaZe Clan might be one of the favorites to win the whole event. It produces great results. There have obviously been some deficiencies here. Both the coaches have noted that with their respective teams. Admittedly, Super talked about what Shopify Rebellion needed to do, and Twister commented on Shopify Rebellion as well. There hasn't been a lot of chatter about what's going wrong for Team Secret, and that's because if you see the scoreline, not a lot has. If Team Secret survives this map, Lair is the decider between these 2 squads. Lair, the newest map added to the map pool. It is gigantic. It is also in lore, the home of Deimos, the operator that was added longer ago than I care to admit. It feels like he was one of the most recent operators, but no, that's not the case.
Last time we were on this bomb side, I got tricked by these smokes. The goal is not to execute with these Capitao smokes, it is instead to enable the ace to clear out the mirror window. It's a lot of util for something that an Ash could have just gotten done with one shot, but ultimately, I mean, they do get the breach, and that makes it a lot harder to play inside a Jacuzzi, and they still have those firebolts as well.
Ambi eliminating Virtue. That's a big first pick for Shopify Rebellion. They have struggled to draw blood first through this matchup. The first 4 rounds, first blood was all in the hands of Team Secret. They got another in round 6. Only recently has Shopify Rebellion been getting those first picks, and they still lag behind their opponents. This round has flown by, Jesse. Only 30 seconds remain. And now it's time for Shopify Rebellion to take the engagement directly to them. Ambi botching his shots, sees the Valkyrie and flicking over. Holy shit, Ambi! 3 kills in a row. A quad kill for him. And he gets the ace as well.
Fucking montage out of you!
Oh my fucking god,
What did he do? Was it a mud?
Who's Papa?
He just aced that.
Was it a mud? Told you go gridlock, bro. We told you go gridlock. Good thing you finally fucking...
Ambi's making a fucking montage out of you!
What the fuck's he saying?
A montage out of you. That was crazy.
Was that dog's bollocks?
It looked a little tense there for a few moments where he missed a couple shots. This is it. This is where things look like they were going to go bad, but he shrugs off all that damage, goes for the reload, and then collects the final kill. Every single one en route to a flawless round.
I really want to make it clear how impressive that was from Ambi. I was watching the top-down POV that whole round, and Ambi was completely alone at the top of square. All of his teammates were over on the window rappel. He had one guy over by lobby. Inside a square, he was all alone, and he had to fight 3 people at once. A guy coming from janitor, a guy from stock, and a guy flanking up the square stairs, all of whom were solely focused on killing Ambi, all of whom died. That was the clean 3K in the middle of his ace, a perfect sandwich to clean up the round, and Ambi munched it down. Once again, the youngest player at the Six Invitational for the 2nd year in a row, doing it against the team who has both the oldest player in Virtue and the 2nd youngest in Adrian. He's just showing him how it's done. Impressive stuff from Ambi. In back-to-back maps, he has performed, and wow. What a statement to make on the gridlock. I think he'll be playing this off quite a bit going forward. Just a guess for the rest of this map.
They told him to play gridlock. They said it themselves. They said, we told you to play gridlock.
I heard them say that they said that, yeah.
I heard them say that, and then I heard you say that you heard them say that as well.
Yeah.
People sleep on the F90. Gridlock brings an awful lot to the table these days. Gridlock used to be known for the super shorty and the smokes. The track stingers were good for a variety of applications. Originally, when she and Mozzie were released as operators, people liked the noise that the track stingers created because it concealed movement and it concealed the ability to plant the diffuser. Lately, Ram's boogie drones do an awful lot more and make just as much of a racket. But that F90 is deceptively good, and I think people might be waking up to how strong it is. Team Secret burned their timeout, by the way, just before we saw that flawless round from Shopify Rebellion.
That could be the tilter. We're not done, though. Top floor. That's going to be Ambi immediately downed here instead of that ace that he was able to accomplish the last round. He is able to get picked up, most likely. He's bleeding out at the moment, but there's no defenders anywhere near him, so with time, they should be able to recover Ambi. They're very concerned, though, on the side of Shopify. They know how many players in Team Secret there are lurking around the map, and especially Joom. This is a position that seemingly has gone unnoticed.
They're so fixated on that elevator play upstairs that they've let one wander by. Rexon with the very first kill, it's on to Adrian. Gruby is also on a single point of HP. This is back-to-back bad games for Gruby. He started off strong. He got 2 kills in the first 2 rounds. He's had nothing since then. We haven't really focused a lot on Surf because he's been playing those more support-oriented operators, so it's not his goal to get kills, but it'd be nice maybe if he got 1 or 2 for his team. I'm certain of that. Rubber must hit the road here for Shopify Rebellion. As we're down to the final 20 seconds, Virtue on the board. Team Secret also on the board because of it. Joom finished off by Ambi. One is tucked away behind the cubby. It's the Soulless. Rexen saw him. It's just Rexen and Ambi remaining. Groovy with the Nitro Cell takes down Rexen, and Ambi will need to walk in and grab the defuse kit, which he won't be able to do. He comes up empty-handed, and Team Secret wins off of the clock as 3 players across both teams survive to the bitter end.
So slow, guys. We can force them to execute, guys. We also know how to play against execute, guys. If we play our turtle here, we'll fuck them up, guys. I'm gonna play instead of the tutorial. I'm gonna play the mouse here. Try to bait, guys. That it's a ROM, guys. Don't show that it's a full turtle, okay?
I want to give some credit to Groovy that round. He played fantastic on just a sliver of HP. He moved down to the basement and sat there for a very long time. It was his Nitro that eventually killed Rexen with the defuse kit. It came up through the open area hatch to destroy Rexen as he was coming in the door just past beepers. If he doesn't get that Nitro Cell off, Rexen gets into a great plant spot just under the stock hatch. He can put that defuse kit on the ground, and it's a completely different round. With 1 health, Groovy makes all the difference. And nothing is given in this matchup between Secret and Shopify Rebellion. It doesn't matter if you have a highlight hero play. The mental won't be broken. There is no freebies. This game will be difficult until the bitter end, and Secret are going to remind Rebellion of that fact. It just feels like every single round is a new day. Neither of these teams are letting the mental slip. They're both continuing to play at their best.
Every round sounds like a new day. Would you say that it's 0-0 then, Jesse?
If it's 0-0, Parker.
Every round is 0-0.
He was right all along.
Super was right. If Super says it. I'm watching the skin, by the way, that all of Shopify Rebellion are running, and it looks like a Blackbeard skin. Am I so far off? Am I so far off with my knowledge of Rainbow Six skins these days that I haven't noticed what they're running?
Is it the new Universal?
Might be.
New release of Blackbeard. Savage is the lone roamer once again on this bomb site.
He broke 12 kills several rounds ago and has shown little since then as he makes his way back to the bomb site to lick his wounds. Ambi, after that terrific round just 6 minutes ago, is now the first death in a very pivotal round for both of these teams. If Secret prevails, they move to match point. If it's Shopify Rebellion to win this round, it means we need all 12 in regulation, just as we did on Clubhouse. The way that they've been playing, I think if Secret wins this round, they're in excellent shape to push us to layer. But when you've got 2 teams this evenly matched, nothing is predictable at all.
And still plenty for Shopify to come up to an answer for. We still have a lot of hatches. Surf is starting to work on all of these now. You see him starting to open these up. I think they realize that they don't have a great opportunity to clear out the Goyo canisters. There's still Toxic Babes, mirror windows in sight. They might be aiming for more of a back hit here. It depends really where Canadian wants to bring that defuse kit. Server is still a great option, especially with Grixer having the switch drone in the back. They've got a lot of players situated around the map. It wouldn't surprise me if 1 or 2 players wanted to hit that main stairs, maybe drop in through gold, make some kind of a play. Grixer in particular. He's been clearing those Goyo canisters. Rexen's here by elevators. It will be Server, though, for the brunt of this push. So that's going to be more back pressure, trying to focus on the frags.
I don't think they can get in through that lineup that is on the wall.
They do have a can opener on Canadian? Maybe?
They cannot get it.
That's going to be so awkward.
This is brutal. This might be the round for Shopify Rebellion, but Surf's going to run in and go for the plant amidst the frenzy. There goes Joom, there goes Savage. Shopify Rebellion covering Surf perfectly as he pulls it off. How do they scramble in the post plan? A Nitro Cell used to no effect. Last gas canister hucked out by Virtue. Canadian on the ground, sees multiple bodies, finds one, but no more than that. The Goyo retaking from above as Adrian levels Rexen. Surf and Grixer still alive. There goes the Goyo as Grixer was holding that upstairs. It leaves Groovy on site to try and retake. Surf is scooted off to the escape tunnel. Groovy's gonna run out of time. There's no way for him to be able to get back to the bomb site in time, even if he got these 2 kills. That's the round for Shopify Rebellion. And Jesse, we need all 12 in regulation to solve this. The round goes to Shopify Rebellion. They're tied 5 rounds apiece.
You got that shit, Dave. You got it on you.
Good patience. Work the rounds, boys. Come on.
Good call there. Bro, this motherfucker Matt.
It's a dogfight, boys. Let's go.
So that is Ashen.
Different team.
Different team entirely.
SSG game might be starting soon on the B stream, I would guess.
How'd you guess?
Listen, focusing up on our NA team, Surf might be the greatest player going 0-8 that I've seen in a minute. That decision to go in with the defuse kit inside of server was so bold to jump onto the plant spot on the bomb chassis. I thought for sure without that wall being opened up fully, they were screwed in that round, but he found a plant spot amidst the chaos. Groovy was in the site with a nitro cell. Virtue was in the site with a toxic babe. None of them came out. Surf was able to trust on his teammates to hit that cover to make sure that plant would not be denied. He never stopped holding F, and that's the sign of a good support player. Even in the post plant, fell all the way back to dirt tunnel, did not give up an inch, hiding until it was already a done decision and the round was won. Brilliant play, despite the fact that Surf has yet to find a kill this map.
There are 2 things that I would like to know from the perspective of Team Secret. Number 1 was, where did that nitro cell go? We heard it go off, but it blew up on the wrong side of the bomb, which meant that it didn't impact Surf at all. The other one I want to know is, did they see him cross? Because if you remember, there was explosions, there was gunfire, and there was the toxic canister that had been thrown out. Surf took advantage of that, took some damage, but soldiered on. It's entirely within the realm of possibility, Jesse, that nobody in Team Secret saw him enter, and none of them knew the diffuser was going down, which explains their reluctance to push up off of their positions in the back of the bomb site.
You heard Twister talking about finding that gap, exposing a gap in information, and Surf kind of doing the exact same thing here against Team Secret.
This has really been a battle of the ages.
Running double shield for the top floor. Rexon and Canadian both on the Blackbeard and Blitz. Monty banned out by Shopify Rebellion.
There goes a nitro cell on the Canadian. Goodbye to the Blitz. Grixer getting diffuser down as Ambi dies. There's another nitro cell. It claims Groovy, but I'd say this is very worth it for Team Secret. Shopify Rebellion were trying to put the defenders on the ropes. It does not work out. Rexon and Surf will now need to go back to the drawing board with half of the round to go. Neither of them with the defuse kit. Problem is, it's in the Lion's Den. That nitro cell claimed the diffuse planter's life, meaning you've got to retrieve it. That is tough. I think Rexon's got a beat on one of these players. He knows the mute is there. Surf trades himself out, and Rexon goes for the gunfight, loses the 50-50. Adrian with the final kill, and it's Team Secret on map point, 1 round away from sending us to map 3.
Credit to Shopify, they did a good job denying the nitro from Janitor. They didn't get the kills. Joom still killed both Canadian and Ambi, who were tasked with that goal, but they at least distracted while Plant was going down. Yeah, this was Joom, who they wanted to be worried about. They thought that was going to be the problem, but instead it was Savage, who also was able to move into Janitor. The fact they had 2 players playing in that position really made all the difference. One was able to watch for that blitz play coming out from top square, and the other one was able to step up and have the plant denial that was needed. Excellently done from Secret, and they will get match point here on their own map pick. Looking to force Lair 6-5, but Parker, I can smell the overtime. I've adopted the same thing that Team Secret had not too many rounds.
Are you the new dog op coming to Rainbow Six Siege?
That's correct.
Smell-o-vision.
I've got the smell-o-vision tuned in, I'm sure.
What does
head all the way 50.
What does overtime smell like?
It smells delicious, like a fresh turkey dinner on Thanksgiving.
American Thanksgiving or Canadian Thanksgiving?
Canadian Thanksgiving, Parker.
Significantly better. I agree with you.
Far better.
Perfect. Who puts Thanksgiving so close to Christmas? Get over yourselves.
It's ridiculous.
It's absolutely absurd. What do you think about moving Christmas to January so we get more winter before the celebrations end?
More winter before the celebrations end?
I hate that nowadays it feels like winter has barely begun when we celebrate Christmas, and then all the winter comes and we're just like, what are we looking forward to? Like Valentine's Day, maybe spring break, ridiculous.
The 6th Invitational, how about?
I forgot about that one.
Most important one of all.
When is it?
It's February 3rd to 16th, Parker.
And where can we watch it?
We can watch it on twitch.tv/Rainbow6, but I'm pretty sure that people already know that.
Thank you for telling me. Can't wait to watch all my favorite teams compete.
I can't wait to watch Secret and Shopify Rebellion in round number 12.
Boy, do I have good news for you. We're doing that right now.
Oh, I haven't heard anything more beautiful in my entire life. This is a bit of an opportunity as Savage extends past his Mira window. It's a very convoluted top floor hold with castle barricades and Miras. Savage is going to be in for a world of hurt as Ambi is still top square on his most favorite operator. He's still outside, so yet to really get in the gunfight, but could strike at any moment.
He's got these defenders on the run. Savage has been put into a really tough spot. He can drop. He's got the hatch next to him inside a janitor, but will he opt to take it? Down goes Savage to Rexon. Shopify Rebellion just needs 4 more kills, and they've pushed us to OT. They'll get the Capkin as well, at least the down. A grenade tossed out. Will it connect on to Joom? Does not sound like it. Joom is killed off by Ambi. Groovy is down now as well. It's just Virtue and Adrian. Things falling by the wayside. Adrian all the way down inside the lobby, tries for a kill on Repel, gets nothing, and now it's Shopify Rebellion to potentially get a flawless round, just as they did moments ago with Ambi, but this time it's a bit more of a team effort. Surf as well with 2 kills. Down goes Grixer at the hands of Virtue, but his position in main lobby has been given away. Up that spiral staircase he will go. It's an open area defense for Team Secret. Virtue might as well already be on layer with how far away he is. No opportunity to get down. He doesn't have impacts. He brought the bulletproof camera as his secondary. He's got 1 goo mine in pocket, but that's about it. Realization spread across his face as he knew exactly what the end result would be of that round. And Shopify Rebellion send us to OT, and it smells like turkey in here.
Oh, it sure does, Parker, and it is so sweet.
Turkey's not supposed to be sweet.
Oh.
That's your basement, and
I'm making bad
I
turkey.
think we can do something similar to the turtles. Just make sure we can actually reinforce walls. We can bring the same ops. I'm going to bring Capcan. I'm pretty sure they're going to try to play fast with there on the...
We were having a conversation in the green room right before this game, and it was me, Dev, Marta, and Pengu, and we were talking about call-outs and what we call certain things in our former teams, and for me and Dev, Marta, rank stacks. And Pengu said that back in the day on Penta, they used to call a player who was miles away in Narnia. And in that round in the 1v5, it was quite clear that, that Virtue was in Narnia in the final parts of that round. Whatever they may call it at the end, it is clear that he was unable to have any impact in the 1v4. No shot at clutching that one up, which means we're headed to OT, as you said, Parker, and it's going to be Team Secret that start on the defense.
4-2 halves across the board, as you discussed at the end of the first half. Obviously, because we go to OT, it's been mirrored. The attackers with a decided advantage here on this map. Right now, 2/3 of all rounds won by the attackers. That's very good for Shopify Rebellion as they get to attack twice. Sometimes goofy things happen in overtime where we see that flip and the other side gets a decided advantage and obviously benefits Secret. This first round is going to tell us the full story. There have been consistency issues here for both teams. It's been site dependent, it's been operator lineup dependent. Shopify Rebellion bringing some different tools. No shield operators, Ambi on a hard breacher. Surf on hard breach as well. Got to keep both of them alive if you want to deal with this bottom floor bomb site.
Personally, I got my eyes on June to start this round. 21-year-old German entry fraggers had a bit of a tough game, 6-11. He's playing an aggressive position inside of the elevators. June is 21.
He looks much older than that.
Yeah, well.
A distinguished man.
That he is, and very talented at that. Might not be the point of content, though.
Speaking of June, being hounded by that logic bomb. He gets spotted by a drone. He's got to fade away with the hatch. Rexon is right next door in the next lift. Joom fakes a fall, but doesn't go anywhere. Still holding on this position. I don't know if they just picked him up on drone. Ambi taking some damage, likely from an EDD.
All right.
And now Joom will fade away.
Savage, though. Went for the cheeky swing. He almost had that, Again, he's been very good this map. Slower over the last couple of rounds. The second half, not as kind as the first, but still absolutely capable of making some magic happen. You heard it between the rounds, said he'd pick up that cap can. Haven't found any kills off it. Ambi's taking a bit of damage. That might have been a cap can explosion. I didn't quite catch it. Hatch is now opening. Minute left on the clock for Shopify. They've got that server hatch and server control along with it. Going to likely be a default plant just inside of CC, as we often see from Shopify through this round. Drones are in, bulletproof, rats as well.
It doesn't look like they'll make the same mistake that they did on that wall in previous attempts, Jesse, as they've opened it up. I don't know if you'll be able to walk in. You might need a hop, which is not ideal. It makes you vulnerable for a brief period of time. Rexon is on flank duty for the time being. Surf is looking for a drop over towards red. You've got full utility on the Capitao with 30 seconds to go. Last logic bomb will ring for the next few seconds. Invaluable information as Surf takes an awful lot of damage. Trading out Joom, Groovy falls shortly thereafter. They've isolated another player over inside of red. Surf botches the play, and because of that, Savage can persist. But there's so many players for Shopify Rebellion. Adrian takes the fight directly to these players, but it's Rexon who is on flank watch to drop into the engagement and seal the deal on the round.
Reset.
Right as the F0 took his vision away. Shopify Rebellion looking for the knockout blow on Team Secret. 1 round away from a 2-0 victory for the North Americans.
No, don't go basement. I think we do the open mirror. The open mirror.
Okay, open mirror was good.
Open area with a mirror will be the call for Shopify Rebellion. What a close round that one we just witnessed was. The execute down on that bottom floor, it was scrappy. It was not clean. We saw so many issues coming back and forth. Obviously, Surf in that one moment, not able to get it done. Groovy, I'm shocked he never moved. That rat spot got droned out ages ago, and he still just decided to lay down inside the bomb site. You know, overtime, round 13, such a hype tournament like this. I don't hate the call, but once you get droned, you've got to reposition. He chose not to. I believe it was 2 players left alive. Canadian, if you noticed it as well, pulled off the plant at the last second. He would have had to hold F and go right back to it. If Rexon had lost that final gunfight, if he had gone down, forced Canadian in a 1v1, who knows how that could have finished. But thankfully, Rexon's a hero, and he found that final frag.
How many of these rounds have been too close for comfort?
All of them. Feels like, at least.
That little exasperated sigh you did at the end there was extremely genuine.
I think it was Savage who earlier on in this game typed, "You guys sure love to throw rounds, huh?" Throw advantages.
Yeah, that was on the downstairs bomb site of Clubhouse.
Mm-hmm. They love to give their fans heart attacks, Shopify do. Feels like an NA thing, isn't it?
NA had a really terrible day yesterday, and a bunch of the teams all got together and said, hey, what if we do better today? And most of the teams were like, okay, and then Oxygen was the only team that was like, maybe.
Oxygen boycotted that meeting.
Yes, they did not show up. Space Station is in action in probably actually right now, frankly.
Yeah, Ashton screamed about 20 minutes ago.
We did hear him yelling. They're playing versus Scars. To cap off this channel, we will have FaZe Clan going up against CAG Osaka Cyclops with a stunning victory yesterday.
Yep.
We are in an odd predicament where we could be 3 minutes away from the end of this match or an hour and 20 minutes away from the end of this match. Team Secret will need to win 2 rounds in a row. They're on the favored side at the moment, Jesse. And they've used about half of the clock for a discovery still. Savage hears the nitro cell. Does he know that Canadian is standing really close by? Canadian takes out Joom. Did he see him? I don't know if Canadian has the reflexes for this.
I don't think he knows. Maybe? No, he saw. He knows.
I take Savage in this fight. What do you say?
I mean, Savage is 16-8.
And Canadian's 900 years old.
Yeah.
They're trying to get him through the wall and put him in an awkward spot. All the while, Shopify Rebellion have 4 other players that could be coming to assist. Canadian gets flushed out very well by Team Secret. It wasn't just all on Savage, but they just spent about 30 seconds doing that. Adrian dies to Ambi, who then hits the drop back into the basement. And they'll be able to loop around. Virtue holding Diffuser, Savage going on a hunting mission over towards open area. And with just a little bit under a minute to go, this is going to get tough for Team Secret if they don't hurry. But they flush out Grixer. The coordination here from Secret is so good.
The cross, it doesn't pay off for him, and now it's down to a 3v3. It's going to have to be a cafeteria plant. Nobody on the side of Secret is anywhere near the other bomb site, so pay attention to this. All three players are going to be coming in the same direction. Virtue just in the closet. He's got that defuse kit. Ruby trying to hit the side here, coming in through Archives.
Savage is worried about a flank, which is where we saw Ambi drop from. They've got to go.
Yeah, 50.
You've got to go. There's an objective to do here, lads. You got to get into the bomb site to accomplish it. Nice read from Groovy on to Surf, punishing him from over towards Copier. Nitro Cell goes out, but it misses. Rexon and Ambi now put in a terrible spot. The cross is held so well from Team Secret. Popping up. Ambi tries his damnedest, but it's not enough.
We got things. Last round. What you guys want to go, boys?
Excellent recovery on multiple occasions from Team Secret. They muscled out that round. And yet again, all 15 rounds are needed, Jesse.
You think they're going to go for scrap again?
Good things take time, and that push was no exception. The flush out of Grixer to make the man count even at 3-3. Then they didn't push until there was like 10 seconds on the clock. But why? They were repositioning over on the printer window. That was just what was needed to gain the man advantage. And then the Nitro Cell, you thought for sure it was going to go the distance, but from the top-down POV, I could tell it just fell a little short. It was a close plant. He knew where the plant was going, but unfortunately, it just didn't go far enough. That pickup from Groovy was round-defining. And then Savage with the pistol right after. Or Virtue, excuse me. Finishes things off with the final frag. We need all 15. You know, it was the Stage 2 North American League Finals where we saw all 45 rounds between Dark Zero and Sonics, now known as Shopify Rebellion. It's too early to say it, but lightning could strike twice.
So I said we could be 3 minutes away from the end. We could be an hour and some odd away. If Secret pulls it off on this round, then we go to Lair, and with the way these teams are playing, I don't think it's going to be a quick one. Laxing actually made a great point when we were in the pre-show of this match, or at least after map 1, and he said, Troy, this isn't DZ anymore. You don't need to keep giving your fans heart attack. Look, you can take the man out of DZ, but you can't take the DZ out of the man.
Whatever team he's on, Canadian's going to be risking it all on an OSA play. This is how FaZe Clan game ended for Shopify yesterday, and that did not end in success.
What do you think of OSA?
I think OSA's a fairly weak operator, Parker.
Canadian loves these shield ops, whether it's Blackbeard, whether it's Monty Blitz, whether it's OSA. Monty being banned out has not exactly been a hurdle for Shopify Rebellion, but is definitely weakened them a bit.
Note that there's 4 Nitro Cells on the side of Team Secret. This is the biggest counter to an OSA. If Canadian is trying to plant under a shield, or if he's trying to set up the shield, or if he's trying to move in with the shield, if he at any point in time is dealing with that shield, a single Nitro Cell will kill Canadian, destroy all of his utility, and completely throw the game plan out the window for Shopify Rebellion. How on earth are they going to dodge all of that utility with 4 players alive?
Yeah, I mean, now there's a Nitro Cell with each of the remaining players on Shopify Rebellion's names on it. Surf, who has had, to put it lightly, quite a poor game, both utility-wise and fragging-wise, will be gone in this final round. Shopify Rebellion will have to play down a man, and without that Ashe utility at their disposal. So what do? Canadian will walk in the OSA shield. Right now over towards Pillar. Joom taking some damage, but Savage pops up and says night-night to the captain of Shopify Rebellion. Team Secret have quite a great start to this round. We approach the execute. Just a little bit after 1 minute on the clock. Diffuser retrieved by Ambi. You're gonna need a couple swift kills here. There goes 2 of the Nitro Cells. Crept up on as Adrian sees an opportunity. Grixer's last alive. And a flawless end to the second map. Team Secret take their own. I hope none of you have plans because it's gonna be a long night. What a performance by both teams, but in a game of inches, all it takes is one more than your opponent. And in this case, Team Secret wins their own map. We go to Lair next. to see which of these two teams, in what is now a best-of-1 shootout, wins it all. We'll be back in a few minutes with more Team Secret at Shopify Rebellion.
Well, if you needed any more convincing that this was going to be the series of the day, we have one more map to come. But before we get there, we're going to break down what was a really interesting bank. A lot of back and forth in this one, Lax, and still entertaining as ever, but it certainly was a ping pong.
I mean, it was a battle of attrition for sure. It was really what team was going to figure out and get it done right on their defensive half, because what we were seeing with the majority of these rounds on both ends was coming off of their attacking end. Eventually, it does come to a close after a long back and forth and a ping pong match of Secret getting it done. But some rounds really could have went either way, but ultimately Secret do get it done on their map, and they got to feel good that they can close it out and push it to a third map.
I think we're getting used to the point of seeing Shopify Rebellion just going the distance. I mean, that's just how they're set up, is constantly trying to out-adapt the other team. But I got to commend Secret. They didn't let that happen. They never really let Shopify Rebellion set up. They would go for these aggressive gunfights. And even when they would have the advantage, while Shopify Rebellion is still setting up, they would handle more aggression. I think they kept Shopify Rebellion on their toes. There was some lights out performances from Secret, and the map really played to their strength.
Tell you what, 30 rounds between only 2 maps of these 2 teams. It's only fair and just that we do go to a third, but there's been a lot of moments throughout that we've talked about, especially off camera. We were looking at certain moments, certain rounds that turn the tides, a lot of war of attrition. There was so, like, as a general viewer, watching that game, there were rounds that felt like quintessential Siege. It felt like it just backed in what the strategy of this game really is.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of big hero plays, too. I mean, Savage, you look at that, their in-game leader dropping 19 and 8. That is such an impressive feat. And then on the other end, on the bottom, Surf. You highlighted Surf going into this. We compared him in Montreal, where he was a top 3 player. We need to see that Surf. Not we need to see it. Shopify Rebellion need him to come alive, coming into this third map.
Yeah, it's a little bit unlucky. Every single time that I mention a player, mention a team, they just start doing bad. I mean, it's not what you like to see, but these are the challenges of, you know, in Montreal, Surf didn't have any expectations. Now he has the expectations, and he's falling a little short. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's impossible to do so, but it is a mental battle. I do think Shopify Rebellion has it in the tank to get there. I mean, they had 3 players over 10 kills, double digits. So that in itself still is a really big task. They filled a lot of shoes. They just fell short at the last end, which I do think it came down to Secret's readability and the way that they were adapting off of each other. I mean, we even talked about one of the pivotal rounds at the end where Grubby was making amazing rotates, single-handedly winning and covering the defuse. I think Shopify Rebellion got a little caught off guard with how fast Secret was, and that was the downfall.
Just really quickly, how noticeable was the Monty not being in the
I think it was tremendously impactful in this game. I think, honestly, that ban hurt Shopify Rebellion more than it actually did them a service. So I'm expecting going into this next map, hopefully a Monty will be up. I will expect it to be banned overall. But again, I do really think that Monty ban is what truly affected Shopify Rebellion more than anything else.
I agree, because Canadian does his best IGLing behind the shield. We saw that on Clubhouse. And when you took away the Monty and they were using Osa as a substitute, it didn't really feel good watching that. It seemed like it was a little clunky, little chunky. After the first 2 maps that we've seen so far, I would like to hope that Shopify Rebellion is understanding that Blackbeard is actually the shield that is causing them the most amount of issues. Secret's been using it very well, especially to get aggressive positioning. So if they are going to ban a shield, I'm looking for the BB ban.
Well, I'll say one thing. Monty or not, it doesn't matter. Lair is what is needed. We revert back to a best of 1 on the other side of this short break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
It's no secret that this was going to be a close matchup, but it has absolutely delivered. 30 rounds across 2 maps, Lax. We move to Lair now. What are your concerns? What are your takeaways from map 1 and 2 we need to know for this?
I mean, realistically, both these teams, this isn't like the best map for either team, and it isn't the worst. I believe Secret is 2-1 for their record, and Shopify Rebellion is 1-1. So realistically, what this is going to come down to me, it's going to go back to that Monty ban that I was talking about. If Monty is left up, I can see Troy taking full advantage of that and trying to play a vertical play and trying to use a buck from a below, leading the charge, understanding a site setup, and trying to take advantage there. But if I don't see that, then it's going to be a situation on Troy of being able to adapt and be able to understand of how he wants to move his pieces and collapse and condense a site.
I completely agree. I think Lair is way more set up for structure and strategy as opposed to just gunfights. What I want to see from Secret is maintaining that level of aggression, because it's a map that you can't just sit back and let things transpire. Shopify Rebellion, strategically, they love the vertical play on this map. It is a fan favorite for North American teams. Secret, on the other hand, they like to win it just straight out with gunfights, and we're going to need to see the aggression just to be maintained. If that doesn't happen, then either way, I see this game going to overtime.
It's been fun to watch, but I've got to ask you one question. I'm going to throw it back to the start of this pre-show when we were breaking it down. Has June lived up to the expectations in this one?
Oh, absolutely. 110%.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? I mean, the first game he was popping off. Second game, sure, he wasn't at the top of the leaderboard, but he was still there, getting the job done, creating entry, creating space. But, I mean, a player for me that's going to stick out the most here is Savage. Can he replicate the performance that he just had on Bank and duplicate that here now going into Lair while also leading that charge as their IGL?
So your guy you're backing is Joom. The guy I'm backing is Surf. I wonder what's going to happen. Let's go, Surf. Turn up, map 3, we need you.
Let's not wait any longer. Let's get across to our incredible duo. I love them with all my heart. Parker, man, you make this no easier. It's never easy with you, is it?
Nope. Doesn't make it easy at all. All we want is a good game, and you're here snacking. What is this?
It's a good game. You got popcorn.
That's fair.
Honestly, Jesse, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Where's your popcorn?
Enjoy
Why
the match.
did I ever leave the desk?
Enjoy
What
the
is
rest
the
of
point?
I don't know what you did. You
It's not,
couldn't
it's not a desk anymore.
No,
You could have
stay
been.
there.
It's a standing area. But anyway, it's time for this match to get underway. Jesse, I hope you enjoy, and Parker, yeah.
You want some?
No, Pete.
Listen, Parker, I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry for your popcorn. I'm hungry for a great game, just like Canadian, Savage, and the rest of the players in this lobby who are hungry for the win on Rainbow Six Siege's newest map, which is, of course, Lair that we get to see between these two teams. And what a treat to be able to watch such a map in such a series with both teams playing at such a level.
What is going on with this community vote? So you had Team Secret and Shopify Rebellion relatively even. Shopify Rebellion wins the map, and then it goes 50-50. Then Team Secret wins the map, and then more of you decide, no, we're going to give it to Shopify Rebellion. It doesn't really make any sense.
They reward vibes, Parker. That's all it is. They know that Shopify Rebellion have been in a 45-round series before. They did it not too long ago against Dark Zero. They could do it again. Here against Team Secret, they'll be ready, they'll be practiced, and they will be explosive in the server as we jump on in to the operator bands of Lair. Once again, the winner of this series will secure their first win at the Six Invitational. Secret will not get the first ban. Oh, Secret will get the first ban. It is a HUD bug, just to be clear. So Team Secret will ban out the Blitz, and now Shopify Rebellion as the attacking team will get the next two set of bans. Will they ban a shield? They will continue to remove the Monty. So our analysts, their advice not being heeded, as Monty again going to be removed by the Canadian-led team. Zombie would be the expected second operator to be taken off the board by Shopify Rebellion, and it will be locked in the Zombie ban, which means that the final ban will be given to Secret. I really had no idea what they were going to ban, just because we haven't seen Secret play this map in so long. I thought maybe a Mira. There's lots of options out there, of course, on a map like Lair. They will stick tried and true and take out the Kaid, just as they did previously in this matchup, meaning we have the stage, it is set, and we are ready to get into things. The action starting very shortly here on Lair.
I would need more popcorn.
Well, Parker, you can't, because you can't cast with popcorn in your mouth.
Want to bet?
Yeah.
You do want to bet?
No, don't eat popcorn live on the.
You just littered by smacking my gift to you out of my hands.
Where did that even go? Did you pick it up?
Just custodians.
Oh, so you're just gonna leave it to everybody else, huh?
It never actually left my hand.
Oh. So I
Now it
didn't
is in my
litter.
mouth.
So you just lied to me. I didn't litter at all.
You attempted to, and that's just as bad.
Listen, if attempted littering is a crime, then lock me up.
All right. Police. They're going to deport you.
For littering. You're right. Actually, I can't say that.
You committed crimes. You must go. I'm sorry. just those are the rules. You're not allowed to be here anymore.
Is hiding a crime?
No.
Hiding from the authorities of the drones.
I don't think Virtue is guilty of that as we slowly pan over to him hiding.
Playing on the Clash, wants to keep that operator secret.
If hiding was a crime, every child who played hide and seek would be a criminal.
Okay,
a
but
baby criminal.
What if you're hiding from the law, also known as ambi?
Is ambi the law?
I mean, he was on map 2.
I'm sure somebody who knows, it's true. I'm sure somebody who knows the lore better than me can dive into this, but were any of the CTUs, were they ever cops, like police? I'm sure somebody's gonna be like—
Wasn't Clash? Isn't that in her lore? She's like a London police officer?
She, as a cop, is hiding from the cops. I think that's very fitting. I think that's very, very fitting.
All right. You know,
on a map like Lair, there are lots of places for you to hide. For the record, it is a huge map. Not only is the map inside humongous, but all of the exterior portions of this map are also large. That whole middle floor can be roamed around outside. Rexon has already made his way into the building, by the way. Down goes Groovy. Rexon inside of operations, by the way, tends to be one of the main ways into this map. He's already found his way towards the bomb site.
that is correct. Ops is often one of those places that you tend to see the entry point for the attackers, and so not making any changes on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Both these teams obviously have a bit of experience on this map, not a ton, because it is so new into the map pool. Both about an even record, more or less. That's a questionable swing from Adrian, punished by Ambi.
Swinger be swung is what they say, and in this instance, well, he swung. And it was not good. Joom on the flank, but right as those sends, distortion fields end, Ambi collects the kill. It was a flawless end to the most previous map that we had. Can Savage keep it as a flawless? I mean, no, well, I guess the opposite.
Easy fucking peasy. Easy peasy.
While we were in between maps, I walked by the Shopify Rebellion huddle, and Super said something very, very simple.
Let's go, boys.
His exact words were, if we play our layer, we win, no question.
If they do bonks,
Which is perfect. If they can play their game, if they can set the pace and the tempo, as it just shows they did on that very first round, that was very obviously Shopify Rebellion setting the tempo and not being at the mercy of the defensive setup from Team Secret. If Shopify Rebellion can keep doing that, they're going to prevail here in the match. It was an excellent entry, using their gadgetry and tools as best as they could, and they win it flawlessly. Not a single member from Team Secret on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they made it look lemon squeezy. And part of that, of course, was Team Secret going for a lot of quite early and quite eager swings. Undisciplined, it felt like. You saw that replay of Rexon's first pickup in the round for the entry engagement. Then, of course, we saw that second swing out from Groovy as well, over towards the main stairs inside of lobby, which were punished. Shopify were ready for those bursts of aggression that Secret wanted to deliver. I want to see Secret maybe rein that in a little bit. I don't mind going for a roam. I don't mind going for flanks. That's fine if they're together and they're well-timed. But those swings, they didn't really feel like they were happening off of intel. They didn't feel like they were happening out of necessity. They felt like they were happening out of boredom almost, like they didn't know where Rebellion were, and that might maybe highlight a bit of inexperience with this map. I will say they won it back at Montreal, a 7-4 victory over BDS of all teams. So they are certainly experienced on this map. They have a couple of plays, but with any team, this is going to be their least played map of recent times, just because it is still so new.
Ambi's already found his way in. Not far removed from what is usually the most popular bomb site, which is that Rainbow 6-room bomb site upstairs. A They'll just roam clear for the time being, and again, this is a monstrously large map. Operators like Dokkaebi, like Jackal, like Lion find a lot of value on attack. As defenders, you find a lot of value as an operator such as Vigil, which is exactly what Groovy is bringing. Even though the Boss G has been nerfed, it's still quite the gun. And I mean, you've also got the sidearm of the SMG-12, which is usually used as your primary for most players.
100%. Job's not done on the roam clear. Ambi knows this. Savage is over by Medical. You've got a couple other players lurking around this top floor. Adrian still up here as well. But they're taking their time to clear this. And it pays off with the opening pick as Rexon finds Savage. That's the first cutoff that they were looking to secure. Still 2 more roamers. Will they hunt them down, or will Adrian and Juma fall off? It will be the second of the 2 options, but also hunted down. Nice from Canadian to find Juma.
Yeah, no kills so far from Team Secret, and we are almost 5 minutes into action. They have been held off the score sheet for a very, very long time. Groovy might be the first to connect as he lines up and takes down Canadian. That Boss G still does so much damage. You saw it there firsthand. Adrian gets 1 kill before being punished by Ambi, so it's all up to Groovy and Virtue. Virtue had a terrific first map. He's relatively absent for map number 2, despite Team Secret's success. He played his role as we imagined he'd play it, which is safe. Him getting all those kills in map number 1 is not normal. 2 players to watch for this particular map, Groovy and Joom. Joom have a map 1 performance. Does Groovy have a strong performance? Virtue picked apart by Surf from that hatch. It leaves the man we were just talking about. Groovy is the last one standing. Diffuser in the hands of Shopify Rebellion, and they'll have 2 other players to hunt down the final remaining part of Team Secret. Groovy could get a shoulder check through the door frame here. Time is running out. They don't know his location or his whereabouts. Grixer will get Diffuser towards the halfway mark, and a terrific round from Ambi as it's a 2-0 start for Shopify Rebellion.
Hey, Boss G player. What starts with P and ends with O? Pablo. Good job, guys. Keep that shit up.
Very clean to start things off, and that will prompt attack timeout from
Very
Twister.
quick timeout.
I need you guys to make sure that you guys stay alive to play until that time. Even in a 3v1, they are still taking their time to go for this last second push. Please guys, this is the plan. Let's try to follow the plan the best that we can. Let's reinforce hatches if we need. Let's place more resources onto the bridge if we need for that. Let's help the friends that we have on the top floor for the walk-ins, because they're even splitting up. They're trying to walk into garage, for example, to pick up the fallback. That means that they don't have enough people on the top floor to be taking the positions as well. If you guys want to, we can put more resources and fight for that a little bit more. But holding positions, power positions is the key here. So yes.
I mean, that's the point. Like, they should not. They're not doing anything to clear, guys. Okay, like we can also stay on positions. Don't just play like pushes. Like if you're not playing, you guys, you're not playing, you guys. Like let's just stay on it.
First thing that Twister said in that attack timeout, I think, was the most important thing. They've got to stay alive to the late point of this round. Back-to-back now, we've seen Shopify Rebellion own the early part of the rounds and make sure that they can have that advantage going into the late round executes. It's still taking Shopify quite a bit of time to get to the bomb site. They're using all 3 minutes of that clock, and so what Twister's identifying is like, hey, if we can have more bodies alive late round inside the site, we're going to be able to repel those pushes. And perhaps if they want to go for a bit more of that early aggressive play as well, they can work together. They can start to move as a unit. They're identifying maybe some weakness, some lack of resources from Shopify up on that top floor when they're going for the roam clear. But regardless, they need to commit to something. Whether you commit to that roam game, have everybody there, trade out your roamers and win it in the early round, or whether you just rein players back into site very quickly, fall back, play that site setup, you've got to choose one, you've got to play together.
Rexon getting the opening kill in both rounds, which is great to see. He's bounced back from not a smaller performance on Bank, but he was quieter. He technically went negative. He was 10 and 11 in that match. Savage is still leading the way on the side of Team Secret. He has been stellar at a +9 with 31 kills. The only player who's above him in the standings right now is Ambi. He's the highest rated player in the lobby, sitting at 32 kills. Rexon is not that far behind at 28, despite the slower second map. On both teams, unfortunately, the wrong way that they've stood out. Surf is at 11 kills, which on the roles that he plays sometimes is quite normal and really isn't unideal. But there were opportunities for him to get kills, especially in map number 2, and he wasn't able to grab them. As for Team Secret, Adrian and Groovy are 2 players that you expect to get kills. Adrian maybe a bit less so. Groovy, you want him to get frags. They have struggled to do so up to this point. That's why I said the player to watch for me is going to be Groovy. If Groovy can finally wake up and match the gun skill of Shopify Rebellions, we know he's capable of it. If he can do it, then that alone might be a major difference maker. And I know for people who want a strategic deep dive into the issues that are afflicting these players, this might seem very simplistic. But sometimes all it comes down to is if somebody can't hit their shots and you're relying on them to get the opening kill, you're droning them in, they're trying to make space for you, you need them to get the kill, you need them to use gadgetry that you're providing to aid your team, and they continue to lose their engagements, they lose their entry. Well, everything else that you have planned doesn't necessarily matter.
I've seen a decent amount of Lair so far here at the Six Invitational. Through the couple of games that we've had, it has leaned somewhat towards the attacker side of things, and I think that's a little bit unintuitive because we see Lair as such a big map, and sometimes bigger maps can be a lot harder to clear as an attacking team. But Lair is almost too big to be easily held down by the defenders. I want to use that basement bomb site kind of as an example. It's so huge that if you choose to commit to the roam as Secret did in that previous round, it can be really hard to rotate, to trade out your teammates because you're trying to hold so much of the map, and it actually gets very easy for the attackers to find a way into that map and then catch you off guard where you're not expecting it, lurking around those top couple of floors. It's also harder than you would expect to find a clean rotate back down to the basement sometimes because there's not that many paths back towards the site. But at the same time, on the basement bomb site, if you choose not to roam and just play down inside the basement with all 5 players, all of a sudden the attackers get some really strong vertical pressure. They can bring a ram, they can absolutely rip up the floorboards. An office plant ends up being really simple for them. So there's almost no good answers to some of these bomb sites for the defenders, and for that reason, it really does lean towards the attack when you get good, experienced teams. When you see teams playing for the first time, when you see lower-level teams, the map does still lean more towards the defense, but I have found when watching Lair that if you get 2 good Lair teams going back and forth, the attackers do tend to come up on top, and especially for these 2 teams who have now had back-to-back-to-back-to-back 4-2 attacking halves, I wouldn't be so worried if I was Team Secret going down 0-2 early on the defense.
It's not time to panic just yet. I mean, Secret calling their timeout early should be some cause for concern. But we saw an early timeout as well in both of the previous maps. So don't panic just yet, but keep in mind that things are tough for you at the moment, especially on a map like Lair where the defenders should be sitting very pretty. This is a map that is very favorable to the defenders.
With certain teams.
Certain.
And again, with these 2, I would kind of assume that that would not be the case, but only time will tell.
I want another 15-rounder. This has been a terrific match between these 2 teams. Oh my. Survived in front of Rexen, and for a second there, my heart skipped a beat. No, not a team kill.
Not quite. This is Bunkton Briefing. It's one of my favorite bomb sites on this map. You really do have to play for the top floor. The vertical is so powerful. You can deny, I think, every single plant from up above. Some are easier than others, for sure, and with smokes, it can be awkward sometimes. But in theory, here's a run out from Savage. Nobody's there. In theory, you can deny all these plants. Adrian taking a bit of damage up top here. You can see Shopify focusing these players up above, but they actually strike first, and it's Ambi to fall.
If you're wondering what happened to the scores, the lobby was reset, so we'll try to do stat tracking on our own, but it will obviously be an imprecise art for the remainder of this map, just because we lost those first 2 rounds where the first round was won flawlessly by Shopify Rebellion. The second round very narrowly missed that mark. But Shopify Rebellion still persevered nonetheless. There are greater implications to this match, and the fact that Shopify Rebellion has now gone to map 3 on 2 separate occasions, it's actually not great for the standings with how tight this group is going to be. The elephant in the room is CAG. They won their matchup yesterday 2-0. They go up against FaZe Clan today. Depending on that result, it could spell trouble for everybody else in this group. Grixer answers back with a kill of his own. It's 30 seconds left on the clock. Right now, Shopify Rebellion struggling with the time. Diffuser going down. Canadian looks like he'll be able to pull it off. And it's a mad scramble in the post plant with Rexon holding 2 players to account on side of Team Secret. Adrian losing all that HP earlier in the round. He's still persevered, surviving with just a sliver of his life intact. Surf will claim what remains of it, and now it's Virtue. Superior player from map number 1, who went back to normal on map 2. He wasn't even on the same site. On the same floor, descending green stairs. Got a 3K from Rexon.
Shit on this guy. Let's go. Later. Good identification. Work these rounds.
3-0 by Shopify Rebellion.
All the time I have to get fucking basically flawless. They killed Ambi, so it doesn't matter.
They got fucking spanked.
That was uncalled for.
You're the best, Ambi. You're fucking awesome.
Focus up, one round at a time.
You know what they say? You miss
It's 100% the shots you don't take, I think was the end of that quote. And listen, you got to be respecting Ambi after the numbers he was just putting up on Bank. That man saved you in a couple of different rounds. So I think it's all in jest, of course. That was really one of those rounds where Team Secret should have been able to do something about that plant that was going down. They didn't seem to know where it was. Canadian went in and he planted on the pillar. It's an elevated position, and he planted on the Blackbeard. So it would have been very difficult to deny it from above. In theory, I think it would have been possible, but maybe with the Blackbeard shield, there was no angle for it. Regardless, it didn't seem like Team Secret were even aware of the correct position. We saw the Nitrocell go out. It did not go to the correct plant spot where Canadian was. So feels like maybe a little that intel is missing from Team Secret. Maybe that communication is not coming through. They're still struggling in some of the early rounds. They did go for more of an aggressive early round that time. You saw the jump outs from Savage. You saw that opening pick from Adrian. There was a bit of life from them at the start, but it just didn't matter. They focused the objective, and Shopify Rebellion found another round that frankly started to look easy. I said that maybe this just will lean towards more of the attack, but how dominant these attacks have been, I don't know. Secret need to get something rolling soon.
Yeah, you're losing the plot on this map. You cannot win the first half at all. Best you can do is get 3 in a row of your own, tie it up, but then I think there's a credible argument that momentum would be pretty firmly on your side. It's worth noting that in Rainbow Six Siege, there is no momentum mechanic. There's no economy. There's nothing like that. So if you win a round, that's it. You basically reset and go to the next one. The only thing that could be said about momentum is about bomb site rotations. That's about it. In this instance right now, no bomb site is working for Team Secret whatsoever. They've been blanked on every single attempt that they have had to defend.
Which the silver lining means that no bomb sites are locked. They get the glory of choice.
Rexon trades with Adrian. Groovy trades that one right back, though. Candelas will go off. Groovy worried about a drone inside of the bathroom. He's sitting in server hallway. Now it's Savage tasked with the duel, but Grixer wins that fight. DMR's hit like a truck on land. Grixer showing him exactly how it's done. He doesn't lose any HP in the process. Canadian will have the diffuser. So we hit the halfway point in the round, and it'll be on the Blackbeard. So another plant attempt will likely unfold in front of our eyes. They're in pretty good shape right now, given the numbers for Team Secret. Virtue pounced upon by Surf. He's got the shotgun in the hands of Ying. All Candela's off, and there goes the smoke as he's inside a bathroom waiting for another member from Secret to bring him some heat.
Canadian working his way up the staircase now, pairing up with Surf. Ambi's not far behind him. Grixer holding the cross. They're going to go for a plant inside of Mask. Joom is in the site. That's his outline there. But he's the last player alive on the side of Team Secret. The nade forces him back. He's got to find some kind of an opening. But against the Blackbeard, what can you do? Shot in the back from Surf, and it just looks so clean from Shopify.
The round! 0-0! Let's go!
You see that? The pace was perfect.
Bro, listen, 0-0, score don't matter, guys. Keep fucking touch with that, bro.
Oh, I love you saying that.
That's all I just did to this guy. Actually,
I love you saying that, Pop. Keep going, keep going.
Okay, come on. Hey, Ambi, come on.
Counting the rehost. It's at 3 kills right now. Maybe 4. But no more than 4 kills for Team Secret at the moment.
I thought you were talking about a player for all of Team Secret. Wow. It's been a tough game.
It's been a very bad game for Secret.
It's been a very bad game for Secret. And again, I don't think that Shopify are doing anything too crazy. They had Surf jumping in with the Ying into the bathroom. That was cool. There was a Sens play down on the bottom lobby, and that was, valuable for sure. But at the end of the day, it's still swings coming out over towards operations. Those are getting punished time and time again. It really feels like Shopify are doing the basics. They're doing them extremely well. They're doing them in their style with certain operators that look flashy for sure, but Team Secret, they're not playing together. They're not getting these trades. They're not stopping Shopify from getting any of the space that they want to take. At some point, this train's got to turn around, or the 45-round game that I want is
Hold
evaporating.
on, Jesse. I know you're from Alberta, so public transit doesn't exist, but trains don't just turn around.
Well, they can. You need a big old loop. It's difficult, but it's possible.
And that's what you chose to use your analogy with?
Because it's going to be difficult for Team Secret to turn this game around. You're down 0-4 against Shopify Rebellion. It's map 3 in a best of 3. Your first game at the 6th Invitational. The pressure could not be higher. It's a tall task.
By the time the train turns around, it'll be tomorrow's matches.
And that would be the result for Secret. They've got to do it faster than that.
Well, it would be quite a sight to see. Shopify Rebellion have had their a pretty leisurely day. 4 kills. Adrian and Groovy both had a kill apiece before the rehost, so 4 kills through 4 rounds for Team Secret is just frankly not gonna cut it in any universe whatsoever. A flawless round occurred all the way back in round number 1. The only kill that happened in round number 3 was Adrian getting the leadoff pick, and then everything else was Shopify Rebellion. They are doing this on attack on layer. Yesterday's match against FaZe Clan was incredibly memorable. This one against Secret, doubly so, but I fear if we want to call this the best match that we've seen at the event so far, we're gonna need a tighter third map, because right now, Shopify Rebellion running away with it, that's not good for the storyline. Groovy picks off Ambi. Goodbye to the Jackal. Ambi's entries have been very good. He's on a operator well suited for that in Jackal. Not any longer. This round is seemingly taking forever, Jesse. There's 1 minute left, and, well, not a lot has happened.
Yeah, well, they took the space they needed up above lab. They can start to go for a plant now once they've got this top floor control, but they didn't full clear all the roamers. There are still players that can go for a flank. Savage is just around the corner, so do watch out for him. But as his XQ comes in through missile, through this side of the warehouse part of the map, it's going to be chaotic in this late round push, just as Twister predicted.
There goes the last of the logic bomb. So any information gained off of that gadget is good and gone. Groovy was on a single point of HP. Canadian finds him. Now it's Adrian to take some damage. It's Rexon, hunts for something inside of lockers. Joom gets the down and secures onto Grixer. Rexon bursting forward. Obscured by the F-mine, and now worried about that toxic babe behind him. Savage dies, another rushes up. Rexon is just too good at the moment. He's being hounded by Gadgetry, but it doesn't mean anything to him. Canadian will need to start the plant with just about 2 seconds left. Adrian and Joom are last 2 alive. Canadian persevering for the time being. And Adrian dies to his own team's fire. No, what a blunder!
Let's go! Huge!
Let's go!
Did you see that?
Huge!
Hello? Good shit!
Standing in his own fire!
Let's go! Okay, 0-0 now.
If I may borrow your train analogy, it's not about turning this train around. It's about stopping a runaway train, because Shopify Rebellion is barreling down the tracks at a speed nobody can slow down right now.
Yes, sir, Paul.
Sir, yes, sir!
This has been one of the most dominant maps that we have seen through 2 days at the 6th Invitational. It's heartbreaking for Team Secret fans. You came 3 minutes away from winning map number 1. You squeeze out a victory on map number 2, giving so much hope to your fans and the rest of your team.
Let's go! What are you doing? That's how we earn it!
Only to get blown out 5-0 so far here on layer. That is a disastrous start. And you've already used your timeout.
Yeah.
There's no parachute to pull for Team Secret. You are in free fall.
How have we got a map like this after how the first 2 went down? felt like we were going to go 45 the distance. Now we're just hoping to get to 8. Secret, the 7-0 is looming. 5-0 for this first half. One more opportunity to win just a single defense. On a map like Lair, I mean, bare minimum, we're talking here. Canadian will jump on Fuse with no shield. It'll be Fuse with the AK. A rare operator and an even rarer primary weapon to come out. It's going to be used to counter the bandit tricking. I like this a lot. June tried to hide in the prep phase. If you caught that, he was trying to avoid the drones, but Canadians read into it, and so this is going to be a very difficult task. June shouldn't die to this. It's very loud. It's a long timer, but he will have to move as soon as Canadian launches off with his utility. He's waiting for his teammates to apply some pressure up above. EMP goes out, so does the cluster charge and the breach.
June gets one and gets away with his life.
Wow.
No damage done, such as the rhythm of opening up a wall. The cluster charge used effectively to shake the bandit off of that position. More map control is gained. He's got June on the run at this point.
They've hardly touched the top floor. It's mostly just Ambi who's really just setting up these air jabs. Unless Adrian wants to push up into that, it's unlikely to result in a kill.
Virtue and Savage still sitting on 0 kills through this matchup, not just because of the rehost, but before in those 2 rounds that transpired before we had to redo the lobby as well. Surf is 6-0, a significantly better game than on Clubhouse where he was 0-6. We're not Clubhouse Bank. A nice trade back and forth. Savage dies. Adrian with yet another kill. Ambi is subdued. Now it's Grixer's turn to get into the action, losing the duel to Groovy, who might have a second kill lined up through the window. Fire arrow goes out. It prompts Groovy to move forward a bit more. He has to deal with Surf. All the while, the defuse kit going down. Canadian dropped. Adrian sees right through that. That's the power of the Warden. Surf was outside of the building. Rexon closing in on the site. Now it's Surf to get closer to him. Troubling signs for Shopify Rebellion and their worst round yet unfolding in front of our eyes. Joom out-dueled. Surf out-dueled, rather, by Joom. What an oddly paced execute as Rexon just twists and turns. Very little that he can do. 5 kills to his name. It's good, but Team Secret wins the round. A bit of a head-scratcher, but they're on the board. No 6-0, no impossible climb for Team Secret.
Round 8 secured.
Will it be a big joke?
Will it be a big choke? Uh-oh.
For the record, it would need to be an enormous choke at this point.
Surely there's no way, Parker. That Shopify Rebellion will choke a 5-0 lead. Don't be ridiculous. I like this round from Team Secret altogether. I mean, Joom playing on that bandit, the fact that he committed to the trick was really bold. I'm not sure it made the biggest difference because they got the wall open right after with another Selma charge, but even still, keeping his life alive, making sure they could stall out a bit more time so the top floor players could do their job, get their kills. Once again, it was Team Secret that were going for those swings, as it has been since the half started. They wanted to make those engagements happen. They wanted to go for those aggressive swing outs, but there were at least trades this time. We were watching Ambi. Yes, he got that first pick, but then the second pick eludes him. He ends up going down. It's that trade game from Team Secret that really was lacking for the first 5 rounds of this game. They get some feet underneath them and give themselves a lifeline as they do not go up against match point yet. But
yet
now
is
they've
the
got to
keyword
attack.
there.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to win. If you don't want overtime, 6 attacks in a row, at least 5 of these rounds.
A 5-1 first half is quite rare across all of the top level of Rainbow Six Siege. A 5-1 first half when the 5 is done by the attackers on Lair is exceptionally rare. And now Secret is going to have to repeat that same score line if they want to go to overtime. Honestly, with the way these teams have played through Clubhouse and then Bank, I wouldn't put it past both Secret picking up the pace and Shopify Rebellion falling off a tiny bit. These two teams have really struggled to outpace one another. But something feels a bit different about Lair so far. Maybe the tide turned with that final round of the first half. Or maybe it was just a bad round by Shopify Rebellion and things will go back to where they were just moments before that, with Rebellion in the driver's seat.
Ambi's got to be careful. He is being hunted by a couple of these players on Team Secret. They know where he's at, obviously droned him out. They start to give it up. They get red pinged, and actually these players are going to retreat back up the filter stairs. Leave Ambi alone. They think, okay, he's too far gone. He is all the way on the other side of the map. This angle Joom is holding is not relevant. This Ambi is all the way in electrical at the moment. So he is miles away on that basement floor. Watch out for a late round flank. It's going to be very late, of course, playing down here. He probably will just try to deny the diffuse kit from going down from below. It probably won't even be a flank all the way to the top floor.
This wall will be opened up completely clear as there's no tricking to be had by Surf. Adrian shrugging off an awful lot of damage. Virtue taking some damage from the Selmas as they explode in front of him. Which site do they plant in? That's the question.
I mean, Virtue just went back to the roof. He is in no hurry to plant.
With 1 minute to go, he better be able to get towards the objective as quickly as he can. Ambi on the flank. No! Ambi cut off by Savage, who was a little bit late to the party, but his timing is perfect. Down goes Joom at the hands of Rexon. Groovy looking for one more. It's Adrian punishing Rexon now as that smoke wall from Sens fades. Grixer on the ground with shotgun out. He's in close range, and it looks like it'll be a rotate from Virtue yet again. Grixer eking up. Savage tearing through him. A double kill as a Nitro cell from Canadian goes out. The team captain's found 2 kills so far in this round. He has to evade the fire. The smoke there as well, cutting off his line of sight. Shotgun goes out. He doesn't get the down on the Capital. He gets Groovy though for his trouble, and now it's Surf and Savage in a 1v1. Savage planting in the corner. Surf needs to play this time effectively, charging on in, but he won't get off of the plant tucked into the corner. Surf's got a good idea about this. The smoke goes. No Nitro cell to be had through the smoke. He'll look for it to clear. He does some damage and gets the down. Surf taking a moment to revel in his own play as the smoke clears. Taunting Team Secret as it's an easy counter disable. Shopify Rebellion moved a series point.
0-0, by the way. 0-0.
That's going to be repeated till this game ends. 0-0 all the way. That mentality is the reason why one of these mentals is broken and one of them is not. You know, when Canadian and Surf got added to this roster over the summer,
Remember the BP swap?
they raised a lot of eyebrows. People got really excited, mostly about Canadian. Oh, I mean, he's the GOAT, right? Canadian, the 2-time from North America. And he's been fantastic. And even in this round, he was amazing for Shopify Rebellion. But it's Surf to step up in the last final pickup alongside Canadian, the 2vx, the 1v1, just throwing those bullets out, finding Savage, making sure the 1vx can't happen. And he's the GOAT. He was their best player back at the Montreal Major. And now he's doing it again here in Boston.
One thing players that don't, or rather, one thing that players on all systems, to specify here, have to be very careful with what I'm about to say, don't know if you're not playing with good headphones is that when you hit a body, there's a very distinct sound. If somebody is in the smoke and you hit them with a bullet, and you've got your headset on and you've got your sound tuned correctly, you will hear that you have hit a body.
Yeah.
That's how Surf knew that he'd made contact. So he swept through it again. He got the down, he heard the bullet once more, and he fired away into the smoke under where he believed the target was, and it connected. I say this because there's a lot of people who play this on console, who play it through TV speakers, and don't necessarily have the same setup, and might be asking, well, how do you know?
Yeah.
That's how you know. If you play this game with headphones on versus if you play it through a TV speaker, it's a completely different experience.
While Team Secret have to do the impossible, make us believe in them once again. They looked so good an hour ago, 2 hours ago. This has been one hell of a series, but you can't let it end like this. They've got to get some attacks under their belt. It needs to be 5 in a row plus overtime. It will be bunks and briefing. Shopify not trusting that basement bomb site. A lot of teams really don't think it's strong enough for the reasons I outlined earlier. Kind of put into a difficult situation, a rock and a hard place, whether you roam or not.
It's hard to glean much from the way that the bomb site rotation went in the first half, just solely because Shopify Rebellion were so dominant. I mean, you can't really look at that and say, oh, obviously the site didn't work. Both bottom floor bomb site defenses by Team Secret fell short. You're right, where do you go? What's the rotation here?
Every single player is above, as you'd expect, with the one exception of Ambi, who's playing Sight on Solus. Would be able to guide his teammates as to where that defuse kit's going down, but won't necessarily be able to get the vert pick himself. Logic bombs come out to clear the top floor.
It's enough to push Groovy back. One Toxic Babe remains in the pocket of Canadian with 1 minute left. Those things last for about 15 seconds or so. The last one's gone, which means 45 seconds into the round, or 45 seconds left on the round. You're not going to have any toxic coverage. Canadian taking matters into his own hands, not just working well with his objectives, but also with that SMG-11 out, taking down Adrian. Now it's Ambi getting a bit restless. As the logic bombs go off, that's good intel for Team Secret, but can they act on it? Joom's got the diffuser, but everybody except Ambi is above, and he doesn't know if he's got safe harbor. Canadian finds a second kill, a third kill from the oldest man in the game, and it's a flawless end to the match. You blink and you miss it. If we play our game, we'll win, Super said, and if Super says it, it must be true. 7-1 for Shopify Rebellion. Map 1 took all 15 rounds. Map 2, the same. Map 3, it was a blowout for the North Americans.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're back. North America reigning supreme here on the second day of Boston. Beautifully played. I mean, it's a little too short for Team Secret. They played fantastic those first two. I really want to reiterate how high level of this game was. The attacks that we saw on Clubhouse and Bank from both teams looked beautiful. But on Lair, it was clear where the difference laid.
Team Secret still got a couple more matches to play. They had the day off yesterday, and this might not be the debut at SI they wanted, but they still gave us a masterclass on at least 2 maps. But it's been North America's day here in North America. What awaits us in our final map, in our final series? We'll find out when we come back from the break.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
I'm here with a man that needs absolutely no introduction, Canadian. That was probably one of the wildest reactions I've ever seen. I was going to interview Ambi, and then I saw that reaction. Tell me what that feeling's like.
Just proving people wrong, man. They were typing in chat a whole lot, even getting at me personally, and I don't know, I live for that, so I was just reading the chat, just thinking, oh, I'm gonna show these. I can't say it. I'm gonna show them though, and yeah, I had 2 good rounds in the end, closed the game out. Yeah, I love to compete, and when the other team's talking trash, like, I enjoy it, but it fuels me, man. It fuels me. So, yeah, I love it.
What were you saying in those moments? What was, for the viewers that couldn't hear it at home, what were the words?
I don't even remember. They said something in game about eight years, and I still can't close out games. I can't lead my team to close out games. And I said something along the lines of 8 years, and I'm still dropping my nuts on your forehead. So yeah, that, and who told me you can't close, yeah.
It's got to be a good feeling, but 8 years. However, you're the only player here at our site, with 2 hammers. I mean, are we looking for a third? Is it feeling like this is the team that could bring you that trifecta?
We're in the shape to do it. I think we're capable of beating any team here. I think we know that. We just have to play our game, and I'm not going to even lie. Like, we've had problems closing out games, early on with this team. I think that's part of experience, though. Like, we're getting in good spots constantly, and just, not feeling the pressure of, like, all right, now we got to close it, and just getting the job done. And I think that last map, I think, was a great example of it. I think the guys maintained the mindset of 1 round at a time and just play the next round.
It's probably a good segue for the game yesterday against FaZe. Yeah. I got to ask you, really close game. Yeah. 1, what were the vibes after the game? But 2, what was the main takeaway?
We were really proud of how we played overall. Obviously, you don't want to lose. You never want to lose. But the last time we played FaZe, we got 7-4 and 7-0'd. So, we went from only winning 4 rounds and 2 maps to, bring them the distance. 7-5 every map, going 3 maps. Like, that's nothing to scoff at, and they're a really good team. And we felt we were in control most of that game. We didn't close, all the rounds we wanted to, but that's part of how it goes. And you just have to have that experience and get it out of the way, and just be confident that you can get over that hump.
All right, man. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. I love your work.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Appreciate it.
Super interesting humor. That's the only way I could put it. Being in that room, I don't know how much you could see on stream. My God, it was an interesting aftermath from what was a super competitive match until the 3rd map lax. Unfortunately, it just fell short.
I said it was a battle of attrition, but what it really came down to of this last map was a battle of exhaustion. And where we saw the exhaustion set was definitely in Secret's playstyle, and the Shopify Rebellion absolutely just dismantled every last little bit of hope that Secret could have going into that lair.
I thought it was pretty expected just because of how the map is set up. I do think Secret had the gunplay, but when it comes to a map like Lair, it's not really all like what it's about. It's very isolated, a lot of tight hallways, and there was not really many situations where Secret could get the opening. They were getting shut down very well, and everybody on Shopify Rebellion was playing amazing. Specifically, gotta shout out Surf. After those first 2 maps, gotta shout him out, curse him a little bit, but he came alive map 3, and he was a pivotal player in their final map.
And Troy, getting those 2 big kills in the end right there. I mean, for a 35-year-old, I mean, he's not actually 35, but he was putting up numbers as well. It's good for the IGL to be bouncing in there, getting those numbers, putting numbers on the board, and sealing the deal for the team, and pushing them into another match that we're going to be seeing tomorrow.
Oh, well,
That's a typical Troy. That face expression, that yelling, that shaking off a headset, that has been it's been here since day 1.
Yes.
Hallmark.
So sometimes the trash talk, you think you got it when you're up, and it just bites you. Like, you just don't understand how it fuels other players, other teams, especially a player like Troy. I mean, you give him the opportunity, and I'm sure he said some very colorful words back to them to let them know just how bad it feels.
Look, Surf can't even believe. He's like, wow, you said that? Wow.
Oh, God. It was, I got to say, one thing that I think everyone will enjoy at home. Obviously, you don't get to hear all the shenanigans behind the scenes, but I'm pretty sure Surf comes up and goes, you were a sprinkler after that anyway.
I mean, I was just saying, in terms of the IGL, Canadian, 100% cost, 9-3. If you were going to seal the deal in a 7-1 and make a statement and close out the entire series, that is exactly how you do it.
Got to be careful which beast you wake up. There's no 2 ways about it. But Fox, we were talking about him, Surf. obviously on the back of a super tough series. I know you've been in these positions of playing, maybe not in Surf's position where you're really tanking the first 2 maps, but you pick it up on the 3rd. How is it to go through that kind of progression in such a long, arduous match?
I mean, it's very difficult, so shout out to him for being able to come out on the top on the other end of it. I mean, I think Troy even said it at the end. It's a mental battle at the end of the day. The more rounds that you lose, the more rounds that you're not getting kills, it definitely holds to your head. You think about it constantly, and it digs you in a hole to where you're taking gunfights or putting yourself in positions that are never going to really win you the fight anyway. So to just wipe that off and still know that they had control over the series, even in the FaZe game, even when they were down, I think it says a lot about their mentality. And I think Troy's right. He does have the best team, I guess, set up around him to be able to go for that hammer run.
Yeah, Lax, there were so many moments throughout this series.
Yeah,
it was very entertaining, but there's only one, The Detail by Blacklight, and I think it's very obvious which one it was.
Yeah, I think everyone already knows what we're going to pick here. It was on bank. It was Ambi's ace. I mean, you know, when you're in this situation as a player and you fumble some of your shots and you start panicking, he was immediately snapped right back into reality, brought it back, hit a 180, smoked 4 people right after that. Honestly, I think that's the best clip that we have so far here at Invite yet.
No, he was fired up. That first shot, right, just tees up. Like, you know, after he got that first shot, he's like, oh, I'm cooking right now. The 180 to just everybody lines up. Oh, that
it was the beginning for me. When you're in those moments as a player and you just whip the easiest shots, your heart sinks. But the fact that he was able to bring it back, turn it into an ace, I mean, that was impressive. And he's the youngest here. He's a fresh 18-year-old.
He is absolutely wild. Again, showing unbelievable moments throughout this series. It's one that you didn't want to miss. However, I do say this with my whole heart. This next matchup is something that you will not believe. CAG goes up against a former grand finalist. That would have been interesting. However, they have already beaten the SI winners from last year. Last night, CAG go up against FaZe. It's up after this.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Somebody you just don't miss, and that was the case for
Meow.
Ashen there. Absolutely beautiful 3K.
He was also in all chat and said, Nina, you are useless, bro. So he might not be screaming it, but he's still typing it in all chat. He's still letting him know how he's feeling about this game.
So calm. So calm. After a beautiful 3K there. So we switch sides. SSG go onto the attack. They're going to be attacking top floor to begin with. I imagine we'll see them trying to get library control off his balcony and push in from that side. Maybe a little bit of attention towards solar, bathroom windows. Why not? I think the honest answer for SSG here is keep piling the pressure on now. Just keep stretching Scars. Don't give them the opportunity of a one-dimensional attack. Get on every side of them. Make it an absolute nightmare for them. Get somebody on double window, solar, bathroom window, office side. Come in from library. You know, really surround them, close the net, and just make life absolutely miserable for them.
Okay. Let's see how things go now. Swap sides at the very least. Scars on the defense. And SSG on the attacking side. Now, pace, I wouldn't be shocked to see coming out of SSG. Got things like the blitz available to them. We've seen them make use of that a lot historically. At least in this round, it's not going to be something they're deploying, instead leaning it towards the Sense. And also got the Deimos here for Ashen. Remember what I said about Deimos players, Tim? Ashen might be one of those players. We're going to find out.
It's going to be holding that long angle as the double window is opened up in case anybody's just on the inside of it. That wasn't the case, so it may well be.
This is early.
I was going to say this is very early, but if you're putting that in there, it's because you're kind of ready to go. Need to be careful though, there is somebody on that library corridor window. Benja finds Wreck, and this could be the beginning for SSG. The light screen went in, and they're just going to be poised and ready to go around that double window. They're just getting themselves into position, SSG. They continue to move through the map. If you remember what I said, keep the pressure on Scars, and that's exactly what they are doing. They're not giving them an inch to breathe here inside of Chalet. Benja's just walking around, killing at will at this point. 5 versus 3 now. SSG are really tearing Scars apart.
They've got the right idea. There is someone outside in the balcony. I don't think you're going to be able to kill them. It's JNO on the sledge who's been hovering around. They're really trying to commit. This is the second player I saw a second ago. In fact, was it almost 3 of them trying to commit towards this? If you also include someone trying to attack on towards the library window, maybe. I'm not going to find anything. A track coming on through, which will probably dissuade them from trying to be too aggressive about this as well. So SSG done the right thing. Ben just floated on through, got a couple of kills. Now it's about converting onto the last 3 players, with Shoy also falling. SSG up 5-2.
Yeah, Penja's actually got the case as well. Still underneath, it sort of says to me that they're not really shaping up towards putting a plant down.
Nah.
That they're just happy to go around chasing the kills, looking to find them. The Deimos tracks are coming out as well now. Oh, getting caught out there. Come on, Benja. That's the oldest angle in the book on Chalet. Just waiting above there for anybody coming up the stairs. Fishlight manages to pick him up. That's going to put Diffuser on the ground as well. That'll need to be recovered now. So SSG need to be careful. Still looks like they win this one, but it's not a guarantee at this point.
No, not when you get down to these final 30 seconds either. You always say it, but that clock becomes the 6th man for a team. Fultz playing the patient game. I think it's a guarantee now. I think it's pretty much set in now, yeah, indeed. SSG is holding angles on that top floor for basically the entirety of the round. The bathroom window, the double window, and just letting players walk into it, with Benja trying to massage them from below a little bit. Just looked a little bit too pedestrian for SSG. Up 5-2. Scars, it's already looking like a mountain to climb up.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly what I said. You know, I wanted to see SSG do really just surround them. They had a presence all over the place, and there was just nowhere safe. Double window, bathroom, solar, underneath, just really put the pressure on Scars from absolutely everywhere, so they just feel like nowhere is safe. They had players underneath. Benja went and killed them. Just keep doing that. Don't give them any room to breathe here, and you'll find yourself another 7-2. It'll be 14-4, and you'll be done for the night, and that's what's looking likely for SSG at the minute. We move into round 8 then. It's going to be bar and gaming this time, and honestly, with the way that last round has gone, I don't think this is going to be any easier for Scars. They're going to need to keep hold of Mezzanine and Library. SSG, again, just going to pile the pressure on that top floor.
And why not? It works so effectively. Just to see how they actually break this one, to be fair. They've got the Sense coming on side again. Now, on this side in particular, you always think about the Sense gadget being rolled in through the drone hole, just to the one that sits the chassis inside the site itself. So they could get a bit cheeky on that side to make use of that if they want to, which suggests that taking control of Library is going to be their main focus. As you can see through the outlines in the far off distance, though, everyone's quite scattered. You've got 2 out towards front door and off towards master side. You've got 1 coming up towards solar at the same time, so quite a spread. And in fact, maybe even looking for a full map clear here, the side of SSG.
Just going to be Fultz has Diffuser in hand. Over on that double window side again. So like I say, it's going to be about getting into top floor. But whilst they're making a lot of noise top floor here, Benja once again, and really Scars should be prepared for this. They should be thinking about it. Benja's been playing on his own. He's not been playing with the team. He's been lurking around. He's been getting kills everywhere all over the map. Where is he going to be coming from? And the answer is he's going to be coming from the opposite end of where everybody else is. And that's exactly what Benja's doing at the minute on the dock a bit. He's just moving his way up there, and he's looking to get into a position to spring. He now needs the rest of his team to kind of just flush them into him. Just create that movement, and he'll step up those stairs and bang, get himself a couple of kills.
Got the first call online, the second one available in 15 seconds too, so it's going to start boiling up to it, I think, where I'll pull that trigger and it's all going to start crumbling for Scars if they're not too careful. SSG been very, very good so far throughout the series at isolating players. That was like, again, pedestrian. It really feels like Wishoy should have had Benja's number there, but Benja's just that guy.
Kills going either way. J9O picking up 2. Nina and Fishlike taken down 3 versus 2. It's up to Tayu and Rek to try and hold on. The problem is that they are very separate at the minute, and the reason that's a problem is they can't impact on each other's fights or deaths, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. Tayu's taken down because SSG gang up on him, and that means that Rek now has to fight his way back in on his own. The plant goes down. Benja's able to get guns up. They know where he's coming from. They're using his utility against him. The mirror window from the defenders is now working for the attackers, just peeking out from behind the bomb chassis. Nitro goes out. No, Benja gets out of the way of it. Rek, he's doing his best to try and fight his way back in, but it's unlikely to be successful. He's on low health. Benja steps out and gets the kill. That's going to be
Meu nome é Vita King e eu sou jogador profissional da FaZe Clan. Eu comecei jogando desde a beta. Ser um jogador profissional para mim é um sonho, né? Eu sempre quis ser jogador. Minha preparação esse ano foi muito boa. Eu acredito que eu tô no melhor ano jogando assim competitivamente e eu tô com a cabeça muito boa e eu espero bons resultados esse final e esse começo de ano, né?
Hello, my name is KDS. I play Rainbow Six Siege on the FaZe Clan roster. What I think makes FaZe Clan strong in the Rainbow Six is the full team. Vita King is very good in the EGL. Handy is the best player in Brazil. Souls is the best support in the world. To participate in the Six Invitational is always the dream of the players because we prepared the whole year to play this tournament. If we win the tournament, it's the best feeling. The main goal is the competitive. Rainbow Six is one the Six Invitational.
Representar o Brasil acho que é muito importante assim, porque querendo ou não você tá representando um país ali, então você tem um peso maior, você vai com mais vontade de... Eu tive um pouco mais da pressão, mas hoje em dia eu não sinto tanto. O primeiro campeonato que eu tive pela FaZe Clan foi em 2023, foi um Invitational, então eu já tô indo pro meu terceiro Invitational, eu acho que eu já sou um cara mais cabeça e mais tranquilo.
He's able to come away with the win, and that was a crazy finish.
Cara, a dica que eu dou é você ser confiante em si mesmo, acho que é o principal. Se você não tiver confiança para mostrar o que você demonstra nos treinos jogando ou com amigos assim, eu acho que a dica maior é você ser confiante.
You heard it direct from them. Confidence is key in being champion. Unfortunately for them, they narrowly missed out last year. In fact, many say they should have been the ones lifting the hammer. I've got to ask you, Lax, does this put more pressure on them?
I don't know if it necessarily puts more pressure on them. I think it's just more so of a confidence thing like they were saying in the beginning, because that's where they lost out at the last Invitational, was their confidence. They were up 6-2 against Furia. They had so many rounds that they just threw round after round after round. Then it just completely got thrown away, and they ended up being the second place team at the last invite. So I don't think it's more so pressure on them. I think it's more so just getting over that hurdle and staying confident all the way until the very end.
I mean, the pressure's always been there, and it's never really affected them before.
Absolutely.
They always make it towards that main stage. They always make it just at the cusp. And then maybe you could say maybe the pressure gets to them once they get to those final matches. Once they are able to finish out, that's where the pressure attacks them. But getting to that point, I mean, they do it perfectly every single event.
Is there something to be said about a team that makes it to the end point at so many events, looks so good, Lax?
I mean, me personally, when I look at FaZe as a whole, they don't play the traditional siege that what's played in Brazil. They have a combination of, I think, like every region's playstyle. They are by far, in my opinion, one of the best teams, if not the best team, at adapting and controlling pace and tempo throughout every single game.
I agree. Their team is mostly comprised of like supportive players. I always talk about that. I really love the way that you can watch them play. It's just something that gets them consistently far, but then teams, I mean, the team that they always play in the finals always ends up getting a read on them, and you know, I feel like they get to a point where they beat themselves.
Absolutely.
Are they the benchmark then? If they're making it to the final consistently, if they are getting knocked out by the world champions every single time, are they the benchmark?
Yeah, you'd have to say so.
You'd have to say that at that point.
They're like the final boss that you have to play against. I mean, it's a question of like, what's better, a team that can always get there over a longer period of time, or a team that just wins it once? You know, it's a very difficult conversation. Everyone's going to want to be the team that wins. Hopefully, FaZe can make this event that one, or at least one of them at some point.
Look, everyone loves to win, but no one loves anything more than a good story and a long journey. FaZe are on that. They're on the road to redemption here at SI. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, we're going to start breaking down the final match here for the night.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back, to the back, to the back, to the back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
Ordinarily, we would say coming into this one that it's probably going to be a one-sided match, and even still, we might say that. Last night, however, changed the minds of many, or at least it just reminded us what APAC can do. FaZe go up against the team that beat FaZe at SI in the grand final to lift the hammer last year, 12 months ago. It's a very interesting story, I'll tell you that much. Again, Lax, Fox, joining me back on the desk to break this one down. Lax, are we expecting big things from FaZe here, or are we actually expecting CAG to maybe run it back?
You know, as much as I want to give faith to Keg of making this a close game, it's just based off how FaZe continuously proves why they're a top dog, why they're a titan in the entire league, and then even yesterday their performance against Shopify and how close that was. I mean, it's hard to really say that you know, Keg is really going to run away with something against them. I mean, this goes to show the record from yesterday. It was a barn burner. It was back and forth. And really, I mean, you can't take anything away from either one of these teams. They put up one hell of a performance. It's just FaZe got it done.
FaZe is the most consistent team at the tournament. I mean, they never really let teams over-aggress them, outsmart them. They're always one step ahead. And a big player that I loved looking at yesterday was Cyber. I've been talking about him the whole event and how he is a pivotal key point on FaZe succeeding. And he has been getting shut down at previous majors. So to see him bounce back, be that pivotal force in yesterday's match, it's a good start for FaZe.
Big-time players, and they step up in big-time moments, don't they, Lax?
Yeah, they do. I have some rounds. I mean, if you want to talk about that last game specifically on Bank at 5-5, this game came down to composure and resilience. The thing is, right here, it comes down to a 2v4. This should be Shopify's round, but KDS plays this entire round beautifully along with Souls. Souls is sitting idle inside kitchen, waiting, stalling time. Now he retakes that spot, and KDS is constantly moving, playing these crossfires ever so beautifully that is setting FaZe to close out this round. KDS ends up getting a triple kill. Souls does such a great job at stalling out time, ends up, puts it into a 6-5. Now we are on game match series point here, which again, these were the defining rounds where you're gonna go into a round 12 where again, this is gonna be a high octane round where Shopify probably could have ran away with it. But what we're gonna see is a huge flank coming from Vidaking in this next clip, and then it's gonna completely dismantle the entire setup that Shopify was originally going for in their attack, and then from there, it kind of just gets dismantled apart.
It's tough, isn't it? Because in these kind of moments, like this is where FaZe can really turn the key.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly how you want to see FaZe play it. Just by constantly moving after they get a pick, constantly being elusive, you have no real idea of where they're going and what the goal is.
Yeah, and this is the round that I'm talking about. Vidaking comes on this flank and picks up a huge 3K where you were wondering what was happening in this round. Shopify was in the site, and had Vidaking not thought out a huge flank, that this round easily could have went max OT. We could have possibly saw it go in a favor of Shopify, but these two big plays in these two final rounds is what solidified and cemented them going into today on a positive note.
And for those two clips on a bigger scale, watching every single player that is alive in those situations from FaZe, they're constantly moving, constantly playing different positions. It's very difficult to lock them down. Yes, the first clip, KDS constantly moving after getting a pick. There's never a real moment that gives the opposing team an opportunity to trade them out. And that's just how strong FaZe is. It's very hard to lock them down.
Speaking about a team that's very hard to lock down, apparently it's the ever-elusive CAG. Cyclops have been a name in the APAC region for such a long time. They've been a titan. They've gone through small roster changes that have led to what we are now, what we see in front of us. It's been a slow progression. Last night, it kind of came to a peak, if you would. But we don't want to take away from a roster that it does necessarily struggle at these events. It's not like it's all clean and smooth sailing.
Absolutely. If FaZe is consistency on the top end of the side, Cyclops is definitely the consistency on the bottom end of the side. They're making it there. They're just so close to reaching that next level that all the teams at the event are. And obviously, they started off hot. Beating Fury yesterday, nobody expected them to get this far. They have the individual prowess. It's about the way that they play. They don't have the structure and the strategy that some of these teams that we see all the time, but they have the individual gameplay that can absolutely catch some of these teams off guard. If you're underestimating them, you don't expect them to show up, some of these players can absolutely just run amok on you.
Oh, looking back at what the year has held for them, Lax, I've got to say, it's not that pretty. They were always the #1 team out of Japan, 5th back in April, 3rd in October. It hasn't been the best look.
Yeah, it's not great. You know, if you aren't hitting your mark in your own region, at least try to hit that mark when you go international. And again, that's just another area we just don't see them hit that mark. But again, like we were talking about and that we've been talking about since yesterday, they did get a massive victory over Furia. So that has to install some confidence for these guys now going against another Brazilian team, another top Brazilian team. It's just a matter of Furia and FaZe's playstyles are entirely different, and the biggest thing that I'm really going to have to be coming out of Keg is being able to set the tone, because this is what I've talked about with FaZe. They are one of the best teams, if not the best, for setting tone and momentum throughout every single series.
And watching Keg play is so rejuvenating because they don't just outbeat you brain-wise. They wait for you to make a mistake, and then they just fly at you. And the aggressive gun skill is something that carries them through. In every event, regardless of where they place, a specific player always comes to mind, and being that lifeblood for the team, the player that's always at the top of the leaderboard, and that's Shurip. I mean, yesterday he was the the main reason, one of the main reasons on why they beat Furia. And he's constantly so aggressive, picking his right moments and calling for his teammates to help. And most of the time, he didn't need the help. He was really shutting Furia down. And he's been doing really good for the team so far. Obviously, it's not a one-man job. He has some good firepower on the lines of his team. When strategy falls down, they have the gun skills that they usually fall back on.
I will say one thing that I've always found just very funny about CAG, and where the game's progressed to, is that CAG were always the off-meta team. Back in the day, 2020, 2021, they were always the team that would play aggressive in a 20-second meta, in a util-heavy meta. But now everything's caught up to them. I mean, do you think that they swim in a pool among teams that can actually still hold that lax?
I mean, you could say that they just didn't really know the meta.
That's fair. That's fair.
Just because it took them that much, it takes them that much longer to get adjusted to it. So that's why they played their version of Siege.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and have a look at the map vetoes. Again, a crucial part to the conversation, but nevertheless, FaZe will still be heading into this as heavy favorite. Lax, we got a Lair to start.
Yeah, so I did cover Brazil last stage, and I will say, with Lair being introduced, I thought out of all regions from the games that I watched, I think Brazil, or at least two teams from Brazil, had the best idea and approach of how to approach Lair, and that was either FaZe or that was E1 or now Raza Academy right now. So this is a no-brainer for me, especially this is a map that a lot of teams still are trying to figure out. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to approach this map just yet. I think we're getting to that point. But nonetheless, this is a great map for FaZe. I am curious to see what Keg is going to try to bring to this map in order to counter out FaZe.
I agree, and we've been painting the picture that Cyclops likes to punch through the wall. And on a map like Lair, you can't really do that, especially with how tight the corridors are. So FaZe is obviously the favorite on that team, but you can never really look at FaZe as being weak on any map. But Border is a map that hyper-aggressive teams thrive on because it's all about your attacks. It's all about being unpredictable. And those are two qualities that CAG has embodied this tournament so far.
Right, well, it is time to nearly get underway. It is time to welcome in our casters, Fluke and Budget Hat. It's wonderful to see you from all the way across the pond. I can't believe you've made it here, Budget Hat. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Rob. It's always a wonderful, wonderful time when we get to share the broadcast together. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I haven't really worked with Hap a whole lot, so it's really great to have you here in the studio with us. Definitely not overseas and away from it. Fluke, how's it? I will say, Fluke, I'm really sorry you've had to deal with the very best that we've got in Australia. I'm so sorry.
I'm working with James? Oh, no.
What?
It's been a lot of fun. I mean, I've had so much fun here, and I'm not going to get in the way of your, like, personal beef. You know, it's like a family thing.
It's
like
not beef. It's
brothers and whatever.
It's pure love.
It's pure love. The purest love. I mean, so much love that you even brought your collective son, Sky, the Observer, with you.
Oh, shout out,
so,
Sky.
There's so many Aussies now.
Well, you know what? How about we stop floundering about? I will say, James is only the best in Australia because Mandy decided to go to space.
That's true. Mandy
Rob,
forever.
I have one question.
Jake, I can hear you.
What are the win conditions for this game?
Oh, mate, I tell you what. I wish I could answer that, but unfortunately, we're out of time. It's about that time to get into the map. Enjoy Lair, folks.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great end to the day. I think this actually is probably about the last series that is on right now. CAG, once again, looking to steal the spotlight in the nightlight because they did it yesterday, Emmy. Late at night, they took down Furia 2-0. And they take down FaZe as well.
We said it so much earlier. You and I cast the series earlier where the result was very unexpected. This would be even more unexpected, let's be real. But at the same time, magic happens. CAG showed that yesterday. They beat the technical hammer holders. And as Rob kind of put it, now it's time to beat the other team that were in that equation. Now it's time to beat the other finalists. If they win this, they have come into the tournament and in the opening game beat the two finalists from the last tournament. Has that ever been done? I don't know. I'm not Jesse J. Chick.
No.
I don't run those kind of numbers.
You're not.
I live in the moment.
I'm also not a weather guy.
Also not a weather guy.
I'm not a weather guy. But I do know something about weather, and it's typically a saying that lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place. We're in pretty much the same place at the same time. Lightning struck last night. I don't know if it's going to be able to do so again here for CAG. FaZe, I've got them winning this one out, but I'm also kind of fingers crossed hoping CAG do something quite crazy again. We'll see.
The way I explain this game, because obviously, you know, we're all in a green room watching the games together and going like this, and this stream has gone on a bit later than the other stream. The other stream is entirely wrapped up at this point, and people were a bit surprised that there was still one more series. And I phrased it like this. This is either going to be a quick game that you expect, or the best game of the entire tournament. And
for all the wrong reasons, probably.
But it's just one of those things where you kind of want to see it, right? Starting here on FaZe's map in this sort of situation on what could be a bit sticky, you look towards the sort of difference makers, right? You look towards the MVP of the entire day. Yesterday, being on CAG, being on the sort of roster there of trying to pull these together. You want to see BlackRay start firing guns, start getting himself into these engagements. You want to see Shurip again, you know, new onto all the scene, new onto all the biggest stages of everything from a very long historied roster. If they can have that second map performance they had, if they're more confident, where else can this roster go?
Well, I think that when it comes to a matchup like this for CAG, the pressure valve has certainly been relieved after their performance against Furia yesterday. Again, you know, there's certain teams when we get to Six Invitational that have expectations, and of course, vice versa, there are teams that maybe don't have so much expectations. CAG is probably in that middle because they've been the kind of team Emmy that's been around for such a long time, always making these events, but never able to make that splash, really make that kind of run. There actually is a bit of an expectation on a team like CAG to do well. Then they got given the group of death, and everyone's like, okay, we know who's getting grouped here, and then bam, straight away, first day they take down Furia and throw that group now into absolute chaos. And they will solidify that chaos if they somehow get a result here against FaZe. Honestly, even a map here, of course, which would get you a point, would still be quite huge. So for CAG, no real pressure in this game. They were great yesterday, but can they back it up? For FaZe, it's just all about really doing the business here. You've got to give CAG the respect. You saw what they could do yesterday. You've got to come into this giving 110%.
I think it's also the way that the points are sort of starting to splinter. FaZe obviously didn't get the full amount of their points from their game before. They could take even more here, but if they drop another one, if they find themselves on a 6 of a total of 8, you know, first place is a bye in the upper bracket. That is probably a difference of about $100,000. It's massive as a chance, and it puts you about 2 games away from the start, but let's go. Not too far ahead of ourselves. Cyrenaico has stepped up, ready to maybe try and find a fight with Cyber, who's getting closer and closer towards the breach. Anaton is sort of face-checking all of it, but with the very powerful plexiglass or whatever it is that makes the bulletproof action of Clash active. It gives them the read on the players. They've got the breach open, though. That's the important first step. Now they can either, you know, try and pull themselves back round to the bottom of Rocket stairs as the work against the barbed wire done, or, you know, instead flip themselves round, try and get control the top of Rocket. Instead, actually, it's the Deimos that wants to find their way towards the bottom of green, maybe start hunting up underneath the site itself with the track of the players.
Yeah, Anaton's going to play a lot of the shields throughout a series such as this, Montaigne, Clash. Obviously, Ying as well is a very good operator when it comes to Anaton too, so does offer a little bit of a counter difference to just the shield play. So far, good setup right now for CAG. You still got the 3 gas babes, still 2 nitrocells. Anaton on the Clash is just delay in itself, and then you've still got the Echo Yokai drones later in the round. So with a minute left, FaZe not really making too much headway. In fairness, top floor when it comes to Lair, you know, it's that kind of outside the site sort of gameplay. You don't necessarily need a super high amount of map control. Good information from BlackRay, and I think he got that Yokai back in safely. See one just kind of roaming around. Chibisu close in the bathroom with the shotgun, hoping he can find the opening kill. Has the ping information, but he swings, and the timing of it doesn't quite match, and KDS will get the opening kill for FaZe, and that just might open the door for them in towards the site.
A lot of everything flies at Cyrenaico, and he didn't even know what way was up as he's removed from the board. BlackRay takes a lot of damage next and is locked out by Handy, who did take some of his own, but not enough to stop him. A little bit of time and an early C4, hoping they're on the default, but adrift into what has been an entire surrounding from FaZe. A flawless opening for FaZe here, and they are not wasting any time.
No, I mean, that was just absolutely clinical from FaZe. Again, it's the kind of site you don't necessarily need to have made too much headway in terms of map control. Minute left, that's when they start to push a little bit. Yeah, in fairness to Chibisu, I felt like if he gets that kill onto KDS, they might have been a bit more solidified, and they had the red ping information. I don't think he did anything wrong by going for the kill. He's just overexposed himself by wide swinging rather than holding the closer angle. KDS will punish that, and that's just going to be phased in a nutshell in this kind of series. They will certainly punish any of the mistakes that CAG offer. You know, if you overswing, if you're peeking at the wrong time, and that happened a little bit as well. Good utility dump as well from FaZe. We saw those flashes really put to good use. And unfortunately for CAG, you know, when you're bringing that clash, it needs to be in the face of the opposition. It needs to be a nuisance. We didn't really see it. Like, FaZe just kind of ignored it. It's a 5-on-2. The clash is still up. We haven't really seen the clash get involved. So if you're going to bring it, it's got to be in the right spot. So unfortunately, Anderton couldn't get into the round. FaZe had it pretty easy, to be honest, hence why it was flawless.
Well, an audio issue for one of the players is just being sorted out, so we're in a little bit of a tech moment.
That's
here.
all right. We've got all night.
We've got all night. KDS with that, you know, swing onto it. It's an easier angle to shoot into the spray.
Yeah, I mean, Blackray's in a hallway position there, so he's always losing that battle to Handy.
It was just, it seemed like CAG didn't know where to have their backs to. And it was great play from FaZe to create not only the levels of actual pressure, but the phantom pressure as well.
Yeah.
Get the breach on towards the master side open, pick themselves up.
Well, if you had been able to swap like Blackray and Anderton around, so Anderton on the clash inside of the hallway, blocking that kind of position, 2 players for FaZe there, you wouldn't be able to just get the free kill. That could have been a bit of a difference point. So in terms of positioning, I think that's always going to be something that CAG have to be mindful of on a map like Lair, right? So I think when you come into this kind of map, if your positioning is not going to be good, it's going to get punished.
Working on resolving the issue. Just along the bottom, there. As you can see it, it's just a quick tech problem. We'll hopefully get through it sooner rather than later. Thank you for bearing with us throughout the day as well. That looks like an all good hand symbol. Which, I mean, I know I'm just reading into... I'm play-by-playing real people. Do you ever have that when you have to explain your jobs to people? And I don't know if you've ever had that.
I've done that on plenty of occasions in Ubers.
And they'll go, what do you do?
So what do you do for work?
You know, like a sports commentator? I do that, but for video games.
Yes, that's the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. Oh, I like the little car. If you, yeah, there we go. If you were to have a little memento, a little something cherished item as a player, what would you have? Do you have anything that's emotionally significant?
No, not really.
Wow, okay. You live a life without any emotional attachments to anything.
You've left that pretty open-ended.
I have left that pretty open.
Talking about
like
a
little
memento here, not necessarily
toy.
just life in general.
I would have a treasured stuffed toy, I think.
Like a picture of Hap or something?
God, no. No, it's bad luck charm. Unfortunately,
I wouldn't mind like a chibi keychain of Guz.
You would, yeah.
Yeah, that would be... I'd
a little chibi Guz?
Yeah. Like a little like charm that you put on your gun skin.
Imagine if Guz, like a physical photo of Guz became the next charm. We're leaking. We're leaking. No, that is.
Well, we're back into the game. That's the main thing.
Yeah, we are back. In.
Issue has been resolved, fortunately, and we can head into the second round. CAG opting to head on over towards Lab. But yeah, first round. I mean, that's not probably a good sign for CAG, the way that they ended up losing that.
No.
I think top floor Lairs, one of the better sites to be able to defend. You've brought the clash. You have typically a good means of delaying and stopping the entries, and yeah, it ends up being flawless. Like, that is the kind of site that really shouldn't often be a flawless for the attacking team. So really signifying that FaZe are very much amped up and ready for this match. They're giving the respect over to CAG after what they were able to do to Fury yesterday.
I think what we're looking at now, obviously, is if they have an awareness. More than anything, as I said, they looked a bit lost on where they could turn to and where they could go here. The first pull on towards Intel isn't going to make that any easier. The Flores drone, again, gets rid of the blind spot, gets rid of the barbed wire, and exactly that. They're not only piecing themselves out, they're taking care of utility, and they're doing it within the opening 30 seconds here. And it just not only gets rid of these threats later on in the round and deals with them, so they're pretty much inconsequential, but at the same time, this is just all a steady removal of how much awareness CAG are able to have here, and they just have to sort of sit and wait and let it happen currently.
Yeah, and it's not as if, you know, CAG are in a position where they've got like a super abundant of map control over towards, say, first floor, play the vert. You know, you've only got Sharif there over towards Armory. So there's not that much of a contest. So now you're sitting on a basement site where you've lost a lot of your utility. We saw the Vulcan canister get popped, the Obs blocker, the Evil Eye, of course, got Clutch Drone too, so that has to get popped. You're kind of left with really your gas babes, a Nitrocell, and really your lives with 90 seconds left. FaZe are in a really commanding position where they've got that first floor. Boogie auto breaches go out. They deal with the floorboards, rip that up. And so now you've got vertical pressure. You've dealt with a lot of the utility from the defense on the site. FaZe have set themselves up really nicely in this second round. So it's up to CAG now to opt for that counterpunch. What are they going to do? If it's going to be anyone, it might end up being a Sharif first floor if he does go for some kind of first floor retake.
Well, they've got KDS on the back line watching it out, and Chibisu is just ready for the swing on it. They're both aware, and they're actually going to start to opt to take the soft angle as the breach comes around. He knows he needs to win this backside engagement as the main push. As we can see, it's just being steadily droned, steadily pushed ahead. It's focus being drawn on each other, and again, there's nothing that is actively stopping this from the side of CAG. They're also droning out the back. Cyber wins the first fight, takes care of Sireneko, and now the spray comes against it. Chibisu takes a lot of damage, and they're dropped from the above. Cyber on Overwatch, swinging around. Sharif does stop handy, and the awkward position of Cyber is that he is going to have to try and rotate and offer some help if they start to drop bodies. It's technically, directly on the side of 3 versus 3, and they still have the pressure of the kit itself. It's going to be another closed-door fight here. KDS is itching for the swing, but Sharif doubles down and takes it first. We still see some activity with the Goyo canister.
And careful with Vidiking. Solo in lockers. He's got the kit, so he's by himself. If he goes down, Kit's in a bit of a bad spot. Souls has to make the push in. There he is. Vidiking's down. Diffuser actually on the floor in sight right now. Not in the hands of CyberZero at all. Into red time. 3v1. Big turnaround from CAG as they bring the round back and get themselves on the board against FaZe Clan.
I mean, we saw the sort of demonstration there at the end. As I said, if things start to go wrong for the side of FaZe, Cyber has to make a move. And if things are going right, the plan's coming together as it did at the start, and he was able to get a couple kills from that Overwatch position, then fantastic. But it does isolate you. It does leave you in this long watch. And they just, for all the compliments paid towards the removal of utility, CAG's refusal to give them this gunfight that they were so ready for, so patient for such a long time, well, it just sort of put them in a problematic position. I mean, we saw players holding doorways for a good 40 seconds. Cyber was trying to opt for things. The take of Handy on the vertical. There's the drop onto the door. And, you know, at that point, I mean, beautiful take from Blackgray either side. Nanaton on the long watch. And we're leveled back up.
And the reason why I think that's a really good round for CAG is FaZe did a lot of the fundamentals right. It dealt with the utility on the side, got the first floor control, open up the floorboards with the Boogie Auto breaches, and then start to make your way towards site. Felt like they did it in a pretty decent, timely manner as well. So it's not as if that was a fumble by FaZe by any means. CAG hit some really good shots. FaZe even got the opening kill into the round as well. So, I mean, CAG had to really fight tooth and nail, hit some really good shots. They were under a heap of pressure. I mean, you saw Chibisu, the way he lost his life in the Warden because of the vert hold up above. Never even really got to use his glasses, never got to use his nitro cell. So things weren't going well for CAG, yet they win the round. So that is a really good testament for this team that they didn't buckle under the pressure.
Well, the start is back and forth and kind of what we want, really. It's a late game. It's a late sort of time in the hour of all of it.
It's the CAG o'clock.
It's CAG o'clock. It's CAG in time. And this was always the sort of point yesterday of, you know, do it once and it's exceptional, it's exciting. Do it twice and maybe you're making more of a statement.
Well, there goes your hard breach as well, and no tin can openers for FaZe Clan. So suddenly now this is going to be a bit more tricky into this third round, over towards bunks and briefing. And with that nitro cell from Anaton, not only, of course, getting rid of the hard breach, but you get the kill too. And still 2 more nitros available into the round. FaZe are going to have to find a second avenue in towards the site. They're going to have to go to plan B now, having lost CyberZero. So yeah, CAG at least following on from that second round with a good start this time for round 3, because they've had slow starts for rounds 1 and 2. But a good start here for round 3. First time they've got on the board with an opening kill as well.
I mean, I really like that C4 lineup. He was just tucked on the other side of the security door. He had a little bit of an opening above it as well, but actually Sireneko cuts Handy in half as he went for the sort of steady face clear and check. At this point, you know, 2 players down, you've lost your hard breach, you've lost your ass.
This is lazy from FaZe. They're just peeking. Because they've lost hard breach, they can't get better entries. They have to basically go for solo mission roam, see if they can get a couple of kills. And credit to CAG, they're aware of that. They know that hard breach is down. They know they're going to have to go for these doorway entries, and they're just sitting and they're just waiting, and they're very patient. They're not over swinging and over peeking, kind of what they did a little bit on the opening round. And this time now it's FaZe that are getting antsy. They're seeking out. They're trying to just find these players, and they're just not ready for the gunfights. 5v2. This is pretty dominant from CAG in the third round.
Well, Sireneko isn't entirely going to opt in, but with 50 seconds, 2 players, some, you know, bolts in your Capitão to get some coverage. What else do you really have right now? They've hide themselves inside the site, but again, CAG aren't offering anything immediately. They let them step in. Black Ray operates on Souls, and there is a flawless. So we've gone from 1 to FaZe to a little bit of a trade to a flawless to CAG. Strange pacing here. Nighttime in Boston.
Stop the count. I've seen enough as an APAC shill. It's all done. CAG are winning 6 Invitational. Calling it.
Now you've jinxed it.
Well, they've actually taken a tactical timeout, and it is CAG who have gone and done this, which is
surprising.
Well, quite surprising. I mean, I think it was yesterday I mentioned, you know, sometimes it's fine to take that more positive reinforcement timeout. Things are looking good.
Yeah.
You know, let's just kind of reinforce that. Let's not maybe get ahead of ourselves. And that's maybe what this particular timeout for CAG is sort of like, hey, we're doing well, good response. First round was a bit, you know, poor. Second round, we had to fight our way. Third round was clean. Let's not lose sight, though, that this is going to be a battle. Like, okay, that was clean, that was flawless, but you're not going to get that every round. Don't, you know, rest on your laurels. Don't get that sense of security, if you will. So it might just be sort of, let's keep it going. Big couple of rounds coming up. 2-1 lead for CAG. It's just the beginning. And we head back to Master and R6 as we look at the replays from that previous round. And it all started off with Nitrous, and that really set the tone for the round.
That great take. I mean, it's an odd angle to be prepped on the fight outside the door. You can almost compare it to the opening round where things went so wrong for CAG because they were trying to take similar fights. They were peeking out the windows, they were in the middle of corridors, they were in these aggressive positions, and yet nothing was netted at all. Here, different story. Again, super curious what the conversation is about, but who knows? At this point, you have a weird mix in this lobby, right? Of a lot of old gunners, a lot of very old gunners, and then some people in their first ever SI. 3 of CAG's players, Chibisu, Shurip, and Sireneko, haven't been on these hallowed halls of 6 Invitational before, but Anaton and Black Ray, in, I think, SI 2021, were on a CAG roster that went up against a FaZe roster that I think had at least Souls and Cyber on it. I believe.
Don't look at me with the can you give me affirmation vibes.
I'm sorry.
That was barely,
Give me
I think I only just came into Siege.
There was, but it shows that the history, I can't remember who won that one. It's a little bit further away than my knowledge.
Actually, I did work that SI though.
How did it feel?
It was good.
Oh, is it the Paris one?
Yeah.
2021.
Yeah.
Memories. Like the shadows. We find ourselves waiting. Like the shadows, adrift and holding out for some of the pressure to start to come through. As much as CAG could talk, so could FaZe.
So the big change up here, CAG, is they dropped the clash. It had no involvement, as I mentioned in the opening round, so I think that's going to be better for Anaton. You bring the Kaid and try and just be a little bit more of a nuisance here on the breaches, and because the clash had no real say in the round, you may as well then just drop it. And FaZe are good enough that they can play around it anyway. Anaton hasn't quite been able to get the full juggle. In fact, that is going to be opened up and unable to stop Master Breach from, well, realistically becoming at least some kind of focal point here for FaZe. And again, when it comes to Master and R6, FaZe don't necessarily have to go, you know, in the building and around the map. A lot of it's going to be roof play outside of the exterior balcony positions, and then it's all going to just hit the site pretty hard and fast. And that's where CAG need to be prepared and ready. A couple of Nitrocells in this round. You've got the Yokais too for any potential late round disruptions when it comes to the plant. The King on the Montang in this particular round as well. First time we're going to see the Montang employed by FaZe. They didn't bring it last time here top floor.
A minute and all players still standing, but FaZe's closed down on this utility game was pretty excellent before, and there's nothing that's slowing them down here, but we are about to hit a breach. Will they try and play against it? No, here comes the roll of the shield. The Monty eyes up the R6 room, and there might be a chance of a swing round from the shoulder, but again, the phantom pressure, because FaZe is so adept at opening up the whip. You can see KDS just sat waiting, hoping Chibisu goes for the swing and he can get the same removal. But King is in. He has the kit and he's going to go for a plant. At this point, there needs to be an activation.
Yeah, Yokai just got shot out by Handy. Nitrocell, though, from Anaton does get the kill onto Vidiking. Good flexibility from CAG. Lost a bit of their win comp, didn't matter.
And Echo, he's underneath. He's trying to hold on to it, and he doesn't know where he's being shot from. He had himself in a trap, and Anaton gets his second for the round. CAG. Last time they were here, I said they looked a bit lost, and this time they had eyes absolutely everywhere. Brilliant adaptations, as you pointed out.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of like a three-pronged adaptation, if you want to kind of go through it a little bit here. The Yokai drone is to stop the plant from going down. So that's kind of like the first bit of the win con. It goes up onto the ceiling, Handy shoots from outside. Yokai's gone, and you think, oh, okay, well, we've lost that. Doesn't matter. Nitrocell next to get thrown in. You've expended that. You don't have another one. Guess what? Then you've got the third ability to deny. Cyreneko down below. So you've literally set up this like three-pronged layer of just stopping the plant, and FaZe can't really do too much about it because they don't have anyone below. They shot out the Yokai, and they lost, of course, their Montang to the Nitrocell. So CAG were always one step ahead. They always had an answer. 3-1 up. And it's the fashion in which they've won this round that really impresses me. This is some of the best Siege that I've seen from CAG in a very, very long time since, well, I guess last night.
Yeah, I was going to say, throw your minds back. CAG, 3-1 up here. Now, they are on their defense. Obviously, they're going to have some benefits there in terms of just the statistics of this map, how it likes to play itself together. They'll have some struggles when they come onto the attack, but still, as you pointed out, what is so convincing here is how they're adapting to what is going ahead, and also how relaxed they're sort of playing. That they're not throwing themselves into every single aggressive situation after that first round where it didn't quite go so well. I say as a player is trying to look out a door with a boss G, but he didn't find anyone, and he left sooner rather than later. They're just ensuring that they have some sort of valid responses for the pressures that are coming out, and they're not doing, you know, too much of a let's test phase on every single doorway. I say, once again, as Vigil goes outside, maybe I should stop saying they're not being aggressive, and Shuri might stay in the building.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I kind of just trust what CAG want to do. They've been able to execute pretty nicely to begin here on Lair, so you kind of just have to back in their plans. Now, FaZe now are in a position where they need to adapt because CAG are very much dictating this game. Vidiking on the Montang, get some information. This is definitely going to be
to his left.
A good site for the Montang to be able to kind of roam around, eventually try and spot out where these roamers may be. And that's a free kill. Cyberzera catches out Anaton. Opening kill for FaZe, the first time they've been able to do that since the second round. Sharif, the boss G, trying to see if he can get an answer back, but no, misses out on his shot. 90 seconds left, at the very least still offering a point of difference being on the roam. FaZe will have to be mindful and wary of the Vigil. They have to give Sharif the respect. Oh.
Doesn't want to take the fight. And you could see Cyber was baiting for a while, using the skeleton key to make a bit of noise, then instantly aiming at the door. But look how much attention it is driving. And Chibisu's also rotated his way up as well to try and double down on the fight. They know they want to win the verticality. They've sort of abandoned the site that the Monty is stealing. And there's Chibisu getting that kill on towards Cyber above. So now, technically, the vertical has fallen to the favor. But it did not work for FaZe last time. So now that they're able to rest the site, they've got to make it happen. KDS coming around the back of the Tubarao, who's able to slip away just in time with a self-timed flash. Handy does find Black Ray. They at least get something out of it, and Handy isn't quite letting this one go just yet. A second, but a C4 ripped a little bit too short. Doesn't quite get the angle. The Monty's got the reveal, and he knows it's being fed in. He's doing all that he can, but it leaves just Chibisu, the man who rotated off the site. But when the Monty is planting the shields on his back, Xenox, what are you going to do? You can't break that through the verticality. At this point, a 1 versus 4 retake with a Monty on. Seems like a little bit of a failed ploy here has led to FaZe just balling their way into the site.
Poor old Chibisu now in a 1 versus 4 post-plant scenario. They know he's pushing yellow. Well, Handy will finish off his handy work throughout that particular round. He was the one that set the tone. He goes and gets a couple of kills in quick succession. As the clock starts to wind down, he finds the impactful moments. A second round acquired now for FaZe as CAG got off to a bit of a hot start. They've just been able to reel them in that 5th round. Much better performance, good use of the Montagne, good map control, eventually able to make their way towards site, and a rather clinical round from FaZe where they didn't make too many errors, and CAG probably did get a little too antsy and aggressive at times, and trying to find these particular fights earlier in the round. But even then, 48 seconds, it's a 4v4. Handy just goes bang, opens up the site, gets rid of a lot of the defenders, and it all becomes a bit too easy for FaZe in the end.
I've got to give compliments the same way we did to KAG's adaptation to FaZe, getting the Monty on the board. Now, the last time we were on that site, what we talked about was they're sort of stuck on these angles, on these last swing in. What solves that? Having a lot of plates of sheet metal in front of your face. Yes, they used it to shepherd the players above as well, because there was a little bit more aggression on that ground floor this time round. But at the same time, as soon as they got into the angles, the Monty was just there, ever present. And suddenly these positions, where the last time we were on the basement, that, KAG players were sort of sat, waiting, happy to let time tick away. They didn't have that option anymore. It was removed. And then ultimately the players were as well. Great change by FaZe, leads to a bit of success. Here, will they have the same ideas? It opened with a C4 onto the hard breach. This time they've at least got themselves a doubling up with a second bit of support and range. No more thermite deploying if they go for the same wall, but there's gonna be some very keen eyes on towards security door this time. And a drone. Yeah, they are not falling for it. Look how much has been stacked after the thermite got C4'd last time. Nothing on the back of at least the kill hole. Tibural will buy them some time, though, but is it all that they need, Xenox?
Yeah, I mean, that's really just what you want right now if you're CAG, is just to delay the early portion of this round. You want to force the Maverick to kind of work through this nuisance, keep players around him for a little bit longer so they're not getting as much map control. I like the positioning here of Blackray. Maybe he can get a bit fortunate. Of course, then is also in a position where if he needs to, can still throw gas babes down through the vert. Here in Echo, the only one really contesting this at the moment on the tuber out. Only one more Zoto canister remaining, so there's only so much more that you can look to delay. But in fairness, I mean, there's only 90 seconds left into the round. So, I mean, like, it was a pretty decent delay tactic for CAG on that particular wall. I'd probably almost consider it a success.
It's the weird way of putting it, right? Is we don't know what FaZe mark as a success for that wall. It's soft and it's a bit dangerous and deadly, and as soon as it was, they moved off. Now they're in the bottom of green. The opposite end of that, and they're ready to try and put some pressure on. There is some bandit tricking going on towards the wall, even. Maybe it isn't as soft as I thought, and, well, they're going to have to kind of come up with a plan B here. The trick on towards it, and you can see Andy is a little bit confused as to how that's come together. CAG still have a position above. They're not pushing themselves in towards the pre-held angle. There's nobody that's forcing the player on towards it.
If you can keep that bank breach secure, especially now into the final 45 seconds, it's really going to be impactful for CAG on the defense. They won't get as pinched. If it gets opened up, then there's far more of an opportunity for that to happen.
Player's just being hot pinged inside, has no idea he's that known, the Tubarao, and he's sat on an angle. There's some of the watch above. There's the force and the pressure. They're smoked out. Cyber's actually stuck in a very narrow corner, and the security door swing, the C4 over the top, doesn't even get anyone because they're already dead. Blackray gets Cyber, and the buck is too high, and it hits the ground and right back up. For a second follow through, he is security checking the passes. Blackray gets one on the back, and, well, we wondered if maybe FaZe were a bit stalled out, and I think the answer is sort of clear throughout the round on an adventure, but at this point the round is theirs. A 4-2 half for CAG.
Yeah, I mean, a tremendous job getting the trick onto the Salmas over towards the bunk breach, because if that gets opened up, then being able to play in the site the way that CAG did would just not really be as viable. So that staying closed meant that they could really contest the push from FaZe over towards main breach, and they didn't have to worry about getting shot in the back. They could be far more aggressive at that push from FaZe. Well played half from CAG. I mean, you've just got to give them the plaudits. The way that they've kicked things off here for 6th Invitational, winning yesterday against Furia, a winning half now against FaZe. It's just all about, can you continue to do this? Because everyone's probably expecting at some point, oh, this has been good from CAG, but can we really anticipate for them to actually continue all the way, go and get this win against FaZe? Second half coming up. Pressure certainly a little bit on FaZe now. They do not want to get embarrassed here.
Sorry, you may be wondering what's happened. I think there's been a hand warmer incident. So they're just cleaning the desk, just making sure everything is nice and all right.
I mean, they are working on resolving the issue.
They're working on resolving the issue, and I think the issue is pretty resolved. At that point, it's
not a big issue.
These things happen. I mean, because they'll have hand warmers around.
They got so excited they popped the hand warmer.
Yeah, I don't know if they're like just the Hulk, just like, "Ugh." Those things are tough. They get bumped and they accidentally get knocked around. The players have them because, you know, you want to keep your tools of the trade as warm as possible, right? Get them in, get them ready, and all cleaned up, make sure that the players are sorted. But 4-2 on the defensive half. Now, again, it's not that unusual in the world.
No, it's not, but you've got to consider in this instance, right? This is not like, you know, FaZe versus BDS where you'd say, okay, this is a pretty neutral or even kind of game. Like, you've got to say for CAG coming into this tournament, into this group, like when the groups got announced, I think I was reading on Reddit, and obviously a lot of people are like Group of Death or poor CAG, like CAG have copped it, and yet they've gone and beaten Fury. They're now being ultra competitive against FaZe, so much as so they're leading by 2 rounds. You've just got to say this is a decent effort from them right now. Again, there may be a world in which FaZe just going to, you know, clean house on defense, but right now, because of the lead that CAG have, regardless about defense, it just gives them that positive reinforcement. And it's like, hey, we can do this. We can beat these guys. And now, what happens if we go and get an early attacking round and it's 5-2? FaZe are going to be like, oh my god, we're shambolic.
FaZe still have their timeout as well. Obviously, the one that was called earlier on in the game was CAG. So with this second half, if things do start to fall a little bit apart, they don't really have that chance at a conversation.
This will be the testing half, though, Emmy. I do agree. I think CAG now onto the attack. They're the ones that are going to have to play into FaZe's defense, and so that's not going to be the easy task. Sharif onto the Deimos. Deathmark goes out onto Cyber. But again, when you're playing with that kind of level of confidence based on the momentum from yesterday's win against Furia, that is very much apparent right now for CAG. They have the confidence that they can walk around the map here on Lair and take these fights and not be scared of FaZe.
I think one of the things right now as well is the MVP of yesterday, Black Ray, is looking to see if he can try and get the double down on that reward. 8-2. He's going for the lead in here alongside the Blackbeard of Anaton, a fantastic and well-storied shield player utilizing
that's
newest changes. Yeah, it's a bit of an early smoke. It does some of the damage towards the shield itself, but it doesn't really force anything off. You've still got a minute 40 or so to play with here. They've put that very loud statement on the top of green. They're sneaking their way back around. They want to draw more attention. There's an impact that will force the player a bit further back, and Black Ray sticking on the angle, but it's actually Chibisu that's able to get the first kill there on towards Vidaking. You removed the smoke. Yeah. Only one of the canisters utilized. There is a lot of damage that has been done to Sireneko, that has been done to Anaton, really, so it doesn't take much more of one of the sides of the C4s and impact to stop it, but still, first blow and first blood is then responded to.
Yeah, and FaZe still have got a couple of Nitrocells, Vulcan canisters that we just saw before as well, still prepped for the entry from CAG. Sireneko's also low, Anaton's been tagged up a little bit, so I still like the position of the round for FaZe. I think they're in a pretty good spot to close this out. Sharif caught with an 8 in hand, Handy's going to just finish him off, and that's the advantage now for FaZe. Anaton absolutely burning here. Very low health on the Blackbeard, 40 seconds left, and they lose another one and one more for good measure. Only Sireneko left, and he too will fall to Cyber. FaZe, a bit of a statement start here for the second half because that was clinical. Yes, CAG get an early kill. Yes, things aren't looking too bad, but FaZe always, to me, felt like they had more than enough in the back pocket.
I mean, I'm a bit curious. I'm gonna dig into that a little bit, Rant. So we had all of the build-up. A minute 30 was kind of the mark where they got the first kill remaining, and then they'd put all that pressure on towards green. Then they lose a body, and then all the deaths and all the fighting on the other half happened very, very quickly. We saw in pretty much direct succession the Selma that went onto the operation mirror window. Then we saw this fight where the Deimos didn't even expect to find a fight at the top. And then we come back to this where they're past operation. It's almost like CAG just went, we need to afterburners. We need to go right now. We gotta go. Oh, everything's over. And it's a bit of a curious pacing. I'm not entirely sure what they saw, what they thought that they could pull apart here, or what they thought they lost, but from such a long build on towards green to suddenly just full sending it towards the walkway and up sort of main stairs,
Well, I mean, this is also just FaZe at the moment in time where they felt like, okay, we've lost one. CHG starting to, you know, bear down towards the site. They've just got to pick the time in which they want to go for that counter-attack, and they did so in a pretty timely fashion. You know, literally caught Shriek red-handed with a nade, and Handy's then able to get a pretty easy kill. Chibisu gets caught just standing in the hallway, probably not expecting the FaZe to be the ones to aggress into them, and just like that, bam, snap of the fingers, 2 players dead, and suddenly FaZe then have the advantage.
Well, Cyber tried to have a look out of a window, but suffered a little bit. Not dead, not knocked out. Anaton going to try and get some of the work done on a wall that was a constant back and forth. There is a bit of an explosion from Black Ray, who I think wanted to get one of the claws on the wall itself. This is happening on the side of the screen. There it is, as the wall does get open. Now, in the same sort of stretch of things, they pull away. And we think about how much FaZe struggled with that position. It has been, I'm not going to say handed to them, but FaZe didn't contest it anywhere near as much as CAG did. Is that going to be something that either comes back to haunt them or plays perfectly into the ploy and the plan?
So the clash involved for Vidiking. And FaZe probably have more than enough firepower that they don't need the clash, and that's just KDS being a little bit careless, and Cyreneko is going to be able to find the opening kill for CAG. Yet another one for them. Chibisu does lose his life on the Grim. No more Kawan Hive Launcher for the round. No bees to be buzzing. Vidiking can get some free information on the clash.
Wow, I mean, it's twice that Cyber has been able to get the response kill there. A lot of damage from Cyreneko's Firebolt, but nothing that's going to entirely knock them out. The Flash can sort of play a little bit of keep away. They go in on the back of their own Flash, hoping the player was just going to be trying to run away, but they pull themselves back. There's the removal of the Banshee, but now there's a swing on the door, and Handy drops the kit as well.
Just lingered in the doorway too long.
Yeah, and you know, he was taking the risk, and it's almost this moment where it's 3, 2, 1, go again. They're suddenly trying to throw themselves into these fights. I'm not going to say it feels less prepared, but round to the left, the Solace seems well aware that they're coming in. There's Cyber getting one more, and I mean, it's just been a real turnabout here. FaZe have fully read what CAG are trying to do.
They have, and they're punishing some of the mistakes. I mean, Anaton wants to get rid of some utility, flashes in, bam, okay, and then just lingers in the doorway. Handy then punishes that because as soon as he swings, Anaton's just an easy target. And then from there, you see Black Ray go and make entry. Can I go get a quick kill, keep this round alive? Dead. FaZe are very much understanding that for CAG, they're probably going to move away from the game plan if they lose 1 or 2 players, and they'll start scurrying around trying to get a couple of kills back. They were ready for it. And it's going to be 4-4, and this is where you do get a little bit concerned for CAG. On the attack so far on Lair, it hasn't been all that great. FaZe strong defensively.
Yeah, I think you're trying to piece it together and take it apart here, right? And I entirely agree, FaZe is strong defensively. As I said, when the wall fell, I was like, okay, is this part of the plan? Fully, yes. They were more than happy to sort of let that position go because they knew they had such a strong hold above it, around it, on the back end of it. They were comfortable saying, yeah, you can have that wall. It's all you're going to get, but you can have it. But at the same time, it still feels like CAG is struggling to piece together just where they need to be. And, you know, you've got individuals trying to take whole areas, right? The pressure there on towards the stairs, the Capitao holding that position. It got 1 kill from the back of it because the player backed into it. But then they were just sat there for an extra 20, 30 seconds, eyeing a sort of clash. And you're starting to entirely wonder, you know, what is CAG's game plan from these individual moments? When we saw FaZe at its strongest, or when we generally see any team at their strongest, it's all working on this operational level. There's a lot of pushes and responses, there's calls, there's motions, and CAG are trying to piece it together, but it feels like there's just a couple of gaps in the sort of connectivity between the players. This site might offer a little bit more because it is quite a wide sort of basement play. You have to be quite direct with your positional, and there's not really as much sort of rootage above and below. You are hitting a basement. How many ways can you do it?
Well, we've played so far 8 rounds, 5 opening kills for CAG, and obviously using that previous 2 rounds now as an example, though they've not been able to actually go on and capitalize. As we've started this second half, CAG have got the opening kills twice as the attacking team, but then not gone on to establish an actual lead. FaZe get quick responses, quick trades. They even back up to 4-4. they can just make the most of these opening kills, then CAG can put themselves into a position where they can still get something from this map. But it's hard to feel as if it's going to go any other way than FaZe on the defensive layer. They're looking very sharp, very strong defensively, making their moves at the right time. Even if CAG do get a kill, they don't back down. They almost like push forward, try and find one back, and they're doing so very successfully. And right now, CAG they just don't have the answer. There is one close by here to Sharif. Has the ping information as well.
It's just a hunt, though. It's a hunt for ghosts, and they're not quite able to find the engagement. KDS will peel back to somewhere they have a bit more support. They've at least got a shoulder shake that they can get there. It's otherwise, you know, not entirely forced out. It might be pressure that's about to come on the support side here, as I said, of
Chibis
could be offered. But it's turned into, I think, a 2 versus 2 now as well. Anaton showed up to help support. Shurip is the one that goes down to Cyber, who on this second half, I mean, he's always great, but he's gotten 3K, 2K, and now he's opened up here with one more. It's turning into a bit of a bloody war here. Black Ray
forcing it.
Cyber.
They're just forcing it right now. CAG just wanted to take the battle and hope that they can scrap their way in towards the site. It's almost somewhat working. Despite losing Sharif, they do get that kill onto Cyber. They get much better map control as well. The positioning over towards Lockers has been established because they elected to just take the fights, not be scared off by the presence of FaZe. And they've done so with still a lot of time on the clock. So this is not awful from CAG. A little bit better than what we've seen maybe in the last 2 rounds on the attack. They look like they've got a bit of a game plan and what they want to do.
40 seconds. Look at the health in KDS as well. They are only just hanging in here. Black Ray starts to get some of this width. And an opening potentially eyeing up on towards a fight with the Kaid, who we've seen drift outside the building a couple of times. Vidaking isn't opting for the fight as of yet, but it's now an option for him to play with just as much. Handy, ready for the engagement here from the swing, but Shiraneko actually enters from the other side in and amongst the smoke, but his caught in the smoke. Souls gets Chibisu, and they can't quite get the fight as they choke the player out as well. 10 seconds, and at least one on the door, but instantly responded, leaving just Anaton alone. Not for long. FaZe get themselves 3 in a row, and as we said before, that CAG timeout long ago isn't able to come again at this point. How do you sort of rebuild yourself?
I mean, this is when you would love to take that timeout now. Down 4-5, you're not out of reach, right? It's only a 1-round differential, but it also has now been 3 rounds in a row for FaZe. They've got that momentum. They're looking very strong and very difficult to break down onto the defense. I still liked what we saw from CAG, a little bit of adaptation, middle portion of that round compared to the first 2 opportunities on the attack. They brute force their way through. Cyber gets this kill, and CAG like, okay, we need to push, get positioned. They get the kill onto Cyber. They get Locker's control, and they set it up. It's essentially a 4v4 with 20 seconds to go. Anything can happen at that point, so they've put themselves into a winnable position. Unfortunately, though, they run into a brick wall. Souls gets a couple of kills, locks down his position, and from there, then FaZe obviously have the numbers, and CAG are also out of time. So 4-5, they're going to have to work things out on the fly, I mean, because they do not have that tactical timeout, taking it in the 3rd round after they went 2-1 up. Those are the risks you take.
It's been a very good delay as well of the approach there of CAG. I mean, you look at how they were handling that site. There was Goyo canisters, smoke canisters, Banshees, Ela mines, everything that would make a team that loves to get in and swing suffer in those engagements. That is how FaZe is holding them at arm's length on those bigger, wider sites. Here on the top, where it's a little bit more direct, you put yourself back round, but they still obviously have Vidaking on the clash, who can be that active read. The drop of Handy was the first last time we were on the top floor, and it didn't amount to a win, but you want to get those smokes gone as quickly as possible. Instead, seems like focus is on towards Walkway. Will it peel its way round? Or the breach is at least happening on towards Master?
I mean, at the very least for CAG, I think they've got FaZe's respect because they're making them work for it in a lot of these rounds, especially in that previous one. They had a very good first half, went up 4-2. But the respect is short-lived because then after today, it doesn't really matter anymore. They've already played each other and they both go their separate ways. But FaZe right now have definitely had to work for it here on Lair. It is their map pick as well. So you kind of take that into account. Whenever it's your map pick, you're getting pushed, a bit of a slow start. FaZe just have that experience. They're not wiltering under the pressure from the early portion from KAG. And now CAG are the ones under pressure, under fire. No timeout, no time to talk things over. They've just got to move on, get into this 10th round. Flash once again employed by Vidiking. He doesn't need to find kills, just needs to be in use and get into the good position, block out the hallways. And this is exactly what he's doing. Last time out when the first half, we saw from CAG, they opted for Blackray, who wasn't on the Clash in that position. This time FaZe doing it with the better operator.
Wow, able to take care of that Candela. Not going to stop them as of yet. They're throwing the bees and everything. You're not going to be able to shoot out the one that's cooked, but Handy cooks first. There's the spray. The goo mine stops the aggression. The Clash is showing up, and Shuri is underneath trying to get some damage done, but it doesn't matter because FaZe just know when to swing, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and Kaga being folded. Pushed back away from their initial point, and once again, Green in the top area on the backside of the walkway has not netted a result. Blackray moving their way over. It's the moment I talked about before where the plan B was a bit rushed, a bit chaotic, and involved jumping in and throwing yourself into the firing line. It doesn't seem like they're doing it with the same pace. Instead, they're being a bit slower, but you need the remaining 4 players to stack up right now. The flashes come through, and Air Jab to try and cover a bit of motion. Misses the first engagement. There's a fight on the stairs. It's actually 2 isolated, 1 versus 1. Support's about to come through, and there it is. A C4 does find Anaton. The Deimos needs to interact, but they've just handed them in a very small microcosm of pain. Individual 1 versus 1s. FaZe amongst all of that slowed things down like an athlete controlling their heartbeat and said, I can deal with this, we can isolate this, we'll do this, and now we've done this, and we've got them all.
I was watching on our second monitor, the top-down view. Shuri probably wasting a good 20 seconds with the death mark trying to deal with the smoke and push up main stairs and just got completely stalled out. Had no impact as the Deimos at the final portion of that round, and you can't be essentially down your Deimos at that point in the game. Sometimes you just got to throw that death mark out and then go for rotate somewhere else. You don't always have to take that fight. I thought Handy actually played it incredibly well, not just in this point of the replay, but in the latter stages of the round. When you're getting tracked by the Deimos, it's very easy to feel that pressure, but he almost welcomed it and said, if you want to come main stairs, bring it on. Yep. And that's exactly what Sharif ended up trying to do. Lost the battle, shotgun too good against the Vendetta, and it was a pretty clean round for FaZe. They go 6-4 up. CAG, I don't know if they've got the answers to bring this one back now.
I mean, how do you? They're still not a million miles away, but you can really see they're struggling to piece apart FaZe's defense because FaZe are playing it brilliantly. I highlighted it there, just how good they are at isolating individual moments. The comms are clear and precise. They know where they need to be. You see players going to actively support each other, pull back, move around, cover the utility, all the pieces intricately moving. And it's just so well rehearsed, so well practiced, and so mobile as well. Again, you look towards the operators, the selection, it's a lot about sort of wasting time. The goo mines can set themselves up, play against the intel. There's trying to be gathered with the mute jammers, but it's delay, it's banshees, it's smokes, and it's everything that really hinders CAG from reaching their full mobile potential.
Yeah, FaZe just aren't messing around. They're not really making any kind of errors or mistakes, which means that for CAG, you know, you think about it in terms of the local region, a lot of the times teams do well in, say, Japan or Korea in terms of the top teams is because they punish a lot of the mistakes from the lesser teams. It's hard to do that when you're going up against a team of the caliber of FaZe. Spray through from Cyber, doesn't quite get the kill. That would have been onto Anaton as well, so that would have been a pretty decent start to the round for FaZe. Does get a little bit of damage, but yeah, again, it's just FaZe that are the ones that are dictating the entire round. So far in this second half, every single round, it's FaZe doing everything to really just offset CAG's attack. They get rid of Sharif, they lose the A. Sharif has had really no involvement in this second half. 2-8 now overall, 90 seconds left, and CAG is just struggling to even get into the building.
I mean, again, even just the motion there, Anaton sprinting past the half breach, it would have been bad to lose him. It also would have left the kit in a very visible, awkward to recollect area. Blackray missing the moment here. The shotgun now can sit and wait the same way that you complimented CAG for having these positions, though. Blackray baits the noise of the Banshee. Didn't need to swing, you're entirely right, but he sort of played into it, especially when you look at the Fenrir mine that's above the door as well.
Still don't need to swing.
Well, the Handy wants to do handy things.
I mean, Handy can probably have
He's
that
11 to 4.
He's 11 and 4. He's
He can
allowed
do
to.
what
I don't know
he
about the 1-7 Vidiking swing, especially when you're playing smoke. Could fall back, play side, use the gas babes, but as you said, got baited in by the Banshee and probably just wanted to get a kill on the board. Cyber gets through to Shiraneko. This might still, though, be a FaZe looking to clean things up and looking for a flawless second half. Only 35 seconds remaining for the trio of CAG. And Chibisu out of nowhere finds 2 kills in quick succession, but so does FaZe as well to answer back imminently, leaving a very low health Chibisu, who needs to basically almost find an ace to close things out for CAG in this round. Otherwise, FaZe are looking at a 7-4 victory on Lair.
20 seconds, he can't even get to the kit in that time. It has to be a win via kills. So he's looking to see if he can try and find the first up green. They're well aware, well prepared. And well, that's FaZe, and what a performance it was. Cool, calm, and collected. Yes, there were some moments on the first half, but they knew where they needed to do it. They knew where they needed to take it, and that was the second half. CAG, it's obviously not their map. They still have the potential.
No, yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, FaZe are looking good.
Yeah, FaZe looked really good because they got pressured as well by CAG in that first half. 4-2 from CAG, and then just utterly flawless from that point onwards from FaZe Clan, making no real mistake on that second half. They really showed the caliber of the team that they are here for 6 Invitational. 1-0 for FaZe. Border on the other side of the break.
All feels right and good in the world once again. The Lion takes back the jungle, and CAG, unfortunately, they had a really solid first half, but it spiraled out of control in that second half.
I mean, this has been Apex's biggest issue since history, is more so the fact is the defense always looks good. The defense looks solid, it's clean, they're working together, but the biggest issue always stems from when they are attacking. Once a team figures out what they're trying to do, what their initial goal is, they always meet brick walls because they don't know how to adapt, and it's been a constant theme through and through.